Chapter 1. Traversing the Douluo Continent, meeting Tang San. In the Sacred Soul Village, the dawn was just breaking down on a hillside not far from the village. Two young boys sat cross-legged, facing the rising sun, their breaths synchronized as they drew in the ethereal purple mist that drifted from the horizon. The boys fixated their gazes upon the distant sky, their pupils shimmering with a violet aura. In an instant, the wisp of purple vapor retracted and dissipated, and their eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. This was the practice of the mystic extreme magic eyes. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, the purple mist dissolved. Li Xian blinked and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Tang San, I'm done. How about you? I'm done too. Tang San lowered his hands and let out a deep sigh, then turned to regard Li Xian, his gaze bright and transparent, revealing a hint of gentle amusement. That was a bit quick. Li Xian twisted his slightly sore neck, his hands cracking with a light sound as he stretched forward and rose to his feet. Beside him, Tang San followed suit. If someone had been nearby to overhear their conversation, they would surely have found it remarkable, for such a composed tone emanated from two children who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. On the left, the boy with black short hair and healthy wheat-colored skin was Tang San, while on the right stood Li Xian, slightly taller, with fair skin and striking features. He was not a local elaborate. Li Xian hailed from a cerulean planet, having crossed over to Sacred Soul Village with memories intact. He never anticipated forming a friendship with Tang San. Li Xian was not unfamiliar with this world. He understood it was one where individuals could cultivate their abilities, awakening their martial souls at the age of 6. The martial soul was of utmost importance, dictating the destiny of a soul master. But a potent martial soul, coupled with commendable innate soul power, would facilitate a smooth journey in cultivation, promising a bright future. Conversely, awakening a martial soul that was incapable of cultivation would be rather unfortunate. Li Xian was aware that Tang San's martial souls were the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Yin Hammer. However, he remained uncertain of his own martial soul, having never encountered his parents since his arrival. Though Sacred Soul Village had produced a soul sage, the majority of its inhabitants were burdened with useless martial souls. As for Li Xian's absent parents, it was reasonable to assume they too possessed subpar martial souls. Consequently, with the impending martial soul awakening next week, Li Xian felt a touch of apprehension. The thought of awakening an ineffective martial soul was unsettling. Yet, amidst his worries, a flicker of anticipation lingered as a fellow transmigrator alongside Tang San. He believed his martial soul's awakening would not be too dismal. At the very least, he hoped for a weak but cultivable martial soul. Clenching his fists, Li Xian thought to himself, if only it were a hammered out Li Xian. How goes your practice of the Xiantian skill? Tang San inquired as they began their descent down the hill, their backs laden with the firewood they had gathered, a testament to their budding camaraderie in his previous life. Tang San generously imparted the profound techniques of Xiantian Gong, Ziji Demon Eyes, and Xianyu Hand, all of which he had cultivated in the Tang sect, to Li Xian. It is essential to note that this was not an act of mere benevolence. Tang San regarded the memories of his rebirth as his most significant secret. Those aware of these memories walked a perilous path. His generosity stemmed from a past incident where Li Xian had saved him. According to your assertion, I should have reached the 5th layer of the 1st level, albeit rather slowly, Li Xian remarked. Xiantian Gong resembles a form of internal martial arts, capable of strengthening the body and nurturing the spirit. Li Xian understood that, in this realm, the practice of Xiantian Gong is equivalent to cultivating soul power. He possessed soul power at the 5th level. Achieving such progress within a year is commendable, Tang San praised, surprised. Unlike him, who had been a gifted inner disciple of the Tang sect in his former life, Li Xian faced no significant challenges in recultivating a technique. In just a few years, he had successfully reached the perfection of the 1st level and was on the verge of a bottleneck. Yet, for some reason, I cannot seem to break through this barrier. Tang San sighed, expressing his frustration. His Xiantian Gong had been stuck at the 1st level for quite some time, unable to advance further. Not rush. I believe this is related to the cultivation of your martial soul. We shall soon discover the truth upon your awakening next week. Li Xian reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. He recognized that Tang San's inability to progress was due to his soul power reaching the 10th level without having absorbed a soul ring. The cultivation of soul masters is marked by milestones every 10 levels to surpass these thresholds. One must hunt soul beasts at the completion of each stage to acquire a soul ring, which signifies the strength of a soul master. The age of the soul beast 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years correlates with the quality of the absorbed soul. Ring: the older the beast, the greater the power of the ring. Having traversed to this world, Li Xian possessed a thorough understanding of its basic circumstances, yet while he was aware of certain plot elements, he remained oblivious to the ultimate conclusion, as he had not witnessed the finale. Returning his gaze from Tang San, Li Xian felt a peculiar sensation. If his memory served him correctly, Tang San's reputation later seemed rather poor. Yet at this moment, he perceived no issues with him. Before long, a week passed, and the annual Soul Awakening Day in Holy Soul Village arrived. Knock, knock, knock. On a bright morning, two figures, one elderly and one youthful, stood before a wooden house. "Little San, your grandfather has come to fetch you," called village chief Old Jack, accompanied by Li Xian, as they stood at Tang San's door, raising their voices to be heard. Inside, perhaps due to his disdain for Tang Hao, Old Jack deliberately knocked with greater force. "Village chief, is Tang San truly not going?" Li Xian inquired, puzzled, as he lingered beside the village. This the village chief stammered. He had informed Tang San of the Soul Awakening the previous week, but that day he had been rebuffed and expelled from the door by Tang Hao. Hence, Old Jack was uncertain of the current state of affairs. Alas, that good-for-nothing Tang Hao, in such a pitiful state himself, yet still hindering little San's prospects. How infuriating. Old Jack cursed, his face contorting with frustration as he clenched his teeth. "I shall take the lead if necessary. I will sneak away with the young mistress," said Li Xian, fully aware of the village chief's temperament. He discreetly pulled him aside, gently tapped on the door, intending to call Tang San out in a courteous manner. Creak! At that moment, the wooden door swung open abruptly, and Tang San emerged on his own. "Apologies for the wait, Li Xian. Grandpa Jack, let us be off." Tang San smiled politely. From within the room, a deep, resonant voice echoed. "Go ahead. Do not delay the preparation of lunch." Tang San promptly turned back in response. Old Chief Jack was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, a smile spread across his weathered face as he ruffled Tang San's hair, leading him outside. "Come along, young San. It seems Tang Hao has made up his mind. The awakening of one's martial soul is a significant matter and should not be postponed." Li Xian casually draped his arm over Tang San's shoulder as they walked together. "I thought you would not be going," he remarked. "How could that be?" Tang San scratched his head and instinctively began to close the door. As he did so, Li Xian caught a glimpse through the ajar door of a disheveled, middle-aged figure, poorly dressed and with unkempt hair obscuring his face, drunkenly slumped over the table.Is that the titled Douluo Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall, a formidable force, had established a branch directly in the village. Each year, the Spirit Hall dispatched personnel to various villages to awaken the martial souls of children free of charge. On their way, the old village chief provided a brief introduction to the Spirit Hall, highlighting some points of caution. Tang San listened with calm composure. Li Xian, however, reflected inwardly. Powerful factions often monopolize resources, restricting the cultivation of the lower classes. Yet the Spirit Hall not only refrained from such practices but actively aided the weaker, granting every child an opportunity to cultivate their potential. There was no fault to be found in such an approach. Without the Spirit Hall, countless promising children on the Douluo Continent would lose their chance to train each year. This year, a total of 9 children from Dohun Village would undergo martial soul awakening. Under the village chief's guidance, Li Xian and Tang San arrived just in time at the Spirit Hall. Upon their arrival, they found children already queuing inside. Li Xian noticed a strikingly handsome young man, tall and poised, standing before the children, casting a glance in their direction. The youth exuded an extraordinary aura, radiating a subtle air of nobility and pride. After exchanging pleasantries with Old Chief Jack, the young man immediately turned to address the assembly. "My name is Su Yuntao. I shall guide you through your awakening one by one. Please do not be afraid when I summon your martial souls." Once the village chief departed, the handsome youth began to speak and introduced himself. Much to Li Xian's surprise, Su Yuntao's demeanor was remarkably gentle, devoid of any airs of superiority. Chapter 2. The first encounter with Su Yuntao, Martial Soul Awakening. Su Yuntao took out 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball, arranging them in a hexagonal formation. "Independent wolf. Manifest." He then called out sharply, enveloped in a green light. As his form began to transform, his eyes glimmered with a vivid green, his fingers morphed into sharp claws, and his body expanded. 2 soul rings emanated from beneath their feet, 1 white and 1 yellow.Is that a soul ring? Li Xian's eyes brightened. The first boy to awaken his martial soul was startled and instinctively tried to flee. "Stay still." Su Yuntao grasped the child firmly. "I have stated that I will release my soul power. This is my lone wolf martial soul that in the future, any of you who aspire to become soul masters can harness the same abilities. Upon hearing this explanation, the boy ceased his struggles. In the room, many children gazed at Su Yuntao's transformed figure with fervent interest, their eyes sparkling with curiosity about the soul master. Tang San's gaze was transfixed, and Li Xian was equally captivated, his tongue lolling in expectation. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Witnessing the martial soul manifest before his very eyes was a visual shock that left him somewhat astonished. Su Yuntao transformed into a towering lone wolf, exuding an aura of chilling darkness. Before him, Li Xian could feel the staggering disparity in strength between a soul master and an ordinary person. Indeed, the martial soul was extraordinary. Over here, Su Yuntao deftly clapped his hands, manipulating the crystal ball before him, which then radiated a layer of golden light, enveloping the child within it. The boy, now enclosed, gradually calmed, even appearing somewhat dazed. Golden light began to surge into his body, causing him to tremble slightly, desperate to call out but unable to make sound. Su Yuntao commanded him to extend his right hand. The boy's trembling palm reached out, and instantly, a multitude of light particles erupted forth, coalescing into a scythe that floated in his grasp. The scythe seemed like a mere illusion, yet it was undeniably real, gently hovering up and down. Li Xian blinked in astonishment. The boy's palm truly bore a scythe, as though it had materialized. However, Su Yuntao frowned. A weapon martial soul? A scythe? It can barely serve as a weapon. Allow me to test your soul power. If you possess soul power, even with a weapon martial soul like a scythe, you can still become a battle soul master. The boy before him appeared bewildered, casting a timid glance of inquiry. Su Yuntao handed him the crystal ball, indicating for him to reach out. The boy extended his delicate little hand, placing it alongside Su Yuntao's wolf claw on the crystal ball. After a brief moment, the crystal ball showed no response, leaving Su Yuntao somewhat disheartened. You lack soul power and cannot become a soul master. Please step aside. Li Xian watched as the boy walked away, dejected, his palms clenched nervously. Could it be that the unfolding events were so reminiscent of the narrative he was familiar with? Was it possible that only Tang San would ultimately reveal soul power? Next, the awakening of martial souls continued, with similar scenes repeating. More than half of the children in front of Li Xian had already stepped up. Regrettably, their martial souls were all of the agricultural variety, devoid of beast-type martial souls, and their soul power was entirely non-existent. When the seventh child stepped forward, it was finally Li Xian's turn. Xiao San, why don't you go first? Li Xian coughed lightly, then pulled Tang San forward, hoping that the child of destiny might yield a favorable outcome with his martial soul. Tang San showed no objection. He was indifferent to such matters. Here, after assisting the eighth child in completing their awakening, Su Yuntao appeared somewhat fatigued. This time, the awakened martial spirit was no longer an agricultural tool. Instead, the girl's martial spirit underwent a transformation, revealing a delicate blue grass that swayed gently in her palm. Blue silver grass. Su Yuntao murmured with a slight furrow in his brow. This common weed, ubiquitous in the village, was as prevalent as it could be, possessing little more than a resilient vitality and almost no practical use. With no offensive or defensive capabilities, even possessing soul power would make it arduous to cultivate. It is indeed a quintessential waste martial spirit, Su Yuntao's. Subsequent remarks were cold and unfeeling. Is that so? The girl's gaze dimmed in response. The blue-silver grass martial spirit, upon awakening, typically manifested with negligible soul power. For an ordinary person, awakening such a martial spirit essentially severed their ties to becoming a soul master. Next, after the girl departed, Su Yuntao offered no further words and immediately turned his attention to Tang San, who stood at the center of 6 black stones. That was quick, Li Xian observed, feeling his heart race as he watched Tang San commence his martial spirit awakening as anticipated. With Su Yuntao's soul power activation, Tang San felt a pull, and his martial spirit soon revealed itself to all present. The brilliant eruption momentarily dimmed the surroundings. Su Yuntao was slightly taken aback, sensing an extraordinarily potent soul power. However, as the dust settled, disappointment swiftly followed. In Tang San's palm appeared a blue grass, identical to that of the previous girl, the blue-silver grass. Yet that moment, the already weary boy failed to notice the black hammer gently swaying in his other palm, floating with a powerful aura. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, observing as Tang San, upon noticing this change, quickly clasped his hand, concealing the secret from prying eyes. Another waste martial spirit, Su Yuntao lamented, feeling extreme disappointment as yet another child from Holy Spirit Village had awakened a martial spirit devoid of potential. The earlier letdown left him feeling despondent, but he knew that if a child here successfully awakened their martial spirit, he could earn rewards from the martial spirit hall and forge bonds with these earnest children. Truly a win-win situation. Alas, with Tang San's martial spirit being blue silvergrass, what good would it do to cultivate? Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet, Tang San promptly reminded Su Yuntao as he sensed the dismissal. There's no need. I've yet to see anyone with such a wasteful martial spirit exhibit any soul power, Su Yuntao replied, shaking his head in profound disappointment. Let me try, Uncle, Tang San insisted. Seeing the boy's determination, Su Yuntao sighed lightly, realizing that this child seemed truly exceptional. Very well, Su Yuntao acquiesced, presenting the blue crystal to Tang San. Following the previously taught method, Tang San complied, placing his palm upon the crystal ball. In an instant, the room trembled violently. Immediately, a dazzling blue light illuminated the vision of those present, its brilliance rapidly spreading throughout the room. The blue crystal, resembling a polished gem, emitted a faint azure halo. My goodness, it is indeed innate full soul power, exclaimed Su Yuntao, astonished. Upon the awakening of their martial soul, one must possess a soul power exceeding level 0 to embark on the path of cultivation. Typically, the level of soul power is intricately linked to the martial soul itself. Generally, the more formidable the martial soul, the higher the accompanying soul power. Crucially, a higher innate soul power correlates with an accelerated pace of cultivation in the future. Innate full soul power represents the pinnacle of what can be achieved upon awakening one's martial soul. At this juncture, Tang San, upon learning of his innate full soul power, swiftly regained his composure and inquired, Uncle, what exactly is innate full soul power? Su Yuntao patiently elucidated, every 10 levels of soul masters corresponds to a title. Soul master, great soul master, and so forth. The term full soul power refers to the maximum value of soul power attainable after awakening. Can innate soul power only reach level 10 and can't go any higher? Of course not. When a soul master surpasses level 10, their soul power will reach its limit. And without obtaining a soul ring, no matter how much they train, they cannot improve. Is that so? What a pity. It's really too unfortunate. Even if your martial soul is a farming tool, it's still much stronger than blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao gently patted Tang San's tender shoulder, and at this point, a deep sense of regret appeared on his face. Su Yuntao couldn't figure out how to train with a fully innate blue silvergrass martial soul. This martial soul has neither attack nor defense, and its growth potential is almost 0. One can only say that awakening this martial soul is really unfortunate. It's truly a pity. Su Yuntao shook his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, Tang San seemed to be lost in thought as he returned to his position, his tender face calm, not feeling discouraged because his martial soul is blue silvergrass. Not bad, little San. As long as you can train, that's good enough, especially since you're already at full level. Li Xian saw him coming and stepped forward to offer encouragement. Although he knew the truth, he pretended to celebrate. You keep it up too, Tang San smiled. At this moment, in this room, only Li Xian remained who had not awakened his martial soul. Not only Su Yuntao, but the other children were also blinking their eyes and looking this way. Su Yuntao's gaze locked onto the last remaining child, signaling him to come over with a gentle wave. After giving Tang San one last look, he turned his attention to the handsome child at the back of the line. I hope you can bring a surprise. Li Xian was called over and immediately walked over. He reached the center of the 6 black gemstones, where Su Yuntao stood in front of him, beginning to channel his soul power towards him. Suddenly, Li Xian was surrounded by rotating gemstones, and under the influence of soul power, the luster of the gemstones flowed into his body. Li Xian quietly activated the Xiantian gong, not waiting for Su Yuntao to signal. He had already spread his palm open. Feeling the subtle heat in his palm, it seemed that something was about to break out from within. It's coming, it's coming. Li Xian was so nervous that he closed his eyes. As the light converged, his body suddenly trembled, and then a green tender sprout popped up, floating out from his palm. Chapter 3. Golden purple 2-color, connecting to the sky lotus leaves. A small grass, entirely light green and tender, rapidly sprouted from Li Xian's palm like lotus leaves connecting to the sky. The leaves spread across his palm, while the stem grew upwards, with new tender buds continually emerging from the stem, climbing up segment by segment. When the tender stem grew to about half a foot high, the tip of the bud suddenly split, branching out in 7 or 8 directions, and at the end of each stem and leaf, 2 or 3 pale, yellow small flowers bloomed. These flowers and leaves grew vigorously, their surfaces shimmering and translucent. From a distance, it appeared as though a tapestry was growing from Li Xian's palm, slowly rotating and reflecting light. The flowers at the tips of the stems were in bud, resembling small flower buds. The slightly opened petals gently swayed, releasing a refreshing fragrance. Each flower had about a dozen petals, and upon closer inspection, the petals were fuzzy, resembling a bee's bottom, with purple mixed in, and the flower center rose above the bud, shimmering with a faint golden glow. Each flower bud seemed to be naturally formed, perfectly integrated. This was the first time Su Yuntao had seen a plant-type soul master's martial soul manifest in such a large form. Although plant-type martial souls were inherently weapon-type, under normal circumstances, a soul master's martial soul would only display a single flower or a single blade of grass. Li Xian's martial soul clearly belongs to the latter type. But the complete manifestation of the martial soul caught Su Yuntao off guard momentarily, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Not far away, Tang San's expression shifted slightly, his eyes filled with a purple aura as he gazed at the flower in Li Xian's palm. Seeing the flower's tips slightly bloom, with a few golden purple petals resembling sun chrysanthemums, Tang San showed a contemplative expression, rapidly pondering something. This is... Li Xian looked at his martial soul and felt a chill in his heart when he saw that it was a clump of grass. As a child from Holy Soul Village, his martial soul indeed belonged to a type of plant. Moreover, from the appearance of this plant, it was no different from Tang San's blue silver grass, which was a very difficult to cultivate useless martial soul. I didn't expect your martial soul to be a bright grass. Su Yuntao reacted and spoke softly. He recalled the various martial soul science he had read before, quickly recognizing the grass in Li Xian's palm, which resembled a type of martial soul called bright grass. Bright grass? Li Xian was momentarily stunned and then asked, "Big brother, what is bright grass?" "It's a type of grass." Su Yuntao replied flatly, then shook his head lightly. The continuous martial soul awakenings left him feeling empty, and after sighing, he explained, bright grass, also known as cassia seed or grass cassia, is somewhat better than blue silver grass. It can be used as traditional Chinese medicine. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuntao added, "If you can cultivate it, developing as a food-type support soul master is also possible." "Cool, mate. Let's test if you have soul power." As the first martial soul he had seen today that had some semblance of form, he kindly offered advice without discouraging Li Xian. Bright grass is very common in rural areas, just like blue silver grass, growing everywhere in the fields. However, as a type of weapon martial soul, it is quite rare. At least in his time working in Nodding City, Su Yuntao had never seen one before. Because of its rarity, he spoke so much to Li Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother wasting his breath on such a weed martial soul. "My martial soul is a medicinal herb?" Li Xian's youthful face was stunned, and a certain creature surged in his heart. He understood Su Yuntao's meaning. As a martial soul, the bright-eye grass had herbal properties, which allowed him to develop towards becoming a soul master and have some practicality. However, what Su Yuntao didn't mention was that the bright-eye grass was just like Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, lacking both offensive and defensive capabilities, and completely devoid of growth potential. In other words, it could be considered a semi-waste martial soul. Li Xian felt a bit helpless as he put away his martial soul and approached the blue crystal. He gently pressed his small hand against it, and in an instant, light burst forth, the crystal ball filled with soul power, and the blue liquid inside surged, filling more than half of it. Innate level 6? Not bad. Su Yuntao sincerely praised, seeing that Li Xian had an innate level 6 soul power. He became even more certain that Li Xian's martial soul was a type of medicinal herb. After all, medicinal herbs lean towards food-type martial souls, and there are rarely food-type martial souls with high innate soul power. Awakening an innate level 6 pseudo-food-type martial soul is considered above average talent. If you take my advice and develop towards a food-type soul master, you could achieve the same accomplishments I have now. Your name is Li Xian, right? Have you thought about coming to the spirit hall? While they were talking, Tang San walked over from the side, reaching out to clap Li Xian on the shoulder, his gaze filled with encouragement. Looking back at the encouraging gaze, Li Xian gently nodded, then responded to Su Yuntao, asking, "Big brother, besides joining the spirit hall, do I have other options?" "Of course, that's your freedom. You can also go to the Nodding Academy to study, but as far as I know, this year there's only one work-study student quota from Holy Soul Village, so you need to think carefully. The tuition there is quite expensive. Besides that, for some potential martial souls, The junior academies of the Tiando Empire will also open their doors, and the benefits are good. The prerequisite is that your martial soul must be rare. Su Yuntao smiled ambiguously, and the implication in his words was clear. Li Xian's martial soul is somewhat rare, but it hasn't reached the level of being precious. As a weapon martial soul, the Mingmu grass cannot be cultivated, and as a food-type martial soul, it is somewhat ambiguous. On the contrary, the Spirit Hall would not hesitate to take in a child with the potential to be a food-type soul master. I happen to have a work-study position available, and the Spirit Hall's junior college is also in Nodding City. As for the treatment, you just need to know that it far exceeds that of Nodding City's junior college. Su Yuntao extended an olive branch. On one hand, Li Xian's martial soul was awakened by him, which means this child could be very close to him. On the other hand, it is precisely because of the rarity of his martial soul. If he can supplement the Spirit Hall with a pseudo-food-type soul master, the higher-ups will surely reward him. And this would also be a good choice for Li Xian. Thank you, big brother, but I want to go back and discuss it with the adults first. Li Xian spoke truthfully, but did not give a clear answer. Of course, I can come by again this afternoon. Think it over carefully. The Wuhuan Hall's junior college doesn't accept just anyone. Today, only 2 children awakened their Wuhuan, both with innate soul power, and Su Yuntao was naturally referring to Tang San. Old Jack. With that, Su Yuntao called out, and the village chief, Old Jack, who had been waiting outside for a long time, immediately approached with a nervous expression. Master, how is it? Did the children in our village awaken their Wuhuan this year? There are 2 who can cultivate, and one of them has full innate soul power. It's just a pity that his Wuhuan is blue silvergrass. Otherwise, your village would really be lucky this year. Su Yuntao took out a handkerchief to gently wipe his cheeks and palms, speaking as he walked out. Old Jack, realizing this, was stunned. Huh? Full innate soul power. Wuhuan blue silvergrass? Deep disappointment appeared on his wrinkled face, mixed with a hint of unwillingness as he chased after Su Yuntao's back. Master, is there really no way to cultivate blue silvergrass? What do you think? As the 2 walked out, the Wuhuan Hall immediately became empty. Li Xian and Tang San exchanged glances, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. After a moment, they both burst into laughter. You worthless Wuhuan. And you say, how good can you be? Li Xian and Tang San were playfully fighting while walking outside. In contrast, the other children in the room huddled together, their wrinkled little faces filled with disappointment, all lowering their heads. Li Xian and Tang San can at least cultivate, but they are destined to blend in with the crowd for a lifetime. On the way back, Li Xian and Tang San revealed their martial souls to the village chief, Old Jack. Upon seeing their martial soul situation, Old Jack sighed and didn't know what to say. Tang San has innate full soul power, which should mean his cultivation prospects are limitless, but unfortunately, he awakened a useless martial soul, blue silvergrass. What a pity. Li Xian is not bad. According to Su Yuntao, he can both cultivate and find his own path. However, the experienced Old Jack understands that for food-type soul masters, cultivation is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Without combat power, Li Xian's future path will inevitably be somewhat limited, and his endpoint won't be very high. This year, the village finally has 2 children who can cultivate, but unfortunately, both have some issues. Sighing inwardly, Old Jack feels deeply helpless about this. However, he thinks again that Saint Soul Village hasn't produced any soul masters for many years, and now suddenly there are 2. So what is there to be disappointed about? Old Jack gathers his spirits and smiles, maintaining a gentle demeanor in front of the children. Xiao Xian, your situation is a bit better than Xiao San's. I heard from Master Su Yuntao that you can pursue the path of a food-type soul master in the future. He recommends you to go to the primary academy of the Wuhuan Hall. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Li Xian looked at Tang San at this moment, his face showing some hesitation. Before Tang San could speak, Old Jack continued to persuade him, don't think that this is unfair to Xiao San. I know you 2 have been playing together since childhood and have a good relationship. You need to understand that Xiao San's father is not doing well, and their family is not very well off. The expenses for soul master training are quite high, and this year the village only has 1 work-study student quota. If you go to the Martial Soul Hall's junior college with Master Su Yuntao, Xiao San can get this quota. This way, neither of you will be in conflict, and both can cultivate. What do you think? The village chief, Old Jack, then looked at Tang San again. Tang San smiled and nodded. He did not deny that his family's conditions were indeed poor, and before Li Xian's parents left, they had left him a substantial inheritance. Even if there were no work-study student quotas in the village, he still had the means to attend the junior college. If only I could go with Xiao San too. Li Xian smiled ambiguously and suddenly said this. After all, He grew up playing with Tang San, and the current Tang San is friendly to others and pure-hearted. He is reluctant to lose such a friend. Moreover, the two of them together also provide mutual support. Who wouldn't want to be with a destined child? Village Elder Jack chuckled. I know what you're thinking, but Xiao Xian, the Junior Academy of the Spirit Hall, is together with our academy in Nodding City. Both are in Nodding City, so you can still meet Xiao San when you go there. Besides, the Spirit Hall is wealthy and powerful. Think about it. If you enter through Master Su Yun Tao, you won't have to worry about cultivation there. Food system soul masters need a guide, and the Spirit Hall will be very helpful to you in this regard. Such an opportunity is in front of you. Don't miss it. Also, starting at a higher level will allow you to have mutual support with Xiao San in the future, right? Tang San hugged Li Xian, his small face revealing a bright smile. That's right, Li Xian, don't worry about me. Just go with peace of mind. Although the treatment at the Spirit Hall School is better, I believe that as long as I work hard on my cultivation, I won't fall too far behind you. Oh, hearing such stubborn words, Li Xian was speechless but did not refute. It goes without saying that your father is a tidal Douluo, your mother is a 100,000-year soul beast, and you have a dual martial soul with innate full soul power. Who can compare to you? However, although he understood the gap, Li Xian was not entirely willing to concede. Thinking of the information that just floated before his eyes, a surge of warmth suddenly arose in his heart, and he also hugged Tang San back. Then let's compete. All right. Both of them had a spark in their eyes as they confidently looked towards the horizon. While smiling, Li Xian suppressed the powerful heartbeat in his chest and looked incredulously at his heart, where a line of information clearly emerged. Martial soul awakening successful. Time stabilizer activated host, Li Xian soul power. Innate level 6 stabilization period. 10 years chapter 4. Time stabilizer. Meeting in Nodding City Shinghun village is not big. After sending a few children who were on the way back, only Li Xian and Tang San were left beside Elder Jack. Many parents of children in the village were present today, with only a few not coming. The last two remaining were one whose adult was not doing proper work, and the other who had been alone since childhood, so Elder Jack wanted to personally return them for reassurance. However, what Elder Jack did not know was that Li Xian and Tang San did not need his care at all. Although the two were only 6 years old, their souls were mature adults, and, combined, they were not much different from him. Let's stop here, Grandpa Village Chief. I can go back by myself. I can too. At the big tree at the village entrance, Li Xian and Tang San waved at the village chief and ran off before he could react. Hey, those two kids. Elder Jack looked at the two who had quickly run far away, sighed helplessly, and thought of something, calling after their backs, Xiao San. Don't forget what I told you. Discuss it with your dad when you get back. Tang San's voice immediately came back. Got it, Grandpa. Though he said this, Elder Jack thought of Tang Hao's expression and immediately changed his face. No, I still have to go personally. On the other side, Li Xian ran off with Tang San, actually being pulled by Tang San. Arriving at a deserted corner, Tang San stopped, and Li Xian felt puzzled, looking at Tang San in confusion. What's wrong, Xiao San? This behavior didn't seem like something the usually steady Tang San would do, and Li Xian curiously asked. Don't talk about that, Li Xian. Release your martial soul and show me again. Seeing Tang San's excited expression as he grabbed one of Li Xian's hands. Huh? Li Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. Turning his gaze slightly, he knew Tang San's character and that he wouldn't be aimless. Was he so excited because he saw something? Is there something wrong with my martial soul? As he spoke, Li Xian released his not very valuable herbal martial soul, letting out a light sigh. Herbs are one thing, but this is just a common eyesight herb. Sure enough, it looks very similar. However, Tang San tightly grasped Li Xian's wrist with both hands, his gaze fixed on the glowing herbal martial soul in Li Xian's palm, staring intently at the golden purple flower at the top of the eyesight herb. His mouth opened in shock. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Does his martial soul have something special about it? What could have shocked Tang San so much? What exactly did he see? Li Xian tentatively asked, Xiao San, what's wrong? What's so special about this martial soul? Of course, Tang San replied excitedly, his demeanor startling Li Xian. However, this excitement lasted only a moment before Tang San's expression changed, and he quickly fell into deep thought. He then shifted his tone and said, but I'm still not sure. Li Xian, your martial soul is very special. It shouldn't just be as simple as Ming Mu Chao. Oh, Li Xian's gaze was probing, waiting for Tang San to speak up himself. Realizing that he had acted strangely, Tang San noticed something and concealed his earlier blunder well. Smiling as he said, Li Xian, I once read a book that recorded many precious flowers and herbs. In the book, there's a type of chrysanthemum that is similar to your martial soul, but it is not called the Mingmu grass. So what is it called? Li Xian immediately asked. Tang San looked down at the ground, slightly furrowing his brow. I can only speculate. Although it looks very similar, there are some differences that I can't be sure about. I can only say, Li Xian, never treat your martial soul as a food-type martial soul. It is not simple. Li Xian looked speechless and said after a long time that it was like saying nothing. Xiao San, you are really strange today. Li Xian has now confirmed that Tang San must have noticed something, but what Tang San knows, he does not. Moreover, Tang San is also unsure whether his martial soul is what he thinks it is. Although Li Xian is hopeful, he does not dare to be too extravagant, because a powerful martial soul must be accompanied by a higher innate soul power. And Li Xian knows in his heart that the reason he possesses a 6th-level innate soul power is due to the blessing of the Xintian skill. Li Xian's innate soul power was cultivated by himself. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, because it was a long time ago. I can't remember clearly. Your martial soul is a complete plant, while all I remember is a flower, which looks similar to the flower that blooms in your martial soul. After a long time, you're only 6 years old, and it sounds like you've lived for a long time. Li Xian, understanding the implication, smiled and teased, then asked, so, do you remember what that flower is called? Qirong Tong Tianju, Tang San replied calmly, with a deep longing hidden in his eyes. On the other hand, upon hearing those words, Li Xian was instantly dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? No. Is that flower really powerful? Li Xian is not unaware that this martial soul seems to belong to a certain title Douluo from the Martial Soul Hall, and based on his vague memories. The martial soul of the chrysanthemum Douluo is not like this. It only has one flower. But his martial soul is a complete plant. Tang San continued. I'm not too sure either. It only resembles the flower. This flower is clearly stated in the book to be a celestial product, and it is definitely not as simple as the bright-eye grass. Li Xian immediately brought his palm closer and placed it in front of Tang San, saying, You better take a good look, Xiao San. I may not have read much, but don't try to deceive me. I want to get it wrong. As he got closer, Tang San became even more certain. In his previous life, as a talented disciple of the Tang sect, he had a photographic memory. Although the plant in Li Xian's palm looked unusual, the flowers it bore were definitely one of the rarest celestial treasures, the Qirong Tong Tianju. However, as a celestial treasure, it was already a blessing for a single Qirong Tong Tianju to bloom within 1,000 miles. How could they bloom in clusters? Tang San immediately recalled the mutated martial soul that the village chief had mentioned. Could it be that Li Xian's martial soul was the mutated Qirong Tong Tianju, allowing the celestial treasures to bloom together? If that were the case, it would be extraordinary. Tang San continued, the Qirong Tong Tianju is a neutral celestial herb. Consuming it can enhance one's luck, unblock the blood vessels, and cultivate an indestructible body. Its flowers are extremely strong and yang in nature. Thus its attributes lean towards gold and fire. Li Xian was somewhat skeptical at this moment. Tang San's certainty made him a bit confused. As a celestial grade, martial soul, he couldn't understand how his innate soul power could only be level 6. Xiao San, no matter what, your words are good news for my martial soul. So, do you think my martial soul can also be cultivated towards combat power? It should be feasible, but I know too little about martial souls. I think these things can only be clarified when we get to the Soul Master Academy. Tang San replied honestly. Thank you. At this point, Li Xian didn't ask more questions. He just hoped that Tang San wasn't mistaken. If his martial soul really was the heavenly marvelous flower, that would be astonishing. It's important to know that the plant martial soul in his palm was a complete and intact specimen, with at least dozens of flower buds blooming at one end. If all these buds were heavenly marvelous flowers, how powerful would that be? During their farewell, the two talked a lot more and agreed to meet again in Nodding City. Li Xian and Tang San then parted ways and returned home. Su Yuntao said he would come back in the afternoon. When Li Xian got home, he didn't rush to tidy up but eagerly closed the doors and windows, took off his shoes and socks, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian focused his mind inward, and with a slight adjustment, the words time stabilizer appeared. Is this a golden finger? Why is there no explanation? After researching for a moment, Li Xian couldn't get an answer from this suddenly appearing ability. However, he felt a strange sensation that anything he had come into contact with could be stabilized in time. Li Xian grabbed a pillow beside him with both hands and tried to invoke his ability. He only felt a wave of exhaustion, and white light began to emerge along his arms, softly enveloping the entire pillow. In a breath, the wheat husk pillow started to age. The surface fabric turned dark yellow and cracked, and a musty smell emanated from it. Li Xian was startled and quickly let go. 10 years. It really felt like it aged 10 years. Could it be that my ability is to increase the age of objects? Li Xian, half believing and half doubting, grabbed the pillow again and repeated the previous action. This time, however, nothing happened. A few small words popped up from the bottom of his heart, as if issuing a warning. Unable to confirm. When the soul power breaks through to a new level, the confirmation count will refresh. It turns out it is a one-time event. Li Xian speculated that only by breaking through to level 10 and becoming a soul master could this ability to alter time be refreshed. However, since it is called a time alteration device, the ability of this golden finger must be more than that. Can my soul power be altered? With this question in mind, Li Xian closed his eyes and directly applied the ability to the thin soul power within his body. However, the expected result did not occur. Li Xian opened his eyes in disappointment. It seemed that his golden finger could only change the objects he touched, and his own soul power belonged to his cultivation. How could such an abstract concept be altered? How great it would be if 10 years could increase his cultivation by 10 years. Wait, if the target of the change is himself, then could 10 years of cultivation actually exist? Li Xian was still unwilling to give up. The soul power within him felt more like a lifeless entity, unable to possess the concept of being refined. This type of power, temporarily stored within the body, belonged to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if it increased by 10 years, it would still be soul power and nothing would change. On the contrary, if he devoted himself to cultivation and refined this behavior for another 10 years, what kind of effect would it produce? His heart was ablaze, and Li Xian took a deep breath, immediately suppressing his excited heart, intending to verify this idea. Then, he cleared his mind and began to practice the Xiantian technique on this small bed. Immediately, spiritual energy began to flow, entering his small body through the crown of his head. After a while, Li Xian fell into a semi-meditative state, and then he divided a thread of his consciousness to set the maximum time for his ongoing cultivation. The set time, 10 years. As a milky white halo flowed out from his body, Li Xian felt a tingling sensation throughout his entire body, as if his flesh was growing and being filled with spiritual energy. In his mind, time flowed, and day and night alternated. Li Xian remained in a meditative state, continuously practicing the Xiantian technique while his body slowly grew, until a certain moment when his soul power was full and he could no longer continue cultivating. Li Xian withdrew from his practice, and his consciousness gradually awakened. As his eyes opened, a hint of profound experience flowed through his gaze, as if a year had already passed. Ignoring the emptiness in his body, Li Xian immediately examined himself and felt a jolt in his heart. He discovered that his soul power was now full and had reached level 10. Chapter 5, Xiantian Treasure Record and Moon Evening. Li Xian was in a great mood, momentarily forgetting that he was still in bed. He suddenly clenched his fist and stood up, swinging his fist in the air, feeling the power brought by the thick soul energy within him. At that moment, he heard a tearing sound. Li Xian frowned as he looked at his shirt. The seam under the armpit of his coarse cloth shirt had burst open, creating a small tear. Not only that, but when he looked down at his pants, which had originally fit perfectly, they were now noticeably shorter. Li Xian's eyes flickered. In just a moment, he understood the reason behind it, and a sudden wave of fear surged in his heart. When he set the time limit for his cultivation state, this body was also undergoing a temporal adjustment. In other words, a year of cultivation in the spiritual world meant that this body also grew for a year. If soul masters didn't get stuck every 10 levels and needed a soul ring to advance, he might actually spend 10 years in the spiritual world. His body had grown quite a bit. How should he explain this to everyone? Moreover, he couldn't be so reckless in the future. A thought crossed his mind, and Li Xian shivered. He realized he had been a bit too eager. Since he had a golden finger, he could verify things slowly in the future. Although he had raised his cultivation level to level 10 this time, as his cultivation broke through later, the time limit would also increase. One must know that the path of a soul master is not always smooth. If he got stuck during a cultivation session and truly spent 10 years or 100 years in the spiritual world, wouldn't he end up as an old man after the adjustment? Use it cautiously. After alerting himself, Li Xian quickly took off his torn clothes and found his father's old clothes from the wardrobe to wear temporarily. Overall, the increase in soul power was a good thing. The adjustment of cultivation should only be used as a last resort. When other soul masters couldn't advance, he would still have a chance to fight back, but shouldn't be used recklessly. His father's clothes fit quite well. In this small, holy soul village, the clothes had little decoration. The simple white linen garment was soft and comfortable, making movement easy. After that, Li Xian warmed up some food, had a simple lunch, and then practiced for a while. The soul power he had gained gradually stabilized, and after that, he began to tidy up his belongings. Since Li Xian's cultivation was achieved step by step, he didn't experience any issues with unstable soul power. After all, he had indeed spent a year in the spiritual world. Soon, the room was cleared out, and the things he couldn't take were put into the wardrobe. Looking at the empty room, Li Xian felt a sense of loneliness for no reason. He didn't expect to leave Holy Soul Village, the home he had lived in for 2 years, before awakening his martial soul. He hadn't thought much about the life of Soul Master. He had made the worst plans, even accepting the possibility of being an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, just getting through life slowly with friends like Tang San. But now, with the ability to cultivate power and activate his golden finger, Li Xian's gaze broadened. He could find his place in the world of soul masters on the continent. Climbing to the top, naturally, it became his only goal now. In the afternoon, a horse-drawn carriage rolled over the bluestone road, shaking as it arrived at the village entrance. Soon after, the village chief, Old Jack, hurried over and knocked on the door of the Li family. Li Xian had been waiting for a long time. After taking his luggage, he followed the village chief outside. Old Jack, with his hunchback figure, walked quickly in front, afraid of neglecting Su Yuntao, a soul master. He kept urging Li Xian, not noticing the changes in him, which made Li Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Once they reached Nodding City and joined the Junior Soul Master Academy, the first thing he needed to do was find a teacher to help him obtain a soul ring. As long as he acquired the soul ring, it would be easy to explain the changes in his body and height. At the village entrance, the coachman saw the two coming, jumped down from the carriage, and bent down to help Li Xian place his luggage on the carriage. Inside the carriage, Su Yuntao had been waiting for a long time. To Li Xian's surprise, there was also a girl sitting inside. The girl was about the same age as him, with delicate and youthful features. What caught the most attention was her large, dark eyes, which were clear and transparent, like the autumn waters reflecting the sky. The girl was dressed in a black formal outfit, slightly wrinkled, and she sat upright with a clear gaze. When the carriage door opened, she couldn't help but look at Li Xian. "Oh, you're here, Li Xian." As the carriage door opened, Su Yuntao stood up and pulled Li Xian onto the carriage. His large body needed to bend down to stand up, and since the carriage wasn't too high, Li Xian easily climbed up, but this action also brought him closer to Li Xian. He did not discriminate against Li Xian's humble village background. Instead, he showed respect, which subtly increased Li Xian's good impression of him. "Is everything packed? Did you say goodbye to your family?" Li Xian nodded and then obediently sat next to him, facing the girl in black, feeling a bit shy to sit closer. Su Yuntao smiled as he spoke, while his gaze turned to the outside of the carriage. Noticing that only Old Jack had arrived, his expression slightly shifting. He didn't ask much, sat back down, and greeted Old Jack. "Thank you for your hard work, village chief. I'll take this child with me. Once we reach the academy, I will urge him to practice. For this year, Li Xian won't be able to come back. If there's anything urgent, you can find me at the Soul Hall in Nodding City." "Thank you very much, Master Su Yuntao. Xiao Xian, make sure to practice diligently over there, and don't be lazy. Grandpa is waiting for you to come back for the new year." Old Jack waved his hand, his eyes inadvertently becoming moist. When Li Xian was very young, he had lived in his home for a while. It could be said that the village chief regarded Li Xian as his own child. "I will, Grandpa Village Chief." Li Xian felt a sudden pang in his heart. He had spent 6 years here, and the people around him treated him kindly. It would be a lie to say he felt nothing. "Li Xian." At this moment, a clear voice called out from a distance, and Tang San's small figure ran over. Li Xian's expression changed. He hadn't had the chance to notify Tang San yet. They had already said their goodbyes in the morning, and he was thinking of heading to Nodding City first to meet up with Xiao San there. "Here, take this." Tang San, panting, handed a package that looked like a book to Li Xian and then said, "Don't forget our agreement." Li Xian was momentarily stunned and suddenly understood. "All right, seeing how you've been soft and hard-pressing for so long, I'll agree to you. Goodbye." After a brief pause, he waved his hand, and the carriage gradually drove away. The village and the village chief's figure slowly shrinking in Li Xian's eyes. After passing a few intersections, only the scenery remained outside the window. Collecting his thoughts, Li Xian sat quietly, patiently waiting for the monotonous journey to Nodding City to continue. Due to his previous bad mood, he hadn't had the chance to check the items Tang San had given him. But Li Xian already understood that the package in his hand was most likely the Xintian treasure record, copied by Tang San himself. It contained information on the use of hidden weapons and the subsequent cultivation methods for the 6 external skills of the Tang sect. Logically, Tang San should have handed this over to Li Xian a long time ago, but back then, he had asked Li Xian to join the Tang sect, which Li Xian had ignored, leading to the delay until today. Now that Tang San had taken the initiative to hand over the treasure record, Li Xian felt a moment of softness and agreed. The Tang sect, huh? He never expected he would also join the Tang sect. The Xiantian treasure record also recorded pharmacopoeia, sect rules, and various hidden weapon crafting techniques. Li Xian knew that Tang San handing this to him demonstrated a deep bond of friendship. Just Tang San's abnormal proficiency with hidden weapons, if he were to cultivate it himself, would allow him to master a powerful force. Not to mention the herbal medicine and poison-making techniques. Suddenly, a bright gaze fell upon him, causing Li Xian's heart to stir. He put aside his thoughts and turned to look back at that gaze, only to see the black-clad girl shyly avoiding his eyes. The air fell into a brief silence. Throughout the journey, Su Yuntao had been talking with the girl, while Li Xian was distracted and hadn't been paying attention to what they were saying. Just now, Su Yuntao picked up his teacup to moisten his throat, and during a moment of free time, the girl glanced sneakily at Li Xian, noticing their movements. Su Yuntao chuckled lightly. "Oh, right, I haven't introduced you to. Yushi, this kid sitting next to me, is called Li Xian, and his martial soul was also awakened by me. Unlike your agility-type martial soul, Li Xian's martial soul is Kasha Seed, and he will likely become a support-type soul master in the future. You two villages are close to each other, so remember to look out for each other once you get to the academy. Go ahead and greet each other. You, hello." The black-clad girl lifted her head, her snowy white eyes looking over. Her pair of clear big eyes left a deep impression on Li Xian, perhaps realizing that her actions weren't friendly enough. The girl named Yushi stiffly extended her hand, revealing a timid smile on her face. "I'm Li Xian." As for Li Xian, being a mature soul, Yushi appeared to him like a child in open-crotch pants, casually extending her hand, and he gently shook it with Yushi. However, the moment their palms touched, a wave that felt like an electric current surged from their palms, followed by a cool sensation spreading through his body along his arms. Li Xian's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath. What is this? Opposite him, the girl Yushi also noticed something, her body involuntarily sitting up straighter, her eyes widening even more. Is something wrong? Su Yuntao was slightly taken aback, looking at the two who were frozen in place, and asked in confusion, "Are you two unwilling to let go after shaking hands?" It's nothing." Li Xian was the first to release his palm, gently rubbing his fingertips before slowly retracting them. Opposite him, Yushi hurriedly dodged, avoiding eye contact. Su Yuntao said calmly, "I forgot to mention, Yushi's awakened martial soul is a mutated one, and her martial soul is a shadow. I haven't encountered this situation before either. Her innate soul power has reached level 6, just like you. Yushi, I have already reported your situation. As I just mentioned, every special martial soul needs to go through a process and be recorded in the Martial Soul Hall's archives. When we arrive in Notting City, Master Matthew will be responsible for this, and you'll need to cooperate a bit." "Okay," the girl Yushi timidly responded, stealing a glance at Li Xian as she spoke. Having grown up in the village, this was her first time leaving home for an extended period, and at just 6 years old, she appeared very reserved while speaking. Even though she was curious about Li Xian, she only dared to sneak a look. It was only at this moment that Li Xian began to seriously pay attention to Yushi. She wore a slightly oversized black dress. Her long black hair braided and styled on either side of her face, and her bright black eyes resembled 2 large grapes. Perhaps due to playing in the village for many years, her skin had a healthy wheat color, and her slightly exposed fair neck indicated that her original skin tone was quite pale. However, if you were to rate her appearance, Li Xian would only give her a score of 6 at most. Perhaps she hadn't fully blossomed yet. Her features were delicate, but not naturally beautiful. What was that feeling just now? Li Xian leaned against the carriage window, reminiscing about the sudden surge of soul power he felt when he touched Yueshi. Soon, he began to guess a certain possibility. It is said that martial souls with the same attributes but repelling each other can fuse their host soul power. If this soul power is used to activate a skill, it has a special name: Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Yueshi's martial soul is Shadow, which is dark in nature. Shaoxin mentioned that her martial soul contains a rare mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, which is extremely pure and yang, repelling the dark attribute. Could it be that he and this girl have the potential for martial soul fusion? Chapter 6, Martial Soul Division. Master Masano. Half a day passed, and the carriage traveled through the mountainous roads, arriving in Notting City. The streets were bustling with activity, as this town is located at the border of the 2 great empires, Tiando and Xinglaw. The town is not large, but it has various shops, large and small, and many soul masters come and go. Li Xian closed his eyes for a while, and when he woke up, the carriage had just entered the city gate. Yueshi was peeking out the window with both hands, looking at the crowd flowing backward. The sky was getting dark, and the dim yellow lights illuminated the distant, blurry streets. A gust of wind blew in, inexplicably lifting Li Xian's spirits. Have we arrived? Su Yuntao stopped pretending to nap, opened his eyes, and stretched out a finger to lift the small window, to take a look outside, a faint sense of relief appearing on his face. After half a day's journey, even his soul master felt a bit tired. He had spent the entire day awakening the martial souls of the village children, hardly resting at all. Let's go to the martial soul hall, Su Yuntao said to the coachman through the carriage. All right, master. The coachman pulled the reins, and the carriage drove towards the center of Nodding City. Li Xian guessed that they were heading to the spirit hall for registration, and then they would go to the Nodding City Primary Spirit Academy. Are you hungry? After resting for a while, Su Yuntao felt much better and clapped his hands together, smiling as he asked the two people in front of him. Yushi nodded, then immediately shook her head, her gaze finally landing on Li Xian. Li Xian did not lie. He was hungry. Since Su Yuntao had brought them to Nodding City, it was probably his responsibility to take care of the two. Moreover, eating was nothing significant for soul masters, and Li Xian was not exaggerating. The carriage stopped in front of a roadside stall, and Su Yuntao took out a few copper soul coins to buy some cold pancakes. Standing in front of the vendor's cart, Su Yuntao's gaze wandered, and then he walked to a candied hawthorn stall that was still open and ordered a few servings of candied hawthorn. The carriage wheels slowly turned and continued on its way. Inside the carriage, Li Xian and Yushi held cold pancakes in their hands. This food was similar to multi-grain pancakes, with a cool, smooth, and tender surface, filled with cucumber, crispy peanuts, dried tofu, and various small condiments. Su Yuntao bought a generous amount, enough to fill the children. Brother Su Yuntao, you are really nice, Li Xian mumbled while eating. Su Yuntao just smiled. We need to reach the academy before dark, so you two eat a little first. When we get to the academy, I'll treat you to something better. Opposite them, Yushi opened her small mouth, holding a tiny piece of pancake, and chewed gently. The cucumber from the pancake fell out, causing the girl to hurriedly reach out to catch it. Li Xian looked over, smiled, and glanced at me, with his head tilted back and mouth wide open. He stuffed one end of the cool pancake in his mouth, and then took a bite, his whole mouth puffed up round. Li Xian struggled for a long time before taking his first bite, and he patted his chest, almost gasping for breath. Opposite him, Yushi couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth, but her eating style was bolder. Her small mouth quickly became shiny with oil. She was no longer so restrained. Su Yuntao, compared to the two of them, ate with much more decorum, chewing his food almost silently. His bright eyes gazed out the window, holding a Tonghulu in his arms, looking quite charming. Li Xian didn't quite understand why Su Yuntao bought this kind of food. It was enough to fill the stomach, but it was hard to maintain proper manners while eating it. Just like him, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, Li Xian let out a sigh from his stomach, which accidentally slipped up his throat and escaped from his mouth. Burp, burp, you little rascal. Su Yuntao interrupted his thoughts. His cheerful mood ruined, and his large hand came down, covering Li Xian's head. Who burps in 3 segments? Yushi burst into laughter, trying to hold it in, but then let out a snort, 2 streams of mucus shooting out like dancing butterflies. Yushi became flustered, and Li Xian immediately handed her a tissue when he saw it, while Su Yuntao frowned and shook his head in silence. What a mischievous child. It hasn't been long, and you've already made the well-behaved Yushi silly. In the sky, golden rays of light shone from all directions, painting the clouds bright red. The horses neighed and finally stopped in front of a tall building. After a few people got out of the carriage, Su Yuntao paid the fare and instructed the coachman to send the luggage to the primary martial spirit academy. Then, Su Yuntao led Li Xian and Yu into the martial spirit hall. Li Xian craned his neck, gazing up at the colossal spirit hall. The exterior of the gray-blue building is divided into 3 levels, featuring a domed roof and square columns. Above the entrance plaque, there is an engraving of a sword, and the steps leading up to the door are carved from white jade. After Li Xian arrived in this world, he had never seen such grand architecture. Master Su, you've worked hard. A female spirit master walked towards Su Yuntao and bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Su Yuntao nodded. What about Master Matthew? The master is in the office. Su Yuntao indicated that he understood and was about to take the two of them to the office when his eyes brightened upon seeing a well-proportioned woman with exquisite features walking out of an office on the first floor. Cece, Su Yuntao immediately walked over to the woman. You take these two children to find Master Matthew. He knows the specifics. Hey, hey. The woman in front still wanted to say something. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Yueshi were suddenly left in the hall, both feeling a bit dazed. Brother Su, what's going on? However, seeing Su Yuntao chatting and laughing with the woman, and then pulling out cold skin and candied hawthorn from his pocket, Li Xian suddenly realized. Love is like a storm. Li Xian shook his head and said, Big sister, you tell me the location, and we can go there ourselves, okay? The woman in front of him clearly had urgent matters to attend to, so she told Li Xian the location of Master Matthew's office, and then ran off. Clasping her hands together, Yueshi felt very nervous and quietly moved closer to Li Xian, standing beside him. Are we going to find Master Matthew by ourselves? It shouldn't be a problem, Li Xian casually said. This is the Spirit Hall, which is significant in the entire Nodding City. Those who come and go are either soul masters or nobles, so it's very safe here. Following what the woman said, Li Xian went to the second floor and then found Master Matthew's office. Knock, knock. Li Xian gently knocked on the door and waited outside with Yueshi. After a few seconds, an old voice came from inside, saying, Come in. Allowing him to hold her small hand, Li Xian led Yueshi inside. The office was filled with calming incense, and cool air blew out from the crystal stones in the ceiling. Master Ma knew how to enjoy life. The atmosphere in the office was peaceful and refreshing. Li Xian pulled Yueshi to stand in front of Master Masino's desk and respectfully said, Hello, Master Masino. Brother Su Yuntao sent us to find you. Upon hearing this, Masino straightened up, looked at the two in front of him, and smiled. Oh, did you come here by yourselves? Hee. I've heard about your situation. You must have had a hard journey. It wasn't hard. Brother Su Yuntao is busy with other matters. Li Xian replied. I see, Masino said kindly, looking at the two young ones with a joyful expression. Indeed, you two have strong soul power and good talent for cultivation. We warmly welcome you to join the Spirit Hall. Li Xian frowned slightly at this moment. Master, entering the Soul Master Academy is equivalent to joining the Spirit Hall, right? Of course, Matthew said with a smile. And you don't have to call me Master. If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Matthew. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Grandpa Matthew, Yueshi obediently called out. Ah, good girl, Matthew said, his wrinkles gathering together on his face. Come on, I'll take you for the assessment. It's getting late today, and I'll arrange for you to go to the academy tomorrow. As he spoke, Matthew led the way, taking Li Xian and Yueshi out of the office and down the corridor to one side. At this moment, Li Xian felt a bit dazed. He didn't expect that entering the Soul Master Academy would mean joining the Spirit Hall. The sudden situation left him at a loss. However, since he was already here, he couldn't say anything. He couldn't just say, I remember that bad things will happen in the Spirit Hall later. I don't want to join you. He couldn't guarantee things that hadn't happened yet. Moreover, if he really joined the Spirit Hall and became strong enough, he could also prevent those problems from occurring. Thinking of this, Li Xian felt relieved. In the second floor corridor, Matthew led the way while saying, Su Yuntao has already told me about you. Li Xian, your martial soul is the soul clarity grass, and you have innate soul power at level 6. Yueshi, your martial soul is the shadow, and you also have innate soul power at level 6. You two kids have really rare martial souls. I haven't even heard of them before. When you get to the academy, I'll arrange for experienced teachers to guide you in this area. By the way, we still need to test your soul power again. This is to ensure that there won't be any issues with your enrollment. Yueshi nodded, and Li Xian's eyes lit up. He hadn't told Su Yuntao that his soul power had reached level 10. Now, he urgently needed to obtain a soul ring and was worried about how to bring it up. Now, the opportunity had come. He could think of a random reason to deal with Matthew. After all, his soul power was at full level, and it would be better to obtain a soul ring sooner rather than later. At the end of the corridor was the room for testing soul power. 3 doors stood tall, each engraved with a token. A sword was depicted vertically downwards, its blade shimmering with a cold light, and the hilt was entirely silver, without a trace of impurity. The symbol of the sword. Li Xian immediately thought of a titled Douluo who wielded a sword, known as Sword Path Shinshin. If you remember correctly, the Spirit Hall was divided into 6 levels, each level corresponding to a specific emblem or a combination of emblems. These emblems came from the renowned titled Douluos of the current world, namely Sword, Ghost, Chrysanthemum, Dragon, Tower, and Hammer. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City should be the lowest level spirit branch, with only 1 emblem for its token, while the subordinate spirit halls above it have 2 emblems. Matthew led the two into the leftmost room and pushed open the large door. A sense of ancient aura rushed towards Li Xian. The room was tall and spacious, with black crystals embedded in the surrounding walls. Standing inside, his Shantian gong was drawn and the soul power in his meridians became quite active. Matthew walked to the center of the room, marked with symbols, turned sideways, and said, Yueshi, come over, step into the central area, and unleash your martial soul. Yueshi walked over, seemingly a bit nervous, while Matthew patiently waited aside. Focus and calm your mind, Matthew said softly. Taking a deep breath, Yueshi gently raised her palm and, following her memory, activated her soul power, albeit a bit clumsily. Suddenly, in the center area of the spirit hall, the floor, made of crystal stones, shone brightly. A holy light enveloping Yueshi. Covered by the radiance and under the pull of soul power, a layer of black halo flowed out from Yueshi's body. The palm suspended in mid-air was submerged by the black light within her, and as she continued to stimulate her soul power, it seemed as if black sand-like material gradually gathered in her palm, slowly forming a shadow resembling Yueshi. The shadow bore a striking resemblance to Yueshi, with long hair flowing elegantly and a graceful neck stretching out. Its faceless visage seemed to gaze at everyone, as if it had come to life in her palm. Phantom! Master Matthew exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 7. The Fear of Evil Martial Souls. Yueshi lightly tapped her toes, and beneath her, a holy brilliance rippled. Amidst that pure and flawless light, the black sand-like material within her body was also flowing, especially around her right hand, which was almost entirely enveloped in black. In her palm, the shadow stood tall, its arms gracefully hanging down at both sides. Li Xian's face was illuminated by light, staring at the martial soul in Yueshi's palm, his pupils slightly constricted, as if his soul was being drawn in. Don't look. Close your eyes quickly. At this critical moment, Master Mathuno stood in front of Li Xian, urging his soul power to stop the soul power within Yueshi, pulling her out from the central area. As the martial soul entered her body, Yueshi's strength was drained. Her bright eyes dimmed for a moment, and her delicate body stumbled forward a few steps. What happened, Master Mathuno? Li Xian came back to his senses, shaking his gaze. Just a moment ago, it felt like he suddenly blanked out, only remembering that he had stared at Yueshi's martial soul at the last moment. Master Matthew's face was grim, his eyes sharp as blades, looking down at Yueshi. With his right hand, a mass of soul power gathered, almost squeezing Yueshi's arm to the point of bruising. Hiss! It hurts. Yueshi wanted to break free, but her strength was no match for a Grand Soul Master who had trained for a lifetime. After struggling for a moment, fear appeared on her face. Grandpa Ma, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly angry? Li Xian immediately ran over to separate the hands and arms of the two. Although he was only 6 years old, his body had developed well, and he stood in front of the hunchback Matthew, only half a head shorter. Nevertheless, if Matthew didn't want to let go, Li Xian had no chance. At this moment, the old man retracted his hand, his white brows tightly knitted, and his eyes were filled with complexity. The spirit hall cannot accept you. Go back, Yueshi. It's best if you never cultivate in this lifetime. After Matthew finished speaking, he turned his back. At this moment, Yueshi's small face was pale, completely unaware of what had happened, standing in place with her petite body trembling uncontrollably. Li Xian's eyes sparkled. Just at the moment when Yueshi unleashed her martial soul, it seemed as if her martial soul had come to life. By the way, Master Ma, what is your statement about the phantom mean? Grandpa Ma, you just mentioned the phantom. What exactly is the phantom? Also, why did you suddenly say that she cannot cultivate? Li Xian asked Matthew about his back. After a long silence, Matthew turned around, let out a deep sigh, and said, It's not impossible for you to know. Yueshi, don't blame Grandpa. I was also startled by your martial soul, just now. You should know that in this world, martial souls are divided into waste martial souls, ordinary martial souls, and top-tier martial souls. However, ordinary martial souls can mutate during the inheritance process, and this type of martial soul often possesses very extreme abilities, with a small portion being quite dangerous. In that case, can we say that a more powerful mutated martial soul can also be called a top-tier martial soul? Li Xian couldn't help but ask. In theory, yes. But it's basically impossible, Matthew denied. First of all, mutated martial souls are very difficult to cultivate. During the awakening process, many children do not have accompanying soul power. Secondly, mutated martial souls are not very stable and are hard to pass on to offspring. This type of martial soul often only appears in the first generation, while top-tier martial souls can be inherited within a family. So, according to what you're saying, both Yueshi and my martial souls are mutated martial souls, and they can't be inherited by our children? Li Xian remembered that just in the corridor, Matthew had said that his martial soul was a mutated martial soul, which was quite rare. And what do you mean by danger? How could a martial soul be dangerous? Matthew fell silent for a moment and sighed. It's not quite the same. Li Xian, although your martial soul is rare, according to the records from the Spirit Hall, there have been a few instances of it appearing in the Spirit Master world. What I mean by extreme mutated martial souls refers to those whose martial soul entity is dangerous, or whose cultivation conditions are altered, relying on devouring soul power, soul rings, flesh and blood, and souls to cultivate, which are abnormal paths. Yushi's martial soul is the first type, referred to as an evil martial soul by the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Li Xian understood that a mutated martial soul was not necessarily a good thing, and a large part of it would develop in a negative direction. It could also be said that his martial soul was merely a hereditary mutation, while Yushi's martial soul was a complete mutation of the martial soul itself. These two situations were not equivalent. Li Xian thought for a moment and asked, Grandpa Ma, please tell us, why can't the evil martial soul of Yueshi be cultivated? Where's the danger? Yueshi lowered her little head. She didn't know her martial soul was evil. This year, she was the only one in the village to awaken a martial soul that could be cultivated, and her parents were very happy. Everyone in the village thought it was a good thing. But now, the master from the Spirit Hall said her martial soul was an evil martial soul, which Yueshi found hard to understand. She buried her head low, and her eyes suddenly became red and swollen. Masayuno sighed deeply. According to the information currently known in the Spirit Hall, evil martial souls can be roughly divided into categories, such as controlling corpses, summoning spirits, beast mastery, exorcism, calling evil, and blood transformation. Cultivating an evil martial soul can easily lead one down the wrong path, and the martial soul itself also possesses inherent dangers. Yueshi's martial soul belongs to the category of calling evil. Just now, you and I both saw that Yueshi's martial soul has basic consciousness. She can even enchant the souls of soul masters. Child, Grandpa does not want to harm you. This kind of power is something you won't be able to control in the future. Yueshi nodded, rubbing her eyes with her small hands, tears flowing uncontrollably. Li Xian felt a bit uncomfortable upon seeing this scene. Yushi and he were among the few children near Sacred Soul Village who could cultivate. After awakening her martial soul and soul power, she came to Nodding City to train, and her family must have been very pleased. Yet now, she was told that she could not cultivate, which must also make her very sad and upset. Li Xian took out a tissue, walked to Yueshi's side, and gently patted her to comfort her. Grandpa Ma, is there really no way? Ma Zayuno's expression was complicated. If there are external objects controlling this power, the evil martial soul can naturally be cultivated, but I'm worried that Yueshi is still young and can easily be assimilated by the Phantom. It's difficult for her to maintain her true self during the cultivation process. Then can't we find something controllable to stay by Yueshi's side? Li Xian asked tentatively. It's not that easy to find. Upon hearing this, a look of helplessness flashed across Ma Zayuno's face. He slowly said, to suppress the evil power within the martial soul, it must be a more evil substance or a soul master with powerful cultivation. Even if I want to help Yueshi, it's hard to do it alone. To suppress the cultivation of the evil martial soul, at least a soul saint-level soul master is needed. But in this small city of Nodding, how could such a big figure appear? The Spirit Hall naturally has many soul saints, but the Spirit Hall has always rejected evil martial souls and evil soul masters. Ma Zayuno felt reluctant to say this. Otherwise, others might have already expelled Yueshi from the Spirit Hall. Li Xian's eyes flickered as he thought of something and remained unconvinced. Grandpa Ma, according to what you said, since there are evil martial souls, there must also be righteous martial souls. If we can find such a martial soul to accompany Yueshi in her training, wouldn't that solve her martial soul danger problem? Ma Zayuno looked a bit puzzled. Are you referring to a top-tier light attribute martial soul? That's about the idea. Li Xian couldn't distinguish which type of martial soul was called light attribute, and he didn't know what the top-level martial souls were. He said this only because his martial soul, the extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum, possessed yang energy, which might be able to suppress Yueshi's shadow martial soul. Matthew's expression showed even more helplessness. Li Xian, I can understand that you want to help Yueshi stay in the Spirit Hall, but your thinking is too naive. Soul masters with that kind of martial soul, once discovered, will be taken in by the nobility or the royal family. It's not that easy to find one that is both a light attribute and a top-level martial soul. Furthermore, I might have downplayed it earlier. You didn't grasp the meaning. Yueshi's shadow martial soul is among the top tier even in the realm of evil martial souls. To suppress such evil power, even most top-level martial souls can't achieve it. Matthew's tone suddenly rose, and his attitude became resolute. He had only said all this because he felt soft-hearted. It was already certain that Yueshi couldn't cultivate under his guidance. Although this was unfair to the child, there was nothing he could do. The rules of martial souls were like this. He even intended to seal Yueshi's martial soul to prevent her from secretly cultivating and bringing danger to the spirit master world. Thinking of this, Matthew took a deep breath, and his kind expression turned stern as he strode towards Yueshi. Master, wait, my martial soul hasn't been tested yet. There might still be a chance for Yueshi. Is it really okay for you to do this? Li Xian saw this and immediately stood in front of Yueshi. After his soul power reacted with Yueshi, he became very concerned about the girl. Moreover, both Yueshi and he were children who had come out of the village, so he couldn't bear to see Yueshi being sent back. Li Xian, step aside. Grandpa is not in the mood to play with you. The aura emitted by Matthew was strict and cold, and he did not stop his steps because of Li Xian's obstruction. Li Xian knew that with just a thought from Matthew Nuo, he would be driven away, and he absolutely could not resist it. With this in mind, Li Xian could only walk away. However, he immediately headed towards the central area of the soul hall, thinking that if his martial soul activated, it might have some effect. Meanwhile, Matthew Nuo looked down at Yueshi from a high position, hesitated for a moment, and took a deep breath. If he didn't act decisively, it would mean harming Yueshi. Once her phantom martial soul grew stronger, even she wouldn't be able to control it. Go home and be an ordinary child. Matthew Nuo urged his soul power and slowly placed his palm on Yushi's head. Yueshi sniffled quietly, with no possibility of resistance in this situation. She was like a lamb destined for slaughter, allowing Matthew Nuo to seal her martial soul. Thinking of this, she suddenly cried out, unable to stop the tears and snot from flowing. Wait, Master Ma! At a critical moment, Li Xian called out to Matthew Nuo without any hesitation. After walking to the central area, he immediately released his martial soul. As the holy light enveloped Li Xian, a surge of frantic and scorching power erupted in the room, with walls, ceiling, and floor tiles all emitting dazzling light, momentarily blinding Matthew Nuo. In the very center, Li Xian stood upright in white linen, and in the palm of his raised hand, a half-foot-tall green plant grew. The tender leaves were small and round. The stem climbed steadily, and at the tips of the leaves, 3 or 4 dozen golden purple flower buds swayed gently, producing light that was several times brighter than before in the holy radiance. This scene left Matthew Nuo, who was about to seal Yushi's martial soul, completely stunned. Hey, a top-level martial soul. Chapter 8. Shocked Matthew Nuo of the radiance stirred a gust of wind, lifting Li Xian's hair upwards. Unexpectedly, his martial soul drew forth such powerful energy, and all the spirit stones in the room simultaneously released strong brilliance. Li Xian did not know that within the soul testing hall, every brick and stone was inscribed with soul stones that could detect the quality of martial souls. While he was recording his martial soul, the soul stones in the hall were also scanning him. Once a top-tier martial soul appeared, the soul stones would activate, and the higher the quality of the martial soul, the more intense the light released by the soul stones in the hall would be. Matthew was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Pulling his hand back from Yushi's head, the old man was now murmuring in disbelief, a top-tier martial soul. This is definitely a characteristic of a top-tier martial soul. Li Xian, what kind of martial soul have you awakened? Isn't it the Cassius seed? Su Yuntao said so. Li Xian was also very confused at this moment. If he had known the reaction would be so strong, he would have restrained himself a bit. The reaction just now should have been triggered by some kind of setting in the room that detected his martial soul. And just as the third party said, the flower bud blooming in his martial soul was indeed a heavenly grade medicinal herb, the extraordinary Tianju. Li Xian no longer doubted this. Su Yuntao, oh Su Yuntao, how many times does this kid have to be blind? Master Matthew's mood was extremely complicated at this moment, filled with excitement and anger, and he couldn't quite tell which matter deserved more attention. Mentioning Su Yuntao, Matthew's pent-up emotions suddenly found an outlet. Good. The evil martial soul was treated by him as a mutated shadow martial soul, while Li Xian's awakened top-tier martial soul was regarded as a food-type Cassius seed. You, Su Yuntao, how should I describe you? Meanwhile, on a bustling street in Nodding City, Su Yuntao, who was enjoying sweetness with his partner, suddenly sneezed, frowning and wondering if he had caught a cold. Over here, Matthew set aside the matter of Yueshi and quickly walked to Li Xian's side, his eyes burning as if he had discovered treasure. He gazed at the half-foot-tall plant in Li Xian's palm, his eyes widening slightly, attracted by the blooming flower, momentarily lost in thought. A top-tier martial soul, definitely a top-tier martial soul, such a masculine aura, like some precious elixir from legends. I feel like I've seen this flower somewhere before, but I can't quite recall. Li Xian really wanted Matthew to see clearly that if Qirong Tongtianju had any close relatives, he would know the true name of his martial soul. However, with the flickering of the soul stones throughout the Great Hall, Li Xian noticed that the soul power within him was rapidly depleting. The already thin soul power made it difficult to maintain the release of his martial soul. Grandpa Ma, I can't hold on any longer. Li Xian clenched his fist, and the martial soul vanished before his eyes, with various phenomena extinguishing. Matthew was obsessively gazing at the martial soul, and upon seeing this, he was momentarily stunned, a hint of lingering desire appearing on his face. That was a top-tier martial soul, and it was a type that had never appeared before. Matthew was certain that this martial soul was superior to ordinary top-tier martial souls. Moreover, judging by the radiant aura emitted by the martial soul, its bloodline was stable. If it were to be continued in due time, the Tiando Empire would surely give rise to a new noble family. That brat Su Yuntao was blind, Li Xian. Your martial soul is definitely not as simple as a cassia seed. As far as I know, that should be some kind of celestial medicine. Let me investigate when I get back, and don't worry, you'll know its name soon. Li Xian already knows half of the name, and at this moment, he is more concerned about Yushi. Grandpa Ma, do you think my martial soul can help Yushi's cultivation? If I stay by Yushi's side, will he be able to stay in the spirit hall? Facing this question, Ma Xiao Nuo was taken aback for a moment, furrowing his brow in deep thought. Based on the aura released by the martial soul just now, that plant is extremely pure and yang, and it can definitely suppress Yushi's martial soul. But the problem is, it would have been better if he didn't know. Now that he knows Li Xian has awakened a top-tier martial soul, how could he bear to let such a treasure be cultivated next to an evil martial soul? Absolutely not. Li Xian noticed the struggle in Matthew's expression and immediately saw through his thoughts. His tone turned cold. Grandpa Matthew, are you worried that the moonlit martial soul will affect me? But I have to say, Yueshi came with me. If you don't agree to let her stay here, then I'm leaving too. Cough, what are you thinking, little guy? I have no such thoughts. Hearing that Li Xian was considering leaving, Matthew became anxious. At over 80 years old, he knew that he had little hope left in this life. Now that a child with a top-tier martial soul had appeared before him, he absolutely couldn't let him get away. Your martial soul has a light attribute and is also a top-tier martial soul. I didn't notice it until you mentioned it. It seems it can suppress the evil power within the main, moonlit phantom martial soul. Li Xian, you are truly a kind child. Matthew rubbed Li Xian's head. His words were both encouragement and heartfelt. Now, he understood that today, no matter what, he could not lay a hand on Yushi. On the contrary, if he wanted to keep Li Xian, Yushi had also become a bargaining chip. However, Matthew was a person of high moral standing, and he would not exploit this to do anything despicable. His main concern was still Li Xian's safety. So, that means Yushi can stay, right? Li Xian walked up to Yueshi, wiped the tears from the girl's face, and then smiled. Don't cry anymore. Yueshi, you can stay here. Isn't it a coincidence that my martial soul can help you? You can continue to cultivate just like everyone else. Yueshi blinked her big eyes, filled with gratitude, still a bit shocked from witnessing Li Xian's martial soul just moments ago. Thank you, Li Xian. You're welcome. We come from the same place, so it's only natural to help each other. Li Xian smiled faintly and used his palm to wipe away the last tear on Yushi's cheek. As he touched the girl's face, an inexplicable emotion rose from the depths of his heart again, a cool current flowing through his arm into his body. Li Xian became increasingly certain that Yushi's strength could complement his own. The two poles are not only repulsive. At certain moments, they can also merge. Matthew walked over and suggested, I can let Yushi stay, but Li Xian, you need to think carefully. Her training will require you to be by her side at all times, without any carelessness. If you can't do that, it would be equivalent to harming her. Suppressing the evil martial soul is definitely not as simple as you think. Li Xian smiled and said, if my martial soul can't suppress it, then it can't be considered a top-tier martial soul, can it? This, indeed. Matthew was momentarily at a loss for how to refute Li Xian's words. That's right. If one possesses a top-tier light attribute martial soul and cannot suppress the power of an evil martial soul, wouldn't that just prove that the martial soul is inadequate? Oh, by the way, the intelligence from Su Yuntao today said that you have innate level 6 soul power, right? Remembering something, Matthew immediately asked. Li Xian's expression was a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and I wasn't too sure. Grandpa Ma, why don't you help me test it? Without needing Li Xian's reminder, Ma Xiao immediately ran off to find the soul power crystal. When he returned, he held a blue crystal ball in his hand. The familiar appearance made Li Xian recognize it at a glance. It was the item Su Yuntao used to test their soul power. Ma Xiao had an expectant look on his face because top-level martial souls generally appeared with full innate soul power. Although Li Xian's martial soul manifested in a mutated way, since he possessed soul power, it should generally be at full level. Come on, place your palm on it. Ma Xiao directed the soul power crystal, and upon hearing this, Li Xian also placed his palm on it. The crystal ball in his hand had not yet made contact, but it already shone with a hazy glow. This glow wasn't particularly strong, corresponding to Li Xian's soul master realm. However, as Li Xian released his soul power, the crystal immediately began to flash dazzlingly. The light intensified, becoming extremely clear, and the entire crystal was filled with the brilliance from within. Sure enough, full-level soul power was indeed full-level soul power. Ma Xiao confirmed his thoughts, and a look of great surprise appeared on his face. As for Li Xian, he remained quite calm, although his martial soul was a top-level martial soul. If he hadn't practiced the Xintian skill that Xiao San gave him, this martial soul shouldn't possess accompanying soul power. As for the 10th level soul power, it was entirely cultivated bit by himself. It seemed that Su Yuntao not only had poor eyesight but also loose skin. During this time without supervision, he could make basic mistakes. While Ma Xiao was delighted, he was also very angry. This Su Yuntao not only misidentified Li Xian's martial soul, but also failed to measure his soul power accurately. The difference between level 6 and full soul power was vast. Was he just eating for nothing? Li Xian noticed Matthew's expression and his heart skipped a beat. It was true that his soul power was level 6 when he awakened his martial soul. If Matthew blamed Su Yuntao and the two of them argued, trouble could easily arise. Li Xian coughed and quickly said, Grandpa Ma, actually this morning when I awakened my martial soul, my soul power was initially at level 6. However, when I got home, I felt my soul power continuously increasing, as if it was due to my martial soul. By the evening, my soul power reached its maximum level. I think brother Su Yuntao didn't make a mistake in his assessment. Is that so? Ma Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this. That's really strange. It seems that even top-tier martial souls have aspects that haven't been fully researched. Ma Xiao wouldn't doubt a child's words. In his view, perhaps this was the legendary martial soul's nourishment. With Li Xian mentioning this, he placed even more importance on Li Xian's martial soul. That medicinal herb must be a top-tier martial soul with an extremely high potential. To reach full soul power, you need to obtain a soul ring to continue your cultivation. Li Xian, tomorrow I will have the academy teachers. No, I will personally take a few teachers with you to hunt soul beasts in the Soul Master Forest. Make sure to rest well tonight after you go home. Li Xian nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Grandpa Ma. Haha, it's no trouble. Once you join the Spirit Hall, you're one of us. Helping you hunt soul beasts is something we adults should do, Matthew said, looking at Yushi. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I didn't know there was a top-tier light martial soul here, and I made you suffer for nothing. I will make up for my rude behavior. Also, while I allow you to stay in the Spirit Hall, the condition is that you must stay close to Li Xian at all times. In your future training, you must listen to my advice, report any problems in a timely manner, and you are not allowed to lie. Do you understand? I understand, Grandpa Ma, Yushi said, sniffling and gently lowering her head. At the same time, she glanced at Li Xian just now. What was that strange warmth when his palm touched her cheek? It was warm and really comfortable. Chapter 9, Primary Soul Master Academy. Well, I'll send someone to take you to the Primary Martial Soul Academy shortly. You can stay in the dormitory arranged by the academy for now. Don't think too much when you go back. Try to rest early. Grandpa will come to find you tomorrow. Got it, Grandpa Ma. Thank you. Li Xian nodded. In that case, I still have some matters to organize. You two can wait in my office or the lobby. All right. Stepping out of the soul power testing hall, Matthew hurried along, his palms trembling with excitement as he walked. Top-tier martial souls. It has been many years since one appeared in Notting City, and this matter needs to be documented as soon as possible and reported to the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. Matthew knew very well that a potential top-tier martial soul holds great significance for the Spirit Hall, and this incident would certainly attract attention from above. As for potential children, the Spirit Hall has never been stingy. The allocation of training resources is also astonishing. Li Xian is currently studying at the Notting City Spirit Hall Academy, and the branch hall can benefit from it as well. As for Yushi, Matthew felt at a loss for now. However, he wasn't anxious because Li Xian was just a simple child who valued friendship greatly. In the future, as his soul power increases, he would come to recognize the importance of cultivation. By then, Yushi would no longer be a playmate, but rather a burden, and without needing to say anything, he would naturally forget her. In Matthew's eyes, Li Xian was just a kid. How could he understand the terrifying nature of an evil martial soul? Matthew had already decided that once Li Xian's relationship with Yuxi faded, he would immediately expel Yuxi, seal her martial soul, and send her back to the village. Meanwhile, Li Xian held Yuxi's hand and returned to the office, where they sat quietly waiting. Yuxi was greatly affected, with tear stains on her face, occasionally sniffling, and feeling restless in the environment. Fortunately, with Li Xian by her side, she felt somewhat better being close to him. She wasn't very good at speaking, having just met Li Xian today, and felt grateful but didn't know how to express it, thinking that her close behavior was a bit reckless. She kept turning her face away, not daring to face Li Xian. Li Xian noticed these details but didn't mind. He remained silent, trying to keep the atmosphere calm so that Yuxi wouldn't feel embarrassed. The two waited in the office for about 15 minutes when Li Xian heard the sound of high heels clicking down the corridor. He couldn't help but stand up, and soon, a young and beautiful woman pushed open the office door and walked in. "You, too." The woman looked around the room, and just as she was about to ask a question, she realized that only Li Xian and Yuxi were sitting there, causing her words to pause. "All right, I'm Ruru. Master must send us to pick you up. Sorry for the long wait." The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a black short skirt and a blue shirt, her short hair neatly black. Li Xian could tell at a glance that she was likely a teacher from the Junior Soul Academy. "Hello, Sister Ruru." Li Xian took Yuxi's hand and got up. The gentle teacher in front of them was very young, having spent years interacting with children. Her kindness was evident on her face, and Li Xian felt that her delicate features were somewhat familiar, resembling the woman who was close to Su Yuntao. "Come on, do you have any luggage? I'll help you carry it. It's already quite late, and we need to get back before the lights go out." Roro bent down to hold Li Xian's and Yuxi's small hands, but Li Xian deliberately pulled his hand away. "Big brother, Su Yuntao brought us here. The luggage has already been sent over." "Oh, I see. You must be Li Xian, right? That's impressive." Roro then looked at Yuxi, who had her head lowered on the left. Remembering what Matthew had said, she forced a smile, wanted to say something but swallowed it back, feeling somewhat awkward holding hands. "The carriage is down below. Let's hurry." After saying that, she casually released their hands, ruffled Yuxi's hair, and walked quickly ahead. Li Xian saw this and pulled Yuxi, laughing. "Let's go, we can head to the academy now." In Nodding City, at the Primary Soul Master Academy. Here, the distance from a Martial Soul Hall is about 10 kilometers. The Martial Soul Hall was built in the town center for the convenience of serving Soul Masters. While the Soul Master Academy has lower geographical requirements, so its location is naturally a bit off. After about 30 minutes in the carriage, a few people got off. Then, Roro quickly walked to the guard by the gate, said a few words to the personnel on duty, and returned with 3 or 4 large bags in her hands. These were exactly the luggage of Li Xian and Yuxi. Li Xian was quite surprised that although he and Yuxi didn't have much luggage individually, together they weighed about 20 kilograms. Teacher Roro carried the large bags as if she hadn't exerted much effort, and called out to the two to catch up. Li Xian knew in his heart that Teacher Roro must also be a soul master. Soul masters possess soul power, and through continuous training, their physical qualities will also improve. Holding Yuxi's hand to follow along, Li Xian was also observing his surroundings. The entrance of the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy was very wide. Upon entering, there was a playground on one side and the teaching building at the back, flashing with lights, was 3 stories tall. It was quite late now, and the teaching building was completely dark. Li Xian heard lively sounds coming from the playground, where a crowd of children were engaging in various activities like playing ball and running. Roro noticed the situation and smiled, saying, "Nodding City Junior College has a total of 6 grades, and those are all your seniors. You are still young, and the college requires younger students to maintain sufficient sleep. This is not your activity time." Li Xian nodded, gazing at the students on the playground. From their way of interacting, it was clear that Nodding City Junior College was not a high-pressure environment. Everyone seemed relaxed and unconstrained. Yuxi was also watching the playground, feeling much more at ease after leaving the Spear Hall. As she observed the students playfully teasing each other, she became engrossed in the scene until Li Xian pulled her back to reality, prompting her to catch up. The entire college was not very large, similar to an elementary school from his past life. Roro walked ahead, giving Li Xian and Yuxi a general introduction to the surroundings. Behind the teaching building was the cafeteria, while the dormitories were a bit farther back. Although it was a junior college, the school required male and female students to have separate dormitories. However, for first-year students, the rules were relatively relaxed. To facilitate management, the dormitories were built close together, but the rooms were separate. However, it was too late now. When Ro brought Li Xian and Yushi to the dormitory, the management staff only provided one key, asking them to share a room with second-year students for one night, with arrangements for separate dormitories to be made the next day. After receiving the key, Ro looked apologetic and said, "I'm sorry, little ones. The dormitories are tight right now, since the school just started, so you'll have to stay with the older students temporarily. I'll take you over there and then go to the cafeteria to get you dinner." "It's okay, Sister Ro." Li Xian didn't feel anything unusual in the lower-grade dormitory, which was probably a mixed dorm. The environment was just a bit noisy. As the key turned, a dorm room that still had its lights on opened. Teacher Ro placed the luggage of the two students on the cabinet, and Li Xian and Yushi followed her inside, where a strong smell of instant noodles hit their noses. This was a 6-person dormitory on the first floor, and the 4 students inside seemed taken aback by the sudden arrival of Teacher Ro and the 2 newcomers, their playful antics coming to an abrupt halt. One of the 8-year-old boys lying on the lower bunk immediately sprang to his feet. "Teacher Ro, what brings you here?" He cheerfully pulled over a chair and quickly placed it behind her. The other 3 boys in the dorm also stood up immediately. "Wang Xiaodong, I brought 2 new students to stay in your dorm for one night," Teacher Ro said. Upon hearing this, the student named Wang Xiaodong's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "Understood, teacher. We just happen to have 2 empty beds in our dorm. The younger students are short, so I'll clear a bed for them." As he spoke, he rolled up his bedding and placed on the upper bunk, then walked over to Li Xian and Yushi with a smile, pulling them along. "Teacher Ro, let them stay here, no problem." Teacher Ro gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling a bit relieved. "All right then, they just arrived, so I'll trouble you to take care of them. I'll head to the cafeteria first. You all get along well." "Understood, teacher." "Don't worry, Teacher Ro." Wang Xiaodong was busy, taking out bedding from the cabinet and thoughtfully helping Li Xian and Yushi make their beds. When he saw that Yushi was a girl, his demeanor became even more attentive. "I could do it myself," Yushi said, taking the bedding and indicating that she could handle these small tasks. Wang Xiaodong smiled and refused. "That won't do. You're new here, and as a senior, it's my duty to take care of you." He then pushed the 2 of them aside, leaving Li Xian a bit taken aback. At the door, Teacher Ro smiled slightly at this scene and left with peace of mind. Master Matthew had asked him to take good care of these 2 children, but since there were no empty rooms, he could only do this. Fortunately, Li Xian and these older kids were getting along quite well. Once Teacher Ro left, the movements of a few people in Li Xian's dorm who were helping to make the beds suddenly slowed down. Wang Xiaodong glanced at Li Xian, particularly noticing the white linen shirt he was wearing, and casually shifted his gaze away. He then looked at the graceful Yushi, smiling warmly. "Junior, where are you from?" "I'm Wang Xiaodong, a year older than you, your senior." As he spoke, Wang Xiaodong took the sheet from Yushi's hands, shook it gently, and laid it on the mattress. Yushi remained silent, her gaze drifting past Wang Xiaodong to Li Xian. "Junior, I'm talking to you. Why are you shy? Listen, I'm the boss in this dorm. If you're unhappy about anything, you can tell me. Also, don't think that just because I'm only a year older than you, I'm almost a soul master. By the way, do you know Teacher Ro?" Yushi shook her head. Seeing this, Wang Xiaodong's eyes flickered as he contemplated something. Meanwhile, 3 boys walked over and asked, "Donggu, what's the situation?" "I'll handle this. You guys help the juniors." "All right." Li Xian didn't accept the goodwill of a few people who came over to help, like clingy band-aids, and he felt helpless. After sitting in the cart for a day, Li Xian was already tired and just thought about eating and sleeping once Teacher Ro brought the meal. "What are you doing?" At that moment, he heard Yushi's voice from the bed behind him, and he immediately looked over. Chapter 10. Departure to the Soul Beast Forest. She was holding her luggage, while Wang Xiaodong raised his hands innocently beside her. "Sorry, junior sister. I just want to help you tidy up your things. It wasn't intentional. These, I'll do it myself." The backpack Yushi was tightly hugging was her luggage from home. Wang Xiaodong quickly apologized and continued to help Yushi make the bed. At this moment, Yushi walked over with her backpack and whispered, "Li Xian, can I stay here? Can I sleep with you?" Li Xian, being straightforward, responded without hesitation. Yushi didn't say anything, just stared at Li Xian with her big, wrinkled eyes. After thinking for a moment, Li Xian whispered a few words in Yushi's ear, then gently patted her shoulder, and she obediently sat on his bed. Across from them, seeing Yushi choose to stay by Li Xian's side, Wang Xiaodong looked displeased. He felt a bit angry that he had helped so much but was left out, so he angrily tossed the bedsheet onto the bed, glared at Li Xian, and walked away. The other 3 boys saw this and walked over, with Wang Xiaodong putting his arms around them as they headed to a corner. Sensing their unkind gazes, Li Xian frowned slightly. But he was already very tired at this moment. He sat down on the bed, supporting himself with his hands to relax. Looking at you, she beside him. Li Xian softly said, "It's indeed inconvenient with only you as the girl in the dormitory. When teacher Ro comes back, I will talk to her, it's all right." Yushi nodded. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly noticed Wang Xiaodong and the others forming a circle, deliberately blocking the view. And then they walked over to the cabinet where he had placed his luggage, with rustling sounds coming from it. Li Xian frowned and immediately got up to walk over. "Are you going through my things?" The luggage he brought from home was now being opened by Wang Xiaodong and his two companions, and the clothes inside were in disarray. Wang Xiaodong turned his face, forcing a smile, and said, "No, I was just thinking of helping the junior find some toiletries. You all look tired. It's the least I can do." Faced with such shamelessness, Li Xian was speechless and replied lightly, "Teacher Ro will be back later. If you want to keep searching, go ahead, but I will tell her." Wang Xiaodong didn't expect teacher Ro to return, and his expression changed when he heard this. He turned and ordered his lackey to stop what he was doing. His demeanor naturally became much colder as he glanced at Li Xian and walked toward his bed with a cold snort. A quarter of an hour later, teacher Ro returned with a boxed meal. Li Xian didn't want to cause trouble and only informed her that Yueshi was unable to stay in the dormitory. Upon hearing this, teacher Ro showed a troubled expression. Before coming, Master Masino had already briefed her on the specific situation, including Yueshi's evil martial soul. Especially thinking of Master Masino's warning, teacher Ro's gaze toward Yueshi became somewhat uneasy. Biting her red lip lightly, she hesitated for a moment and apologized. "I'm sorry, Yueshi. Something came up at home. It's really not convenient today. I hope you can stay for one night." Staying for one night was already a request for both of them. Seeing that Ro didn't agree, Yueshi naturally didn't want to say much and just lowered her head. She wasn't a fool. How could she not sense the disdain others had for her? Li Xian opened his mouth, feeling that Ro's statement was very far-fetched. He guessed in his heart that it was probably because of the matter regarding the moon evening evil martial soul. Before leaving, Ro specifically called Li Xiaodong over and warned him to get along well with the junior students and not to bully them. Wang Xiaodong confidently patted his chest and said, "How could we? Teacher Ro, we will definitely take good care of the junior students." "Well, that's good." After teacher Ro left, Yushi could only choose to stay. Li Xian dragged over the desk and temporarily used it as a dining table. The two had plenty of food in their lunchboxes, and the meal was quite sumptuous. In teacher Ro's lunchbox, there were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and a few pieces of braised pork, delicious dishes that Li Xian rarely got to eat. Plus, he was hungry, so he soon began to eat heartily, disregarding his image. Yushi, having learned from the lesson during the day, didn't dare to look at Li Xian while eating. She covered her nose and ate carefully. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and the room went dark as someone turned off the dormitory lights. Wang Xiaodong lazily said, "Sorry, junior students, it's too late. We need a rest. The school requires us to turn off the lights at this time." In the dormitory, the other few people also got into bed, yawning one after another. Yushi, being cautious while eating, still had more than half of her lunchbox untouched. When the lights went out, it affected her somewhat. Li Xianza raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing such aggressive words, his expression turned cold. Outside the window, the lights of the neighboring dormitory were still on, clearly indicating that it wasn't lights out time yet. Wang Xiaodong, having been humiliated in front of them, was clearly feeling disgruntled and was taking revenge. Li Xian didn't want to dwell too much on things. He just wanted to rest well and gather his energy for tomorrow's soul ring hunt. He walked to the balcony and opened both windows, allowing the moonlight to pour in, brightening the room significantly. However, before Li Xian could sit down, Wang Xiaodong from the upper bunk quickly pulled the curtains shut, mumbling that it was too bright and that the junior should go to sleep earlier. In front of him, all that could be seen of Yushi's face were her blinking eyes. The table was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Li Xian couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Even if he was going to sleep, it wouldn't make a difference for this short while. They had only been eating for 2 minutes. Li Xian got up and then patted Wang Xiaodong, who was on the upper bunk. "I have some questions for you." Wang Xiaodong, with both hands crossed behind his head and a look of contentment on his face, was pushed. He lazily turned his head and looked down at Li Xian, his tone indifferent. "What's up, Junior? What level is your soul power?" "9th level. Is there a problem?" Wang Xiaodong scoffed. "Well then." Li Xian grabbed Wang Xiaodong by the collar, and before the latter could react, dragged him out of the bedding. Then, he pulled him down from the upper bunk and swung a fist at his head. Bang! "Oucha!" The first sound was Wang Xiaodong hitting his head on the table after falling from the bed, and the second was him letting out a piercing howl after taking a punch. The dormitory was very dark, and Li Xian's punches were quick, within a few breaths. Wang Xiaodong's face had taken 5 or 6 hits. Before his cries could spread, Li Xian knocked him out and then lifted him, tossing him back onto the bed. What's going on? What sound? Dongge. In the dormitory, the other 3 boys heard the noise and got up, looking around in confusion. However, the dim light in the room and the curtains that Wang Xiaodong had pulled shut meant they only heard the sounds of fists and feet, with no further developments. The boy in the lower bunk clearly heard Wang Xiaodong scream and, wearing slippers, walked over in the dark. He first bumped into Li Xian, who made no response, and then went to push Wang Xiaodong on the bed. Dongge. At this moment, Wang Xiaodong was already fast asleep and did not respond. Did I hear wrong? The boy pushed a few times, but Wang Xiaodong showed no reaction, which left him feeling frustrated about how fast he was sleeping. What happened? Someone asked. I don't know, it seems like Dongge is asleep, the boy in the lower bunk said, puzzled. Still not sleeping. Li Xian sat down to eat again and chimed in. The dormitory fell silent for a moment, and no one spoke. They certainly didn't expect Wang Xiaodong to be knocked out. Not to mention that such things were rare. Wang Xiaodong's soul power was inherently high, and they wouldn't associate the newcomer Li Xian with such ability. Opposite them, Yushi silently ate, her face showing a hint of guilt, as she clearly understood the true situation. Of course, Yushi wouldn't speak of this matter. After all, since arriving at this dormitory, Wang Xiaodong and his group had been causing trouble. Though they pretended to help, Yushi wasn't foolish. It was evident that Wang Xiaodong and his group wanted to show off in front of Teacher Roro. After eating, they went to sleep. Li Xian tidied up the lunchbox, threw it in the trash can, and walked over, gently pressing his small hand on Yushi's head. Yushi ate faster, and after Wang Xiaodong was cleaned up, she felt relieved and went to sleep. That night slowly passed by. Li Xian was not dead asleep. He sat on the bed, circulating his Xiantian gong. This way, not only could his body rest, but his cultivation would not fall behind either. When he obtained the soul ring, the soul power he had accumulated within would be released. Meanwhile, Li Xian kept a portion of his mind alert to Wang Xiaodong, preventing the kid from suddenly waking up. However, until dawn, Li Xian noticed that there was no reaction from the upper bunk, realizing he had overthought it. After those few punches, it was impossible for him to wake up before noon. In the early morning, in front of the balcony outside the dormitory, Li Xian gazed towards the east, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. From the hazy mist at the horizon, a wisp of purple qi floated over. Li Xian circulated his technique to capture that wisp of purple mist. He then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, allowing the turbid air to flow out through his nostrils. Watching the purple mist dissipate and the golden light gradually piercing through the sky, Li Xian couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he were to set a specific time for the sun. Of course, such a boring thought was just a passing fancy. He wouldn't actually do it. He heard the sound of soft footsteps long before and turned his head when he heard Shika speak. Up so early? Yushi, dressed in the same clothes from yesterday, simply washed her face before stepping out. Her big eyes were slightly swollen, clearly due to not sleeping well because of yesterday's events. Today, I'm going out with Master Ma and the others, but when the master arrives, I will have him send someone to settle you down first. Li Xian was worried that Wang Xiaodong would take revenge after waking up, and, unable to find him, would target Yueshi instead. Therefore, he planned to directly seek help from Master Ma. As the manager of the Soul Hall branch in Nodding City, Master Ma could handle this matter. Is it for the soul ring? I heard from my grandfather that you need to hunt soul beasts to obtain it. You need to be careful, Yueshi said, biting her lip, looking a bit worried. With Master Ma accompanying us and the teachers from the academy, it will be fine. Li Xian smiled and then walked out onto the balcony. Wang Xiaodong on the upper bunk was still asleep, and the calls from the other 3 did not stop. Let's go. Li Xian took his and Yushi's luggage and walked out of the dormitory. Soon, Matthew Newall arrived at the academy on time, accompanied by 2 teachers from the school. Li Xian told him about last night's situation, which left Matthew stunned. Li Xian, are you saying that kid was the one who started it? Yeah, that's right. Li Xian nodded. All right, I'll send someone to handle it. You don't need to worry. Today, we need to hunt soul beasts, so let's go eat something first. Matthew clearly didn't take this matter to heart and promised to resolve the trouble, which was also the reason why Li Xian dared to take action. The other 2 teachers who appeared alongside them were quite older and constantly observed Li Xian on the way. They learned about Li Xian's martial soul from Matthew, so they paid more attention to him, their gazes mixed with scrutiny and expectation. Li Xian grabbed Yushi, and after breakfast, Matthew Newall called in the teachers to handle the dormitory matters. Li Xian finally felt relieved, said goodbye to Yu Shi, and left the academy. Ma Tailno, along with a group of people, took a carriage to the Soul Beast Forest closest to Notting City. It would take 2 days to walk there, so they needed to set off early to try to reach the forest by noon. Li Xian, this is Dean Su from the academy. And this is Director Luo next to him. They got up early because of you, little guy. For this trip, our spirit hall has really made quite the effort for you. Student Li Xian greeted Dean Su and Director Luo. Li Xian immediately spoke respectfully. Dean Su, who is over 70, has a white beard and a gentle complexion. When he smiles, his eyes narrow. I heard that there's a top-tier martial soul among this year's new students, and I wanted to see it yesterday. Haha, yes, but it was too late then, and I was afraid of disturbing your rest. Now that I see it today, it is indeed, just as I imagined, a promising talent. Director Luo's laughter was hearty. He is a bit younger, probably in his early 60s, and is the strongest among the group. Li Xian said shyly, I'm not sure if it's a top-tier martial soul. You two are overpraising me. After being introduced by Matthew, Li Xian learned that these two individuals, like Matthew, were also great soul masters below level 30. The Dean's martial soul was the Stone Sparrow, an agility type, while Director Luo's martial soul was a type of turtle, belonging to the defense type. With one focusing on offense and the other on defense, combined with Matthew's control-type martial soul, the cauliflower snake, they formed a very complete combination. Their assistance in helping Li Xian obtain his first soul ring was definitely sufficient. Suddenly recalling something, Matthew said, Li Xian, the information I investigated last night shows that your martial soul is indeed some kind of immortal herb. That green plant resembles a legendary immortal herb called the Qing Su Xianyu vine. However, the books record that the Qing Su Xianyu vine does not bloom and is classified as an herbaceous immortal plant, which is quite strange. He chuckled. That's why it's called a top-tier martial soul. If you can figure out, Li Xian's martial soul won't lose its value. Director Luo casually sat down next to Li Xian and said with a smile, release your martial soul so we can take a look. Old man Ma is getting older, and it's normal for him to forget things. With mine Dean Su's eyesight, we will definitely recognize that immortal plant. Li Xian glanced at the burly Director Luo with a slight smile and said good. After saying that, he opened his palm, and a green plant emerged from it. The Qingshu Xianyue vine climbed up, completely green, and after growing half a foot upwards, leaves began to sprout in all directions. At the tip of each leaf, clusters of flower buds grew. The buds slightly opened, releasing a refreshing fragrance, and the delicate petals swayed, exuding an ethereal aura of gold and purple. For a moment, both Director Luo and Dean Su were dumbfounded. As a martial soul, it astonishingly resembled real flowers and could emit a fragrance. Unbelievable. Its aura was pure and flawless. Hey, look. Especially those flower buds. They seem not to have fully bloomed yet. That's right, a top-tier martial soul. Truly a top-tier martial soul. I apologize for my ignorance. I have never seen anything like this. But this flower looks very familiar. The buds are about to bloom, and its shape resembles that of a sun chrysanthemum. Have I seen this flower somewhere before? Chapter 11. The White Robe and the Shadow Inside the Carriage. Dean Su carefully examined the flowers blooming from Li Xian's martial soul, his pair of slender eyes almost leaning in closer. However, since the purple gold flower buds had not fully blossomed, he felt a sense of déjà vu, but couldn't be certain. Suddenly, Director Luo thought of something, and his expression changed. Hey, don't you think Li Xian's martial soul looks quite similar to the emblem on our Soul Palace token? His words caught Master Mathis and Dean Su by surprise, and they both turned their gazes toward the two-tone sun chrysanthemum at the top. Just then, a jolt came from outside the carriage, and the driver urgently pulled the reins, causing the passengers inside to lurch forward due to inertia. Master Mathis, the road ahead is blocked. Please come out and take a look. The driver's voice immediately came from outside. Dean Su straightened up and exchanged glances with Master Mathis, then quickly got out to check. The recent collision caused Li Xian's head to bump against the wooden board of the carriage, and he was now rubbing his head, having retracted his martial soul back into his body. Director Luo, who had wanted to closely observe the martial soul, also had to withdraw his gaze. Muttering to himself, in confusion, rubbing his head, Li Xian jumped off the carriage as well. This was a road paved with blue stones, and the trees planted on both sides reached into the clouds, casting shade over his head, with light and shadow forming circles on Li Xian's handsome face. Not far away, Master Mathis and Dean Su were discussing something while a few people dressed in Soul Palace attire blocked the road ahead. It's our people. What happened? Why are they blocking the road here? Director Luo took a glance and strode over. The soul beast forest they were headed to today was a place exclusively for raising soul beasts within the soul palace. Generally, such places are guarded, but blocking the outer area must have other reasons. Li Xian did not follow along. He stood at a distance observing the soul palace guards setting up checkpoints. They wore armor in silver and red, and on that armor were the engraved symbols of the sword, ghost, and chrysanthemum. Not only that, but those guards exuded a formidable aura, suggesting that their soul power cultivation must be very high, far beyond what Master Ma and the others could compare to. Li Xian was slightly surprised. This kind of attire could only be worn by personnel from the Spirit Hall, and such high-level spirit halls were all established in the major cities of the empire. He never expected that these people would appear here. Next to him, the coachman cursed as he got off the carriage, taking the opportunity to water the horses and check the places where the carriage wheels had bumped. Clearly, in his eyes, only his carriage mattered, and he had to ensure that it could travel smoothly. Li Xian patiently waited. After less than 2 breaths of time, Master Ma and the others returned. The guard behind them still stood there, their postures upright and their sharp gazes like steel blades. "What's wrong, Grandpa Ma?" Seeing this, Li Xian asked, "Hey, let's take a break." They didn't specify the situation, just told us to wait. It should be that some big shots have arrived and are dealing with matters inside. Matthew looked helpless. After all, he was the head of the Soul Hall branch in Nottingham, yet he was left on the sidelines, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Similarly, Dean Su and Director Luo also felt frustrated. Faced with higher-level Soul Hall guards, they had no way to express their anger. Big shots? Isn't the Soul Beast Forest in front of us shared by all Soul Hall Soul Masters? They hunt Soul Beasts, but shouldn't lead to sealing off the entire forest, right? Li Xian couldn't believe it, and said that this approach was too overbearing. From the perspective of the Spirit Hall's existence, it was clear that the people above were mixing public and private matters. It shouldn't be as simple as just hunting soul beasts. Dean Su said in a calm voice that the Soul Beast Forest on the adjacent mountain was privately owned by the Spirit Hall, and the cultivation levels of the soul beasts inside range from 10 years to 10,000 years, with a maximum age not exceeding 20,000 years. If the guards of the Spirit Hall were mobilized to seal off this forest, it couldn't just be for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. Li Xian seemed to be deep in thought, gently nodding. It appears that we can only continue to wait here. If it gets too late, we'll rest for a day in a nearby village and come back tomorrow morning. Matthew moved to the driver's seat and then sat down. Director Su stroked his beard, his gaze deep and calmly staring ahead. Only Director Luo couldn't sit still. He took out some provisions he carried with him and started eating right there, sharing some jerky with Li Xian. "Thank you, Director Luo." Li Xian Gang had just finished breakfast and wasn't very hungry. He took it and placed it on his lap. He thought that this wait would last at least until the afternoon, or even until tomorrow. However, the expected lockdown ended sooner than anticipated. They only paused here for a quarter of an hour when a rustling sound of leaves suddenly arose. And then the guards in front moved the roadblocks to clear the way. Li Xian saw a line of people coming out ahead, and among them, 2 individuals were actually hovering in the air, slowly descending from the trees. The soul masters surrounding them were emanating a powerful aura. "Let's go, it's a wasted trip." The 2 individuals in the air, one dressed in white, tall and slender, sighed softly, his feet firmly landing on the ground. The white-clad person's demeanor was unparalleled. With a face like jade and his skin, illuminated by the sunlight, reflected a crystalline sheen. What surprised Li Xian was his soft and gentle voice. He appeared to be a youth, yet his voice carried a feminine tone, indistinguishable in gender, much like his delicate temperament. Beside him, a shadowy figure in black spoke ominously. She disappeared there back then. The only places she could go are these nearby forests. The black-clad figure's voice was deep and cold, exuding a chilling aura. Even more terrifying was that his face was completely hidden in shadow, and his body seemed ghostly, swaying as he walked. If it weren't for his voice, Li Xian would have thought he had seen a ghost. The direction the 2 were coming from was precisely where Li Xian's carriage was located, and the soul masters surrounding the 2 figures were all powerful, dressed in the attire only found in the martial Soul Hall, with the youngest looking to be in his 30s. Their cultivation was evident and certainly not low. If I were her, I would turn back. Wandering out is even more dangerous. In my opinion, this is completely futile, the white-clad figure said with a delicate tone. The Pope's actions have aspects we can't fathom. Perhaps that escaped fish is truly hiding nearby, the black-clad figure responded. Hearing this, the white-clad youth sneered and waved his hand wearily. "Forget it, let's go back." There's no fruit to report. Yes, my lord. The four soul masters stationed there immediately retracted the roadblocks, and then they restrained the horses, placing all accompanying items on their backs. Behind the crowd, Li Xian quietly operated the Xiantian Neijing, fully absorbing the conversation between the two, while Master Ma Zeyuno and the others probably couldn't hear it as clearly. Seeing the opposing group's formation, they whispered to each other, focusing their attention on the identities of these individuals. As the group approached, Ma Zeyuno, leading the front, respectfully bowed from a distance, knowing that these people were definitely important figures from the Martial Soul Hall, not just from the main hall. The two groups crossed paths, and the white-clad youth and his entourage seemed to ignore Li Xian and the others entirely, walking past without even glancing over. It wasn't until they had walked several dozen meters that the white-clad youth's soft voice came through. Let them in. They are all our people. This statement was clearly directed at the guard behind them, who immediately responded. It was only at this moment that Li Xian straightened his back and let out a long breath. At the moment he made contact with the white-clad figure, his soul power surged wildly, as if drawn by some force, almost overwhelming him. Furthermore, at that instant, two gazes swept over him, and the immense pressure carried by those gazes caused goosebumps to rise all over Li Xian's body, as if he had been thoroughly scrutinized. Those two have been watching me all along. Li Xian muttered to himself, feeling a chill down his back, realizing that he was breaking out in a layer of sweat. Li Xian was somewhat puzzled. In the eyes of the passerby just now, they clearly couldn't accommodate small figures like them from the Soul Division. Yet the two leaders had not shifted their attention away from him at all. Li Xian immediately searched his memory. The characteristics of that group of people instantly reminded him of two similar figures, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Could it be them? But what are the titled Douluos doing here? Who is the fish that slipped through the net? Sigh. It's all because he didn't pay attention to the show back then. Li Xian frowned. While doubting, he dismissed this unrealistic thought. It shouldn't be possible, right? The title Douluo is now in the Pope's palace. Such a person would never stoop to come to a place like this. Perhaps he was overthinking it. On the other side, after walking a short distance, the leading young man in white suddenly stopped, looking at the figure hidden in the shadows beside him. He clicked his tongue softly. Old ghost, did you sense a familiar aura from that kid just now? With a sly smile, the figure next to him made a harsh, hoarse sound, isn't it? I can't possibly miss that stench on you. I've been smelling it for so many years. Swish. Hearing this, the young man in white immediately turned around, his eyes flashing with brilliance. His surprise, however, vanished from his face in the blink of an eye as he furrowed his long brows. That kid seemed to be a new student who had just enrolled in the nearby Spear Hall branch. Someone, go investigate his information for me. In this backwater place, could it really produce a golden phoenix? The hoarse voice mocked, stop being shameless. I only sensed an aura similar to yours. But that kid has a strong soul power fluctuation, and it's even more powerful than yours. The young man in white was furious upon hearing this. You old ghost. Meanwhile, watching the group leave, Matthew straightened his back and rubbed his sore old waist, muttering to himself with self-deprecation, ah, truly a big shot. People like us old bones are not worth their attention at all. Director Su chuckled. Master Su, at your age, enjoying your twilight years is important. Why think about those things? Hearing this, wrinkles spread across Matthew's old face. Indeed, our generation has fallen behind. We should focus on the younger generation. Turning his face, Matthew smiled at Li Xian, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. Did you see that, Li Xian? Those are the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. You need to work hard and cultivate. One day, you should be as impressive as they are. Li Xian scratched his face with a small hand, smiling speechlessly for a moment. Is the purpose of cultivation to show off? Or is it more important to hurry along? Grandpa Ma? The time wasted was all considered rest, and the guards left behind opened the roadblocks. Ma Xiaonuo then led the group to continue on their way. Time flowed slowly, and the carriage moved along the spacious bluestone road, with the earlier incident becoming a mere interlude, quickly forgotten by Li Xian. Half a day later, the carriage began to bump around as the mountain road became steep and difficult to traverse. After another quarter of an hour, Li Xian got off the carriage with Master Ma and the others. The next stretch of mountain road was meant to be traversed on foot, but to conserve Li Xian's strength, Ma Xiaonuo instructed the coachman to walk a bit further. In the eyes of this master, Li Xian was like a precious treasure now, needing careful attention and should not be overexerted. In contrast, the carriage was the property of the Spear Hall. Such things could be reimbursed if damaged. After a brief rest, the group took their rations, weapons, and insect and snake repellent powders, crossed the mountain in front of them, and then entered their target destination for the day, the Soul Beast Forest. Chapter 12. Martial Soul Theory and the century-old ghost water purple garden inside the forest. The air was fresh and cool, filled with a faint earthy fragrance. Maxiu Nuo Said, Li Xian. This Soul Beast Forest is maintained by the Spirit Hall for low-level soul masters. Most of the soul beasts here are only 10 to 100 years old. This time, we will hunt a 100-year soul beast for you, preferably one with a cultivation level of 300 years, as that would provide the greatest boost to your soul power. Dean Su chuckled. Have you noticed that the air in the forest is humid and many aquatic plants are growing? In fact, there are also soul beast forests around Notting City. The reason we brought you here is that this forest mainly has plant-based soul beasts, which match your plant-type martial soul. Li Xian asked in confusion. I have heard that plant-type soul masters can also absorb animal-type soul rings. Is it really necessary to be so strict about this? Matthew looked serious and replied, That's just a rumor spread by some madmen. Don't believe it. You must understand that the attributes of martial souls and soul rings are different. It's not only unsafe, but also can lead to backlash. In the past, while there have been examples of plant-type soul masters successfully absorbing animal-type soul rings, such practices are too extreme and should never be imitated. The method of hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings has been summarized and stabilized over hundreds of years by our predecessors. We just need to follow it. Dean Su smiled and added, I see. I understand now. Li Xian nodded in response. Director Luo walked over, ruffled Li Xian's hair, and said cheerfully, On the path of cultivation, be sure not to stray. Avoid risky behaviors whenever possible. Now that you haven't yet obtained your first soul ring, it's the perfect time to lay a solid foundation, and we've already helped you plan it out. Li Xian was puzzled and immediately asked, What do you mean by planning? Dean Su spoke with a serious tone, stroking his beard. The cultivation of soul masters is generally determined by their martial souls. For example, my White Sparrow martial soul is best suited for agility attack type development. However, I went down the wrong path back then. My first soul ring was absorbed from an 80-year-old fish type soul beast, which led my first soul skill to lean towards a fierce attack type, not aligning with the agility attack type. Now my soul power has stagnated, making it difficult to develop further. The cultivation of soul masters is divided into agility attack type, fierce attack type, control type, defense type, and support type. Among them, the support type is further divided into food, buffs, healing, etc. And Li Xian, your martial soul is a celestial herb. After our discussion, we believe that focusing on the control type is the best option. Matthew continued, Yes. Although this choice will limit your overall offensive capability, making you weaker than fierce attack type soul masters of the same level in the mid-stage of cultivation. If you can eventually achieve the title of Douluo, you will understand how important a steadfast and suitable choice is. Looking at the serious expressions of the three, Li Xian nodded and said, I will keep this in mind. Thank you, Grandpa Ma and Dean Su, for your concern. Li Xian had a half understanding of these theories, but he believed that the experiences of Master Matthew and the two teachers from the academy would not be wrong. After all, they were much older, and their experiences gained over a long life would certainly surpass his own. The offensive capability of plant-type martial souls is not as strong as weapon or beast martial souls, and focusing on the control type can better showcase their power. As an outsider, Li Xian also felt that what Master Matthew and the others said made sense. Matthew said, We have also thought about your first martial soul. There are 3 types of soul beasts that can serve as targets. Now, let us go to the first location. Okay, time passed quickly, and as they wandered through the forest, the sun had already begun to set in the west, making the light in the forest softer than at noon. With 3 theoretical masters leading the way, Li Xian did not encounter any dangers in the forest. They faced soul beast attacks twice along the way, but Dean Su easily dealt with them. After wandering in the forest for a while, they arrived at a marshy area. The forest in front opened up somewhat, with numerous trees wilting, submerged in a swamp covered with floating weeds. There was a fishy smell in the air. Matthew took out a bottle, shook out some powder, and sprinkled it around. Li Xian stepped on it and found that the mud no longer stuck to his feet. We will help you capture the soul beast, but you must deliver the final blow. Also, you only have 1 hour to absorb the soul ring. I've mentioned this before, but I want to emphasize it again, so don't forget later. Li Xianzhou nodded, understanding. During their previous journey, they had passed their target location twice, but unfortunately, they had not encountered the ideal soul beast. Now this swamp was their 3rd target. Matthew and Dean Su had serious expressions. They had already delayed too long and needed to find a suitable soul beast here. We are hunting a water-based plant soul beast called Ghost Water Purple Violet for you. This creature is very cunning and likes to hide among ordinary plants. However, we believe it is the most suitable target for your first soul ring. Li Xian, wait for us over there. With several masters leading the way, Li Xian did not need to exert any effort. He couldn't help but sigh. Being favored felt really good. Boom! Suddenly, a violent fluctuation occurred. At that moment, Matthew and Director Luo were being taken into the air above the swamp by Dean Su. The three had just flown a short distance when they were attacked by a giant frog. The frog had black stripes on its body and was about half the size of an adult. It suddenly lunged out, its tongue flicking out to ensnare the three of them, attempting to take them all at once. Dean, be careful. The process happened too quickly, and Li Xian on the shore couldn't help but break into a sweat. Beast, you wish. Just then, Director Luo shouted loudly, and his soul rings appeared. 2 rings, one white and one yellow, floated out. The yellow 100-year soul ring shone brightly, forming a yellow stone wall that directly blocked the frog's attack. Oof. Immediately after, Matthew released his martial soul, revealing 2 yellow soul rings. He activated his second soul skill, and suddenly, dozens of small snakes made of soul power dropped from him. The small snakes landed on the giant frog, biting continuously. The giant frog croaked and shook its body violently, quickly retreating into the swamp. At the last moment, Dean Su, flying in the air, had a bright light in his eyes. His second yellow soul ring flashed, and a beam of light followed the frog into the swamp. A splash of blood flew out as the frog, which had just escaped into the swamp, let out a scream and then turned over, exposing its white belly. Li Xian, come over and deliver the finishing blow. Practice your skills. Director Luo shouted. Li Xian rolled up his pants and immediately jogged over. The edge of the swamp was not deep, and stepping on the mud, he reached the central area. At this moment, the giant frog still had breath in its mouth. Its yellow vertical pupils filled with killing intent, staring intently at Li Xian. Li Xian did not coddle it. He activated a short knife given by Master Ma with the soul power within him and stabbed it fiercely into the giant frog's head. Poochie! The entire short knife was driven into the giant frog's skull. This type of soul beast was not known for its strong vitality and ultimately could not escape death. As the soul beast died, faint yellow light spots gathered on its corpse and slowly floated above it, forming a yellow ring. Even without touching the soul ring, Li Xian could clearly feel the immense energy contained within it. In the air, Dean Su descended and said, "This is the soul ring, from a yellow light spot. This soul beast has at least 200 years of cultivation. However, since it is an animal-type soul beast, you cannot absorb this soul ring. Is that so?" Li Xian gazed at the century-old soul ring floating in front of him, secretly lamenting the waste of a soul ring. He knew that plant-type soul masters could actually absorb animal-type soul rings. Suddenly, a certain possibility crossed his mind. Li Xian touched the soul ring in front of him, quietly adjusting the time in his heart to verify an idea. As he opened his eyes wide again, his gaze towards the soul ring was filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the yellow soul ring dissipated in the wind, leaving no trace behind. Li Xian felt dumbfounded. After the soul beast died, the soul ring could only exist for 1 hour, but this one dissipated a bit too quickly. Director Luo scratched his head. Li Xian felt a sudden realization. He had just tried to stabilize the soul ring for 10 years, and it had directly dissipated. Sigh, if only he could change it directly. That would be great. However, Li Xian did not lose heart. Although he hadn't tried to adjust the time of the soul ring within his body yet, he was still looking forward to it. Not good. Just as he thought of this, a gust of wind suddenly rose, and Li Xian noticed that the previous wind had a source. Countless fine leaves were flying towards him. Ghost water, purple aster. Be careful, it's a 100-year-old one. Don't let it escape. Director Su, flying in the air, was the first to notice the commotion. Below, Director Luo activated his soul skills, blocking all those attacks. Whoosh! The moment the soul beast appeared, Matthew had already rushed out. His first and second soul rings flashed simultaneously, not only increasing his speed, but also sending the small snakes on his body flying out. Li Xian watched as Matthew disappeared from sight, feeling astonished. Master Ma had also taken the wrong path. Serpent-type soul beasts leaned more towards control, barely able to become assault type, and judging from Master Ma's first soul skill, he had obviously chosen the agility assault path. In the air, Dean Su was flapping his wings and flying down, closely pursuing the soul beast that had sunk into the swamp. Li Xian activated his purple extreme magic eye to lock onto it, and found that it was a creature with a black stem and leaves, sporting small purple flowers on its head. The recent battle had disturbed it, This type of soul beast had low intelligence, and ambushing was a form of self-defense instinct for it. Li Xian, we caught it. Come over quickly. Hey, a 200-year-old ghost water purple violet. You're lucky, kid. Li Xian immediately ran over through the muddy water, with Director Luo following closely beside him to protect him. Capturing a 100-year soul beast is quite easy for two seasoned soul masters. Li Xian followed the same method and approached the 200-year-old ghost water purple wisteria, channeling his soul power and thrusting the small knife down fiercely. The ghost water purple wisteria was nearly as tall as an adult, with its elongated leaves and stems resembling whip-like vines. Its head was round and flat, devoid of eyes, topped with clusters of messy purple flowers. As a mobile organism, its appearance mimicked that of a plant, and Li Xian internally complained about the difference between plant-type and animal-type soul beasts. Weren't they all the same? The ghost water purple wisteria was firmly suppressed by two great soul masters, making it easy for Li Xian to land the finishing blow. With one stab, the ghost water purple wisteria fell to the ground and gradually ceased to move, a glow coalescing from its head, revealing a circle of yellow soul rings that were slightly dimmer than the previous giant frog soul ring. According to the method I taught you, absorb the soul ring into your body. A 100-year soul beast is hard to find, and this one is just about a 200-year cultivation soul beast, which is perfect for you, Matthew urged. The first soul ring for a cultivator can reach a maximum age of 400 years. But Matthew believed that such a level would be dangerous, while a 200-year soul ring was already quite high. Li Xian nodded, raised his right hand, and closed his eyes to stimulate the thin soul power within him. He then concentrated the soul power into the palm of his hand, and with a green glow, a large azure crescent moon vine grew out, with the top adorned by a miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum radiating a holy aura. The soul ring gently swayed with Li Xian's martial soul. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian focused his attention on the martial soul, and as the 100-year soul ring approached, he felt an immense pressure. The soul ring came above Li Xian's palm, and then suddenly contracted, directly falling onto his martial soul. Li Xian only felt a rush of icy energy flowing into his body, a fierce cold wave washing over his marrow. In an instant, a chill rose from his heart, and his body experienced a slight spasm. Li Xian, focus on your martial soul, Dean Su shouted. Li Xian nodded heavily. The next moment, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness completely immersed in the fusion of martial soul and spirit ring. As the spirit ring entered his body, it instantly baptized this form. With the cold wave washing over, Li Xian's meridians, soul power, and physical body all grew fiercely. Such a comfortable power. Li Xian felt a slight joy in his heart. This was the transformation brought about by the soul ring, which also meant that the absorption of the soul ring had gone smoothly, and he had officially become a level 10 soul master. The martial soul in the palm of his hand had finally absorbed all the power of the 100-year soul ring. The entire Qing Su Xianyu tongue rapidly grew, and on the surface of its emerald leaves and stems, black patterns spread out. Upon closer inspection, those characteristics resembled the patterns on the surface of the ghost water purple's wand. The peculiar, mushroom-like Tianju at the top had slightly expanded the bloom of its bud, releasing a masculine aura that suddenly intensified with a hint of coldness. However, a more regular reminder surfaced in Li Xian's mind. The breakthrough to a soul master had a fixed time of 100 years, refreshing all fixed times. 100 years? Did the original fixed time increase? Without hesitation, Li Xian calmed his mind and immediately activated the fixed ability on the yellow soul ring he had just absorbed. The fixed ability succeeded, resulting in a critical hit, with the fixed duration multiplied by 100. In an instant, a violent cold current surged out, sweeping through every corner of his organs, bone marrow, blood vessels, and meridians, washing over Li Xian's body. He was almost destroyed by this power, letting out a low, hoarse roar. The fixed ability could indeed affect the soul ring, and Li Xian did not expect that the fixed duration had critically hit, turning his 100-year soul ring into a 10,000-year soul ring. This power was too immense. With Li Xian's body at only a few dozen levels, it was difficult for him to endure this explosive enhancement. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Li Xian? In the final moments, he heard Master Matthew's anxious shout in his ears. His martial soul automatically protected him, with the Qing Su Xianyu tongue guarding him, and a circle of black soul rings floated around him. At this moment, Li Xian was already too weak to hold on, letting his consciousness fall into the boundless darkness. This is a 10,000-year martial soul? The sound of several cold breaths could be heard in the air. Chapter 13. The Black Soul Ring. Li Xian opened his eyes again and found himself lying in a bright room, with a gentle breeze swaying the transparent curtains in front of the window. However, a tearing pain surged through his brain, and he struggled to prop himself up, feeling an uncomfortable stabbing sensation in his meridians. Damn it! How long have I been asleep? Li Xian let out a low curse, his thin lips tearing apart from being closed for too long, and a faint salty taste surged at the tip of his tongue. Memories flooded his brain like an ocean, and Li Xian quickly recalled what had happened before he lost consciousness. Hiss. Li Xian slightly activated the Xiantian skill, and a surge of soul power surged out like a rolling hot stream from his lower abdomen, pouring into his meridians. The pain made him let out a roar. The total amount of soul power? Li Xian was extremely surprised. Was he actually this strong? That's right, my century-old soul ring. Li Xian suddenly realized that he had set a time limit for the soul ring, which resulted in a critical hit, and the immense power of the soul ring had knocked him out. 100 times critical hit? Could it be that his century-old martial soul had been upgraded to a 10,000-year soul ring? No way. Li Xian actually didn't expect that he could set a time limit for the soul ring within him, especially since he had failed when trying to upgrade his soul power before. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit impatient to release his martial soul. If it were true, that would be terrifying. The first soul ring would be 10,000 years. Li Xian's physical condition was very poor, but his basic soul power was still able to be maintained. He concentrated his spirit and gathered the vast soul power into the palm of his hand, where a green light rippled, dyeing the sheets green. Li Xian immediately saw his Qingshu Xianyue vine exaggeratedly growing upwards, and as the martial soul was released, a circle of deep black martial soul slowly floated out, quietly hovering in the center of the martial soul. Li Xian's mouth was agape, speechless. Li Xian. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and a gentle breeze swept in as Matthew rushed into the hospital room. When Matthew entered, the first thing he saw was Li Xian, half reclining on the hospital bed, releasing his martial soul. He naturally noticed the 10,000-year soul ring floating above it. At over 80 years old, Matthew considered himself seasoned by life's storms, yet he was still shocked by the sight before him. His mind went blank for a moment before he recalled why he was there. You're awake, Li Xian. Grandpa Ma, how long have I been lying here? Li Xian retracted his martial soul and rubbed his head in pain. The light in the room was blinding. In fact, everything he looked at seemed dazzling. You were unconscious for a whole day. It was Director Luo who carried you out of the forest. Li Xian, that day, never mind. You should focus on resting for now. After obtaining your first soul ring, both your soul power and mental strength will increase simultaneously. But the two kinds of enhancement in your body were too intense, and your body couldn't handle it. You still need to recuperate. You slept for an entire day. Li Xian felt a sense of unease, wondering how he had been unconscious for so long. The third party should have arrived by now. Matthew walked over, touched Li Xian's forehead, and found that his slight fever had subsided, which made him feel a bit relieved. He then pulled the thin blanket up a little to cover Li Xian's neck. Grandpa Ma, did you see my soul ring? Facing Matthew, Li Xian was eager to know how outsiders viewed this matter, feeling somewhat anxious. Matthew's tone was gentle, but the excitement in his eyes was hard to conceal. Yes, just as you saw, that is a 10,000-year soul ring. Director Su and I have studied it for a long time and still haven't figured out the reason behind it. We can only say that the world of soul masters is too peculiar, and its unknown aspects still need to be explored. You should rest assured. It seems to be a good thing for now, but we can't ensure that there won't be other issues later. Also, Li Xian, can you tell Grandpa if your first soul skill has manifested? Matthew believed that the sudden appearance of the 10,000-year soul ring on Li Xian might be related to some mysterious unknown, which he temporarily attributed to the strangeness of the soul master world. However, while he was shocked by the 10,000-year soul ring, Matthew was more concerned about Li Xian's physical condition. Was the 10,000-year soul ring stable in absorption? Was there any issue with the soul skill? These were things he urgently wanted to know. All right, close your eyes and carefully feel the connection with the soul ring. The Qingshu Xianyue vine was like Li Xian's right hand. After sensing it, he could obtain the information about the soul skill. I have it. Li Xian's face showed surprise. My first soul skill has inherited the aquatic characteristics of the ghost water purple orchid, allowing me to be immune to the slowing effects of earth attributes. Moreover, the skills I can use are also related to mud. I can't explain it clearly. I haven't used it yet, but it should be summoning a pool of mud, which can slow down groups and reduce offense and defense. As for attack power, it seems to be non-existent. Li Xian continued to sense his martial soul. After obtaining a spirit ring, skills must go through a mutation process. Different martial souls absorbing the same attribute spirit ring will have different skills, and the age of the spirit ring will also bring significant differences to the skills. It seems that his martial soul has well absorbed the traits of the ghost water purple orchid, evolving into a group control skill. His first soul skill does not have an attack, but the reduction in attack power brought by the 10,000-year spirit ring effectively enhances himself. Wait. Just as Li Xian was sensing the first soul skill, he discovered two responses coming from within his martial soul. The previous swamp skill came from the Qing Su Xianyu vine, and within the budding flower at the top, a mysterious call was faintly emanating. Could it be? Li Xian felt it in his heart and immediately checked the information. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable excitement. It turned out that the recent swamp summon was just a skill of the Qingshu Xianyue vine, and his Qirong Tong Tianju also produced a soul skill. This discovery delighted Li Xian. What was the difference between his martial soul and a twin martial soul? As for the mutated skill, Li Xian found that it was similar to the flying leaf attack of the ghost water purple aster, summoning a large number of petals to pierce the opponent. And after the petals hit, it could cause a slowing and defense-reducing effect. It turned out to be a strong attack skill. Grandpa Ma Li Xian wanted to share this surprising discovery, but was interrupted by Matthew. Good. There are indeed no issues, and it's a control-type skill. This aligns with the direction we hope for your development. Don't get too excited. Your meridians and soul need to rest. Make sure not to use your martial soul skills. Once your injuries are healed, I, along with Dean Su, will help you study the use of your skills. As for the soul power testing, let's wait until you're discharged from the hospital. Don't worry about things at school. It's just the beginning of the semester, and the pace of study won't be too fast. You'll be able to catch up later. Understood. Li Xian swallowed the words he was about to say. He decided not to tell Matthew about his martial soul being able to produce two skills from the same soul ring for now. It would be a good trump card for him. After all, every soul master can only obtain one skill from a soul ring, unless they reach the level of soul Douluo, where their body can withstand the power of a 100,000-year soul ring, allowing them to acquire two skills from it. And he was only at level 10, yet each soul ring could grant him two skills. How outrageous. Grandpa Ma, it seems my situation isn't that bad. I should be able to get out of bed now. Wait, I'll ask the doctor. By the way, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare some food for you. Okay. After Matthew finished speaking, he went out on his own. As the head of the martial soul branch, he was busy with work during the day. Yet he completely abandoned his work hours to take care of Li Xian in the hospital, which made Li Xian feel touched. On the other hand, he was calculating the time to obtain the soul ring. It had been 2 days since leaving Holy Soul Village, and Xiao San should be arriving soon. They had agreed to meet in Nodding City, and he couldn't let them down. With this in mind, Li Xian put on his hospital gown and got out of bed to move his body. After stretching, he found that there weren't any major issues. There was just a slight pain in his abdominal meridians, and his head felt a bit dizzy. Everything he looked at had a fuzzy edge, both blurry and clear. Confirming that there wasn't anything seriously wrong, Li Xian returned to the bed and lay down. Shortly after, Matthew came back carrying a lunchbox. The food he prepared was very light. Lean meat porridge, vegetable buns, shiitake mushrooms with greens, and plain tofu. Additionally, there was a large jar of yogurt. Li Xian looked at the large pile of food on the hospital bed and smiled helplessly. Grandpa Ma, can I really finish all this? You are very weak and need to eat more. If you can't finish it, take a break and eat slowly. You'll eventually finish it, said Ma Ziyano, looking worried that it wouldn't be enough. All right. Li Xian understood that Matthew wouldn't leave until he finished eating. Grabbing a few buns, Li Xian stuffed them into his mouth, then picked up a plate of dishes and directly drank the tofu. He waited until it was almost noon, and only when Matthew had something urgent to attend to did he leave the hospital. Li Xian also made an effort to clear all the food. After eating enough, his headache eased a bit, and his vision became clearer. Food was the best way to restore vitality. With some strength, Li Xian even felt that the minor injuries in his body were basically healed. Noticing that there was no one in the ward, Li Xian put on his shoes and quietly planned to sneak out of the room. They had agreed to meet in Nottingham City, and if the mistress couldn't find him, she might locate the ward. Li Xian didn't want the mistress to see him in this state, and he was even planning to go back to change into a different outfit. Bang! As he opened the ward door, Li Xian wanted to take a look around. However, suddenly a figure rushed towards him, colliding with him and causing a small head in his arms to emit a crisp sound. Ouch, that hurt. Rubbing his head, he saw a petite figure in a school uniform step back a few steps. Yushi? Li Xian made an effort to recognize clearly, and discovered that the girl in front of him, with double ponytails and big eyes, was none other than Yueshi. His right hand couldn't help but compare her head with his chest, and Li Xian was astonished. After a nap, it seemed he had grown quite a bit taller. Previously, Yueshi could reach his chin. "Did you come to see me?" Li Xian felt amused and asked happily. He hadn't returned for 2 consecutive days, and there were people in the school who cared about him. With big eyes fixed on her feet, Yueshi timidly nodded. She raised her head, her eyes bright and clear, blinking as she looked at Li Xian, whose suddenly taller figure made her feel unfamiliar. "You actually managed to find this place. Were you thinking of me?" Li Xian always says whatever comes to her mind, making Yueshi blush when asked by her. Li Xian didn't notice these things. He glanced around the corridor and, taking advantage of the nurse's inattention, hurriedly led Yueshi out of there, not forgetting to close the ward door before leaving. Following the emergency exit, the two escaped the hospital and only stopped when they reached the street outside, this stretch of road having little effect on either of them. Li Xian's physical strength had dramatically increased after absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, and Yueshi had also gotten used to running around the village since she was little. "Here you go." Once they got to an alley, Yueshi took out a set of clothes and a piece of cake from her backpack. "Li Xian, I got your clothes a bit small," Yueshi said softly. "It's okay. I just asked Grandpa Ma to give me a few more sets. How did you manage to find these? Isn't there class at school?" Li Xiandao said thank you, grabbed the cake with his mouth, then took off his hospital gown, quickly removed the tag from his school uniform, and put it on. Yueshi avoided eye contact and said softly, "I guessed it. Brother Su Yuntao said Grandpa Ma is in the hospital, and there aren't too many hospitals in Notting City, so I can't look for you after class." Li Xian fell silent for a moment, a faint look of astonishment appearing on his face. "Guessing? Yueshi found her way here from one hospital to another. You didn't come back. Everyone is worried about you. Teacher Ruru didn't mention your situation." Yueshi added. "Everyone?" Li Xian suddenly thought of Ma, Xiaodong, and Teacher Ruru, shaking his head in his heart. "It should be just you who is worried about me. The others are not familiar to me." A large hand rested on Yueshi's head. "Thanks. I'll treat you to something good another day. I'm gonna meet a friend. Want to come along?" "Friend?" Yueshi was pulled along, tilting her head in confusion. "In our village, I'm not the only one who awakened a martial soul this year. Don't you remember? You met him." Li Xian chuckled. Yueshi still had many questions to ask, but Li Xian was in a hurry and didn't give her the chance. She couldn't help but worry in her heart. Is Li Xian's body okay? Why is he lying in the hospital? Did he obtain the soul ring? Chapter 14. Tang San arrives. Xiao Wu appears at the same time, in the southern part of the Tiando Empire, in the capital of the principality bordering the Fasnuo province, Balak City. As the most powerful military gatekeeper of the Tiando Empire, the spirit hall in the city is naturally the highest level spirit master hall. At this moment, in the highest reception hall of that spirit master hall, 2 figures, one white and one black, sat in the main seats, their eyes closed in meditation. Below them, a guard in armor was half kneeling. The guard spoke solemnly. "Your Majesty Yuguan, as per your request, I have investigated the information about the child we saw that day. The data shows that the child's name is Li Xian, from the Holy Soul Village in Notting City. He is one of the only 2 children from the village this year who successfully awakened their martial soul, with innate soul power at level 6. And his martial soul is a type of herb called Kashitora. Moreover, on that day, he appeared in the wetland soul beast forest alongside several others, including the principal and grade director of the Notting City Primary Spirit Master Academy, and another individual, the Spirit Hall branch manager Matthew. As far as we know, Li Xian's martial soul was awakened by the Spirit Hall and is a mutated martial soul. Kashitora, being a type of herb, has potential as a food-type martial soul, which is why he was taken back to the Spirit Hall by the personnel in charge of awakenings. Aside from this, we cannot find any useful information. My lord, the child named Li Xian seems to have no remarkable qualities. The white-clothed man's eyes slowly opened, his snow-white gaze looking ahead. One hand supported his chin, and a soft voice echoed in the hall. "I am satisfied with your information, but your analysis disappoints me." The guard below opened his mouth, stammering, "Don't understand." The white-clothed man snorted coldly. "If I remember correctly, the martial soul awakenings this year began in the summer. The child named Li Xian awakened his martial soul only a few months ago at most. You say he has innate soul power at level 6. Then tell me, where did he appear that day?" Upon hearing this, the guard understood, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. "Fool! He appeared in the soul beast forest, accompanied by several of our Spirit Hall's managers, proving that his soul power has already reached level 10, and he is there to obtain a soul ring." The white-clothed man shook his head, his gaze deep. "In just over a month. He has fully cultivated a herb-type martial soul to the maximum level. Do you think his martial soul is as simple as Kashitora? What you said about having no remarkable qualities is an insult to my intelligence. My lord, please calm your anger. I know I was wrong. The guard trembled in fear, realizing the person seated above was Elder Yu Guan of the current Pope's Hall, known as the Chrysanthemum Douluo. As a title Douluo, Yu Guan not only held a very high rank, but also managed the punishments of the Spirit Hall and had the authority second only to the Pope. If his negligence in work angered Yu Guan, the consequences would be dire. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan said solemnly, his awakened mutated martial soul is absolutely extraordinary. Observe his future growth and report any developments to me. Yes. The guard respectfully bowed and then lowered his head to the ground. Is there anything else? Chrysanthemum Douluo raised an eyebrow lightly when he saw the guard not leaving. I have one more thing to report. Speak. The guard cleared his throat and said seriously, according to this investigation, I found that during this year's martial soul awakenings in the Notting City Spirit Hall branch, another girl also awakened a peculiar martial soul. Moreover, it is a type of martial soul known as the Phantom. Evil martial soul. Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, the other figure in the main seat suddenly opened his eyes, a pair of eerie gaze resembling black holes, causing the temperature in the air to drop a few degrees. Pay attention to her and report to me. Yes. The white-clothed man, Chrysanthemum Douluo, moved his fingers rhythmically, and upon hearing this, he let out a soft, feminine laugh. What's wrong, old ghost? An evil martial soul has you so excited. Ghost Douluo's voice was hoarse. I was also identified as an evil martial soul back then. Besides, have you forgotten what happened the day we met? It was as if it was fated. I feel that the appearance of those two children is not a coincidence. Oh, is that so? Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled faintly, his gaze drifting forward. We are both getting old and want to take in a disciple, but those two children are still young. It's too early to discuss this now. Outside the gate of the Notting City Primary Academy, two children dressed in Spirit Master Academy uniforms were approaching. The guard at the gate immediately stopped them. You two little rascals, how did you get here? Are you from the Spirit Academy? Li Xian smiled broadly, clasped his hands together, and said, Uncle, I'm here to see a friend. Let me in. Hey, I'm afraid. No trouble allowed inside. The guard at the door seemed to have some unspoken difficulties, but did not make things difficult for Li Xian and opened the gate. It is worth noting that in the corner outside the door, there is a circle of dark marks, as if someone had just been beaten. Li Xian thanked him and pulled Yushi into the school gate. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back and asked, Uncle, has there been a child from St. Soul Village reporting in these 2 days? As soon as he spoke, the gatekeeper looked as if he had seen a ghost, immediately darkened his face and cursed. That kid just went in. What a coincidence. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He suddenly remembered that on the day Xiao San reported, he had a quarrel with the gatekeeper. Seeing the gatekeeper's bruised face, he immediately confirmed that the person from Shanghun Village must be Xiao San. As he entered the campus, Li Xian took Yushi towards the dormitory. Compared to the Soul Master Academy, Notting City's junior college was in a much worse state. There was only one teaching building, and the playground was overgrown with weeds. When they arrived at the dormitory area, Li Xian was astonished to see that boys and girls were living together. Although they were children, this was still quite chaotic. Meanwhile, at the work-study student dormitory, in front of Class 7's dormitory door, Tang San was calming his breath, and on the ground lay a half-grown child. Now, can you move aside? Just as he entered the dormitory, Tang San was blocked by a fellow dormmate. After knocking down a local bully named Wang Sheng, Tang San realized he could finally reason with them. His display of skill immediately impressed the others. And soon the student named Wang Sheng got up and came over to apologize. I'm sorry for earlier. Work-study students often get targeted, so we need to unite. Every newcomer has to deal with the dorm leader. Tang San asked in confusion. So, you gave me a tough time to establish dominance? Wang Sheng scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Actually, you gave me a tough time. But you're really impressive. You should be the boss of Class 7. Tang San wasn't interested, saying, I'm here to study. Wang Sheng immediately complimented him, hoping Tang San wouldn't refuse. As a work-study student, they were looked down upon by many in the school. If Tang San could stand up for them, they wouldn't have to be bullied anymore. These words persuaded Tang San, and he reluctantly nodded in agreement, accepting the position of Class 7's leader from Wang Sheng. Is this Class 7? Just then, two voices rang out in front of Class 7's dormitory. Many people inside the dormitory looked outside, and their eyes lit up. Walking in front was a charming little girl, her figure delicate, her pretty face rosy, with long black hair styled into a scorpion braid hanging down and a pair of watery big eyes curiously surveying the dorm. Most of the boys in Class 7 were mesmerized by the sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl. Inside the dormitory, Tang San was also slightly taken aback. It turned out that the dormitory could have mixed living arrangements. However, his attention was drawn to the two figures behind the scorpion braid girl, who were wearing the Soul Master Academy uniform, one male and one female. Upon seeing one of them, Tang San's expression immediately brightened. Li Xian. Meanwhile, Li Xian had found the work-study student dormitory along the way, but before he could meet Tang San, a figure had already entered the dormitory ahead of him. As they brushed past each other, Li Xian sensed a very agile aura. The girl standing in front of him was beautiful, with snow-white skin and a striking scorpion braid cascading down her back, especially her flawless rosy face, which was hard for Li Xian to look away from, resembling a porcelain doll crafted by heaven. Xiaowu, what the heck? He didn't expect to meet her so soon. What's wrong? Yushi's little hand was held by Li Xian when suddenly she pinched his palm with two fingers, causing Li Xian to cough immediately. It's not what you think. Li Xian didn't expect his meeting with Xiaowu to happen here, in the student dormitory 7th building. When Tang San caught sight of him, he was delighted and was about to walk out, but was abruptly pulled back by Wang Sheng beside him. Boss, she's a newcomer. Don't forget our rules. Wang Sheng's attention was completely captivated by Xiaowu, and the girl in front of him was naturally the one he was referring to. Every newcomer had to spar with the dorm leader. It was the rule here. Tang San felt a bit helpless at this and set Li Xian aside, then walked toward the girl. Hello, I'm Xiaowu, the dance one. The girl standing at the door smiled sweetly. Hi, I'm Tang San. Nice to meet you. Tang San's tongue got tied, instantly captivated by the cuteness of the girl in front of him. Li Xian watched this scene from the doorway, quietly pulling Yushi back and retreating to the back. Perhaps he had come at the wrong time. He didn't want to ruin the fate between Xiaowu and Tang San. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but feel the gentle touch in his palm, gently squeezing it. Yushi hurriedly loosened her hand, but Li Xian blinked and grabbed it again, and Yushi couldn't break free anymore. Go for it, boss. Don't hold back just because she's a girl. Soon, sounds of fighting echoed from within the dormitory, indicating that Xiaowu and Tang San had started to spar. Yushi, confused, leaned her head in to peek inside, while Li Xian pulled her back, revealing a mysterious smile that Yushi couldn't understand. Are they fighting? Is it okay? It's fine, my brother is tough. Li Xian's words are indeed true. How could minor quarrels between couples lead to serious problems? When Li Xian arrived again at the front of the 7th dormitory, the fighting inside had already ceased. Tang San and his girlfriend had shaken hands and made peace, and the position of dorm leader had also been handed over. Li Xian saw this and pulled Yushi inside. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of the other students in the room. When Wang Sheng saw that someone else had arrived, he immediately urged the new head, Xiaowu, to get ready, constantly stoking the fire. Xiaowu blinked her eyes and tilted her head. Is it my turn now? Of course, boss. Wang Sheng cheered her on. He didn't expect so many work-study students to come this year. As a bystander, he was in for a good show. However, just as Xiaowu was about to get up, Tang San stepped forward first and walked towards Li Xian in front of all the students from his 7th dormitory. However, Tang San wasn't there to help Xiaowu. Upon seeing Li Xian, the two embraced, looking even closer than best friends. You came really fast. I was just about to look for you. Of course, I came to find you right after class. You must be tired from the walk. Not too bad. Their conversation instantly diffused the tense atmosphere in the room, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They thought Tang San was going to fight. What was going on? At that moment, a boy recognized something and exclaimed in surprise, "That looks like the uniform from the Soul Academy." He is a student from the Martial Soul Academy. The others, including Wang Sheng, finally realized that Li Xian and Yushi were dressed differently, in black uniforms with white collars, especially the 7 killing sword emblem on their chests, symbolizing their identity as Junior Soul Academy students. In Notting City, apart from noble academies, most children from ordinary families could only choose the Junior Martial Soul Academy and the Junior Academy in Notting City. However, to enter the Junior Martial Soul Academy, the requirements for talent were extremely high. Li Xian and She were wearing the Soul Master Academy uniforms, which unconsciously created a psychological gap between them and others. The gazes of those around them sparkled with admiration. After all, they were usually the noble students of the Soul Academy. In the dormitory of Class 7, aside from Xiaowu, Wang Sheng and the others were all envious. It seemed that the visitors from the Soul Academy had a good relationship with Tang San, who was really impressive. Chapter 15. Xiao Wu admits defeat. Tang San looked at Li Xian, who had only been slightly taller than him a few days ago, now towering half a head above him. A separation of 3 days should lead to new perspectives, he thought, and he understood at this moment. You changed a lot. Li Xian. Yes, a bit. Li Xian was surprised by his own appearance, let alone the third party. Through the ability to manipulate time, he increased a year in the realm of the mind, and then this body absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, resulting in a qualitative leap in physical strength, reaction, and spirit in all aspects. The increase in height can be considered a form of expression, combined. Li Xian now looked more like a senior student around 8 or 9 years old. However, once you obtain your first soul ring, you'll be like me as well. Li Xian continued speaking. Tang San looked surprised. He didn't ask more questions, simply wishing his friend well and responding with a faint smile. At this moment, Wang Sheng walked over, scratching his head and said, Tang San, I didn't expect you to have a friend from the Soul Academy. Can you introduce us? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was sitting on the bed, propping herself up with her hands, swinging her little feet back and forth, her big eyes looking on with curiosity. Not only that, but all the students in Dormitory 7 were also very curious about Li Xian. Who wouldn't want to befriend a student from a Soul Academy? He's a friend I've known since childhood. Li Xian, who just entered the Soul Master Academy not long ago, Tang San introduced to everyone. Inside the dormitory, upon hearing that Li Xian was just a first-year student, many people's smiles froze, and a few even dropped their jaws. With Li Xian's strong physique, he looked like he was in 5th or 6th grade. At this moment, Tang San noticed the girl Yushi beside Li Xian. He seemed to have seen her during their farewell in Shenghan village. You brought a friend too, he said. Li Xian pulled Yushi in front of him and let the two introduce themselves. Yushi, this is my buddy Tang San. Hello. Tang San nodded lightly. Yushi smiled shyly, while his eyes scanned Tang San up and down. So this was the friend Li Xian mentioned. In terms of height and looks, he was definitely much inferior to Li Xian. Hey, you guys are introducing each other, but it's so boring. Why not talk about your martial souls and soul power? We need to understand that strength is the most important thing. At this moment, Xiao Wu complained while sitting on the bed. She was looking forward to sparring with the newcomers, but she didn't expect Li Xian to be Tang San's friend. After listening for a long time, her ears were almost getting calluses. Hearing Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction, Li Xian intentionally nudged Tang San and whispered, what a cute little sister. Is she your good friend? Tang San scratched his head and said, we just met. Her name is Xiao Wu. Turning his head, Tang San sighed helplessly. Xiao Wu, Li Xian isn't a student here. You can't attack him. Then at least introduce yourself. Li Xian, are you very strong? Xiao Wu clenched her fists and threatened with a fierce look. Yes. Li Xian kept it a secret and deliberately didn't say anything. Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year soul beast, had not left her training place during her soul beast years. She was pure-hearted, like a blank sheet of paper. Therefore, despite having 100,000 years of cultivation, her thoughts were no different from those of an ordinary little girl. Hence, Li Xian understood her dissatisfaction as a complaint about his arrival stealing the spotlight from her. Just a little annoyed. If you don't want to say anything, then don't. I can see that your martial soul isn't good enough. You just don't want to talk. Xiao Wu crossed her arms in anger. Seeing this, Tang San immediately tried to mediate, saying, you are all my friends. Let us get along well and not create conflicts. In fact, Tang San was unaware of Li Xian's strength at this time. He recognized that Li Xian's martial soul had the rare Qirong Tong Tianju. But after they parted ways, Li Xian had already obtained his first soul ring, and his strength had grown to a level unknown to him. Li Xian reached out and put his arm around Tang San's shoulder, looking at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, your provocation doesn't work on me. You want to know my strength, right? I can only tell you, I'm very strong. I don't believe it. Xiao Wu pouted. I'm even stronger. If you don't believe me, let's compete. Xiao Wu, you. Don't speak yet. She jumped up and covered Tang San's mouth, determined to compete with Li Xian. Her long legs stretched out, and she was slightly taller than Yushi, but in front of Li Xian, she was an entire head shorter. Nevertheless, the defiant look on her delicate face was enough to show her spirit, which was not inferior to Li Xian's. In the face of Xiao Wu's provocation, Wang Sheng and the others set up their chairs to watch the show. They were also curious about Li Xian's strength and looked forward to the two of them sparring. After all, Li Xian and Yushi came from the Soul Academy, where the admission conditions were much stricter. Seeing this, Yushi furrowed her brows slightly and unconsciously stepped in front of Li Xian. She knew Li Xian's situation best. He had just been in the hospital. It was dangerous for him to act carelessly. However, as soon as she took a step forward, Li Xian grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up, giving her no chance to resist. By the time Yushi's feet hit the ground again, she found herself back in her original position. She shot Li Xian a resentful glare. "It's not your turn to come to my aid." Li Xian smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Wu. "So you want to know about my martial soul? I'll tell you. My martial soul is the same as Tang San's. It's also a type of grass." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu snorted coldly. "My martial soul is a rabbit, which only eats grass. You're no match for me." "Oh," Li Xian quietly questioned, and as he spoke, a golden light began to shine from him. He raised his palm, and the azure crescent moon vine rapidly grew from his hand, breaking through the air. As the martial soul appeared, an astonishing wave of soul power emanated from Li Xian's body, exerting a tremendous pressure that spread throughout the dormitory, causing all the students to feel an increased burden. Then, they were shocked to see that as the martial soul manifested in Li Xian's palm, a circle of black soul rings quietly emerged, swirling around his palm, pulsating up and down, releasing a terrifying aura. The appearance of the black soul rings was like a heavy brick smashing down on everyone's hearts in the dormitory, and instantly, the shock on their faces turned into fear, looking at Li Xian as if they were seeing a monster. 10,000-year soul ring. Wang Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. Tang San was stunned, his reaction relatively calm. Beside him, Yushi covered her small mouth, letting out a soft gasp. After days of study, she had already understood the significance of the 10,000-year soul ring. Didn't the teacher say that only a soul king could absorb such a soul ring? Li Xian, after all, at this moment, the one who can most intuitively feel the pressure of the 10,000-year soul ring is Xiao Wu in front of Li Xian, facing the power of the 10,000-year soul ring. Her soul power is so intimidated that it is difficult to operate. Not to mention that her soul power is only at level 10 now. Although she has a soul ring, her century-old soul ring is no match for Li Xian's. "I lost," she said, dejectedly lowering her head. She had no desire to compete anymore. Knowing when to back down, Gu decided. Li Xian's martial soul entered his body, and the pressure around him dissipated. He crossed his arms and returned to his easygoing demeanor. "Is your soul ring obtained from hunting a 10,000-year soul beast?" Xiao Wu lifted her head, which had been lowered, and in her eyes, a hint of shallow sadness and unwillingness was concealed as she asked. Li Xian shook his head and leaned close to her ear, saying that the unexpected situation was just a 100-year-old soul beast. "Is that so?" This response calmed Xiao Wu down. Li Xian's tone was sincere, and he didn't seem to be lying at all. Hearing this explanation, the displeasure on her face seemed to lessen a bit. Li Xian understood her feelings very well. As a soul beast, she certainly wouldn't want her kind to be hunted, especially not one that had cultivated for 10,000 years. Fortunately, Li Xian's 10,000-year soul ring was indeed earned through his own efforts, and he wasn't lying. "Li Xian." Behind him, Yushi called out, and then his clothes were grabbed by a corner, pulling him back from beside Xiao Wu. Li Xian was taken aback and turned his face to see Yushi's sweet smile. "Can you tell me what the soul ring is? I want to know too." Li Xian scratched his head and said, "Of course, you can ask me anything." Then, he went on in a roundabout way to describe the dangers he had experienced, with various exaggerated expressions. Yushi listened attentively and believed every word. "Are you okay?" Tang San walked over to Xiao Wu's side and asked with concern. At this moment, he still didn't understand what a 10,000-year spirit ring meant, but from Xiao Wu's attitude, he could tell that his good friend was very powerful, reaching a crushing level of strength. "It's fine. It's still comfortable to spar with you. That guy is too abnormal. I can't beat him." Xiao Wu pouted in frustration and turned around, sitting down on the bed with a thud. Tang San's arm was nudged, and he turned his face to find Wang Sheng looking at him with admiration, almost kneeling beside him. "Li Xian, your brother is too amazing. I wasn't mistaken, right? That was a 10,000-year spirit ring. He's really incredible. If he could protect us, no one would dare to bully us anymore. Help us say some good words for him. We also want to be friends with him." After seeing the 10,000-year spirit ring released by Li Xian, everyone in the dormitory was shocked. It was as if their worldview had been shattered. They still had a vague understanding of what a 10,000-year spirit ring meant, but they understood what a spirit king represented. It was said that in the entire Nodding City, there wasn't a single spirit king with soul power reaching level 50, and only a spirit king could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Li Xian's first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. This is incredible. Tang San was pushed by Li Xian's admirers and helplessly said, "Li Xian is very easy to get along with. He won't mind being friends with you. Also, he is studying at the Soul Academy and can't protect you. Brother Tang, but having one more connection is always good." Exactly. Wang Sheng and others had a look of stubbornness. However, although they wanted to befriend Li Xian, they only dared to speak in front of Tang San, and no one approached Li Xian directly. This was because, after witnessing Li Xian's immense strength, their envy of his status turned into admiration for his power. When this admiration reached its peak, it was accompanied by a sense of awe towards Li Xian. This awe made them only dare to worship and obey him, which was inevitable as the dormitory was filled with a group of young students. And their self-discipline couldn't compare to that of an adult like Tang San. The dormitory was noisy, and no one noticed that at this moment. A male teacher in his 30s was looking around as he walked to the dormitory door. This teacher scanned the room and interrupted everyone, saying, "New work-study students, step forward." Also, which one is Tang San? Upon seeing the teacher, the students in the dormitory quickly stood in line, and Xiao Wu also got up from her bed. As for Li Xian and Yu Shi, they somewhat awkwardly stepped aside. Tang San heard the male teacher calling his name and hurriedly stepped forward. The teacher at the door said, "My name is Mo Han, and I am your teacher. Tang San, the master asked me to bring you bedding." Tang San nodded and took the blanket from Mo Han's hands. The master he mentioned was precisely Yu Xiaojiang, who he had just recognized as his teacher today. Tang San felt warm in his heart. The master was really thoughtful. Mo Han looked at the list in his hand. There were only 2 work-study students this year, so he explained some work-related matters. This included school rules and so on. Finally, he reminded Tang San of the study schedule and classroom location. Tang San and Xiao Wu both nodded in agreement, indicating they understood. Mo Han thought for a moment and seemed to have nothing more to say, so he was about to leave. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Xian in the dormitory. His gaze naturally fell on the Seoul Academy uniform, and his departing footsteps abruptly halted. "Hey, you two, are you exchange students from the friendly match? What are you doing here?" Facing Mo Han's inquiry, Li Xian and Yu Shi exchanged glances, their eyes widening in confusion, not knowing what Mo Han meant by friendly match. They had just come to visit a friend. Chapter 16. Not enough to scheme in response to Mo Han's question. Li Xian shook his head and said, "Teacher Mo, we just came here to find friends. We are not the exchange students you mentioned." Mo Han was taken aback for a moment. "Oh, I see. Looking at you. I thought you came down from the Soul Master Academy. You can visit friends, but you are not allowed to cause trouble here." Li Xian nodded. "We will abide by the rules. However, Teacher Mo, could you tell me what a friendly match is? Does the Soul Master Academy mentioned refer to the Junior Academy in Notting City?" Just as Mo Han was about to leave, he heard Li Xian's question, turned back, and patiently explained, "No, it's not that. All the academies in the town participate in the Junior Academy friendly match every year. You can understand it as an exchange and sparring among students. As for the exchanging students, they all come from the provincial capital. This year, the exchange students assigned to our academy are from the Junior Soul Master Academy in Fasnuo Province. By the way, your Soul Master Academy should also be participating. I remember that the exchange students going to the Soul Academy this year seem to come from some noble academy in the provincial capital, right? That's it for now. The teacher has other matters to attend to." "Okay, goodbye." Teacher Mo Li Xian waved his hand at the retreating figure, and, at the same time, he understood why Teacher Mo Han would recognize him as an exchange student. The Fasnu province is vast, and the scale of its central city is comparable to that of a ducal capital. The Junior Martial Soul Academy there must be of a very high level. In contrast, Noting City is just a small town in Fasnu province, and describing it as a remote and impoverished place is not an exaggeration. The scale of its Junior Soul Academy is completely on a different level. "Xiao San, I'm leaving now. See you another day. If you need anything, you can find me at the Soul Academy." After meeting with Tang San, Li Xian didn't have anything else to do and planned to go back for now. He had escaped from the hospital and was discovered by Master Matthew, so he would definitely be scolded. Moreover, his body had not fully recovered. He had just released his martial soul and was feeling quite exhausted, so it was time to go back and rest. "All right, thank you for coming to see me. I'll come find you another day," Li Xian said. In the dormitory, when Wang Sheng and the others saw that Li Xian was about to leave, they all became anxious. "Brother Li Xian, don't rush off. You guys didn't eat before coming here, right? I see Tang San is also hungry. Why don't we all go to the cafeteria together?" Yes, let's eat before you leave." Tang San looked helpless and wanted to refuse, but his stomach suddenly growled, causing him to blush instantly. He hadn't had a moment of peace since arriving at the academy. He was indeed hungry. When Xiao Wu heard there was food, she jumped up excitedly. "Great, let's go eat together. I'm hungry too. By the way, do we have to pay for meals at our academy?" Wang Sheng scratched his head and laughed. "You just got to the school. You're not familiar with many rules yet. For work-study students, everything besides classes is paid. But it's okay, I'll treat you all this time. I've been in the academy for many years, so I have enough to cover this small expense." Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces brightened immediately. Li Xian felt a bit overwhelmed. When it came to food, his stomach churned. The buns he had eaten in the morning hadn't digested yet. However, he glanced at Yushi, who was worried about him and had gone to find a hospital after class. She must be hungry too. Brother Li Xian, let's go. Tang San and the others have already gone. The food here is pretty good, Wang Sheng said with an eager expression. Yushi was hungry, and Li Xian couldn't just ignore her. So he nodded. All right, let's go together. But I didn't bring any money today, so I'll have to trouble you to treat me. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng immediately cheered up. No problem. No problem. I'll treat you. He couldn't wait to get Li Xian to owe him a small favor. After all, a meal didn't cost much compared to the opportunity to befriend him. Yushi, following closely beside Li Xian, quietly said, I have meal tickets at school that can let them treat us. Is that okay? Li Xian shook his head. It's fine. We're all friends. Next time we meet, just come back. Upon hearing this, Yushi no longer refuted him. With Wang Sheng taking the lead, everyone quickly agreed. Thus, the work-study students formed a large group and marched toward the cafeteria, the scale so impressive that one might think they were about to attack the cafeteria. Wang Sheng diligently followed Li Xian's side, escorting him along the way. Li Xian, I'm Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the battle tiger. Your 10,000-year soul ring really shocked me. Oh, by the way, what kind of martial soul do you have? It looks so strange. Herbal martial soul, Kasha, Li Xian replied casually. Until now, he hadn't given his martial soul a proper name, but he decided to use this name from now on. The Qingshu Xianhua vine and the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, both are rare medicinal herbs. Either one would make opponents wary if mentioned. Since that's the case, it's better to play dumb and let them lower their guard. Kasha? Wang Sheng was taken aback. As far as he knew, it was just a very common herb. He had helped his family collect it when he was young for some pocket money. He seemed incredulous. Isn't that a useless martial soul? But then again, Tang San's martial soul was blue silvergrass, and he had beaten him up badly. Li Xian's martial soul, being a common herb, was even less impressive than Xiao Wu and Tang San. He suddenly began to doubt his own martial soul. Who exactly has the useless martial soul? It's nothing like what the teacher taught. Xiangu, can I also go to the Soul Academy to find you in the future? Of course. Xiao San's friends are my friends. That's great. As they spoke, the group arrived at the cafeteria. In Nodding City, apart from the Noble Academy, the Town Academy and the Soul Academy are public institutions with looser management. Li Xian faced little restriction upon arriving here. Oh, aren't those poor folks Wang Sheng and the others? However, just as they entered the cafeteria, a mocking voice came from above, laced with contempt that made one uncomfortable. Wang Sheng was at the front, being the first to enter the cafeteria, but unexpectedly, he was immediately targeted by a group of people who laughed at him. Li Xian and Tang San exchanged a glance, their brows slightly furrowed, and looked in the direction indicated. They saw a group of boys, standing in the middle of the staircase, looking down at them from a height. These students appear to be in the 5th grade, and the one speaking was about 11 or 12 years old, with a rather handsome face that showed a strong disdain. Upon seeing Wang Sheng appear in the cafeteria, he let out a sharp mockery, saying that a poor guy is just a poor guy, only able to eat on the 1st floor, truly pathetic. Just haha. Among the work-study students, the hot-tempered Xiao Wu heard this and immediately rushed out, pointing at the boy who spoke and shouting, Hey, you up there? Who do you think you are to say that about us? Seeing this provocation, the other party was clearly pleased and was ready to unleash some venting. However, when the leader noticed that the one speaking was a girl, he instantly changed his attitude, saying, What a beautiful girl. What a pity to be mixed in with a bunch of stinky work-study students. Wang Sheng, I'm going to eat. I'll let you off this time. With that, the group prepared to leave. Xiao wanted to chase after them, but was held back by Tang San, who shook his head and said, Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. This response clearly made Xiao Wu feel dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and his group were filled with resentment, their faces burning with anger. But they dared not vent it. As work-study students, they faced discrimination and oppression at school, but there was nothing they could do. Lacking cultivation resources, they were not as strong as those guys, and the weak could only be humiliated. Wanting to resist would only lead to a beating. After holding back for a moment, Wang Sheng's fists clenched together, and he finally sighed helplessly. At the back of the group, Li Xian noticed everyone's reactions and slightly raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by Yushi. We can't make trouble here, Yushi said with concern. In fact, she was worried about Li Xian's health. She sensed his thoughts, but this was not the Soul Academy, and Li Xian's injuries had not healed. It would be terrible if his injuries relapsed. Li Xian gently stroked the small hand of Yushi that was gripping his arm, smiled slightly, and lowered that hand. I am someone who loves to reason, so don't worry, I don't like to cause trouble. As he spoke, Li Xian suddenly turned his head and shouted toward the second floor. The guy who just spoke, come down. On the staircase of the second floor, senior students were about to go upstairs when they heard the words from below, and a group of people stopped in their tracks at the same time. The leader, a boy named Ling Feng, narrowed his eyes and immediately cast a condescending gaze downwards. Who was speaking just now? Were you calling me? Li Xian, this is our business. Wang Sheng looked troubled and quickly pulled Li Xian back, wanted to say to let it go. Although he wasn't worried about Li Xian's strength. They had just met, so he felt embarrassed to add trouble for the other party. Li Xian shook his head. If this incident happened to him, he wouldn't care and would just let it go. However, the other party was mocking all the work-study students, including his friend Tang San. How could he tolerate that? Li Xian looked at Wang Sheng without caring, his gaze fixed directly on Ling Feng on the second floor. Otherwise, am I talking to a dog? Get down here. On the stairs, Ling Feng was being pointed at by someone, anger rising from his neck to his face. How dare the work-study student insult him in public? It was outrageous. However, he suddenly noticed something in the other person's eyes. It seemed that the one helping Wang Sheng wasn't a work-study student after all. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment and said to the person beside him, that guy is standing up for Wang Sheng and his group of poor fools. What is his background? The senior students beside him shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen him before. He.S. wearing the Seoul Academy uniform. But I know all the strong ones over there, and I don't recognize this guy. Just putting on an act, Feng Ge. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately relaxed. Even if the other side had someone from the Seoul Academy, so what? The junior college in Notting City is just overall inferior to the Seoul Academy. But that doesn't mean he is weaker than the students from the Seoul Academy. This was also his confidence in his own strength. Moreover, Li Xian's face was unfamiliar, and he hadn't heard of this character from the Seoul Academy either. Ling Feng even speculated that he might have stolen a uniform and come here to show off. While thinking this, he had already walked down, looking at Li Xian with a fierce expression. It was you who was shouting, right? I see you're really tired of living. Ling Feng walked ahead, followed by a group of people with an imposing attitude. He thought that by coming down, he would intimidate the other party with a condescending stance. To Ling Feng's surprise, Li Xian was very tall, and when he walked down the stairs, he realized he was even a bit shorter in comparison. Nevertheless, he didn't pay much attention to this physical difference. He unconsciously raised his head and let out a cold snort. I warn you, considering the face of the Seoul Academy, it's not too late to apologize now. Otherwise, if you make me angry, you won't be able to keep this uniform. The mockery on his face grew stronger. You want to help the work-study student, huh? Let us see what you can do. Li Xian listened to these extremely arrogant words and laughed. Because you were scared just by this school uniform? Facing a work-study student, you act so tough? You're really lacking courage. So what? I also down on work-study students. Do you want to be a hero? Ling Feng had a malicious sneer on his face. They bully work-study students, and the teachers don't care. Yet someone dares to stand up? Don't they know that their big boss, Xiao, is the son of the Lord of Notting City? Those poor work-study students deserve to be trampled on. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Li Xian raised an eyebrow and said directly, let me ask you, what level is your soul power? Ling Feng crossed his arms and sneered. Before asking someone else's soul power, you should state your own first. That's basic etiquette. You don't even understand this little courtesy, yet you want to stand up for others? Are you an idiot? Li Xian placed one hand on Ling Feng's shoulder, the smile on his face slowly fading. The big is not enough to plot against the small. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and his anger surged rapidly. What did you say? Li Xian's meaning was something he surely understood. To belittle him as a petty person was not enough to scheme against him. It naturally meant that in the face of such small-minded individuals, he looked down on reasoning, let alone rules. He wouldn't be this angry even if he were directly insulted by Li Xian. But being looked down upon and humiliated in such a manner was something he could not tolerate. Ling Feng was furious at that moment. His fists clenched tightly in his embrace, and he swung them directly toward Li Xian's face. Crack! However, the hand resting on his shoulder merely squeezed lightly, and Ling Feng's body, which was about to explode with anger, instantly stiffened. His arm, which had just been raised, suddenly felt as if it had suffered a heavy blow. He let out a muffled groan, and both arms went limp, hanging down. A look of fear surged in Ling Feng's eyes, and he immediately wanted to release his martial soul. But the soul power within him shrank into a ball, suppressed by a powerful aura, making it impossible for even a trace of soul power to circulate. You! Slap! Li Xian placed his palm on his cheek and said calmly, Those who insult others will always be insulted in return. You mock Wang Sheng and his family for being poor. And I can also hang you up and beat you for having a hard fist, understand? You may not like to hear this, but it's fine. I'm just warning you that the work-study students here are all my friends now. If I hear that any of them are being bullied, I will come from the Soul Academy to deal with you. Remember that. After speaking, he lightly patted Ling Feng's face a few times with his palm and then left after dusting off his hands. In front of him, Ling Feng's face trembled, and he swallowed hard. At this moment, he understood that Li Xian hadn't actually attacked him. He merely released a trace of soul power that left him breathless. His martial soul and soul power had completely failed in an instant. This was simply impossible. Ling Feng was very clear that it was not the power of a soul skill, but the purest form of soul pressure. To achieve this, there must be an incredibly terrifying power gap between the two. Li Xian's ability to do this proved that his strength was at a level far beyond his own. Ling Feng watched Li Xian casually walk away, his legs weak from fear, and the warning left him with a chilling feeling in his heart. Who exactly is he? Chapter 17, The Oppressive Aura. No matter how arrogant you are, you won't escape Li Xian's wrath. Xiao Wu grimaced fiercely, standing in the team and making a funny face. Li Xian's decisive action made her feel great satisfaction. It was much better than Tang San's indecisive character. When someone bullies you up close, you should fight back with your fists. Otherwise, if you endure this time, what about next time? Do you have to wait until you are humiliated to the point of being utterly ashamed before you retaliate? For such lowly scum that looks down on others, it should be an eye for an eye, to make them remember this lesson. Xiangu is really cool, Wang Sheng murmured, his eyes filled with admiration almost overflowing. As the leader of the 5th grade, Ling Feng knew best about his own strength. He had always been completely unable to fight back against Ling Feng, while Li Xian subdued the opponent with just one hand. Is it the aura of a strong person? Xiangu is magnificent. Ling Feng, it's your turn today. Ha! A wave of heartfelt cheers erupted from the crowd of working students. The longer one is trampled, the stronger the joy of revenge will be. Behind them, senior students quickly gathered around Ling Feng, exchanging puzzled glances. Ling Feng, are you okay? Why didn't you take care of that kid? What happened just now? A few people standing behind Ling Feng, not knowing the specifics of the situation between the first two, found it hard to believe that Ling Feng would tolerate such humiliation of being slapped in the face by an opponent. He is very strong. Ling Feng struggled to control his trembling voice, staring in fear at Li Xian's back. The senior students beside him were still confused. That kid is so strong. He couldn't have even beaten you, right? Yeah. Fengge, you guys in tea fight just now, did you? Ling Feng looked at his 2 weak arms, letting out a bitter laugh. Fight? His body was so soft that it was a struggle just to keep himself from collapsing. Li Xian's strength had reached a crushing level. He had no chance of resistance at all. Help me a bit. Let's go back first and ask Boss Xiao to take action. After saying this, Ling Feng could no longer control himself and fell into the arms of a colleague beside him, trembling and slowly swallowing his saliva. Is it really that bad, Fengge? The people nearby were dumbfounded, but they also understood that the person who helped the working student must have a significant background. Today, it would be impossible to teach this group of poor guys a lesson. One of them said, I just heard that little girl call him Li Xian. That kid won't be able to show off for long. Let's go back. Li Xian walked back to the team, rubbed his wrist, and subtly glanced behind. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The intimidation effect just now was very effective. He achieved his goal without wasting any effort. Moreover, that group of senior students was evidently wary of him and did not come over to seek revenge. Although Li Xian was not afraid of being surrounded, his body had not yet recovered, and he did not want to stir up trouble. Speaking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but curse Ling Feng for being such a fool. Letting him get so close at such a distance without being intimidated was simply unbelievable. Li Xian thought to himself that his 10,000-year spirit ring brought great soul power, but it hadn't yet reached the level of overwhelmingly crushing his peers. However, with Ling Feng giving him a chance to get close, it was a different story. His own soul power surged through Ling Feng's shoulder into his meridians. The 10,000-year spirit ring only needed to release a hint of its aura to amplify the intimidation effect. So to speak, he played a trick. Of course, this was also based on Li Xian not wanting to exert himself. If he truly engaged in a fight, the result would be the same. Yushi hurried over, asking, Are you okay? What's wrong? Do I look like something's wrong? Li Xian placed his palm on Yushi's small head and leaned in close to her big, watery eyes. Grinning as he said, Was I handsome just now? You, that's enough. It took a lot of effort for Yushi to move Li Xian's arm away with both hands, her face slightly flushed. Xiange is mighty. You're so amazing. I really admire you. The crowd of work-study students cheered as they welcomed Li Xian. Finally, someone had helped them vent their anger. It was simply exhilarating. Li Xian was speechless and said, I'm helping you guys because those guys are too much. You should study honestly and not provoke them randomly. Understood, Brother Xian. We won't learn from those jerks. They have always been the ones bullying others. Don't worry, Brother Xian, we won't do that. By the way, Brother Xian, this group of losers might go looking for Boss Xiao after being beaten. I'm afraid they might come back to retaliate against us. So be careful. Li Xian nodded and casually said, Who is Boss Xiao? Wang Sheng explained from the side. He is a 6th grade student named Xiao Qinyu, and he is the strongest student in our school, a level 11 battle spirit master with a wolf martial soul. Actually, speaking of the strongest, this guy is not quite there, but he is the son of the city lord of Nodding City, so everyone usually gives him some leeway. Li Xian seemed to be deep in thought, then waved his hand and said, Okay, got it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go eat. What does Xiange want to eat? I'll treat you. You get lost? I invited first. Xiange, I know best what is delicious in the cafeteria, so let me handle it. Xiange, you've worked hard. Today, I'll cover all the expenses. Li Xian, after having lunch with Yueshi, bid farewell to Tang San and his group and left the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. By the time he returned to the hospital, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Yueshi had to go back to class, so she also left. Li Xian entered the hospital through a side door and quietly returned to his ward, disappearing for several hours without anyone noticing. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps they knew he needed to rest and didn't dare to disturb him. During this time, he indeed needed to recuperate and couldn't go to school for classes. However, Li Xian wasn't worried that his cultivation would be slowed down. Firstly, the Xiantian Gong, as a top-tier Taoist mental method, is just as effective as the Academy's techniques. Secondly, this was a good opportunity for him to study the crafting of hidden weapons from the Xiantian Baolu. His peers were probably still in the soul power cultivation stage. He had already done that a year ago, so it would be better for him to focus his energy on other aspects of cultivation. Opening the Xiantian Baolu, Li Xian carefully read through the various introductions to hidden weapons. Soon, he was attracted by a hidden weapon called the sleeve arrow. The reason he was interested in this weapon was that he thought of his flying flower soul technique. If he mastered this hidden weapon, he could use it in conjunction with his soul technique during battle, creating a deceptive effect. His opponents would lower their guard due to the scattered attacks of the flying flower, unaware that the sleeve arrows were hidden within, and as the saying goes, a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Even being hit by one arrow would give his opponent a headache. For this reason, Li Xian specifically chose a repeating sleeve crossbow. This hidden weapon has great shooting power, and the book mentioned it could penetrate 3 poplar trees in a row. Moreover, the Tang sect's hidden weapons are generally treated with poison, greatly enhancing their effectiveness. Penetration plus poison means that for low-level soul masters, just one arrow is enough. No divine being could save them. Li Xian immediately decided to master the production and use of this repeating crossbow. However, the making of concealed weapons requires high-quality iron materials, so I must first learn blacksmithing. Li Xian pondered lightly in his heart. The crafting of hidden weapons cannot be rushed. It is not something that can be mastered in a day. Fortunately, he now has ample time, as the junior college has a 6-year study period. He can make good use of his free time to cultivate a side skill, and by the time he graduates, his abilities will be sufficient to create hidden weapons. As the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. Even if 6 years is not enough, Li Xian can also ask Tang San for help. Of course, Li Xian knows that his talent only allows him to craft some simple hidden weapons. As for the top-ranked hidden weapons like the Buddha-S Fury Tang Lian and the Raining Pear Blossom Needle, those exquisite artifacts require exceptional crafting talent, and Li Xian does not intend to waste his energy on such training, since he can set a time limit for his soul rings. His own cultivation as a soul master should be his main focus. There's no need for him to waste too much time on external things. Additionally, Li Xian has a hypothesis he has yet to verify, whether he and Yueshi can fuse their martial souls. If they can, Yueshi's existence could become an unknown asset. Martial soul fusion is a formidable phenomenon in the soul master world. Moreover, those who can fuse their martial souls complement each other in soul power cultivation. Simply put, when cultivating together, soul power increases faster. Firstly, Li Xian is not worried about his cultivation talent at all. With 2 types of celestial, herb martial souls, coupled with his ability to set limits, breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water. Yueshi also possesses an easily cultivated evil martial soul. And if the two of them can achieve soul power fusion, the speed of their cultivation would be unimaginable. Furthermore, this kind of enhancement is something most soul masters cannot envy. It is all about fate. Of course, to verify this, they will have to wait until Yueshi absorbs her first martial soul, as her current soul power is only at level 6 and does not meet the conditions for martial soul fusion. After returning to school, he can find Yueshi to cultivate together and test it out. He believes that the soul power resonance will not be wrong. In the remaining time, Li Xian began to study the cultivation of hidden weapons. The use of hidden weapons in the Tang sect first involves the entire process of crafting the weapons, with each type of hidden weapon needing to be personally crafted by the practitioner. Every master of hidden weapons must be a master in crafting. Theoretical study is necessary, and by night, Li Xian began to research his own soul skills. He released his martial soul and explored the use of 2 skills. The inability to engage in practical combat made Li Xian feel very frustrated at present. He just wanted to recover from his injuries quickly. The soul skills possessed by the 10,000-year soul ring were exciting to think about. His first soul skill comprises 2 types, a control-type skill that summons a swamp and a strong attack-type skill that releases flying flowers, which also has a control effect. Li Xian named these 2 skills Earth Control and Purple Lotus. The names shouldn't be too difficult to pronounce, but they also can't be too simple. They need to be easy to shout out loud, and the opponent should be unable to immediately distinguish the form of the soul skill. After recovering, please have Master Matthew accompany me for some practice. Li Xian was able to perceive that, in addition to the soul skills, the absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring also caused a significant increase in his soul power. Li Xian himself couldn't tell what level his strength had reached. He needed to spar with strong opponents to get a clear understanding of his positioning. For the next few days, Li Xian quietly recuperated, and in his spare time, he focused on studying the production of rapid-fire crossbows. During these days, Matthew would come by every day, and Li Xian was well taken care of in terms of food. On the 4th day, Dean Su and Director Luo also came to check on Li Xian's recovery status, and they were reassured. In addition, Yushi would also visit Li Xian every day at noon. In the first few days, she would come 3 times a day, but after being scolded by Li Xian, she only dared to come at noon. Li Xian was not afraid of being disturbed. It was just that Yushi wasted all her time with him, which would somewhat affect her own cultivation, and the cultivation of a soul master in their childhood was particularly important. However, thanks to Yushi, during the time Li Xian was hospitalized, he was not bored to death. Listening to Yushi talk about school matters was also a way to pass the time. Li Xian sat upright on the bed. After noon, he began counting down 6, 5, 3, 1. At the moment the countdown ended, with a click, the ward door was opened, and immediately a pair of bright, big eyes looked over. Li Xian opened his eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 18, Intolerance. Li Xian, I'm coming in. In front of the hospital room, Yushi timidly peeked her head in, standing by the door and looking around. Li Xian was speechless and said, "Come in, you've really had enough asking every day." At first, Yushi would knock on the door, and Li Xian found it quite annoying, so he approved her to come in directly. However, Yushi still asked every day. Seeing her visit him so punctually made Li Xian happy, and he got up from the bed and sat down at the table. "Did you bring me some snacks today?" Yushi placed her backpack on the table and took out a dessert from a box, saying happily, "I did. Today's dessert in the cafeteria is fruit salad." Yushi opened her lunchbox, revealing a sweet dish of mango and strawberry with cream. Li Xian's fingers itched, and he started eating right away. The Soul Master Academy had this advantage. Meals were free. Matthew wouldn't let Li Xian eat too much sugar, citing dietary restrictions, not allowing him to touch anything sweet, spicy, or meaty. Li Xian felt like his mouth was becoming bland, and he looked forward to Yushi bringing some different snacks every day. Li Xian was eating messily, but he didn't care about it. Yueshi, with her small hand resting on her cheek, sat beside him obediently, staring at him eat, looking quite happy herself. "Did you find today's class tiring? How's your soul power cultivation going?" Li Xian murmured. Yueshi shook her head. "The study content this month has all been related to soul power cultivation, and I've already mastered it. I asked teacher Ro to help me test my soul power yesterday, and it's already at level 8. That's pretty fast." Yueshi had a natural soul power of level 6, and in just about a week since she started school, she had already improved by 2 levels. That speed is really too fast. Li Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Has Wang Xiaodong been bothering you during this time?" "I asked Grandpa Ma to send someone to protect you." "Did he send anyone?" Yushi Qing replied softly, "Teacher Ro told me that if I have any problems, I can go to her. Wang Xiaodong should have been warned as well, so he hasn't caused me any trouble." Li Xian felt relieved upon hearing this. Listening to Matthew's words, he focused on recovering from his injuries, with the condition that his friends should not be bullied. Otherwise, he would have left the hospital right away to deal with that group of people. However, when Yushi reached this point, she suddenly shrank back her sleeve, quietly glanced at Li Xian, then lowered her arm and rested her cheek on her other hand. After Li Xian finished the dessert, Yu Guang took in the details with his eyes. He then wiped his mouth with the bedsheet, let out a loud burp, and said he was done, thanking her. Yueshi smiled, skillfully tidying up the dining table, while Li Xian only focused on eating, with her handling all the cleanup. However, Yueshi was happy to do so. Unlike Li Xian, she was more hygienic, taking out a tissue to clean up all the spilled food, and she also carefully tidied up Li Xian's utensils. Her small hands moved methodically on the table, making one wonder if Yueshi had become Li Xian's little maid. It was at this moment that Li Xian's gaze fell on Yueshi's right hand, and he quickly reached out, grabbing her right wrist. The sudden movement startled Yueshi, causing her to instinctively pull her arm back, her face flashing with fear and guilt. But with Li Xian's strength, Yueshi couldn't break free. Yu Guang briefly scanned a faint purple mark on her sleeve, but Li Xian didn't pull back Yueshi's sleeve. Instead, he shifted his gaze upward and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" Yueshi lowered her gaze and shook her head. Li Xian reached out his other hand and gently stroked Yushi's cheek. "It's okay. Tell me who did it." Yushi looked over with her big eyes, blinked once, and suddenly a layer of mist filled her eyes as her small mouth pouted in grievance. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned completely cold. He got up, immediately changed into his school uniform, and pulled Yueshi out of the hospital room. "Let's go, let's head to school." Li Xian said, Li Xian interrupted, saying, "Sometimes, just listen to me and don't interfere. Besides, my bones are itching, and I really want to move around." Meanwhile, at the Junior Martial Soul Academy, in the dormitory building, in front of the girls' dormitory number 4 for first-year students, with a burst of noise, 5 girl students around 6 or 7 years old pushed the door open and entered, chatting and laughing. The leading girl had a ponytail, with a small fringe neatly combed down on her forehead. She had a pair of small single-fold eyelids and looked quite ordinary. As soon as she entered, her gaze fell on the bottom bunk closest to the door. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she coldly snorted, "That evil soul master has run out again." The girl beside her wrinkled her nose, feeling unlucky to be in the same dormitory, wishing to kick her out. The leading girl put down the book in her hands, gathered her hair with both hands, and complained, "I told her to get lost long ago, but she refused to listen. When she comes back tonight, I'll teach her a lesson. Yes, if she doesn't obey, we'll deal with her and let her find a teacher to kick her out of our dormitory." While speaking, several girls stretched out their feet and stomped on the bed, making the items on a mess. The ponytail girl still felt it wasn't enough and threw the quilt on the floor, disdainfully saying, "I heard from teacher Ro that she leaves school every noon to visit a friend in the hospital. That person came from the countryside with her and has been hospitalized since coming to school." "Yes, a boy. Is that true? How shameless, having a lover at such a young age. That boy has been in the hospital. He can't be disabled, right? They really match well. Throw her quilt into the toilet. And don't let her stay in our dormitory tonight." "Yes. So disgusting. We want to live with her." While saying this, several girls pulled everything off Yushi's bed, then dragged the quilt out the door, planning to throw it in the restroom. Bang! Just then, the door was slammed open with great force from the outside. The girl who was about to go out bumped her head hard against the door and let out a wail. Instantly, the girls led by the ponytail girl all stood up, angrily looking at the newcomer. They clearly locked the door. Who crashed it open? However, before they could speak, a tall and handsome boy strode in, holding a girl's hand in his right hand, his gaze sweeping around with a stern expression. The one who kicked the door was naturally Li Xian. After leaving the hospital, he went straight to the dormitory building, and the dormitory supervisor didn't stop him. With a cold gaze scanning the room, Li Xian pulled Yushi in front of him and said coldly, "Who did this? Step forward." As soon as this was said, the girls in the room were stunned, and when they saw Yushi behind Li Xian, they immediately reacted. A flash of anger crossed their faces. "Yushi, you dare to bring a boy in? We're going to tell the teacher. You even dare to kick our door? Who do you think you are?" The ponytailed girl stood up, not intimidated by Li Xian. A look of anger and malice flashed across her face, her expression twisted, completely unlike a 6-year-old child. Li Xian squinted his eyes and scanned the room, realizing that these people were led by the girl with the ponytail. That made it simple. He walked over, said not a word, raised his hand, and directly slapped the girl with the ponytail across the face. "Want to know who I am? I'll make it clear for you. After saying these words, Li Xian's solid slap landed on the girl's face, producing a light sound. The girl with the ponytail's cheek turned red and swollen, and she was knocked sideways, crashing into the table and falling to the ground. That slap left her unable to get back up. The other girls in the dorm immediately erupted in anger. You dare to hit someone. Do you know who Sister Ying is? You're finished. Oh. Li Xian's gaze turned to the second girl who spoke, and I also saw you. As the saying goes, those who are tough don't say much. Li Xian walked directly in front of the second girl and raised his hand for a slap. The fierce expression on her face was still there as she was sent flying, landing next to the ponytail with a loud thud. The slap was powerful, leaving her dazed and sprawled on the ground, covering her face and wailing. Her rapidly swelling face looked as if it had been disfigured. There were a total of 5 girls in the room. The first 2 were hit, and the remaining 3 were immediately frightened, pointing at Yu Shi with expressions of anger and fury. The resentment in their eyes seemed to want to strangle Yu Shi. Li Xian glanced beside him and whispered, I didn't mistake the person, right, Yueshi? At this moment, Yueshi's expression was very conflicted. She didn't want it to be like this, but she was also very happy that Li Xian was helping her. She lowered her head and didn't speak, recalling the grievances she had suffered over the past week. As a 6-year-old girl, tears suddenly sparkled in her eyes. Li Xian felt a pang in his heart, his fists clenched tightly. He suddenly looked at the other 3 and said in a deep voice, You 3, whoever did it, slap yourself twice and apologize to Yueshi. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as these 2 on the ground. One girl, unwilling to accept this, shouted, Who do you think you are? Yueshi is an evil soul master. She deserves to be kicked out. She doesn't deserve to live in the dormitory. Another added, Even the teacher said she's an evil soul master. What's wrong with hitting her? You broke into the dorm and dare to hit people. We'll tell the teacher. Cracking his knuckles, Li Xian strode over, looking down at the 2 girls who were speaking, his tone icy. At such a young age, having such malicious thoughts. This makes things easier. Slap. Slap. He directly delivered 2 slaps, one left and one right, even though he held back his strength. The 2 girls found it hard to bear, covering their swollen faces and sitting down on the ground. Yueshi walked over from behind and pulled on Li Xian's arm. Li Xian shook his head, still looking at the last girl. Should I draw, or should I do it? Li Xian had no intention of letting any of them go. As a roommate, they bullied and suppressed Yu Shi because of her evil martial soul. Li Xian guessed that Yu Shi had spent the past week in such an environment. And with Yu Shi's shy personality, her repeated tolerance only made the actions of those girls in the dormitory more excessive. This was evident from the messy bed near the door. Bullying Yu Shi and her friends. How could that be tolerated? I need to tell the teacher. The last girl in front was so scared that her lips turned white, stammering. She was reduced to tears by Li Xian's intimidation. Huddled against the wall, her body trembling. Where was this fear when they were bullying their classmates? Li Xian felt no sympathy and raised his hand directly. Just then, outside the first-year dormitory, a graceful figure squeezed through the children gathered at the door and rushed in. It was Teacher Ro, with short black hair and dressed in a black uniform. She hurriedly ran in, shouting, You can't hit your classmates. Put your hands down. Inside the room, the last girl, upon seeing Teacher Ro, immediately became excited, shouting, Teacher Ro, he hit someone. You have to teach him a lesson. Li Xian glanced at Teacher Ru, and upon hearing the girl's words, his brows furrowed instantly. Even at this moment, she was still thinking about having him be lectured by the teacher, rather than showing any remorse. Li Xian raised his hand in midair and gave a fierce slap, disregarding Ro's attempts to stop him, landing solidly on the girl's face. With a loud smack, Ro rushed to his side and grabbed his arm just as the girl fell to the ground from the force of the slap. Seeing Li Xian hit someone right in front of her, the gentle demeanor she had maintained for years was instantly shattered, and anger surged on her face. Li Xian, what do you think you're doing? Li Xian turned around, clapped his hands, and looked coldly at Teacher Ro. Master Mathuno asked you to take care of Yueshi, and this is how you take care of her? As he spoke, Li Xian grabbed Yueshi's wrist, making Teacher Ro see the faint purple marks left on her arm. Teacher Ro paused, her expression still serious. But that doesn't mean you can hit people. Do you know what you're doing? What am I doing? Li Xian sneered. What I do is none of your business. You uncouth teacher. I hit someone, so what? At this moment, Li Xian had completely torn off the facade, not giving Teacher Ro a good face. He knew that she had always regarded Yueshi as an outsider and had been targeting her since the moment she arrived at the academy. Such a teacher was inherently unqualified. So why should he show her any respect? As soon as these words were spoken, Teacher Ro's face turned red with anger. She didn't expect to be confronted by a 6-year-old student, and her breath became noticeably heavier. Li Xian directly broke free from his arm, coldly glanced at Ro, and said, "I hit someone. If you're not satisfied, go find Dean Su, go find Director Luo. As for the matter of you, she being bullied, let me tell you, it's not over yet." With that, Li Xian took Yuxi's hand and strode out, while the female students gathered at the door watched, and quickly dispersed upon seeing Li Xian approach. How terrifying! He even dares to scold teacher Ro. They never expected Yuxi to have such a friend. They wouldn't dare provoke him in the future. "Quickly leave," he asked, coming over. Ro was so angry that her ears turned red, watching Li Xian leave, her hands trembling uncontrollably. "Li Xian," her voice echoed in the dormitory. However, the two had already walked far away. With their backs to the dormitory, Ro collapsed in a fit of rage, but Li Xian didn't care at all. As a teacher, it was her discriminatory attitude towards students that allowed Yuxi's dorm mates to bully her without fear and suffer grievances. This was in itself Ro's dereliction of duty as a teacher. Moreover, someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and still thought to discipline others in a teacher's tone. Did he deserve his respect? Even if she reported it to the dean, would she admit her mistake? Should Yuxi be bullied, while his friend Li Xian was discriminated against in this academy? If that were the case, was this martial soul academy worth his memories? Additionally, Li Xian had another intention. He wanted to escalate the matter, making sure everyone in the school knew that Yuxi was his friend, and who dared to bully Yuxi should ask his fists if they agreed. After leaving the dormitory, Li Xian did not return to the hospital, but headed straight to the Martial Soul Academy. He wanted to ask Master Ma whether Yuxi could stay in school like other students. Chapter 19. Li Xian confronts 15 minutes later in the Martial Soul Branch Hall. In Master Ma's office. At this time, there were more than 10 people standing in the room, led by Ma Xiao, who had his hand behind his back, his face shrouded in shadow. In front of him stood Dean Su, looking dazed, with his hands tucked in his sleeves, along with the grade leader teacher Luo and the dormitory supervisor. Additionally, standing beside these two were 2 soul masters from Soul Hall, CC and Su Yun Tao. In front of these individuals stood a beautiful young woman, Ro, who at that moment was lowering her head, remaining silent. Her lightly made-up face was flushed due to intense emotions, her eyes mixed with anger and fear. The atmosphere in the office was very silent. After a long time, Ma Xiao let out a light sigh and placed his palm on Dean Su's shoulder, saying, "You understand the situation since this happened in the Soul Academy. You should mediate it." Dean Su opened his narrow little eyes, a glint of disdain flashing in them as he glared at Ma Xiao. "I believe that the issue of discipline is the responsibility of Director Luo. You should speak." Director Luo crossed his arms, waiting for the 2 old foxes in the room to smooth things over. But upon hearing this, he was taken aback. In an instant, he felt 2 pairs of eyes filled with gunpowder glare at him, one from the front, CC, and the other from behind, Li Xian, who was sitting at Ma Xiao's desk. Director Luo cleared his throat. Teacher Zhang, this incident happened in the dormitory building you manage. Don't you think it should be handled by you? Teacher Zhang was a slightly plump female teacher in her 40s as the dormitory supervisor. She interrupted before Director Luo could finish. Hey, Director Luo, I've already said what I needed to say. I really don't know anything else. The incident happened too suddenly. The dorm supervisor informed me that students were fighting, so I immediately called Teacher Ro. Who could have imagined such a thing would happen? Moreover, Master Dean, there are many other things to handle in the academy, so you can discuss this slowly. I'll head back first. With that, Teacher Zhang left without looking back, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Director Luo was once again locked in by those 2 gazes, his mouth twitching, constantly cursing inwardly. He was of course aware of the situation in the dormitory. This matter had escalated significantly because a student had confronted a teacher and physically assaulted someone in the dormitory, something that hadn't happened in the academy for many years. Logically speaking, a student engaging in such bad behavior should be expelled without question, let alone mediation. But the problem was, this incident was not caused by Li Xian intentionally looking for trouble. There were many underlying reasons. Rather, Ro's dereliction of duty as a teacher before the conflict was the key trigger for this incident. On one side were the academy teachers, and on the other was their favored Li Xian. Whichever side they favored would only magnify the conflict. In my opinion, Director Luo thought for a long time and was about to speak. The female soul master C stepped forward, embracing Ro, and said discontentedly, "Master Ma, Dean Su, my sister, as a teacher in the academy, was confronted by a first-year student. Regardless of right or wrong, I believe you should prioritize handling this according to school rules." Otherwise, it would be equivalent to indulging the students. If Li Xian confronted Ro this time, what about next time? What should we do if a similar incident occurs again? Where should the authority of the academy teachers be placed? Although Yushi was bullied first by other roommates in the dormitory, Ro was unaware and was confronted by Li Xian. How could she continue to teach students in the academy after this? Director Luo took a deep breath, a look of helplessness appearing on his face then. What do you think should be done? As CC and Ro were sisters, she naturally stood by CC's side after the incident and even brought her lover Su Yuntao along. CC snorted and said, "First, let Li Xian apologize to teacher Ro in front of the entire faculty and student body. Secondly, he has confronted a teacher and set a bad precedent. Necessary punishment cannot be omitted. However, considering the cause of this incident, the actions of students Li Xian and Yushi were in self-defense, so the punishment can be lighter. I believe Director Luo can think of a reasonable punishment." Behind a few of them, Ma Xiaonuo and Dean Su exchanged glances, each with their thoughts, but said nothing. Director Luo spoke to comfort. "CC, I understand your perspective. If the academy does not handle this matter fairly, Ro's reputation as a teacher will be affected. However, let us not get too agitated. You also saw that Li Xian's confrontation with him has its reasons behind it, and we don't want to see such things happen. How about this, Li Xian, come over and say a few words and apologize to teacher Ro. Li Xian, as the party involved, was sitting at Mithuno's desk, supporting his body with both hands. Upon hearing that he was asked to apologize, a surge of anger instantly welled up inside him. Apologize? Sorry, Director Luo, I can't do that. The reason I agreed to stay quietly in the hospital for recuperation was because Grandpa Ma said he would take good care of my friend, and that was also why I chose to stay in the Spear Hall. And now, Yueshi is being bullied in the academy and isolated by her dorm mates. She hasn't fulfilled her responsibilities as a teacher at all. Can I assume that Grandpa Ma has not fulfilled his promise to me, and that the academy has also failed in its duty to educate? So tell me, what does this apology mean to me? Have you respected Yueshi, respected the promise made to me? Asking me to apologize now is just a joke." Director Luo's eyes twitched. He was left speechless by Li Xian's words. Looking towards Mithuno, Director Luo's expression turned stern with anger. It was clear that Mithuno, this old fellow, had not handled the situation well, leaving him to clean up the mess. Director Luo was also unwilling to be the mediator. "Mithuno, you handle it yourself. Also, how can the dean be uninvolved in academy matters?" Both Mithuno and Dean Su were caught off guard. Meanwhile, CC, having heard what Li Xian said, exploded in anger. "Li Xian, you, a first-year student, are confronting a teacher and acting so arrogantly. Do you think you have any reason to do so? Just because Master Ma is protecting you, you think you can act recklessly? Ruru is your teacher. Can you treat her so disrespectfully?" Li Xian's eyes narrowed, and his tone turned cold. "I don't know you well, and this matter has nothing to do with you. You are just an employee of the Spear Hall. What qualifications do you have to stand here and point fingers at me? You." CC's eyes blazed with anger, ready to explode. Beside her, Su Yuntao quickly grabbed her. "CC, don't make a scene. Master Ma and Dean Su will handle this matter. They will give Ro an explanation." Li Xian calmly looked at Su Yuntao. At this moment, he was able to distinguish right from wrong and did not show any favoritism towards CC, which made him look at him with new eyes. At this moment, the latter also glanced at him and sighed helplessly. "All right." Matthew stepped forward at this moment and slammed the table heavily, saying that they were all adults in their 20s and shouldn't behave like two kids. CC, holding Ro, angrily said, "Master Ma, what do you mean? Is this matter really Ro's unreasonable trouble?" Dean Su suddenly spoke up. "CC, I can understand your concern for Ro, but don't forget that Master Ma asked Ro to take care of Yushi, and, as a result, Yushi was bullied in the dormitory. This is his negligence. The academy will not condone students making mistakes, but it also will not tolerate teachers' negligence. Do you understand?" CC was confused and retorted, "But this matter has nothing to do with Ro. Bullying you, she was done by her roommate. Ro can't be expected to take care of her 24 hours a day, can she?" Dean Su's expression gradually darkened. "Then let me ask you, how did the news about Yushi's evil martial soul get out?" CC's delicate body stiffened, and she suddenly didn't know how to respond, stammering. In her arms, Ro lowered her gaze upon hearing this, a hint of guilt flashing across her face. Dean Su shook his head. "As for the academy, I will handle Li Xian severely. After all, opposing a teacher is a serious matter and cannot tarnish the academy's reputation." The treatment fees for the children who were beaten will be covered by the academy, and since they were in the wrong first, they will also be punished after the matter is resolved. Lastly, as the victim, I think teacher Ro still owes Yuxi an apology. Yuxi sat beside Li Xian, her big eyes innocently scanning the room. Then she secretly glanced at Ro, her small lips pressed together. It's okay. Li Xian has helped me. It's already fine. Li Xian wrapped his arm around Yuxi and interrupted. It doesn't matter if the academy punishes me. But teacher Ro must apologize to Yuxi, and I want her to guarantee that she will not target Yuxi in the future. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Li Xian, don't go too far. CC suddenly exclaimed in anger. Yuxi said it's fine, so why are you butting in? Li Xian sneered and said, please shut up. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can't influence anyone, so it's better for you to stay outside and avoid being a nuisance. At such a young age, you really have no filter. I'm still your senior, and I think you really need a lesson. As she spoke, CC rolled up her sleeves, while Su Yuntao held her and quickly took her outside. All right. Stop causing trouble. Come with me outside. Don't stop me. Li Xian, I'll tell you, if you make Ro suffer, you can forget about having it easy in the future. While cursing, CC was already taken out by Su Yuntao. Li Xian showed a face full of disdain, as if talking to himself, saying that a true lady values words and actions, while only a shrew speaks lightly. You little brat. As a soul master, CC had sharp senses and naturally heard these words, causing an immediate outburst of impotent rage outside the door. Seeing this situation, Matthew felt a headache coming on. Here, only teacher Ro was left in front of few people, while Dean Su stroked his beard. His expression serious. Ro apologized. Hearing this, Ro's body trembled, and she lowered her head to walk to Yuxi's side, saying, I'm sorry. Yuxi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have discussed your martial soul. Please, forgive me. After she finished speaking, her whole face turned red with shame and anger. Yuxi took her hand and smiled sweetly. It's okay. Teacher Ro. Li Xian snorted coldly. Matthew glared at him and said, and you, Li Xian, I want to interfere with you helping Yuxi, but you embarrassed teacher Ro in public, so apologize to me. Li Xian grabbed Ro's other hand and squeezed suddenly. I'm sorry, teacher Ro. Please take care of me in the future. Ro winced in pain, retracting her fair hand and glaring angrily at Li Xian. Director Luo hurried over, saying, all right, let's leave this matter here. Ooh, I know you feel wronged, but you must understand that being a role model is your responsibility. When a teacher makes a mistake, they must also be accountable for their actions. You're already an adult. You can't keep throwing tantrums. Ro pouted and nodded. Director Luo patted her arm and said, you can go out first. This kid Li Xian, we still need to teach him a lesson. Don't worry, the academy won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Ro left. At this point, only Matthew and Dean Su remained in the room. Looking at Li Xian sitting at the desk, Matthew kicked him and exclaimed, you little brat, get down from there. Li Xian said boldly, Grandpa Ma, you haven't agreed to my request for the Moon Festival yet. When I stayed at the academy, you said you would take her in, but now she's being bullied. Is this your promise? Matthew was at a loss and replied, then what do you suggest we do? Li Xian said seriously, keep the secret of the Moon Evening Martial Soul. I don't want other students in the academy to target her because of this matter. If similar incidents happen in the future, the Spirit Hall and the academy must grant me the right to exercise force. Also, during the time I was hospitalized, Yuexi was bullied, and I think the academy should compensate her. At the very least, they should buy her a new set of daily necessities that were dirted. Finally, Dean Su, arrange for me a dormitory without anyone else. When I return to school, I want to live alone with Yuexi. Beside him, Yuexi, who was held by Li Xian, blushed when she heard the last sentence. Chapter 20. Tokens and the Academy. You brat, were the first two sentences just filler? Dean Su said with a half-smile, squinting at Li Xian. Li Xian shook his head and said, it's not what you think, Dean. At that time, Grandpa Ma detected the phantom martial soul in Yuexi and thought it would be difficult for her to control it, so he didn't want to take her in. It was only because my martial soul could suppress the evil power within Yuexi that he agreed to let her stay. I want to be by Yuexi's side to cultivate and reduce her training risks. Dean Su put away his joking tone and nodded gently. I've heard Master Mom mention this matter. Don't worry, I'll arrange the dormitory situation. He continued. Also, you just requested the academy to grant you the power to use force. That's not acceptable. With your character, if Yuexi trips and falls, are you going to beat up the tiles of the academy? Li Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Beside him, Yuxi pursed her lips, her big eyes filled with deep appreciation. So, I won't agree to give you that kind of privilege. I will only try my best to ensure that Yushi's matters don't spread. The Academy will compensate for the damaged items. As for you, when you return to the Academy, I require you to publicly apologize to teacher Ro and to the several children you hit. The Academy is a place for learning, and no matter how you look at it, your actions today were somewhat excessive. Regarding this, Li Xian said nothing. The few people who bullied you, she had already been taught a lesson by him, and their grievances had been settled. As for the apology, it was just a matter of words. After all, he had already hit those people, and Dean Su's approach couldn't really be considered punishment. Is that all, Dean? Li Xian casually asked. At this moment, Director Luo gritted his teeth and said, I punish you to clean the toilets of the first-year dormitory for a whole year. Li Xian firmly refused, saying that it would affect his cultivation. You little brat. Director Luo glared angrily. All right, I'm punishing you to be a practical teaching assistant for a year. Go back to the academy and report to teacher Wu Qian. What is a teaching assistant? Li Xian asked curiously. It will help you improve your strength. It's good for you, Ma Ziyunuo explained. Hearing that it was this kind of punishment, Li Xian stopped speaking. The matter was settled, and Li Xian jumped down from the table. Since that's the case, let's go back. Grandpa Ma, Dean Su, and Director Luo, sorry for causing you trouble today. Director Luo's forehead twitched with anger. You little brat. Get out and call Ruru and Cici in. Ma Ziyunuo waved his hand. Got it. Opening the door, Li Xian pulled Yueshi and swaggered out. Outside, Cici crossed her arms and glared at him sternly, while Ruru's eyes were filled with indignation. Is that it? Li Xian shrugged his shoulders and raised an eyebrow. I'll tear your mouth apart. Cici went completely crazy. Su Yuntao blocked the way, signaling Li Xian to leave quickly. Grandpa Ma is calling you two in. After walking a few steps, Li Xian turned back and added, oh, and Su Yuntao, thanks. Su Yuntao looked helpless. With a bang, Cici pulled Ruru and walked into the office, slamming the door shut. Li Xian saw the two people looking exasperated and couldn't help but curl his lips in silence. Cici is the girlfriend of Su Yuntao's older brother. Is it really good for us to make her angry? Yushi withdrew her gaze, feeling a bit worried. Li Xian said lightly, spoiled and arrogant, looking down on others. Out of respect for Su Yuntao, he chose not to bother with her. However, if she dared to retaliate, he wouldn't let her off easily. Yushi snuggled up to Li Xian, nodding heavily and murmuring in agreement. Meanwhile, in Matthew's office, Cici stormed in with Ro, slamming the door behind her, her face filled with dissatisfaction. After all, she had been in the Spirit Hall for so long, and Ro was a teacher. Was this how the Spirit Hall and the Soul Academy handled things? Today, because of a child, the three from the Spirit Hall seemed to have changed completely, clearly favoring Li Xian. Cici was fuming and wanted an explanation. However, in front of her, Matthew directly threw a pair of tokens onto the desk, speaking indifferently. Look for yourself, and don't provoke those two kids. Cici was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with Ro before both looked at the two tokens on the desk. When they saw the symbols on them, they immediately gasped. This is... Dean Su walked over calmly, his voice ringing in their ears. That kid Li Xian surprised us as well. So, you can understand why Director Luo and I are siding with him. Let's leave this matter as it is. Pursuing it further won't do you any good. But, Dean, Cici looked at the tokens, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed her mouth. The anger in her eyes quickly faded, and a hint of fear flashed across her gaze. On the desk lay two pure black tokens, intricately engraved with complex patterns, their colors ancient and dull. On their surface, two distinct symbols, a chrysanthemum and a ghost, were starkly clear. Cici, as a sole master of the Spirit Hall, understood their significance all too well. After staying in the hospital for a week, Li Xian's internal injuries had mostly healed. He greeted Matthew and returned to the Junior Soul Academy in the afternoon. Having not officially reported for the first week of school, there were quite a few matters to handle. Fortunately, Yushi had already helped him tidy up the desks and chairs for the books he could claim. So Li Xian only needed to complete his enrollment as a new student and take care of his personal affairs. Initially, Li Xian had entered the Soul Academy through Su Yuntao's work-study position, and Matthew had helped him get exempted from work-study duties. However, Li Xian felt that earning a living allowance through work-study was quite good and requested Dean Su to keep it for him. His job was naturally very easy, requiring him to check the books once a week without wasting much energy or effort. Li Xian first went to the Soul Academy library to collect his work badge. After that, he found the practical training room of the academy, where he met Teacher Wu and inquired about the teaching assistant position. Teacher Wu appeared to be in his 30s, with a sturdy build and a serious expression. He gave Li Xian a set of training clothes and told him to come back on the weekend, then sent him away. There were many teaching assistants in the training room, and their work was quite busy, leaving little time to pay attention to Li Xian. However, Teacher Wu reminded Li Xian that to become a teaching assistant, he needed to register his basic information and come back after testing his soul power. Li Xian, wearing his work uniform and library ID badge, went to the grade office to test his soul power. The female teacher there did not recognize Li Xian and was a bit surprised to see him come to test his soul power. "What grade are you in? Do you already have your first soul ring?" Li Xian replied, "I'm in first grade." Li Xian followed the female teacher to the corner of the office, where a delicate purple wood podium stood with a deep blue crystal embedded in the center. "Come, place your hand on it." The female teacher, knowing that Li Xian was only in the first grade, still intended to help him draw out his soul power. However, as soon as Li Xian placed his hand on it, he immediately activated the soul power within him, causing the teacher to awkwardly pull her hand back. The surface of the crystal ball glowed brightly, then quickly subdued, and the liquid inside swelled for a moment, displaying the number 18. Soul power, level 18. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought the crystal ball was broken and reached out to wipe its surface. The number on it was clear and bright, flickering slightly before disappearing as Li Xian removed his hand. "Thank you, teacher." Li Xian ran far away without looking back, leaving the female teacher stunned in place. Did I see it wrong? First grade. She wanted to say something more, but Li Xian had already run off. The results of the recent test were also recorded in the school's files through the device. The female teacher looked at the latest registration information for this first grade student and was immediately taken aback. Name, Li Xian, martial soul, Cassius seed, soul power, 18. A 6-year-old child with a soul power of level 18. Is he a monster? After leaving the training room, Li Xian arrived at the next reporting location, which was also the teaching building where he would attend classes. At the same time, he was surprised that the 10,000-year soul ring really boosted his soul power by 8 levels. If Li Xian remembered correctly, Tang San had absorbed a 400-year soul ring to increase by 3 levels. So in comparison, a 10,000-year soul ring seemed average. But Li Xian didn't think about it. The soul power he gained from the 10,000-year soul ring was the most refined and stable level, like a deeply rooted tree, completely free of any instability. Moreover, every time the soul power increases by 1 level, the subsequent levels will increase exponentially. If the teachers in the academy who were at levels in the teens knew that Li Xian was only 6 years old and already had higher soul power than them, they would be furious. In the first grade office, a week into the school year, the homeroom teacher did not expect any more students to report. "Oh, you're Li Xian, right? I think I know you. The textbooks and school uniforms have already been collected." Li Xian nodded. You should help him with it. And he knew. From Monday to Friday, there are 6 hours of study each day, 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon, for the specific schedule. You can ask your classmates. There's also one in the classroom. You just came back from the hospital, so go familiarize yourself with the location of the classrooms. I'll help you activate your student identity. Li Xian expressed his gratitude and then left the first grade office. By now, the basic affairs of the school had been taken care of. As for the cafeteria, Li Xian also had a meal card, which was specially issued by Dean Su. He enjoyed a teacher-level dining privilege. Tomorrow, he would take Yueshi out for a nice meal. Li Xian has already decided that he will use this meal card as if it were two. After all, it was given to him by the dean, so he isn't worried about the cafeteria staff asking questions. Yueshi has sent him desserts for a week, and it's quite reasonable for him to pack her cafeteria meals for 6 years. Li Xian returned to the dormitory and found Teacher Zhang, whom he had met once, standing at the door waiting for him. Next to her stood Yushi, who had neatly organized her bags. "Teacher Zhang." Li Xian walked over and called out. Teacher Zhang, who was in his 40s and slightly overweight, nodded and said, "Come with me. To prevent you two from continuing to have conflicts with your classmates, the dean has asked me to assign you both a separate dormitory." Li Xian took the luggage from Yueshi and followed Teacher Zhang. Soon, he realized that the direction they were heading was not towards the nearby student dormitories, but rather the faculty dormitory. "Teacher Zhang, where are we going?" "Don't worry about it. The student dorms are full, and there are no available rooms. We'll just use the ones in the staff building. With you being so mischievous, the teachers living there will be able to keep you in line." "We're living with the teachers?" Yueshi blinked her big eyes and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian's motuisha. "What do you mean by asking the teacher to keep an eye on him? The dean could just say directly to free up a good room. Why beat around the bush?" Entering the staff building, Teacher Zhang led the two into the east corridor on the first floor and then unlocked a delicately decorated dormitory with a key. Once inside, Li Xian was instantly dumbfounded. This is indeed the dormitory prepared by the college for teachers. The staff building has a total of 6 floors, with 4 rooms on each floor, divided into east and west corridors, so there's really no need to worry about space issues. Upon entering, it was indeed the case. A kitchen, bathroom, living room, and master bedroom. It's definitely a luxurious small apartment. In addition, the sofa, desk, and kitchenware were all quite complete. Li Xian estimated that it was at least 70 square meters, especially with the elegant and simple decoration here, facing south in the master bedroom. Li Xian felt as if he wasn't just staying here, but had returned home. Teacher Zhang placed the key on the table and said, "All right, from now on you will live here. If any furniture is damaged, report it to me for repair." Faculty members at the college can receive a fixed supply from the cafeteria every week. Since you're living here, I will also provide you with a supply voucher. Please take care of your own belongings and do not alter the layout of the room. Let me think. There is nothing else, so I will leave now. Goodbye, teacher. Li Xian escorted Teacher Zhang to the corridor and returned to the dormitory at the other's urging. Unexpectedly, Teacher Zhang was quite nice. And now not only could he enjoy cafeteria treatment at the teacher level, but he could also bring back some dishes from the cafeteria every week. However, those food items would need to be processed by himself. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but show confidence. He was very sure of his cooking skills. After all, he had been cooking for himself since he was 4 years old. Upon returning to his cozy room and looking around, Li Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. The treatment at the Soul Academy was simply too good. At this moment, Xiao San was still crammed into a dormitory full of work-study students, while he was already enjoying a luxurious double apartment. At the same time, Li Xian understood that these conditions were brought about by his talent, and he couldn't relax in his training over the next 6 years. Continuously improving himself was the purpose of his studies at the Soul Academy. At that moment, in the room, Yushi was standing in front of the main bedroom's large bed, holding the sheets with both hands, staring blankly with her red lips pursed. Li Xian walked over and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Yueshi? There's only one bed." Li Xian. Yueshi felt a bit shy to speak up. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. "So what? Do you want me to sleep on the sofa?" Yushi quickly shook her head. "No. It's not like that." Li Xian directly threw himself onto the bed to test its flexibility, laughing heartily. Then that S settled. "Come on, make the bed." Chapter 21. The morning contest as the moon hung above the willow tips. The night flowed by like water, and in the blink of an eye. It was the next day. Before the first ray of light tore apart the night curtain, a nimble child sat upright on the balcony, gazing at the distant eastern sky, breathing in the cool morning energy. As a golden beam of light spread across the horizon, a hazy purple mist gradually formed in the brightening eastern sky. With a flicker of his gaze, joy illuminated Li Xian's handsome face. Taking a deep breath, he immediately mobilized his profound inner strength, drawing the purple mist toward him and refining it into his eyes. After 10 breaths, his clear eyes slowly opened, and a faint purple radiance flowed along the surface of his crystalline pupils, disappearing into the tranquil depths of his dark eyes. He blinked gently. Li Xian slowly ceased the operation of his Xiantian gong. He took a deep breath, exhaling 2 streams of turbid air through his nostrils, and his hands gradually lowered along his body, concluding his daily morning practice of the purple extreme demon eye. The beam of light, immense, wrapped him in warmth, and the morning sun was even better than infinity. Li Xian nimbly stood up, bouncing to his feet. Almost every morning for him began with the practice of the purple extreme demon eye. Since Tang San imparted this unique skill to him, he had never missed a moment of practice. Li Xian couldn't help but let out a soft self-reflection in his heart. According to the records of the Xiantian treasure book, the 4 realms of the purple extreme demon eye are overview, subtlety, mustard seed, and vastness. He had been cultivating for several years, yet he still hadn't reached perfection in the first realm to this day. As the supreme Taoist internal skill, it seemed quite difficult to master it in just a few years. If my Xiantian skill corresponds to soul power, it would probably be at the 8th level of the second realm. Therefore, to cultivate this corresponding internal skill to the overview realm at the very least, one must wait until becoming a Grand Soul Master. The essence of the ultimate skill derives from the internal scriptures, rising as water levels increase. Li Xian thought for a moment and felt relieved. As for becoming a Grand Soul Master, it was not far off now, just 2 levels away. With his unique advantage of a powerful martial soul, he could cultivate at an astonishing speed, and it wouldn't take long at all to reach that level. Thinking of this, Li Xian was suddenly inspired and glanced at Yushi, who was still dreaming behind him. He quietly made up his mind that once Yushi adapted to life here, He would invite her to explore the possibility of martial soul fusion together. Although Li Xian and the girl were already familiar with each other, this level of closeness in daily life was just beginning. Li Xian did not have too many ulterior motives, and he was more concerned about Yueshi's reserved and shy nature. It would be better to wait a few more days before saying anything. There was no need to rush. Li Xian quietly returned to the bedside. The early morning, slightly cool, with a gentle breeze coming through the gauze window. He glanced at the girl's obedient sleeping posture and reached out to gently pull up the thin blanket that covered Yushi's chest, ensuring her whole body was covered. Leaning down, he couldn't help but feel her soft breath on his face. Li Xian gazed at Yushi's delicate little face, his heart filled with a moment of shock. And he immediately stepped back, turning to wash up. The gentle breeze swayed the bed curtains on the balcony, and the door to the master bedroom was casually closed, plunging the bedroom back into the tranquility of the morning. Li Xian turned and left, but he was unaware that as his footsteps faded away, Yushi, who had just been in a deep sleep, was now slightly opening one eye. Her dark eyes blinked with intelligence as she quietly glanced back at the figure leaving the master bedroom. Then, her small hand, wrapped in pajamas, grasped a corner of the blanket and sweetly pulled it into her embrace. A faint blush suddenly appeared on her delicate little face. Outside the staff building, there were only a few scattered shadows. Li Xian zipped up his school uniform to the top, took a deep breath of the cool air, and then jogged towards the playground with his hands swinging. As a soul master, the overall physical quality of the body improves with the continuous growth of soul power. However, honing basic physical fitness also solidifies the foundation for the operation and absorption of soul power within the body. At Li Xian's age is the perfect time to build this foundation. The Soul Academy in the morning is quiet and serene, with fresh air refreshing him, making the soul power within his body come alive. Li Xian ran through the narrow path to the spacious playground of the Soul Academy, facing the newly risen sun, and began a simple warm-up. After some activities, his muscles relaxed, and the abundant vitality within him made him feel invigorated. Li Xian suppressed the urge to let out a long howl, took a quick step, and began jogging around the circular track. Master Matthew, during his hospitalization, always reminded him to exercise self-discipline whenever he brought him meals. In fact, his worries were somewhat unnecessary, as Li Xian had started training in Tang San's internal skills and unique techniques alongside Tang San a year ago, and occasionally sparred with him. It could be said that Li Xian already had a solid training foundation. He increased his speed to a range that was neither exhausting nor comfortable, lowering his head, with only the rhythm of his feet in his mind. 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps. Soon, a numb heat began to spread in his lungs, and a faint metallic taste of blood wafted in his throat. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian attempted to push himself to his limits. At that moment, a graceful figure unexpectedly darted past him, glancing curiously at Li Xian before swiftly disappearing into the distance. In front of Li Xian, a blurry figure was turning into a black dot. With a slight frown, Li Xian took a deep breath and quickly chased after that figure. Ahead, the silhouette of a girl in a gray cotton tracksuit, her ponytail tied high with a pink ribbon, seemed to sense something and turned her head slightly, her arms swinging vigorously. Li Xian looked at the figure that was about to catch up, quickening his pace even more, his competitive spirit ignited. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he continued to accelerate. On the playground, students were gradually appearing, and they noticed that on the circular track, 2 figures seemed to be racing, one chasing the other. The 2 figures moved quickly, with the person behind clearly gaining speed and gradually closing in on the one in front. At this moment, the girl's arms were fully extended, and her long, agile legs took exaggerated strides. Her posture was flexible, her toes touching the ground, hips moving, leaning forward, while the other foot repeated this motion. The coordination of her body could almost be described as exquisite, and the speed achieved by this rhythm was something ordinary people could hardly aspire to. However, the girl in the cotton jacket still kept an eye on the figure behind her, and soon, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, flowing down her hair and the sides of her cheeks, a sense of urgency sweeping through her heart. The male student behind her, in terms of coordination, could be described as amateurish compared to her. Yet no matter how fast she accelerated, she couldn't create any distance between them. It felt as if she might be overtaken. The speed that relied entirely on the inner strength was akin to that of a humanoid soul beast to the girl in the cotton jacket. If this continued, she would eventually be caught. With a cold snort, the girl swung her arms downward, a faint white glow enveloping her body, and her speed surprisingly increased once again. In the blink of an eye, her agile figure pulled away from Li Xian. The distance between them grew larger. The sudden change left Li Xian stunned, and he let out a soft "ah." He then focused his gaze forward, immediately noticing that the girl's figure was covered by a layer of pure white light. It was difficult to detect unless one looked closely. So this is how it is. With a cold smile, Li Xian became interested. Slightly channeling his soul power, and a layer of golden light flowed out from his abdomen, quickly covering every part of his body. With the stimulation of his inner soul power, the almost depleted physical strength surged exponentially in an instant, increasing several times over. Whoosh! In a single step, Li Xian burst forward from his spot, creating a strong wave of air behind him. From a distance, he seemed to transform into a blurry black dot, even leaving a faint afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to the distance the girl in the cotton jacket had just created. You! The girl in the cotton jacket continued to channel her soul power, her expression shifting from relaxed to serious, and now to a state of panic. Her beautiful face was now wrinkled in distress. Bang! Li Xian pulled out ahead with a gust of wind, and before she could react, he completed the overtaking in an instant. It was only after running quite a distance that he gradually slowed down. Comparing soul power, you're definitely going to lose. Wiping the sweat off his forehead lightly, Li Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart, rarely showing a hint of a smile. The sound of footsteps echoed, and behind him, the girl in the cotton-padded jacket slightly slowed her pace, stopping not far from him. Her resentful gaze fixed on Li Xian, showing her unwillingness and anger, with a shadow cast over her face. "What's your name?" she suddenly called out, her voice crisp, still retaining a hint of childishness. "Li Xian." Li Xian raised his eyebrows and glanced at the girl. Not far from him was a female student, around 11 or 12 years old, with a brown high ponytail and a full forehead covered by a red headband. The strands of hair on her cheeks were soaked with sweat, and due to the exertion, a light flush appeared on her fair skin. The girl's appearance couldn't be described as stunning. Her almond-shaped eyes, bright yet narrow, gave her a more approachable beauty, and the aura she exuded, whether it was an illusion or not, gave Li Xian a sense of elegance and propriety. At the age of 11 or 12, she was already tall, but her upper body showed no significant development yet, just a hint of budding femininity. She wore a set of gray, pure cotton sportswear, revealing only her delicate wrists and long neck. Li Xian's gaze caught the curve of her waist, exposed due to the folds of her cotton outfit while running, bending into an S shape that hinted at a perfect curve. If he had to use words to describe her characteristics, the only two that came to mind were soft. This left him with a rather unique impression of her. With his gaze lowered, pondering, the girl seemed unfamiliar with his name and said, "You have a kind of. I am called Feisha. You don't seem very old. What grade are you in?" Li Xian looked up at the sky and said in an indifferent tone, "Do I have to answer whatever you ask?" Upon hearing this, the girl named Feisha slightly furrowed her brows, then walked over to Li Xian and extended her palm, saying, "Nice to meet you." As the girl approached, a wave of warm, fragrant air enveloped Li Xian. He looked her up and down, raised an eyebrow, and reached out to briefly touch her palm. He then said, "I'm in first grade." "First grade?" This answer raised Fishia's suspicion. After a long silence, with her expression shifting between different emotions, she said, "I'm currently in 6th grade, class 1. Can you tell me what class you're in? I lost in the race this time. Let's set a time to compete in something else another day." Li Xian looked at the defiant expression on the girl Fishia's face, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. He told her about class 4 of the first year. "If you're free this weekend, see you in the training room." After saying this, Fisia left without looking back, running out of the playground and disappearing around the corner. What a strange woman. Li Xian withdrew his gaze from the girl's back, clicking his tongue lightly as he reflected on the recent contest, feeling quite pleased. He continued to stroll around the playground to relax and stretch his body that had just finished exercising. Running, after all, can save energy with the right techniques. And when one's strength is sufficient, a short-distance sprint only requires an explosive burst. Therefore, he didn't need to use any techniques or running postures to leave the girl Feisha behind. Having raced up mountain paths with Tang San since childhood, Li Xian was not afraid of anyone when it came to short-distance sprints. "Kid, are you not going to greet your grandpa?" At that moment, a gentle voice slowly came from the center of the playground, catching Li Xian's attention. Looking over, he immediately spotted a tall, thin figure, currently in a stable horse stance on the grass, performing movements similar to Tai Chi. Li Xian jogged over, a smile on his face. "Director Su, I didn't see you just now. It turns out you're here too." He waved his hand, slowly bringing it back in. "Director Su, dressed in plain clothes with silver short hair cascading down his shoulders, gradually calmed a vigorous movement. Then, his eyes slowly opened, looking at Li Xian with a smile. I've been here for a while, you brat. You only care about chasing pretty female classmates, forgetting about your grandpa here. Li Xian scratched his head. Just now he was running at full speed, and really didn't notice you coming so early to exercise. Dean Su chuckled. You young fledglings are working so hard. We old folks can't fall behind. We need to keep our bodies active to extend our lives. I see that Grandpa Su has a long breath. He could live for a few more 100 years. Li Xian said with his mouth. Dean Su laughed heartily, reached out to rub Li Xian's head, and said, I love to hear that. However, a few 100 years is still too much. As long as I live a few more years than Master Ma and the others, that's enough. Li Xian opened his mouth but didn't respond. At this moment, he heard Dean Su continue to speak. Are you really that impressive? Even that girl just now could outrun you. Do you know who she is? Li Xian frowned and asked in confusion. She said she's a 6th grade student. For now. Yes, but after a while, she won't be anymore. Dean Su picked up the blue coat from the ground and walked out of the playground with his hands behind his back. Li Xian immediately followed suit and pondered. I heard that the junior college holds friendly matches with students from the provincial capital every year. That Fei Xia, is she an exchange student from the provincial capital? Dean Su stroked his beard and glanced at Li Xian with a hint of surprise. Oh, you know quite a bit. I want to keep it secret for a while longer. I just heard about it. Li Xian chuckled softly. There's more I need to remind you about. Dean Su suddenly changed the subject, speaking calmly. That Fei Xia is from the capital of Fasno, Rhine Noble Academy. Being able to stay here as an exchange student, she's also a rare talent in that academy. And, there is quite a bit of enmity between you two. Enmity? Li Xian was taken aback, frowning as he said, Isn't it just because I ran faster than her? Is that considered enmity? Dean Su shook his head, if that were the case. Why didn't she just challenge you earlier? Don't you remember the last time when you helped Yueshi and beat up those kids? There's a first-year girl named Ying, who is Fei Xia's cousin. It seems she still doesn't know that it was you who hit them, and she's even trying to be friends with you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widened, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Chapter 22, The Attempt of Yueshi. The last incident. Li Xian struggled to think, and finally recalled the harsh words spoken by a girl in the dormitory that day. Touching his chin, he murmured with a strange expression, So that girl with the ponytail has a cousin. Li Xian quickly caught up with Dean Su and asked Grandpa Su, Is that Fei Xia very impressive? Stroking his beard, Dean Su appeared calm and composed, feeling that while they were trying to extract information from him, they did not consider the feelings of the elderly. Li Xian quickly forced a smile, saying, You're already an adult, yet you're throwing a tantrum like a child. Can I give you a back rub? As he spoke, Li Xian moved his hands quickly, gently patting the back that Dean Su had deliberately stretched out. Quite perceptive, Dean Su chuckled lightly, then continued, You should know that Fei Xia comes from the Rhine Academy. The provincial city schools cannot compare to our little junior soul academy in Notting City. The students there are all children of nobility. The Heaven Do Empire stipulates that any soul master with a soul power of over 40 who is willing to serve the empire can be granted the title of Viscount. Just think about it. Soul masters are already rare, and to achieve a soul sect, or even a higher level, one must have immense talent and effort. Moreover, the nobility loves to intermarry. Their children often possess the potential for cultivation, and among direct noble offspring, there are few mediocre ones. That student named Fei Xia, as a direct descendant of nobility, stands out in a noble academy. Don't you think she's impressive? Li Xian pondered for a moment and said, But she just couldn't beat me in a race. This is also a fact. Without using soul power, Fei Xia could barely compete with him, but with soul power, Li Xian believed he could outpace her by several streets. Dean Su chuckled upon hearing this. Of course, you little brat have a top-tier martial soul. Who can compare with you in soul power? Cough. Use a little less strength. Oh, Li Xian was lost in thought and unconsciously used a bit too much strength. Don't hit me. I might end up losing my life to you. When they reached the flower bed at the edge of the playground, Dean Su brushed off his clothes, sat down leisurely, and continued, Speaking of which, the fact that Fei Xia can't outrun you is just you attacking her weakness with your strength. As a great soul master with a white snake martial soul, it's quite normal for her not to run fast. White snake martial soul, great soul master? As expected of Dean Su, with just these few words, Li Xian grasped the key points. He not only learned about Fei Xia's background, but also obtained information about her soul master status and weaknesses. Li Xian stroked his chin, realizing that Dean Su did not want him to have a serious conflict with Fei Xia, so he intentionally brought up the other party's background. However, Dean Su also did not want to lose out and revealed information about Fei Xia's martial soul. If Li Xian did not ponder the implications of his words, he would not have discerned Dean Su's deeper meaning. A white snake martial soul, huh? Among beast martial souls, it's considered above average. So Fei Xia's combat skills are probably related to control. A young soul master with a white snake martial soul is quite a challenging opponent for Li Xian. Nodding slightly, Li Xian said seriously, I understand, Dean Su. You can rest assured that I won't cause you any trouble, and I certainly won't let you down. What do you understand? Dean Su playfully patted Li Xian's head and gave him a smiling glare. In front of Dean Su, Li Xian suddenly thought of something else and changed the topic, asking, By the way, Grandpa Su, I want to find a blacksmith shop to work in. Do you know anyone who could help introduce me? Li Xian has not stopped learning about hidden weapons during this period. As his primary choice, the repeating sleeve crossbow, he has already memorized the production process and usage techniques. And he just needs to conduct hands-on experiments. Therefore, he plans to imitate Tang San and take a job in an iron shop to hone his blacksmithing skills. Upon hearing this, Director Su suddenly frowned and asked, Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Why do you want to learn blacksmithing? Li Xian rubbed his hands together with a sweet smile on his face. The students had their own thoughts, and the dean said, Help me out here. Dean Su was taken aback by this thick-skinned spirit and didn't know whether to scold Li Xian or not. He pondered and said, Grandpa has not befriended many powerful figures compared to those viscounts and earls, but in this nodding city, I know most of the shopkeepers and craftsmen. Li Xian, are you doing this for a job or to build your strength? Blacksmithing is a rough job for ordinary people. You should focus your energy on your cultivation. Li Xianzhong nodded seriously. I understand your concerns, Dean, but I can assure you that blacksmithing won't interfere with my training. To be honest, I want to learn blacksmithing to make weapons for myself. It's also a side profession I want to develop. Weapons? Soul tools? That requires extremely high soul power. Dean Su said. He didn't doubt Li Xian, but that kind of skill relied heavily on talent, and very few people pursued the path of soul tools. It was nearly extinct. Without guidance, the prospects for development were too bleak. What Dean Su didn't know was that Li Xian simply wanted to master the art of metallurgy and forging. Even the components for a crossbow required a high level of craftsmanship, and that was what he was focused on. As for soul tools, they were unrelated. Dean Su sighed lightly. Forget it. If you want to do it, then I support you. I won't ask about anything else. Come find me on the weekend, and I will write you a recommendation letter. You can apprentice with my old buddy. I will give him a heads up and just learn well from him. Thank you. Godangba Su. Li Xian was overjoyed. Having connections was indeed beneficial. Otherwise, he would have to go through the trouble of interviewing apprentices like the third party. After thanking Dean Su, Li Xian waved goodbye with a smile. Regarding the production of hidden weapons using the repeating crossbow, he felt he had found his starting point. Li Xian planned to dedicate all his weekend free time this semester to making hidden weapons. He was uncertain about his talent in this area, but perhaps he was a genius in crafting hidden weapons, 1 in a million. At this time, it was almost 7 o'clock, and groups of students were already leaving the academy, queuing at the cafeteria with their meal cards. Li Xian walked past here, holding his teacher-level meal card, and went up to the second floor, where a group of students looked up at him. He then packed 2 breakfasts and returned to his dormitory. The bright bedroom was spotless. Li Xian took off his school uniform jacket and casually tossed it aside, then walked into the bedroom holding the takeout he had just bought. Yueshi was already up, and the bed was neatly made, including Li Xian's bedding, which was also neatly folded together. Looking at the clean and tidy bedroom, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. It's really nice to have this girl around. Here, this is for you. Li Xian held the slightly hot breakfast and placed it next to Yushi, who was sitting by the window, combing her hair in front of a mirror. The girl let out a surprised exclamation and shot him a look of mild reproach. It's very hot. Yushi took the breakfast that Li Xian handed her. Feeling the warmth of the food, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Through the mirror, she looked at Li Xian with a puzzled expression and asked, Where did you go? I went to the playground to run and even met the dean. Running. Yushi's expression shifted slightly as she quickly set down the wooden comb, gripping the corner of the chair with both hands, and eagerly asked, Can you take me with you next time? Sure. Li Xian casually nodded. Yushi is ambitious. Isn't that great? As he spoke, Li Xian wrapped the fried dumplings in a crispy radish pancake, stuffed the pancake into a corn wrap, and then shoved the corn wrap into his mouth. He took a big gulp of tofu pudding, opened his mouth wide, and chewed while looking up at the sky. Yushi stared blankly for a moment, glanced at her breakfast, and quickly dismissed this strange thought. Take a shower, and if you have time, help me find today's books. Over here, Li Xian swallowed his food and then grabbed his clothes to head toward the bathroom. After exercising, a shower makes me feel more energetic for class. By the time he returned from the bathroom, Yushi had already gathered all the books needed for class today. And there was a new set of school uniform on the table. Naturally, it belonged to Li Xian. Yushi bit her lip and said softly, "Your jacket is sweaty, and I happen to have some time, so I'll wash your school uniform jacket." Li Xian was drying his hair with a towel and was taken aback by the words. "Yueshi, do you know?" Yueshi felt a little nervous, her eyes blinking as she looked up at Li Xian. Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle at her thoughtfulness, saying, "You look just like a little wife." As soon as these words were spoken, a layer of crimson instantly appeared on Yushi's delicate face, her gaze fixed on Li Xian, her eyes misty. Hey, don't be angry, I was just joking." After finishing breakfast, the two took their books and headed to the classroom to prepare for today's lessons. Yushi brought a backpack, and Li Xian stuffed his books into her bag, then carried it in his hand. He was somewhat curious about the elementary school curriculum. However, in this world, the academy likely taught content related to Soul Master theory. On the way to the class, the crowd was bustling, all wearing the same Soul Academy uniforms. When they arrived at class 1 to 4, there were already many people in the classroom. Li Xian had asked Dean Su, and this year, the Wuhuan Hall of Nodding City had recruited over 90 children from nearby towns and villages. These children were divided into 5 classes, with about 10 to 20 students in each class. Compared to previous years, this year's enrollment was relatively low, so there were also fewer classes. However, there was an advantage. The classes were easier to manage, and each student had more opportunities to interact with the teachers. Li Xian had 2 empty seats beside him. After inquiring, he learned that those 2 were hospitalized, and his desk was at the back of the class. Finding his seat, Li Xian moved his desk right next to Yushi. Because Yushi's seat was against the wall, Li Xian's action immediately blocked the corridor. The students nearby looked at Li Xian, pouting, and, since he was very tall, they didn't dare to say much. "Is this okay, Li Xian?" Yushi quietly asked. Class 4 had a lot of space, so each student had an individual seat. But Li Xian's method was to push 2 desks together. "I haven't studied at all this week, so I can ask you if I don't understand. Is that a problem?" Li Xian found a perfect excuse. Hearing this, Yushi nodded, actually quite looking forward to it, as she could help Li Xian review his lessons. However, Yushi clearly overestimated Li Xian's study habits. By the time the first class was only halfway through, Li Xian was already sprawled on his desk, fast asleep, completely unbothered by the teacher's gaze from the podium, with a book covering his face. "Li Xian." Yushi tried to nudge him a few times, but there was no response. At the podium, a teacher in his 40s, with some graying hair at his temples, was writing on the board. When he turned around, he immediately noticed a student sleeping soundly in his class. The old teacher widened his eyes in disbelief, put down his book, and rubbed his eyes. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. In the Soul Academy, cultivation relies entirely on self-discipline. If one does not put in the effort, it is useless for the teacher to keep watch. The prerequisite for graduation is also that one's soul power reaches level 15. In his eyes, Li Xian's actions were merely a waste of his own time. "All right, everyone, look this way. This is what we will be discussing today." Pointing at his notes, the old teacher said sternly, "Martial soul fusion skills. Note that this is different from the fusion skills of soul masters I mentioned a few days ago. That was merely a 1-1 combination skill. However, martial soul fusion skills are difficult to achieve even with 2 identical martial souls. This requires 2 or more soul masters whose martial souls complement each other or are perfectly compatible. When a martial soul fusion skill is realized, the power displayed is not just the sum of the soul power of the 2 soul masters, but far exceeds it." At this point, the teacher paused, leaving space for the students to ponder. After a moment, he continued, "Some students here are from the Star Luo Empire. So you should know that within the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, they possess a type of martial soul fusion skill." Below the blackboard, Yushi, who was focused on the teacher's lecture, seemed to have a spark in her eyes. "Martial soul fusion." She whispered the words softly, her hands slowly clenching, and her body sitting up straight. Remembering something, a look of anticipation crossed her delicate face. That expectation shining in her eyes and landing on the sleeping Li Xian beside her. Suddenly, Yushi felt a strong emotion arise within her. Every time Li Xian touched her palm, her internal soul power would become restless, and a wave of hot soul power would flow into her body through her arm. Coupled with what the teacher had just said about similar characteristics, could it be? Yushi's heart raced, and her lips pressed together lightly. She slightly turned her head. Next to her was the already deeply asleep Li Xian. With her slender pinky finger extended, Yushi hooked his finger, quietly trying to touch the sleeping Li Xian. Chapter 23. Earth Manipulation Technique. The dark soul power attached to her small finger gently touched the back of Li Xian's hand that crossed the desk line. The two touched as if they were merging seamlessly, and instantly, Yushi's fingertip felt a warmth as her soul power flowed unimpeded into Li Xian's body. Huh. Retracting her pinky, Yushi was slightly surprised, her dark eyes sparkling with brilliance. It is very difficult for any two soul masters, even if they are relatives, to operate soul power together. The teacher had just said that only under conditions of complementary martial souls or perfect coordination could soul masters' martial souls resonate, and their soul power would not have a repulsive reaction. So, the soul power between her and Li Xian that did not produce any repulsion proves that their martial souls can truly merge. Filled with excitement, Yushi extended her delicate hand on the desk again to test it, and indeed, her internal soul power flowed into Li Xian's arm once more. It definitely is, just like the teacher described. But why can the Shadow Phantom martial soul and the Kasha Seed martial soul merge? Moreover, should she tell Li Xian about her discovery? Yushi felt a surge of unease, her gentle gaze peering through her clear big eyes as she softly gazed at the sleeping Li Xian, her small face revealing a mixture of emotions akin to infatuation. Just then, a piece of chalk flew over, accurately hitting Li Xian's head, causing the book on his face to slide down. The sound of the book hitting the desk woke Li Xian up and scratching his slightly itchy arm. He sat up with half of his face feeling numb. Is class over? Li Xian asked in confusion. Ha ha. The classroom of class 4 erupted in laughter. At the lectern, the over 40-year-old teacher had a gloomy expression. He had just spent a long time explaining the theory of spirit fusion, and this kid had been sleeping the whole time. Even if he wasn't interested in the theory, couldn't he at least listen to the stories about spirit fusion he had cited? He slammed his finger heavily on the blackboard a few times and angrily said, "This student, it's not time to dismiss class yet. Since you've taken the initiative to stand up, I will ask you about the knowledge point you just mentioned. Please answer. Under what circumstances can spirit fusion techniques be realized among spirit masters? And what is the maximum number of people that can achieve this?" Li Xian was bewildered. It turned out that this class was about soul fusion techniques. If he had known earlier, he would have paid a bit more attention. Who could blame him? The schedule listed it as basic soul master theory learning and practice, which looked too boring, and he thought the teachings were all useless. Next to him, Yushi gently poked him with her finger, pushed the textbook towards him, and pointed to a section that had been marked with a red pen. Li Xian glanced over, nodded, and then replied, "When the attributes of martial souls are mutually repellent or complementary, the martial souls of soul masters can fuse. If conditions allow, an unlimited number of soul masters can produce fusion techniques among 2 or more people." At the podium, the old teacher's expression changed upon hearing this answer, and he let out a thoughtful his demeanor softening. "Very good. That's a concise summary. It seems this student can absorb the lecture content, even while sleeping." The teacher had just given a few examples of closely related martial souls, so he asked, "Now, can you tell me what specific situations involve mutually repellent martial souls?" "Of course. You can also boldly imagine and list some individual cases based on the common martial souls we've studied in the previous lessons." Mutually repellent. Li Xian scratched his cheek and instinctively glanced at Yushi. Under his gaze, Yushi's body stiffened for a moment, quickly averting her eyes. Li Xian frowned. What reaction is this girl having? It's as if she knows something. Obviously, having just been in a deep sleep, Li Xian didn't realize what Yushi had done to him. The degree of harmony between their martial souls was too perfect. Li Xian didn't even notice a trace of foreign soul power entering his body. "I believe that martial soul fusion can occur between extremes like extreme cold and extreme heat, extreme yin and light, or rapid and slow," he said calmly. The old teacher's eyes flickered, and his anger dissipated instantly as he realized that this kid, Li Xian, was quite sharp. He couldn't help but nod and said, "Your answer is very good. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, there was once a case of martial soul fusion between a soul master with a snow martial soul and a soul master with a torch martial soul. Moreover, among the high-ranking members of our great Spirit Hall, there are 2 titled low-level beings who possess the ability to achieve martial soul fusion through opposing forces. I won't go into detail about these 2 beings, as it would be disrespectful to them. Additionally, all of you little ones present, don't think that your martial souls are ordinary and become discouraged in your training. Perhaps you might encounter your other half in the unseen world. All right, Li Xian, you can sit down now." "Oh." Li Xian rubbed his numb face and sat down on the classroom chair. His neck was sore, and his waist felt stiff. Indeed, sleeping in class resulted in a sleep quality of 100 and a comfort level of -100. Maybe, Next time he could bring a pillow. Turning around, Li Xian found that Yushi was still staring at him. As soon as their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze again. Li Xian asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Yueshi? Is there something on my face?" Looking at Li Xian's half face, covered in red marks, Yueshi chuckled, wanting to say something but hesitating, then immediately shook her head. Indeed, there was something. He should check the restroom after class. Li Xian believed that Yushi saw something on his face, but felt embarrassed to say it. A day passed quickly. The course schedule at the Soul Academy was very full, and for first-year freshmen, the focus was on theoretical teaching, with practical training scheduled for the next semester. After a day of classes, Li Xian immediately escaped after school. He even thought that the first-year courses were harder to endure than being hospitalized. Upon returning to the dormitory, he immediately put on his teaching assistant training outfit and headed straight to the practical training room. Yushi did not follow him. Li Xian urged her to focus on cultivating her soul power. After nearly 3 weeks of school, her soul power was about to break through to level 9, and she was only a little bit away from obtaining a soul ring at level 10. Obtaining the soul ring as soon as possible was what she should do. In the practical training room, there was not only a spacious hall for activities and areas for dueling in pairs or groups, but there were also individual training rooms available. There were many students at the Soul Academy, and not all individual training rooms were empty. Each student had only 2 opportunities per week for individual training. Exceeding this limit would require spending points. Therefore, at this time, most of the individual training rooms were in line. Points were equivalent to currency used on campus, and could be earned through upgrading, working, or taking exams. As a teaching assistant, Li Xian doesn't have to worry about his points because teaching assistants have separate training rooms, which is essentially equivalent to a personal training room. Li Xian tightened his belt and entered their teaching assistant's activity room. There were many compartments, which were quite spacious, each with a width for 10 people side by side and a length for 20 people side by side. The floor tiles and ceiling of the compartments were embedded with special crystal stones, capable of withstanding attacks at the Soul Master level. Li Xian entered an empty teaching assistant activity room, which also served as a resting place for them or a venue for providing individual guidance to humble students. Not everyone can become a teaching assistant just because they want to. It requires a high level of theoretical understanding and personal soul power. Cases like Li Xian, who received special approval from the dean, are unique in the entire Soul Academy. Li Xian took out the fast food he brought from the cafeteria, ate some, and then began to close his eyes and rest, adjusting his physical strength to its peak. After a quarter of an hour, Li Xian took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and felt that it was about time. Releasing his martial soul, the Kasha plant grew up like a towering tree, with black soul rings oscillating up and down around the martial soul. Li Xian activated his soul power and tried to harness the strength within his martial soul. This was still his first time using a soul skill, and he wasn't very familiar with it. However, since the martial soul was a part of his body, it was relatively simple to explore its operation. Li Xian focused his energy and channeled a large amount of soul power into his martial soul. In an instant, the bright glow of the Duhuang grass erupted, and a massive black soul ring floated above Li Xian's head, swirling around him. The soul ring protected its master, which is one of the signs of actual combat. Many newcomers, after obtaining their martial souls, do not use their soul skills, resulting in the soul ring clinging to the martial soul. However, with the first activation of a soul skill, the soul ring will expand and fully activate outside the host. Buzz. The black 10,000-year soul ring released a terrifying pressure, and the high-frequency sound it emitted caused the entire assistant teacher's lounge to shake. Is such immense power possible just by activating it? Li Xian looked at the floating black soul ring outside his body, feeling a faint expectation in his heart. He raised his palm and, following the special operation of his soul power, activated his first soul skill, Earth Control. In an instant, the inner circle of the soul ring flickered with light, and the Qingshu crescent vine emitted a green glow as a pool of brown mire slowly submerged the floor tiles, covering the entire assistant classroom with Li Xian as the center. At this moment, the entire classroom was engulfed by the brown mire, and at the same time, straight beams of light appeared out of nowhere, resembling raindrops slowly falling down. Earth Control, a control-type skill, the casting range increases with level. After use, all hostile targets within the area have their speed reduced by 50, toughness reduced by 20, and attack power reduced by 20. Touching the gravity ring causes a 1-second immobilization effect. Li Xian raised his head, and in the sky, there were about 20 gravitational ring beams. The closer they were to his position, the denser the gravitational rings became. The gravitational rings consumed soul power to refresh automatically, falling from 5 meters high and reappearing after landing in the mire. The height here is only 5 meters, and my soul skill range should be even higher. Li Xian tried to pull his feet out of the mire and walked in the soul technique, discovering that a halo enveloped his legs, preventing him from being affected by the mire. So that's how it is. SC Dinger's mud exists between existence and non-existence. Li Xian wants this soul skill to be effective against a certain opponent, and vice versa. The deceleration is very obvious. It seems that the main controlling feature of the earth manipulation lies here, with the gravity ring and the reduction of attacks, which is likely brought about by the 10,000-year cultivation of the soul ring. Li Xian is certainly aware that the first soul skill of a soul master, absorbing the century-old ghost water purple orchid, will not achieve a multi-control effect. His earth manipulation has so many debuffs precisely because it is a 10,000-year soul ring. Toughness is easy to understand. It is similar to a brief invulnerability after being attacked. For example, many battle soul masters have extremely strong physical qualities and can rely on soul power armor to withstand attacks for a short period after being hit. This temporary stalemate situation is referred to as toughness. It is important to know that extremely high toughness can allow one to avoid control effects and move freely in the face of controlling soul skills by relying on a brief invulnerability. Therefore, reducing the opponent's toughness is equivalent to enhancing one's own control effects. It's a pity there are no training partners. Li Xian was very curious to know what level of impact a similarly matched opponent would suffer when facing earth manipulation attacks. The soul power consumption seemed a bit fast. A sudden sharp pain pierced his forehead, and with a thought, the large area of earth manipulation space disappeared. This was a soul skill that automatically controlled time. Continuous release equated to burning soul power. As a 10,000-year soul skill, it was, of course, impossible to maintain this skill for a long time. From just now until now, about 1 minute had passed, which meant that my maximum casting time was 1 minute. Li Xian stroked his chin and pondered. He had adjusted his physical strength to its peak, and under the condition that no one disturbed him. The duration of his soul skill was only this long. Could he reduce the casting distance? Li Xian had a sudden inspiration. He had just released his abilities freely without deliberately controlling the range of earth manipulation. After returning to the sofa to rest for a while and having a simple meal, he summoned his martial soul again 10 minutes later and began exploring his skills once more. This time, Li Xian focused his attention on the earth manipulation soul skill itself, imagining it being kneaded into a ball and its space being reduced. Sure enough, the casting range of earth manipulation indeed shrank. Li Xian's forehead was beaded with sweat. It was his first time operating a soul skill, while maintaining the operation of his soul power. He also had to divide his attention to adjust the size of the soul skill, which was quite strenuous for him. After struggling to control it for more than 10 seconds, the range of earth manipulation finally stabilized between fluctuating sizes, ultimately settling at a distance of 2 meters around Li Xian. This was already his limit, as the soul skill could not shrink any further. At the same time, Li Xian noticed that the yellow, transparent gravity rings in the air, with their long trailing shapes resembling cylindrical forms, had densely gathered around him due to the reduction in the range of earth manipulation, creating an almost airtight enclosure. It turned out that the total amount of gravity rings would not decrease even as the casting space diminished. This discovery made Li Xian feel happy. Since that was the case, as long as he seized the opportunity to release the soul skill during battle, wouldn't this group debuff skill become 100% strong control skill? Chapter 24. Upgrading over time. Thinking about this possibility warmed Li Xian's heart. Strong control skills were too rare. The effect of stun control skills could also be used defensively, causing opponents to feel wary. Of course, this would only be effective against close combat soul masters. If the opponent was a ranged soul master, the effect would be significantly reduced. However, distance does not always equal true distance. If the opponent dared to kite him, Li Xian could directly close the gap with his 8-year skill. But doing so would sacrifice the element of surprise in the earth manipulation skill. Speaking of this, Li Xian immediately thought of his other soul skill. A strong attack type range skill, Purple Lotus. Control strong attack. The two major soul skills provided by the 10,000-year soul ring were simply perfect. Li Xian was eager to start testing the Purple Lotus immediately. But unfortunately, at that moment, his soul power was depleted. So he had to sit down and replenish his energy. 10 minutes later, Li Xian stood up again. This time, as he released his soul power, The outer ring of the 10,000-year black soul ring began to flicker. Soon, the tip of his martial soul in his palm burst forth with light. And among the miraculous, heavenly chrysanthemum, a flower bud completely bloomed. The large sun chrysanthemum spun, its purple and gold petals danced, and the center stamen rose above the petals, resembling the antennae of a bee, radiating a faint yellow halo. A multitude of petals began to swirl around the tip of the martial soul, those petals stained with the center's pollen, presenting a brilliant rosy purple glow. The petals fluttered, ready to unleash their power. Li Xian's heart stirred as he launched an attack towards the front. In an instant, the petals swirling in his palm shot forth into the distance. Some of the petals circled around his body, while the soul power within Li Xian burned fiercely, sending out a continuous stream of flying attacks. The petals surged forth like a tide, sweeping across the area without respite. After a moment, a voice from the dark path exclaimed in dismay, prompting Li Xian to hurriedly stop the attack of the purple lotus. At this moment, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, his legs weakened, and he nearly knelt down on the spot. It turned out that his second soul skill was not a round-based attack, but a continuous skill that possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. After the recent practical test, he found that the attack range of the petals was about 10 meters, and the shooting pattern was fan-shaped. Although the individual attacks of the petals were not strong, their sheer quantity made up for it. Once the opponent was hit by the petals, their attack would be reduced by 20 and both defenses by 20 for 30 seconds, while their rigidity would increase by 20. Rigidity, a brief state of immobilization after being attacked. As a long-range, strong attack skill, the Purple Lotus also provided control effects, proving to be a perfect match for Li Xian's martial soul, as chosen by Master Ma and the others. Li Xian walked towards the floor tiles that had just been damaged by Zi Lian, bent down, and reached out to touch them. The tiles were intact, with a layer of golden light fading away from their surface. By observing, Li Xian roughly understood that the actual damage Zi Lian could inflict was not high. In fact, if the opponent discovered this during battle, they could withstand his soul skill and charge at him. However, just then, in front of Li Xian, as the golden light disappeared from the surface of the tiles, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Following that, a crack appeared on the surface of the tile ceramic glaze, which then spread like a spider web. Li Xian was feeling smug. Although his Purple Lotus damage was low, the attack was continuous, and the defense reduction effect could stack 3 times. Every 3 seconds of continuous hits would result in a -20 double defense reduction, up to a maximum of -60. Who would have thought? This skill with a stacking effect. If there were really stubborn opponents who dared to ignore the Purple Lotus, they would definitely suffer under this special effect. Even if their health was thick when their defense was reduced by more than half, they would personally experience the pain brought by the Purple Lotus attack. Li Xian thought to himself, who would have imagined that a soul master's first soul skill could actually have a stacking effect? After testing his 2 soul skills for the next hour, Li Xian repeated a cycle of resting and attacking, continuously familiarizing himself with the use of the 2 soul skills and the timing of their release in various situations. He even incorporated different combinations of attack methods, training all night long. When Li Xian returned to the dormitory, he was already exhausted, forgetting to shower or change clothes, and just collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. In the pitch-black room, only the moonlight from the windows illuminated the space. Worried about waking up Yueshi, Li Xian didn't turn on the light and lay sideways on the bed, barely having the strength to turn over and adjust. In the darkness, a pair of large eyes opened. Yueshi, who was still awake, quietly sat up, glancing at Li Xian, who was lying on the bed and almost taking up the entire space, with his head resting on her legs. Yueshi felt a bit helpless. Li Xian. She gently pushed him, but he did not respond. After waiting for a moment, Yueshi had no choice but to pull her legs out with some effort, crawling out from under the blanket in her pajamas. After that, she could only lie down beside Li Xian. She unfolded Li Xian's blanket to cover his body, then used a corner of her own blanket to cover herself. After doing this, the space left for her to sleep became quite narrow, so much so that her body had to be pressed closely against Li Xian's. Her heart raced like a small deer. Although they had been together yesterday, Li Xian had been sitting cross-legged all night and hadn't lain down, but today, they were really sleeping together. No. Could she be pregnant? Her heart skipped a beat, and Yueshi's face turned red. A gust of wind blew open the curtains, and the bright moonlight illuminated Li Xian's handsome face. Yueshi turned to face him, her heart racing faster. At that moment, Li Xian furrowed his brows slightly. letting out a muffled grunt as his body displayed muscle twitches due to overexertion. Yueshi watched this scene, her small face filled with worry. Li Xian told him that she would stay in the training room all night. According to the textbook, she recognized this as a sign of excessive soul power use. Yueshi thought of something, withdrew her right hand from the blanket, and pressed her palm against Li Xian's wrist. The loose sleeves of her pajamas slipped down, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin. Closing her eyes, she mobilized her own soul power, gently clenched her fist, and then transferred her soul power to Li Xian, nourishing his already overworked body. In the early morning, just as dawn broke, Li Xian frowned. The mysterious biological clock forced his brain to wake up, and his eyes suddenly opened. His mind was filled with the combat scenarios from last night. He had even dreamed about soul abilities the entire night. He thought that after such intense training, he could sleep until noon, but he didn't expect to wake up so early. Suddenly, Li Xian clenched his fist and realized that there was not a trace of fatigue in his body. The soreness from last night as overexertion had vanished at this moment. Hey, being young is great. Normally, such training would lead to lactic acid buildup, resulting in delayed muscle soreness lasting for several days. Seeing himself recover so quickly, Li Xian immediately attributed it to the advantages of youth. At that moment, Li Xian's arm brushed against something soft. He turned his head in shock, and a breath hit his face, the warmth so close that it made his heart skip a beat. Yushi's delicate face was right in front of him, at a distance so close that he could see each long eyelash on her eyelids and the dark strands of hair that fell across her face. The girl's skin was soft, as if it could be squeezed for water, and her tender cheeks had a hint of light pink, resembling a delicious peach, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Li Xian felt a slight panic in his heart and quickly withdrew his arm from Yushi's embrace. Then sat up. Taking a deep breath, he realized he was lying sideways on the bed. He had fallen asleep as soon as he hit the bed last night, and the entire bed was taken up by him. It was no wonder Yushi could sleep soundly. Rubbing his nose and looking at the corner of the blanket that was pressed down and covering the girl's body, Li Xian suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. If he had known he would spend the night on the sofa, he wouldn't have disturbed her sleep all night. However, after pulling out his arm, Li Xian felt a sudden lightness in his body, and a certain cool sensation vanished from within him, as if his heart had missed a beat and lost some important connection. At the same time, when Li Xian looked inward at his soul power, he found that the vast and crystal-clear soul power was flowing through his meridians, rich and abundant, far surpassing the refinement of the previous days. Level 19, Li Xian could sense that the Xintian skill seemed to have broken through a layer, and naturally his soul power had also increased by a level. Just by sleeping, he leveled up. It was truly surprising. With this thought, Li Xian realized that his gaze was still lingering on Yushi, and it subtly paused at the fair skin in the middle of her pajamas. Li Xian coughed lightly and immediately shifted his gaze away. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also taken advantage of her the whole night. Li Xian scattered the absurd thoughts in his mind, chuckled softly, and went to change clothes and take a shower. In any case, this was a good thing. After a whole night of practical training, his mastery of the first soul skill had reached a familiar level. It couldn't be said to be effortless, but he could release it freely. Continuing to solidify his training today, by tomorrow, he could invite Director Luo to practice combat with him. Director Luo's special defensive martial soul, tough and resilient, will be perfect for testing the damage level of his martial soul. Just as Li Xian left, Yushi rubbed her eyes and woke up from her drowsy sleep. Compared to Li Xian, Yushi felt a bit fatigued at this moment, her lips slightly pale, and her complexion not looking good. She yawned, as if she hadn't slept enough. However, Yushi noticed that Li Xian had already gotten up, and her heart sank. The matter of helping him transfer soul power from last night was still fresh in her mind. Her eyes sparkled, and a faint blush immediately rose on her cheeks. He didn't notice, did he? She murmured to herself, feeling guilty. Helping Li Xian recover had consumed a lot of her soul power, and she had ended up falling asleep. But Yushi felt that she wasn't that tired. Her soul power had increased, and it seemed her level had also risen. Just then, a sudden gasp escaped Yushi's lips. She instinctively hugged her arms and looked down at the misaligned buttons and exposed white skin in front of her, her face immediately turning hot. Because she had to transfer soul power to Li Xian, she must have fallen asleep while holding onto his arm, and since Li Xian was restless while sleeping, she quickly understood why her pajama buttons were misaligned. Hearing the sounds of Li Xian washing up outside the bedroom, Yushi hurriedly got out of bed to change into her school uniform, feeling conflicted. He didn't see anything, did he? After finishing a morning of routine theory studies for Soul Masters, Li Xian looked at Yushi, who still appeared drowsy, and planned to take her out for a nice meal. Li Xian speculated that this girl might be affected by her martial soul, being backfired by that shadow in her dreams, which drained her mental energy. She needed to eat a hearty meal to regain her strength. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Li Xian specially ordered a nourishing meal for Yueshi, which included duck leg and green bean rice, braised ribbon fish, pig trotters, and lamb spine, along with a serving of red date and mung bean soup. It was definitely a full meal of warming foods. Li Xian, I can't finish this. Yueshi looked at the pile of food in front of her, feeling overwhelmed. With all this meat, she worried she might gain a few pounds after finishing it. Take your time if you can't finish it. Li Xian spoke in the tone of Master Ma. He planned to just wait here until he saw her eat all the food. All right. Yushi pinched a duck leg and could only start eating with effort. In fact, she was really hungry. She had performed exceptionally today and didn't expect to finish all the food. My soul power seems to be level 9. After finishing her meal, Yushi shared her joy with Li Xian. Did you level up last night? What a coincidence. I just leveled up too. And I'm a whole 10 levels higher than you. Li Xian casually replied. Huh. Such an answer made Yushi's little mouth form an O shape in surprise. It turned out that Li Xian was almost a great soul master. Thinking about how she still didn't have her first soul ring, she suddenly felt a sense of urgency about her training progress. After all, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring would speed up the level-up process a bit. When you reach level 10, I'll accompany you to hunt soul beasts, and I'll also help you modify your soul ring then. Can the soul ring be modified? Yushi asked in confusion. Li Xian's mouth got stuck. He just ate too much and spoke without thinking. I can also have a soul ring. You will accompany me, right? Yueshi held her chin with both hands, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Xian nodded and brushed it off with a few words. Just now, he had been thinking about whether his ability to change could help others. If so, it would be like opening the door to a new world. Li Xian, why are you on the second floor? The homeroom teacher is looking for you. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Li Xian's thoughts. He and Yushi were sitting in the second-floor cafeteria when they noticed a classmate approaching him, even though the cafeteria was completely empty. The homeroom teacher is looking for me? What's wrong? Li Xian was taken aback. The classmate replied, You made a mistake. The principal has moved next week's flag-raising ceremony to today. I heard you have to reflect on your mistakes in front of the whole school. Li Xian stood alone under the darkened playground, symbolizing the flag of the spirit hall. In his hand was the apology letter given to him by the dean. Li Xian forced a smile as he apologized word by word for his mistakes from a few days ago. Not far from him stood teacher Ruru, with 5 students whose faces were wrapped in bandages. Like Li Xian, they were also under the watchful eyes of the entire school, and their expressions were not good. After all, Li Xian only needed to apologize, while they had to ponder much more. Teacher Ruru's toes gripped the floor as she thought about how to awkwardly wait, how to accept the apology, and what expression to wear during reconciliation. It felt as if she had eaten some bitter food and was poisoned. After finishing the apology letter, Li Xian stepped down from the steps and reconciled with teacher Ruru and the 5 female students he had hurt. Throughout the entire process, Dean Su and his group stood not far away, watching the scene with seriousness. Once Li Xian finished, he symbolically began to speak, bombarding Li Xian from multiple angles of morality, spirit, and physicality. Finally, Director Luo, filled with righteous indignation, gritted his teeth and concluded. Li Xian was to be punished by cleaning the toilets for a year, not implemented. Thus, the apology came to an end. Li Xiantai returned to his class with a dark face. Although he had a strong character, it didn't mean he had thick skin. It was his first time speaking in public, and it was an apology. Who could handle that? When Yueshi saw him coming, she immediately stepped forward to comfort him. Gently holding Li Xian's hand, she said, I'm sorry, Li Xian. Li Xian also made a mistake because of him. Yushi felt very guilty in her heart. Seeing that girl's self-reproachful little face, looking so pitiful for some reason, Li Xian suddenly wasn't so angry anymore. He reached out his big hand to cover Yushi's small head. It was like he let out a breath. It's okay. It's worth it for you. This sentence instantly made Yushi's face blush, and she hurriedly pulled her hand away. At the same time, in the class below, a tall girl with short brown hair frowned and looked sharply in the direction Li Xian had left. Fei Xiang bit her lip, realizing it was you. I thought I remembered the name wrong. Oof. How dare you beat Ying into that state? You little brat, I won't let you off. Chapter 25. Shameless Gaze? Li Xian felt a slight stir in his heart, as if he had discovered something, and frowned as he looked back. 2 sharp gazes were staring at his back without any concealment, making him feel very uncomfortable. As their eyes met, A clear, youthful face emerged vividly. Not far from him, Wang Xiaodong stood among the second-grade crowd, his resentful gaze fixed firmly on him, and his face twisted into a fierce snarl. As Li Xian shifted his gaze, that line of sight immediately averted. Wang Xiaodong hid himself in the crowd. Huh? Seeing the familiar figure, Li Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. What is this kid up to again? Isn't Director Su's warning enough? Li Xian thought to himself that he wasn't anything special. In general, he wouldn't wait for the other party to provoke him before fighting back. Since he had caught them, he would teach them another lesson and beat Wang Xiaodong until he had no temper left. Yueshi, help me bring the book back later. I have something to do. Li Xian immediately turned to the girl next to him and instructed. Yueshi was taken aback. What's wrong? Do you want me to help you ask for leave? It doesn't matter. If the homeroom teacher asks you, just say I'm sick. Oh, for Li Xian, the elementary school courses were optional. It was better to use the time to invest in other areas. Huh. However, at that moment, Li Xian suddenly remembered something and gazed into the distant crowd, searching for that second gaze that had been watching him earlier. Something was off. He had just detected two prying gazes, while he was focused on dealing with Wang Xiaodong. He had forgotten about the other one. A hint of purple flickered in his pupils as he gently blinked his dark eyes, searching for the gaze in the crowd again. Soon, Li Xian's eyes lit up. At the end of his gaze, a tall girl in a Seoul Academy uniform with a high ponytail was tightly clenching her small fists, pouting slightly as she waved her fist at Li Xian in a show of defiance. It seemed like she was mocking him, as if to say, just wait. Li Xian immediately recognized the owner of that gaze. It was Fijia, the noble girl who had competed with him on the playground the day before and was also an exchange student. Compared to Wang Xiaodong, Fijia's eyes held more of a defiant challenge, mixed with a fiery aggression. Her aggression couldn't be described as hatred. It was merely a reflection of her domineering nature. Perhaps after losing the race on the playground, she was still brooding over it, and now it seemed she had a good outlet for her feelings. There was even a hint of joy in her demeanor. One issue unresolved, another wave arose. Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect that just 2 days into the new semester, so many troublesome issues would come knocking at his door. The flag-raising ceremony in front of him quickly concluded, and as the hot topic on everyone's lips, he was openly discussed by the students. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the crowd orderly left the playground. Under the guidance of the homeroom teachers from the Seoul Academy, the first-year students were the first to disperse. After Yushi left, Li Xian suddenly turned around and walked against the flow towards the second-year direction. Look, isn't that Li Xian who just apologized? Ha! Turns out he's a first-year so bold. Man, why are you clashing with such a gentle teacher? Ruru, as he brushed past students from different grades. They all made jokes at his expense, occasionally giving him a playful punch on the shoulder. Li Xian didn't care about the discussions of those people. He had already made enough of a fool of himself and was growing quickly. Standing in the crowd, he skillfully avoided the teacher's gaze. At a certain moment, Li Xian suddenly reached out and yanked a half-grown boy out of the crowd. With one arm draped over the boy's shoulder like a good buddy, Li Xian pressed down hard, wrapping him up and maneuvering through the crowd toward a secluded corner in the opposite direction. Li Xian, you? Wang Xiaodong was startled when Li Xian suddenly hugged him. Just as he was about to speak, he found that his soul power had condensed, rendering his body immobile. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and Wang Xiaodong had no choice but to let Li Xian carry him away from the group. That student over there. Do not leave the team. We will disband outside. A homeroom teacher from second grade suddenly shouted upon, noticing the two moving away from the lineup. Li Xian was holding Wang Xiaodong, stopping his tracks. Before turning around, his white teeth were already smiling. Teacher, we're good buddies. Just want to stay on the playground to strengthen our bond. Oh, this is the last time. What strengthening bond? It sounds all jumbled. The homeroom teacher just casually asked, as the class was still waiting for him to manage it. He took a quick glance at him and immediately walked away. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaodong was as anxious as a tangled mess, feeling bitter but unable to say anything, and was only stopped after being dragged far away by Li Xian. You brat, do you still recognize me? Li Xian walked a short distance, and his face suddenly turned cold, fixing his gaze on the guilty-looking Wang Xiaodong, not hiding the immense soul power within him. Gulp. Wang Xiaodong was intimidated by Li Xian's soul power, unable to speak, only showing his throat moving up and down, sweat covering his face and head. Li Xian's warning could be ignored, but he understood from the overwhelming soul power emanating from him that at this moment, Li Xian could easily take him down. Lightly patting Wang Xiaodong's cheek a few times, Li Xian said, the academy teachers have warned you, but you have a short memory. Now that you see me back, you're starting to stir up your little schemes again. I won't say much more. Today I'm giving you a warning. If I find out about any bad behavior again, I'll beat you up. I dare to confront the academy teachers, so you should know I'm not joking. Did you hear that clearly? Not if you understand. Wang Xiaodong didn't dare to retort, his eyes wide and his face pale as he nodded slightly. Good boy, you can go now. Seeing him so sincere, appearing to repent, Li Xian dissipated his soul power and gave him a kick on the backside to let him leave. To prevent this kid from bottling up his feelings, Li Xian's admonition served as a deterrent. After all, he had a lot on his plate lately, and he didn't want Wang Xiaodong making any moves at this time. Hey, the one called Li Xian, do you remember me? At that moment, a tall, beautiful figure approached with her arms crossed, shouting from distance. Wang Xiaodong glanced over, and just as he had taken a few steps away, his right foot suddenly stopped, pointing at himself. Me? I didn't call you, get lost. Fei Xia coldly snorted, and Wang Xiaodong hurriedly quickened his pace to leave, looking disheveled. At that moment, he felt that his pride wasn't so important after all. With a broad-minded attitude, the resentment that had been hanging in his heart dissipated. It turned out he could let go so easily. As for bullying the weak, Wang Xiaodong could dodge if he couldn't win. Fei Xia, wearing a school skirt and striding with her long legs, walked not far from Li Xian. Her slender arms gently rested on her S-shaped waist, and her brown pupils stared directly at Li Xian. What are you doing here? That guy seems to have a problem with you. Li Xian clapped his hands, looking directly into Fei Xia's eyes, a slight smile on his lips. As you can see, I'm bullying my classmates. Indeed, you never learn. Fei Xia coldly snorted, her gaze towards Li Xian filled with hostility. Thank you. My elder told me that a person should be magnanimous to achieve greatness. Fei Xia gained a new understanding of Li Xian's shamelessness. When you insult him, he directly ignores it and even boasts about his own shamelessness. I've never seen someone so shameless. Fei Xia couldn't help but speak again. However, despite what she said, her gaze towards Li Xian showed no animosity. After all, Li Xian hadn't done anything to the male student earlier. It seemed to be a minor friction. And as for her cousin being hit, Fei Xia didn't care much about that. The fact that she only recognized Li Xian today proved that she hadn't taken the matter to heart. Her cousin had made a mistake and needed to take responsibility for her actions, and Fei Xia wasn't the type to hold a grudge over such trivial matters. However, upon recognizing Li Xian as the one who had hit someone, she seized the opportunity to find a reason to target him. Did you come over just to scold me? Looking at Fei Xia with her arms crossed and a scrutinizing expression, Li Xian thought he would be standing up for Wang Xiaodong. You hit my cousin. What do you think I'm going to do? Fei Xia retorted. Let's sit down and talk. There's nothing to talk about. With a cold snort, Fei Xia abruptly changed her tone. But I'm not unreasonable. Just now, I checked your soul power. It should be above level 15. How about this? You agree to have a match with me. If you win, I'll let you go. And if I lose? Li Xian pressed. I'm also very magnanimous. If you lose, consider a lesson for me, and I won't pursue the matter with Ying. With her arms crossed, Fei Xia revealed a strong sense of confidence amidst her frown and smile. Li Xian thought for a moment and smiled. If you were really magnanimous, you wouldn't bring up your cousin. I think you're still unhappy about what happened last time and trying to get back at me by nagging. Fei Xiang's expression suddenly turned cold, her soft lips biting together, glaring at Li Xian with indignation. What of it? You act like a total tsundere. Watching her performance, Li Xian said, Who are you calling it tsundere? You. Looking for trouble. Fei Xiang's small face turned serious as she reached out and grabbed Li Xian's shoulder, then squeezed hard, the veins on her neck popping out. However, she realized she couldn't quite squeeze him. Li Xian casually pushed aside that hand. Fei Xia suddenly changed her tone, her expression becoming serious. With a relaxed hand, she extended 2 fingers, pointing at Li Xian's chest, and said, The competition is cancelled. At this moment I, Fei Xia, officially challenge you as a senior student of the Rhine Academy. If you do not accept the challenge, it proves your defeat. Li Xian raised his eyebrows, thinking, Is this girl serious? She's actually challenging me to a duel? Although duels can resolve disputes between Soul Academy students, that's only in advanced academies. Adults can have them, but we elementary students shouldn't be engaging in fights. However, looking at Fei Xia's serious expression, Li Xian clicked his tongue and put aside his teasing thoughts. A challenge? Sounds boring. How about this? I can agree to fight you, but you have to give me something in return. For example, if you lose, you have to do something for me, and if I lose, I can make any request. All right. Fei Xia's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You just need to apologize and admit that I'm better than you. I won't hold anything else against you. Truly a stubborn tsundere. She thinks she's already won without even fighting. Li Xian was speechless and said, Aren't you going to ask me what you should do if I win? Fei Xia was taken aback by the question. She had never considered the possibility of losing. Throughout her life, She had only won against others and had never been at a disadvantage. Raising her eyebrows, she questioned, "So what do you want? Money? I have plenty of gold soul coins, but you can ask for other things too." Encouraged by her words, Li Xian became bolder, his gaze sweeping over Fijia's supple waist, then to her fair and delicate neck, before landing on her exquisite little face, finally resting on her full and tender forehead. He pinched his chin, his eyes wandering. So, what should he ask for? Li Xian indeed needed money, but compared to the other valuable things Figia possessed, it would be a pity to only talk about money. Under Li Xian's unabashed scrutiny, Figia's fair little face changed instantly, showing a noticeable dislike. She didn't expect that a first-year student could have such a sordid mindset. Uncomfortably shifting her long legs, Figia even thought about directly slapping Li Xian for his lack of respect. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Li Xian staring at her head without moving. Then he pointed and smiled at a blue crystal hairpin in her hair, saying, "You lost, just give me this, it's quite pretty. I can use it as a gift." Figia's expression of disgust faded, and as she touched her hair, she took out a medium-length decorative pin that resembled a hairpin. Her little face showed confusion as she asked, "What do you want this hat pin for? To give as a gift? It's used to secure a top hat. I don't wear hats at the academy, and I haven't taken it off out of habit. It's just a tool." Li Xian opened his mouth, the part for fixing the hat. How awkward. His gaze shifted, then focused on Fei Xia's not-so-prominent chest, staring at a gem she wore on her chest, and said, "How about changing that? This gem should be fine." Fei Xia lowered her gaze and took off a pendant adorned with a gem from her chest. The gem displayed a deep blue color, connected to a strap embroidered with exquisite white and blue stripes. This was a family emblem, a symbol of status. Fei Xia was puzzled as to why he wanted everything. Taking a deep breath, she said somewhat speechlessly, "Fine, you can have it if you win, provided you can defeat me." With a change in tone, the frustration on Fei Xia's face transformed into overwhelming confidence, her cold little face becoming bright. She did not believe that Li Xian had the ability to defeat her, so her verbal promise felt like a joke. What did it matter if she agreed? Li Xian stared at the precious gem, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. It was a good item, clearly valuable, and should fetch a good amount of gold soul coins. Of course, even if it wasn't worth much, it would still be fine. Exquisite jewelry worn by nobles could be a nice gift for Yueshi. Such a battle piqued Li Xian's interest, and he immediately nodded, accepting your challenge. Chapter 26. The Softbone Rabbit Bow and Fei Xia's Soft Skills. He accepted Fei Xia's challenge, agreeing to duel in the training room the next day. Afterward, Fei Xia left, provoking Li Xian, saying that only cowards would flee, and as a man, he hoped Li Xian wouldn't break his promise. Li Xian smiled. Could this girl really scare him? The white snake martial soul, huh? Li Xian left the playground and went to the store to buy a bottle of Realgar wine. He poured the wine into several small bottles and carried them in his waist pocket, which gave him the confidence to confront her. That girl, as a noble child, had been raised with abundant resources since childhood, and her training was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Moreover, she was 6 years older than him and was a great soul master. Li Xian was preparing to drink some yellow wine for courage, which was quite reasonable. After leaving the school store, he didn't go to the classroom to study. Yushi had already helped him take a leave of absence. So Li Xian went straight to the grade director's office, wanting to find Director Luo, planning to take him to the training room to check his combat power. A female teacher shook her head, saying that Director Ma was not there. He had gone out. Li Xian arrived at the office but found it empty. Director Ma, as the leader of the junior college, was busy with his affairs, making it difficult to meet him. "Oh, you must be Li Xian, right? I recognize you." The female teacher, who had just seen Li Xian at noon, pointed at him and laughed softly while covering her mouth. Li Xian nodded slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Nowadays, he was quite a celebrity in the Soul Academy, although the factors that made him famous were rather unfortunate. The female teacher thought of something and handed a letter to Li Xian, saying, "This is from Director Ta, as requested by Dean Su. I heard him mention you today and was curious about why you want to learn blacksmithing. Since you're here, I'll pass it on to you." Taking the letter, Li Xian remembered Dean Su's promise from yesterday. It was a recommendation letter for an old buddy at a blacksmith shop, as Li Xian had requested to learn forging there. "Thank you, teacher," he said. Li Xian left the office with the letter, but unexpectedly did not meet Director Luo on this trip. Instead, he gained other insights. Learning to forge iron was meant to create hidden weapons. However, given the current situation, the apprenticeship had to be postponed. He needed to resolve the trouble with Fei Xia tomorrow, and he wouldn't have free time until Sunday. After Li Xian went downstairs, he threw the teaching assistant uniform in the training room. However, He didn't stay there and directly left the Soul Academy to go to the junior college in Notting City to find Xiao San. The two of them often sparred when they were in Holy Soul Village, with victories evenly split between them, although more often than not, Tang San would win, as he was more skilled in mastering the Xintian skill and the awakening of the Tang sect. Tang San's martial arts skills were top-notch. Since Director Luo was not around, Li Xian couldn't find anyone else to practice with, so he thought about finding Xiao San to work on his martial arts. By the way, there was also the rabbit beside him, the soul beast Xiao Wu, who was proficient in and could be consulted. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. Li Xian is preparing for battle and can learn from anyone. Moreover, he learned today from Dean Su that Fei Xia is not only a soul master, but also a black belt expert in jiu-jitsu. To counter jiu-jitsu, he needs guidance from Xiao Wu, who has similar skills. Notting City Junior College. Li Xian and the security guard completed their request, and he went straight in. It was currently class time in the afternoon. After finding the first-grade classroom, Li Xian waited outside for a while. When the class bell rang and the teachers from Notting City Academy walked out of the classroom, Li Xian immediately rushed in. Tang San, you're still in class. Come out with me, I've got something to discuss with you. The classroom was chaotic and noisy, but Li Xian quickly locked onto that familiar little face. Tang San was slightly surprised by Li Xian's sudden arrival. Li Xian, what brings you here? Next to him, Xiao Wu, who had been dozing off on the desk, stirred slightly and sat up. Who's here? Li Xian chuckled and called the two out of the classroom to explain the situation. Under the shade of the tree, Xiao Wu waved her fists excitedly. Great. I know a bit of wrestling too. Can you learn from me? Tang San showed a troubled expression. Xiao Wu, you don't hold back. Li Xian is my good friend. Let me handle this. Stop being so indecisive. You two are about the same level. I know what to do. Xiao Wu clapped her hands and excitedly stood in front of Li Xian. She lightly tapped her toes with both hands tied behind her back, her face full of anticipation. Her delicate and rosy little face, with a bright smile, seemed to be glowing. Then, thank you. Li Xian nodded. You're welcome. Her big black eyes sparkled mischievously, and as soon as she finished speaking, her back heel had already leaped over her head, appearing in front of Li Xian. Li Xian's pupils contracted, and he instinctively raised his arm to block, but by doing so, his chest was suddenly exposed and grabbed by Xiao Wu's two small hands. This is bad. Li Xian realized he had fallen into a trap and tried to retreat. At that moment, Xiao Wu tightened her grip with both hands, her agile body following suit. With a backflip, her soft thighs were already straddling Li Xian's shoulders. With wide eyes, Li Xian almost anticipated the outcome. He hadn't even uttered a word when Xiao Wu pressed her hands against her head, her entire body twisting in midair as she grabbed his collar in reverse. One heel pressing down right in the center of Li Xian's waist. Li Xian's face turned pale as he hurriedly reached out to pull Xiao Wu. However, her soft and smooth arm felt as slippery as wax, and he couldn't grasp it at all. Instead, it slipped right out of his hand, and the scenery in front of Li Xian began to spin as he flew backward. Xiao Wu landed on one foot, gracefully brought down her other leg from the air, brought her legs together, and clapped her hands. She bowed, completing her move. Tang San, quickly catch me. In midair, Li Xian had no point of strength to push off from, and as he turned his body, his face was almost about to hit the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, Tang San ran over and caught him with his bare hands. Phew! After catching his breath, Li Xian's feet landed on the ground. His mind still dizzy. He looked back to see Xiao Wu grinning at him, leaning forward. Tang San, she wasn't giving me pointers, she was showing off. I'm not playing with her anymore. Tang San's lips curled into a bitter smile. At least you know now. I told you she doesn't know how to hold back. How about you practice with me instead? Li Xian found the campus, and Tang San directly took a leave of absence. For the entire afternoon, the two engaged in sparring. Although Tang San didn't understand jiu-jitsu, he was familiar with Xiao Wu. After some time of contact, he grasped the key points and taught them to Li Xian. He warned him to pay attention to the waist position when sparring with a jiu-jitsu expert, emphasizing that he must not let the opponent take control, especially of the back and neck. If captured, it would be equivalent to falling into the opponent's hands, and he would basically have to admit defeat. Tang San developed a set of countermeasures to prevent these situations from occurring, which he had also devised to deal with Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was cheering them on excitedly from the side. It's my turn now, it's my turn, she exclaimed. Cough. Xiao San, let's do it again. I haven't gotten used to it yet. Okay. It wasn't that Li Xian thought she was too old. It was just that this girl hit too hard. It's no wonder, as in the world of soul beasts, they face life and death battles every day, and when they strike, they use their strongest power to defeat their opponents. Xiao Wu was used to this lifestyle, and even after transforming into a human, it was difficult for her to change her ways. Additionally, it seemed that Xiao Wu didn't fully understand human ethics. During their earlier sparring, Li Xian's response to her closeness made him fear that it might provoke his good brother's killing intent. Xiao San, I'm not interested in your old lady. Let's keep sparring. It would be bad if such suspicions arise. The practice only stopped when it was nearly dark. After thanking Tang San, Li Xian returned directly to the Soul Academy, noticing that Xiao Wu was fuming with anger, and thought to himself that Tang San wouldn't have a peaceful day today. However, Li Xian gained a lot from it. First, after being thrown by Xiao Wu once, he learned a significant lesson about feints. The execution of jiu-jitsu requires close proximity to the opponent, and during tomorrow's match, if Fei Xiao wants to take action, she will surely look for opportunities to exploit his weaknesses. Therefore, Li Xian reminded himself not to be deceived by feints. Secondly, if his lower back or back is controlled by the opponent, he would lose the ability to counter and maintain his center of gravity, as it is difficult to launch a powerful attack from the back, which is also a point that Fei Xiao might focus on. Lastly, during his practice with Tang San, Li Xian learned many countermeasures. As a genius disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San's comprehension was exceptional. His strategies against Xiao Wu left Li Xian greatly impressed, proving that he was indeed capable, even prepared for a wife. This made Li Xian feel he had struck gold today, as he had found the right person. On the way back, Li Xian repeatedly reflected on the practice. To be honest, he wasn't worried about facing Fei Xiao in a battle of martial souls. With his 10,000-year spirit ring, he wasn't afraid of facing someone of a higher level than himself. His apprehension regarding close-range jiu-jitsu stemmed from the Dean's warning. Dean Su had warned him today that the only place he had lost was to Fei Xiao's black belt jiu-jitsu, emphasizing this point several times. Dean Su had a deeper insight, and Li Xian firmly believed in that. In short, during today's training, Li Xian had put in his utmost effort, and what he needed to do next was to act according to the circumstances tomorrow. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Li Xian couldn't be bothered to practice the purple extreme demon eye and got out of bed to review yesterday's practice. The morning is the best time for memory, allowing this body to consolidate the skills and ideally develop muscle memory. After all, just one day of training compared to Fei Xiao's daily practice left him far behind, so he needed to leverage some human mechanisms. Reviewing all the techniques taught by Tang San, Li Xian felt he was almost ready. Glancing at the clock and seeing that time was running short, he headed out to the cafeteria. It was Saturday, and the school was on break, so there were hardly any people in the courtyard. Li Xian brought breakfast for Yu Shi and, before heading to the training room, reminded her to practice well at home and not to wander around unnecessarily. Li Xian didn't want Yu Shi to know about his duel with Fei Xiao, otherwise, this girl would overthink again. Yu Shi was quite obedient. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, she immediately nodded in agreement. She also didn't want to keep holding Li Xian back and felt a sense of urgency regarding her own cultivation progress. In the Soul Academy, in the training room, in the 1v1 arena, the surroundings were enclosed. Fei Xiao was kneeling on one side of the arena, and upon hearing the sound of the door opening, her narrow eyes blinked, and the corner of her lips curved into a delicate arc unexpectedly. "You are quite punctual." Burp. Li Xian let out a sigh and casually said, "Yeah, I came after eating." Fei Xiao got up. Today she was dressed in a loose, pure white training outfit. Her brown wavy hair was tied up high with a red ribbon, and her youthful face bore no makeup at all. Yet, her delicate and pleasing features still retained a hint of girlhood, with her pure, creamy complexion serving as her light makeup. Coupled with Fei Xiao's noble background, she always emanated an air of elegance and grace. Her tall figure, accentuated by a black belt at her waist, made her slender waist appear even more delicate. If it weren't for the burning desire in her eyes today that created a disharmony in her overall aura, Li Xian would really want to praise her as a lovely young beauty. "Please," Fei Xiao said, raising one hand to point directly across. Li Xian walked over and took another look, noticing that Fei Xiao had taken off her shoes and socks, her delicate little feet resting beneath her. Already prepared for a jiu-jitsu duel. Nodding slightly, Li Xian also kicked off his shoes, revealing his relatively tanned and more robust feet. With confidence gleaming in his eyes, Fei Xiao smiled slightly, tightening her belt with both hands and standing up straight. She then rose and faced Li Xian, bending at the waist. With a raised eyebrow, Li Xian guessed this was a form of greeting, so he bent his waist slightly in return. At that moment, Fei Xiao suddenly sprang into action, her delicate foot appearing larger in his view, and behind it was her leaping body. Fei Xiao's arms crossed, with her elbows pointed down. attacking Li Xian simultaneously from above and below. "You little rascal." Instinctively, he extended his leg to block her foot, but instead of retreating, Li Xian lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Fei Xia's waist, disrupting her forward momentum. Fei Xia, being caught in midair, remained calm, striking Li Xian's back with her elbow while her long legs clamped down like a vice, tightly locking his upper body, even though his center of gravity had been disrupted. Li Xian threw down Fei Xia, slamming her to the ground. His back ached. This girl really didn't hold back. Even though he was in the upper position, he didn't gain any advantage. Fei Xia tightly locked his head, preventing him from getting up to throw punches. Li Xian tightened his neck, pulled out his forearm, and reached up, firmly pressing down on Fei Xia's neck. "Oof. The preparation is quite sufficient." Fei Xia immediately noticed that Li Xian was ready. Otherwise, how could a half-grown child know so many techniques to counter? "Little girl, sneaky attack. Are you brave enough to clash soul power directly?" Li Xian was pressing on the vocal cords, making his voice sound strained. Fei Xia let out a cold snort, thinking she had the advantage. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Just as she was about to continue, Li Xian's forearm pressed against her neck, interrupting her words. Although Li Xian couldn't exert strength, he was capable of harassment. Fei Xia suddenly broke free from his arm, took a deep breath, and then proudly said, "It's useless. Just admit defeat. On the ground, you're no match for me." "Ugh. Yuck. You little brat, get your filthy hands off me. Don't touch my mouth. My nose." "Ugh." Fei Xia's nose was lifted, air escaping from her mouth, as Li Xian's hand was not behaving, scratching her face randomly. Li Xian knew that Fei Xia was not joking. A soul master with a snake martial soul, skilled in, would definitely crush him on the ground. This was evident from the way her legs, coiling around his waist like a constrictor, were tightening, almost suffocating him. Since he couldn't win, Li Xian could only resort to dirty tricks. "Ugh, breaking the rules, you scoundrel." Fei Xia arched her neck, stretching her head upward to catch her breath. Then she pressed down on Li Xian's head, her long legs extending, feet intertwining in the air, and her thighs exerting more force, causing his ribs to emit crisp cracking sounds. Li Xian felt the air in his lungs being compressed, making it difficult to breathe, and his entire face turned red. "Well, is this how it's going to be? Jiu-jitsu is indeed powerful, but that's based on rules." Li Xian took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and aimed for the area near Fei Xia's right rib, biting down directly. "Ah, you little brat, you dog. Are you going to let go or not?" Li Xian shouted angrily, unclear. "JPG, you don't play by the rules. You're shameless. Oh, so it's okay for you to sneak attack, but not for me to play dirty." With that, Li Xian seized the opportunity, exerted force with his back, and slammed Fei Xia, who was holding onto his upper body, heavily to the ground. Once without letting go. Bang! Li Xian continued to slam. "You little man." However, before Li Xian could strike a third time, Fei Xia let go of her hands first, finally allowing Li Xian's head to break free from her embrace. Li Xian was delighted and raised his arm a punch. However, just as his arm was lifted, Fei Xia's two hands had already pressed down on his head from the ground. A flash of white light passed before his eyes, and in a strange posture, Fei Xia managed to twist her body, which was below, and immediately turn it over, wrapping her legs around his body and spinning around with him. Li Xian suddenly stumbled forward as the space in front of him cleared. In that instant, Fei Xia locked on his back, rising up to pin him down beneath her body. The warm breath brushed against his ear, and a pair of long arms, unknown when they had wrapped around his collarbone, reached down to his exposed neck, quickly passing through to find the wrist of his other hand at the back of his neck. Li Xian's back of the head was directly facing the gradually curling lips of Fei Xia. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Chapter 27. Intense encounter. A hint of pride passed across Fei Xia's delicate face as she tightened her elbow around her left wrist, then tilted her head back, gathering all her strength to firmly lock Li Xian's neck. Pushing with her feet, Fei Xia pulled Li Xian up, and with a gentle inhale of her chest, his complexion instantly turned red due to the blood blockage. Using soul power. Despicable. Hearing Li Xian's reluctant and unclear words, Fei Xia's red lips exhaled a fragrant breeze, her chin resting against Li Xian's head, and then she suddenly tapped it hard. "Isn't it against the rules to use soul power? You lose." Being able to quickly twist her body from the ground, Fei Xia naturally used the soul power within her. As a beast martial soul, the white snake enhanced her toughness and speed, enabling her to unleash a tremendous boost in a very short time. Li Xian looked like a dried fish, his body arched in a curve, his back pressed tightly against Fei Xia's soft chest, yet he had no mood to experience this unusual softness. Her long, slender, fair legs seemed like flexible snakes, trapping his waist, and her feet dangled in the air, turning pale from excessive force. The round, plump toes were showing a faint blood color. Good. He didn't expect this little girl to go to such extremes to win against him. A contest of soft skills was abruptly interrupted by her, using soul power in the competition. Li Xian thought that Fei Xiao was just as unscrupulous as he was. Oomph. Suddenly, his chest surged, and he pressed down with both shoulders, arching his body to release his own soul power. In an instant, the strong energy within him surged forth. The overwhelming soul power filled his limbs and bones, and Li Xian's expression changed as he executed a carp leap, forcefully jumping half off the ground. Lowering his body, he grabbed Fei Xiao's ankle and leaped up, slamming the Fei Xiao lock behind him onto the ground. Cough! Li Xian's weight, combined with his powerful leap, caused Fei Xiao to feel dizzy and cough violently. This kid, at this moment, she tightened her legs even more, and upon closer inspection, her legs were already deeply embedded in Li Xian's waist. Fei Xiao didn't expect that despite her strangulation, Li Xian was still lively and kicking. In the past, against those opponents, she only needed to strangle for a moment, and they would faint due to insufficient blood supply. I will choke you. Fei Xiao let out a soft growl. She used her chin to press against the top of Li Xian's head, creating a strangulation from 5 directions. Seeing Li Xian struggling to get up, she wished she could bite down hard on his head. Dream on. Li Xian uttered 2 words, his breath faint. His face was flushed, and he had little strength left. Suddenly, he stretched out his arm, forming a virtual embrace with his palms. Closing his eyes, he silently recited in his heart, and directed those palms towards his neck, exerting all his effort to activate the Shintian skill. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Swish! The 2 arms that tightly strangled his neck suddenly experienced a strong pull. After a brief moment of daze, Fei Xiao loosened her grip slightly, and then felt a chill in her chest as Li Xian, like an eel, broke free. Fei Xiao's reaction was quick, sensing her opponent's intention to escape. She hooked her foot forcefully to restrain Li Xian's descending right shoulder. With a swift movement, Fei Xiao grabbed Li Xian's wrist, then using her entire back, flung him to the ground. While he was still in the air, her long legs locked his arms, and her soft little hands twisted, bending Li Xian's joints in the opposite direction. Fei Xiao's flexible legs sat on top of Li Xian, pinning him down tightly. Are you done yet? Li Xian's handsome face twisted slightly in pain from his arm, and he let out an angry sound. Fei Xiao ignored him, and, using the strength of her hips, forcibly turned Li Xian onto his side. Then, with a graceful twist of her tall body, she pinned down Li Xian's exposed back leg, her feet deliberately teasing his side face. Li Xian's arm twisted 180 in place through her long legs, being held in the arms of Fei Xiao. Oomph, you're done. I'm angry. Oomph, what goes around comes around. Fei Xiao was clearly returning the favor for Li Xian's earlier act of messily pushing her with dirty hands. You little brat. Not bad at all, managing to escape my naked choke. Fei Xiao's small face was beaming with pride, and as she spoke, her big foot stomped down hard on Li Xian's face. You dead girl, don't think I can't do anything about you. I have many tricks up my sleeve, and I'm afraid you can't handle them. Li Xian was tough on the outside, but he turned his face away, trying to avoid the girl's toes attack. However, just as he turned his face, the toes that were tightly gripping came back, delivering a direct hit to his face. Ouch! Fei Xiao's hands were not idle. After spinning her arms, she firmly gripped his wrists. With a little force, Li Xian felt a sharp pain that made him shiver. Still pretending to be tough, huh? Fei Xiao frowned, her anger boiling over, and extended her toes to hook Li Xian's nose, forcefully pushing forward. The scene was too ugly to watch. After all, Li Xian just dealt with her in the same way moments ago. Ghostly shadows. With a deep shout, Li Xian's expression turned serious, his feet moving in a peculiar rhythm, suddenly stepping in the air, and his body shifted sideways. Using the sudden inertia, Li Xian swung his body in the opposite direction. Back and forth, Fei Xiao lost her balance, her body leaning back. Her hands slipped, only managing to grasp Li Xian's palm, and as she tried to pursue, her hands became cold and slippery, instantly slipping away from his grasp. Go to hell! Li Xian broke free from the restraint, managing to rise and half lean on the ground. One foot directly kicking Fei Xiao in the face, sending her tumbling over, rolling several times before coming to a stop. As he stood up and brushed off the corner of his clothes, Li Xian's expression was grim. Had he played enough? As he spoke, a terrifying soul power was released from within him, and he gently spread his palm, causing his continuous martial soul to grow. Holding the cassia seed, Li Xian gazed at Fei Xia, who was struggling to get up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his narrow, apricot eyes slightly narrowed. Li Xian's moves were too strange. Both lethal locking techniques had been broken free by him. Forget it, he had no intention of playing with you any longer. It was time to end this quickly. With his arms hanging low, he pinched the orchid finger, and a white light shone in Fei Xia's eyes, as a thin veil seemed to cover like moonlight. A phantom of a white snake coiled above her head, and in the blink of an eye, her body grew, her sickly thin waist becoming even more grotesque. Her figure was light and elongated, her chest slightly swelling as she lightly exhaled. Fei Xia moved her wrist and elegantly lifted her sharply pointed chin. 200-year-old yellow soul rings floated around her body. A level 20 agility attack soul master. Martial soul white snake, please guide me. Standing sideways, one hand pointed at Li Xian. Stop dawdling. Li Xian crossed his arms and let out a cold sneer. The golden and purple light swirled in his clasped palms. His martial soul could now control its size. With a step forward, Li Xian's black soul ring floated out, fluctuating around him rhythmically, releasing a terrifying pressure. Level 19 Control Type Battle Soul Master. Martial Soul. Cassia Seed. Come on. Level 19. Cassia Seed. Fei Xia frowned instinctively at this strange martial soul. She had never heard of it before. Can grass be a martial soul? However, her brows furrowed again, feeling that something was off. Looking at the light circle beneath Li Xian's feet, she thought she might not have seen it clearly and rubbed her eyes. How strange. What is Cassia Seed, and why does your soul ring seem off? Where is it? Li Xian raised his eyebrow slightly, and the soul ring floated to the top of his head. Not clear? What a rare sight for a girl. Black? Fei Xia opened her small mouth in shock. 10,000 years. Huh. It was as if her brain had suffered a strong impact, making it hard to believe such a scene. This is impossible. Soul masters are weak. The first soul ring should not exceed 400 years, or they would explode, which is well known in the soul master community. How could he have a 10,000-year soul ring? Fei Xia's emotions fluctuated as she scrutinized Li Xian, suddenly recalling something. You said you were a level 19 soul master? Yes. How old are you this year? 6 years old. How can you be only 6 years old? Fei Xia was so shocked that she forgot to close her mouth. If Li Xian is only 6 years old and has level 19 soul power, then his 10,000-year soul power is likely real. Soul beasts at 10,000 years reach a terrifying level, one that only a soul king can rival. Similarly, the transformation a 10,000-year soul ring can bring to a soul master is also extremely terrifying. Fei Xia originally thought that Li Xian was an older child who stayed in the first grade because he entered school late and did not pay much attention to the possibility of him having soul power exceeding level 15. But now, she realized she was mistaken. A 6-year-old who has reached level 19 and possesses a 10,000-year soul ring, his background should not be as simple as she thought. Are you still going to fight? Don't forget our bet. Seeing her hesitating, Li Xian frowned. Fei Xia snapped back to reality, her face suddenly serious. Fight. Why not? Although Li Xian seemed extraordinary, she wouldn't back down. Everything would be discussed after the fight. She was 4 levels higher in soul power than him, and had an additional soul ring. Even if Li Xian's first soul ring was 10,000 years. Facing 2 soul skills from a great soul master, he wouldn't necessarily gain too much benefit. With that thought, Fei Xia pulled out a white afterimage. Her first 100-year soul ring flickering beneath her feet as her body charged toward Li Xian. First soul skill, Snake Swim. Bang! Li Xian used all his strength to break through countless techniques, with purple light swirling in his eyes. He clenched his fist and struck sideways. The afterimage before him dissipated, revealing the true form of Fei Xia, who blocked with her arms and jumped back to unload the force, sliding several meters away. The soul power adhering to her body dissipated, and her hidden form was revealed, a big question mark written on Fei Xia's face. Can you see me? Her Snake Swim soul skill was derived from a century-old herbivorous soul beast that excelled in stealth. Generally, when people heard she was a sensitive attack-type soul master, they would pay attention to her active offense. However, Snake Swim was a form of misdirection, with her true form hidden to the side, combined with a feint for attack. This move had never failed her before against her peers. She intended to use this skill to quickly defeat Li Xian, but unexpectedly, in their first encounter, he saw through her intentions. Do noble students always like to ask questions during battles? Li Xian jumped high, and with a leap, his fist magnified in front of Fei Xia. Encountering an opponent of comparable strength, Li Xian did not intend to end the fight quickly. He wanted to spar with her and test the results of his recent training. So he did not use his soul skills. Sliding sideways on his feet, he felt the strong wind rushing towards him, and Fisia slightly narrowed her eyes. She grabbed Li Xian's arm, flicked her back heel back, and her figure leaped high into the air. Li Xian seized the opportunity to grab. But Feixia twisted away in an unreasonable posture. Then, she secured Li Xian's arm, her legs resting on his shoulders, and immediately leaned her delicate body forward. Bringing him down with her, Li Xian took a step forward, steadied his body, and with a quick motion, he threw Fisia, who was clinging to his arm, forcefully to the ground. The impact didn't materialize. In his line of sight, Fisia suddenly vanished, and he felt a cool sensation brush against his back. With a muffled grunt, Fisia gave him a slap and nimbly escaped. Huh! Fisia rolled a couple of times and quickly increased the distance again. Li Xian's strength is too abnormal. Once he activates his soul power, it becomes difficult to use jujitsu against him. In fact, it is a martial art of mortals that can hold a certain advantage in hand-to-hand combat against opponents of similar strength. But its effectiveness diminishes when it comes to competing in soul power or in life-and-death duels. Feixia adjusted her breathing, performed a forward roll, and then quickly struck the ground with her palms, launching a series of flying kicks towards Li Xian's face. With a low sweep, Li Xian disrupted Feixia's center, and her arms took a few solid hits. As he prepared to throw a few punches at Feixia, the second-century-old soul ring beneath her feet suddenly flickered. Not good. Li Xian instinctively tried to evade. Chapter 28. Furious Assault on Fisia. After taking a step back, one of his feet was suddenly grabbed by Fisia. Li Xian activated his soul power to block, and saw pure white soul power swirling around Fisia's body. Her glowing figure suddenly kicked upward from below, directly sending Li Xian into the air. A triple strike. With a delicate shout, Fisia supported herself with her hands and kicked out again with her second foot. Li Xian's chin lifted, his airborne figure accelerating in the air. But it wasn't over yet. Fisia, while in the air, left an afterimage in place, and her figure accelerated again. Her third kick solidly hit Li Xian in the abdomen, lifting him high up. Everything went dark in front of him, and Li Xian fell into a brief daze, suspecting this was the effect of a century-old soul technique. When he opened his eyes again, he was met with Fisia's stunning beauty upside down, filling his vision. His eyes widened slightly as Fisia descended, her center of gravity revealing a glimpse of her figure. And then her pair of tender white feet once again tightened around Li Xian's neck. With her legs now wrapped around him, Li Xian lost his balance and was captured, allowing Fisia to spin her body and smash him down toward the ground. Soft technique, 1,000 gene drop. A delicate shout rang in his ears, and the scene in front of Li Xian spun as the floor loomed larger. His heart tightened, and the brilliance of his 10,000-year soul ring surged forth. Brown mud spreading in front of him, quickly engulfing the training room. With a splash, the mud water flew everywhere. Li Xian's body was half buried in the mire, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. At that moment, a light pressure was felt on his back, and Fisia performed a flip, quickly retreating and dodging the descending pillar from the sky, moving back several dozen meters. That was close. Li Xian let out a heavy breath. If it weren't for the mud cushioning the impact, he would have been knocked out by Feixia. This girl is really simple. Is this your first soul skill? TSK. Feixia was quite displeased to see that Li Xian was not seriously harmed. Not to mention that her supposedly foolproof first soul skill had been seen through by Li Xian. Her proud second soul skill was undefeated among peers. Combined with her exquisite grappling techniques, once an opponent fell for it, there would be no way to turn the tables. The impact that came crashing down could knock out even a level 30 soul master. What a pity. She bit her lip and sighed softly. However, this confrontation was not in vain. Forcing out Li Xian's first soul skill meant she no longer had to worry about the trump card he had not used for so long. Although Li Xian possessed a black soul ring, this 10,000-year soul ring could only produce one soul skill, and Feixia was well aware of this. Thinking of this, she looked up at the gravity ring slowly descending from the sky, feeling a sense of alertness. Upon contacting the mud, she noticed her speed was slowed down, and her attached soul power had diminished considerably. The negative effects proved that this was a control-type soul skill. However, Feixia could not discern the function of those yellow pillars. Reducing your speed by about half, your soul skill is quite impressive. But this puddle of mud isn't dissipating. You're using your soul power to hold on, aren't you? A seasoned warrior, Feixia immediately saw through the fact that Li Xian's soul skill required a large amount of soul power to maintain. She patiently retreated to a corner, waiting to see just how long Li Xian could hold out. You're really clever. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. His earth manipulation technique was seen through by Fisia at a glance, and the consumption of the soul skill from the 10,000-year soul ring was indeed terrifying. He couldn't hold on any longer. The swamp sank into the tiles, and the gravity rings in the sky were also disappearing. After catching his breath, Li Xian sat down exhausted, propping himself up with both hands, and looked at Fisia, who was still standing not far away. I have no strength left. If you come over, you win. Fisia remained silent, observing quietly. The 10,000-year soul ring made her very wary, fearing that Li Xian might have a hidden card. I won't, she said proudly. Come on, I won't. Staring at her intently, Li Xian's eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, she's not just smart. He still had some soul power left in him. A brief burst of earth manipulation would be enough. As long as he controlled the range and made Fisia crash into the dense gravity rings, he could end the battle in just 1 second. However, no one would be a fool. After spinning around twice, Fisia crossed her arms and chuckled softly. Since we both have little soul power left, why don't we retract our martial souls, seal our soul power, and continue sparring with our fists and feet? What do you think? Li Xian's gaze was deep and unfathomable. I don't believe you. With a serious expression on her small face, Fisia's demeanor turned cold. You little brat, you're really hard to deal with. Take this. Pure white soul power enveloped her body, and Fisia's figure became concealed. In front of Li Xian, a phantom charged directly at him. Suddenly rising up, Li Xian activated his purple extreme demon eye to lock onto Fisia's true form. Just as she was about to get close, he took a sudden step forward, his heart filled with joy. You're finished. The earth manipulation activated, and a mud pit formed beneath his feet, while a mountain-like gravitational ring piled up overhead, ringing out a sound like metal clanging. Fisia collided with the gravitational ring, momentarily dazed, and in that instant, Li Xian clenched his fist and smashed it toward her forehead. Puff! However, the Fisia in front of him dissipated, a trace of exquisite soul power slipping into the void. On the other side, the phantom Fisia revealed her true form, flipping backward to escape the range of earth manipulation, a cunning expression flashing across her pretty face. You little brat. My snake technique can both create clones and turn myself intangible. You fell for it. Feishia's face was filled with pride as she saw Li Xian's soul technique dissipate. With a push of her foot, she left a shadow behind in the spot. Shameless. Li Xian was furious. As the phantom captured by the purple extreme demon eyes was the true form created by Fisia using soul power, while she had transformed into a feigned attacking figure, hiding within her own soul skill. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh in resignation. The first soul skill of this girl was too outstanding, perfectly suited to her martial soul. The training of nobles for their children is not something an ordinary person's perspective can measure. Even a 100-year soul ring can create wonders. However, you are too happy too early. With a cold snort in his heart, Li Xian pretended to turn and run away. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Feixia about to catch up, and suddenly turned around, the black soul ring beneath his feet flashing again. With a rustling sound, a soul skill made of petals shot out. Feixia couldn't dodge in time and immediately collided head-on with the same soul skill. In an instant, the white light surrounding her body rapidly dissipated, her small face changed drastically, and her figure hurriedly paused in midair. The petals kept shooting out, and Feixia noticed her defenses were continuously decreasing. The incoming attacks caused her increasing pain, and her narrow eyes fixed on Li Xian, flames of anger burning in her gaze. What kind of skill is this? Why do you still have a hidden move? Feixia felt confused. Even with a 10,000-year soul ring, a soul master could only produce one soul skill. Why did Li Xian have two? Seizing the opportunity, I will take your life. Li Xiankai did not explain. In a matter of seconds, Fijia's dual defenses dropped by 40. Now, she was like a peeled turtle, shattering upon contact. Bang! Bang! With two punches, Fisia let out a muffled groan, and large chunks of dark impurities surfaced from her skin. Li Xian won't let her go, chasing after her and beating her fiercely. In the previous battle, Fisia had used her soul skills several times, and her own soul power was almost depleted. Zilian's attack caught her off guard, putting her in a passive position. Knowing that she was no match for Li Xian, Fisia pushed Li Xian away with a palm and turned to run. You can't escape. Li Xian at this moment resembled a humanoid spirit beast with his legs propped on the ground. With a sudden burst of speed, he caught up to Feixia in just 2 steps. He reached out his hand, but her glossy black hair slipped through his fingers. Fei Xia's small face was alert as she leaned her delicate body forward. With this dodge, Li Xian's large hand slid directly over her shoulder, grabbing nothing but air. Li Xianhua accelerated suddenly, not intending to let go. His other hand reached forward, but this time, Fei chose to bend down and dodge. Li Xian's fingertips brushed against Fei's back, traveling from her neck down to her waist. Immediately, two fingertips hooked onto a bouncy string inside Fei's clothing. And with a tearing sound, it was pulled down. With a bang, he let go. Fei's body paused for a moment, her whole being stiffening slightly. Li Xian stopped in his tracks, savoring the elasticity he had just felt at his fingertips, and a sense of unease suddenly washed over him. Fei Xia angrily turned her head, her gaze seemingly breathing fire. Is it really necessary to wear that with such a small size? Li Xian really wanted to complain, but he also knew that now was not the time to provoke Fei Xia. Of course, this could also be Fei Xia's deliberate attempt to buy time. After all, the negative effect of the Purple Lotus Soul skill was about to expire. Li Xian stood in place, allowing Fei Xia's angry gaze to strip him bare. Desperately trying to control the uncomfortable expression on his face, his right hand clenched into a fist, waiting for the right moment. You have gone too far. As the three words left her mouth, Fei Xia's figure rose in height, her white snake martial spirit revealing itself above her head, her delicate body becoming long and flexible. Then, she suddenly flicked her right hand, and 4 or 5 drops of purple liquid were splashed from her fingertips. A sneak attack? It was too late to dodge. Li Xian turned his body, but was still hit by a drop of liquid. The purple liquid made contact with his skin, emitting smoke as it sank into his epidermis. Frowning, Li Xian suddenly felt dizzy. His legs wobbled a couple of times before he knelt on the ground. In front of him, Fei Xia squatted down, rustling for a moment before clapping her small hands and walking over with a cold snort, saying, "That's what you get for being rude. Taste the power of the biphosphorus poison." Li Xianshun sat down with a gloomy expression. Green phosphor poison? Your martial soul is a white snake. How could it be poisonous? The same martial soul can have soul skills nurtured within. Hasn't your teacher taught you that? I don't have green phosphor poison, but my friend does. So what? Can you consider my soul skill? Do you accept that? Li Xian, struggling against dizziness, had lost all ability to resist. Looking at the defeated opponent before her, Fei Xia felt delighted. If she acted now, she would win. Meanwhile, as Li Xian pondered Fei Xia's words, his mind raced. The green scale snake was a family martial soul, held only by the Douluo family in this region. Right? It is a type of snake martial soul, which means this Fei Xia has friends in the Douluo family. Familiar names surged in his mind, but with his dizzy brain, it was difficult to recall that name at this moment. Even playing dirty sounds so pleasant. I have gained a new understanding of your audacity. Li Xian bit his tongue sharply and gave Fei Xia the middle finger. Losing is losing. There's no point in saying more. Is there a rule that prohibits the use of other means? Fei Xia looked unconvinced. She and Li Xian were dueling, and any means were allowed. Dueling symbolized brutality, and there were generally no rules. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she was doing. Is that so? With his head lowered, Li Xian unscrewed a small bottle of liquid, suddenly looked up, and splashed the liquid directly onto Fei Xia's face. The soul power surrounding Fei Xia's body seemed to melt like ice and snow. She covered her face and let out a terrible scream. Li Xian twisted open a few bottles and downed the realgar wine in one go. He stood up and jumped lightly, and his dizziness immediately improved a lot. The poison of the Bailin snake is very strong, but the two were only dueling over a trivial matter, and Fei Xia wouldn't go for the kill. This poison can be neutralized with realgar wine. What did you splash? Fei Xia staggered a few steps and then sat down on the ground, releasing her grip, her soul power nearly exhausted. Li Xian twisted open the medicine bottle and strode over. You said it. Any means will do, just drink. Holding her small mouth, Li Xian directly poured the yellow wine into her mouth. Ugh. Fei Xia wanted to push Li Xian away, but her hands felt weak. With a snake-like martial soul, her body also possessed certain serpent traits. As she swallowed the yellow wine, the remaining soul power within her immediately dissipated. She struggled to push Li Xian away with her head, her voice strained, her face turning green and pale. Fei Xia pointed at Li Xian. What have you done to me? Don't worry, I'm just helping you disinfect. It will be fine. After drinking, Li Xian lifted his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and said lightly, now that's something. With that, his fist transformed into a rain of punches, wildly raining down on Fei Xia. You like to use poison, huh? I have some too. Li Xian took advantage of the situation and pinned Fei Xia to the ground, hammering her with punches. Several times. Fei Xia tried to break free, but was pulled back by his long legs. His fists created afterimages as they struck her soft body. After exhausting her soul power, Figia was completely drained, and her proud jujitsu was of no use against Li Xian. After being beaten for half a minute, she decisively admitted defeat. Fine, you win. I admit defeat. Figia, with her eyes already aroused, surrendered with both hands raised. Upon hearing this, Li Xian took a deep breath, turned Figia's whole body over, and sat on top of her, saying calmly, "According to our agreement, I will take the gem, and your cousin's matter will be forgiven. A fair duel, you said, and you must accept defeat." He tore off the badge from her chest and directly took his spoils. Figia's small face was filled with humiliation. She had never been treated this way before. Covering her cheeks with her arms, she shouted angrily, "Take good care of it. I will get it back." Glancing at the little girl, Li Xian scoffed and kicked her before leaving. "Let's talk when you can beat me." As he exited the 1v1 training room, he seemed to hear a soft sobbing sound, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I won. What a satisfying battle." As a level 20 soul master from a noble academy with top-notch talent, Li Xian felt a clear understanding of his own strength after having such an exhilarating fight with Figia. This was the first time he had gone all out since becoming a soul master. Figia was no pushover. With her agile attacking white snake martial spirit and mastery of first-class jujitsu, even her soul rings were carefully selected by her family. Li Xian faced quite a few challenges in this duel. Putting everything else aside, if it weren't for his earth control soul skill today, he would have already fallen to this little girl. In short, it felt great. Winning against Figia sparked a subtle sense of pride within Li Xian. After Li Xian left, in the duel room, Figia tidied herself up, sitting on the ground with her knees hugged, making whimpering sounds. After a moment, Figia wiped away her tears, biting her red lips in anger. "That brat. This matter is not over." Chapter 29. Shopping in the early morning inside the staff building. The light and shadow were direct. Rays of light quietly spilled onto the balcony, and the tiny soul power visible to the naked eye followed the morning light, condensing in the bedroom, merging into a petite figure, sitting cross-legged. Click! At a certain moment, the door was gently pushed open. Li Xian dragged his swollen body and quietly sat on the bed with a grin. Pain radiated from many parts of his body, especially in his hand joints, which felt particularly uncomfortable after being twisted by that little girl, Fei Xia. He looked towards Yuxi, who was in meditation. Her delicate little face was tightly closed, and her small mouth was gently moving. The soul power drifting in the air swirled like a vortex, slowly merging into her body. Upon closer inspection, there was a hazy black figure behind Yuxi, attached to her surface, releasing a chilling aura. Li Xian frowned slightly. The degree of soul power accumulation was too exaggerated. The black shadow was indistinguishable in features, and when he looked into it, it felt like a black hole drawing in his mind. He activated a trace of soul power to resist, and only then did his situation improve a bit. It seemed that Master Ma was right. Yueshi's martial soul would become stronger with the improvement of her cultivation. At a certain moment, a large amount of floating soul power began to turn black, condensing above Yueshi's head. It resembled a funnel, with black soul power pouring in like a sea. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, a pained expression appeared on Yueshi's face. She also let out a soft hum from her mouth. Li Xian's expression tightened, and he immediately urged his martial soul to suppress this aura. The brilliance emitted by the rare mushroom, Tang Tian chrysanthemum, was extremely vigorous and yang. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow behind Yueshi dissipated, and then a sound of opening and closing echoed from within her body. As her soul power returned to calm, she gently opened her pair of eyes. Li Xian leaned his entire face closer to Yueshi, examining her. As the black curtain opened up and down, his blurry gaze gradually became clear. Yueshi stared at the face in front of her, slightly taken aback. Then, the breath so close made her pretty face blush instantly. Li Xian? Frowning. Li Xian propped himself up and then sat in front of her. "Your cultivation just now was strange. I thought you'd gone astray, Yueshi. Cultivation can't be rushed. You're being too reckless." The fluctuation just now was likely caused by Yueshi's eagerness to break through, which led to the shadow martial soul eroding her mind. Soul power needs to be slowly integrated into the body. It's a slow process that doesn't happen overnight. Li Xian had cultivated for more than a year and only increased his soul power by 6 levels. Considering the time, Yueshi had been in the Soul Academy for less than a month and had already increased 4 levels. Her approach was too reckless. Yueshi gently pursed her lips, her big eyes nodding in grievance. Seeing her delicate appearance, Li Xian couldn't bear to scold her and smiled, But still, congratulations on reaching level 10 soul power. You can obtain your first soul ring now. Clenching her small fists, Yueshi could sense that her soul power was already full. If there was a soul ring in front of her, she could integrate it into her body at any time. All right, I'll give this to you as a reward. A cool blue gem was placed against Yueshi's small face, and Li Xian helped her hang it on her chest, paired with the Black Soul Academy uniform. It looked quite beautiful. What is this? Blinking her eyes and looking at the exquisite blue gem on her chest, Yueshi's eyes sparkled. It's a trophy. Li Xian did not hide it. The item he won from the exchange student seemed to be something worn by nobles, and he gifted it to you. Accepting the challenge from Fijia, Li Xian proposed a bet to her, which was to win something nice to give to Yushi, as a way to repay her for taking care of him while he was in hospital. For me? Is that okay? Yushi's eyes sparkled with joy. The deep blue gemstone felt cool to the touch, embroidered on a beautifully crafted blue and white ornament, with one end folded so it could be worn on the chest. Well, that guy is willing to bet and accept defeat. This is something he lost to me, so you can take it. Okay. Only then did Yushi notice that Li Xian had some bruises on several parts of his body. His wrist was swollen, and there was a faint scent of perfume on his white training outfit. She gently sniffed the air, her brows furrowing. Just as she was about to speak, Li Xian continued, I need to go out for a while. Since you're free too, let us go have some fun in Notting City. Notting City? Yeah. Since I have nothing to do this weekend, let us go. Li Xian is going to report to the blacksmith shop. Additionally, as the month is coming to an end, he has not yet gone to the Spirit Hall to receive his gold soul coins since becoming a soul master. The Tiando Empire distributes training resources to soul masters. Managed by the Spirit Hall, each soul master can receive 1 gold soul coin per month. When they reach the rank of Great Soul Master, it increases to 10 coins. And for soul respect, it is 100 coins. Although Li Xian is only 1 rank away from becoming a Great Soul Master, that last rank is quite difficult to achieve. In any case, he should first collect this month's subsidy. Yushi stood in front of Li Xian, gently biting her red lip, with a look of anxiety on her face. She gathered her courage to tell Li Xian about the spirit fusion. But after hesitating for a long time, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. Thinking about what she had done with Li Xian made her cheeks feel slightly warm. If Li Xian asked about it, how would she respond? Li Xian naturally didn't know what Yushi was thinking. After changing his clothes, he took Yushi out for shopping. On the way, Yushi secretly squeezed Li Xian's hand, quietly transferring her soul power to him, glancing at him with her big eyes from time to time, hoping that he would ask her about it. Their soul powers were almost a perfect match. Li Xian's soul power was masculine and warm, while Yushi's martial soul leaned towards the cold and icy. Li Xian only felt a coolness in his hand. He had heard that girls tend to have a bit more moisture, so he intentionally released the warmth of his martial soul into that small hand. Yueshi, you're too delicate. You need to nourish yourself. Huh. These days, he had been so focused on cultivation that he momentarily forgot about the matter of martial soul fusion. He was completely unaware of the increase in soul power within him during the journey. The two first arrived at the Spirit Hall to collect their gold soul coin subsidy. As an internal member of the Spirit Hall, Yueshi had reached level 10 in her soul power. Although she had no soul rings, she managed to get this month's subsidy by going through a little backdoor. There were no issues with the registration. After all, they were all insiders. In the Heaven Do Empire, an ordinary family's annual expenses only amounted to 2 or 3 gold soul coins. Such a subsidy was like a fortune for Li Xian and Yueshi at this time, and they suddenly didn't know how to spend it. It's worth noting that the expenses at the Soul Master Academy were minimal, and the Spirit Hall was generous, providing various subsidies for the students in the academy. During their daily lives and studies, Li Xian and Yueshi didn't have many places where they needed to spend money, which meant they didn't need to save up at all. Unlike Tang San from the Notting City Junior Academy, who had to spend money even on meals with gold soul coins in hand, Yueshi couldn't hold on to them at all and immediately started buying things. Since arriving in Notting City, Yueshi hadn't had a chance to enjoy herself. The previous few times she left the academy were to visit Li Xian, and aside from going back and forth between the school and the hospital, she hadn't been anywhere else. With Li Xian by her side, she felt bolder like a little girl shopping, buying a bunch of things and filling both hands with bags. Li Xian, does this look good? Yueshi asked softly, holding a pair of rabbit pendants up to her ears, her face slightly flushed. Seeing the rabbits on the pendants, Li Xian frowned. They're a bit ugly. He immediately recalled the incident when Xiao Wu had thrown him away. Yueshi pouted her little face, then I won't get it. Saying this, she tossed the pendants back. Watching her childish behavior, Li Xian was taken aback. Girls, as long as they reach a certain age, They naturally have their beautiful aspects. If you want me to appreciate it, Yueshi, you're still too young. After browsing around with Yueshi for a while, they followed the address in a recommendation letter to find a blacksmith shop recommended by Director Su. Carrying the recommendation letter, Li Xian approached the owner of the blacksmith shop. Director Su has already told me about you, kid, but our apprentices have it tough, so you need to think it through. No problem, uncle. Looking at your small build, you have some strength. Feel free to come by any time to help out in the shop. I'll pay you by the hour. Okay. Thanks to the connection with Director Su, the shopkeeper was easy to talk to. In fact, the apprentices in their shop were paid daily, and the wages were quite low. For Li Xian, this was equivalent to doing a favor for Director Su, and the treatment could be considered quite good. Li Xian felt weak in his heart, and silently noted down the kindness of Dean Su. Li Xian planned to use every afternoon to go to the blacksmith shop to practice his forging skills, improving little by little over time. He didn't underestimate the few hours each afternoon. If utilized properly, he estimated that by the end of the semester, he would have enough skills to create hidden weapons. Li Xian, are we going back now? Yushi asked softly, her hands full of things, following closely beside him. Looking at Yushi's expression of not having had enough fun, Li Xian couldn't help but smile and said, let's put the things in the spirit hall and continue playing this afternoon. Okay. Cultivation also emphasizes a balance between work and rest. After several days of high-pressure training, Li Xian felt a bit tired. He decided to take a day to rest and recharge his body. After all, he was still essentially a child who loved to play. The two finished their meal, put their purchases in the spirit hall, and spent the afternoon wandering around Notting City. On the weekend, the commercial street in the town was bustling with activity. Tea, clothing, and snacks were sold on both sides of the street, with spacious areas where vendors set up stalls and called out their wares. Li Xian discovered that many items sold at these stalls were related to soul masters. For example, there were soul beast fur, natural crystals, rare plants growing in the forest, and wild herbs for healing. Everything one could imagine. Chapter 30. Conflict. Moreover, there were professional service soul masters. Li Xian inquired in the past, and learned that they were soul master intermediaries who could help with hunting soul beasts and forming teams for the arena. On this planet, many people had awakened strange martial souls, and Li Xian even encountered a martial soul that could tell fortunes. Looking at the white soul ring floating beneath the fortune-telling old man, dim like a 10-year soul beast cultivation, he quickly distanced himself. He was afraid such a person might calculate someone's death. Li Xian took Yushi for a walk, paying attention to the vendors around, hoping to find a portable soul guide device. Unfortunately, such precious items as soul guides are rarely found at ordinary stalls, and even if they were available, Li Xian did not have enough soul coins to make a purchase. Storage soul guides typically cost hundreds or even thousands of soul coins. Li Xian envied the little third party a bit. The master had gifted him a soul guiding belt with a storage space of 24 cubic units. Such a soul guiding device must be quite expensive. Li Xian, look over there, it's so lively. Let's go take a look, Yushi said, pulling Li Xian's hand and pointing toward the left front direction. A large crowd was gathered, and from within, cheers and applause could be heard, sparking Li Xian's curiosity. It was indeed interesting, so he pulled Yushi along to go over. However, Li Xian didn't notice that two students in blue uniforms, who looked like soul masters, were approaching them while chatting and laughing. Neither side noticed the other. In a moment of carelessness, they bumped into each other. Yushi collided with a much taller girl and fell backward. Li Xian, holding her hand, managed to pull her up before she hit the ground. Saw the female soul master student who had bumped into them showed a look of apology on her face. The coldness on Li Xian's face slightly dissipated as he rubbed Yushi's head and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Yushi replied, her big eyes sparkling as she held onto Li Xian's arm and gave a slight smile to the girl in front of her. "Sister didn't mean it, little sister. Don't be angry." The senior female student smiled gently and lightly patted Yushi. However, when her gaze fell on Yushi's attire, especially the metal worn on her chest, the smile on her face instantly froze. She exchanged glances with her companions, and a chill surged across her face. In one swift motion, she yanked the metal off and glared at Yushi, demanding, "Where did you steal this metal from? Is this something you should be wearing?" Saying this, her large hand pushed towards Yushi. Slap! Another hand quickly reached out, directly grabbing her wrist and squeezing tightly, causing the senior female soul master to wince in pain and glare angrily. Yet, what met her was a cold gaze. The pair of eyes, radiating icy light, was fixed firmly on her. "Do you like to resort to violence?" The girl, around 13 or 14 years old with straight silver hair, was frozen in place under Li Xian's gaze as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Glancing at her reddened wrist, she furrowed her brows and forcefully shook her arm away. Li Xian leaned forward, and, as the silver-haired girl leaned back, he grabbed her other arm and snatched the blue metal from her hand. Then he suddenly turned around, using his shoulder to push her back a few steps. You! The silver-haired girl couldn't believe someone actually dared to lay hands on her. Next to her, a boy with short golden hair, around 13 or 14, immediately stepped forward to support her. Holding the medal in his hand, Li Xian cast a cold glance at the two of them. Take it. The small hand received the medal as Yushi hugged Li Xian's arm, hiding beside him. She was clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. You brat. Still daring to hurt people. Are you looking for death? The boy supporting the silver-haired girl glared angrily at Li Xian. Looking for death? Nonsense. You were the ones who made the first move. Li Xian crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two. These two, dressed in blue uniforms, appeared to be exchange students from the Seoul Academy of Fasno Province who had come to the junior college of Notting City. They attacked Yueshi at the slightest disagreement, and Li Xian naturally retaliated. Why did they attack? Don't they know in their hearts? Speak. Where did you steal that medal from? Notting City doesn't even have a decent soul master. How could there be a blue noble medal? How do you explain that? The silver-haired female soul master shouted. Explain? Do I need to explain my belongings to you? What do you think you are? Li Xian directly retorted upon hearing this. In other words, this silver-haired girl, upon seeing she wearing the sapphire medal, had already concluded that he must have stolen something. This unreasonable and aggressive personality was something Li Xian had never encountered before. Trying to make him explain? Li Xian chuckled. Why should he explain how he uses what he has obtained? Just because of her subjective judgment? Quite a bold tone. The silver-haired girl looked Li Xian up and down. She had actually suffered a loss in their earlier confrontation. This junior Soul Academy student seemed to be no ordinary person. As far as I know, there's only one noble academy in Notting City, and I'm Li Xian. Know all the prominent figures there. Judging by your uniforms, you must be students of the Soul Academy. 2 exchange students have gone to the Soul Academy this time, where I have a noble friend. The medal in your hand must be hers. So what? After listening to her ramble on, Li Xian merely raised an eyebrow. The girl named Li Xian shouted, So, is there any justification for stealing? If you don't hand over that item, you two won't be able to leave today. Next to her, a blonde male student stepped forward, and the soul power swirling around both of them was akin to that of a great soul master. Then let me show you how I leave today. Li Xian couldn't be bothered to respond. This blue medal was something that Figia had lost, and how to handle it was his business. Figia didn't even ask about it, yet these two guys were barking like biting dogs. He pulled Yushi and left directly. However, just as he stepped out, a sudden gust of wind surged towards Li Xian's face. Gently pushing Yushi aside, Li Xian slid to the side to avoid it. The female student Li Xian lifted her skirt, her long legs and white stockings descending from the sky. Her attack missed, and she quickly turned around, swinging her right arm fiercely towards Li Xian's chest. Slap! A crisp sound echoed like a slap. Li Xian raised his arms in front of him and was pushed back several meters by the explosive power within Mi Shan's body. Looking up, he saw a layer of green soul power swirling around the silver-haired girl. Mi Shan. Her figure grew taller, a long tail sprouted from her waist, and 2 ears emerged from her silver hair. Surrounding her body, 2 yellow soul rings pulsed up and down. Li Xian squinted his eyes. The exchange student named Mi Shan had a soul power similar to Figia's and was skilled in a brutal fighting technique. I've given you a chance, so don't blame me for being too harsh. Really knows how to flatter herself. Shaking his somewhat numb arms, Li Xian let out a cold laugh and charged forward. Bang! The two clashed, creating a significant shockwave. Chapter 31. Beating people stop. No fighting here. From the crowd, 2 stern voices came, one after the other. For soldiers in armor representing the Heaven Do Empire, wielding long swords, pushed their way through the crowd. 2 soul masters from the Spirit Hall spoke to intervene. Mi Shan blocked with one arm, her long leg wrapped in white silk bent at a 90-degree angle, already propped up in midair. With the arrival of the Imperial soldiers and the Spirit Hall soul masters, she let out a cold snort and slowly lowered to her knees in indignation. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, then turned his body slightly, bringing down the whip leg that had just swung fiercely at Mi Shan's left cheek. In their earlier exchange, there were wins and losses for both. However, it was clear that if they continued fighting, Li Xian's whip leg was faster. You two, as soul masters, are causing a disturbance in the marketplace. What will you do if someone gets hurt? 2 soul masters from the Spirit Hall, both around 30 years old, stepped forward to reprimand them. On the opposite side, Seeing the spirit hall taking action, the soldiers of the Tiando Empire sheathed their long swords and stood in a row, observing the situation. As the most prosperous district in Nodding City, it often experienced riots, so the law enforcement here was stricter than in other places. Looking at the school uniforms worn by Li Xian and Li Xian, the staff of the spirit hall's expression softened. The attitude towards the two became more gentle. A male soul master in his 30s looked at the older Li Xian, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Why are you fighting?" Li Xian, with a defiant expression, raised her chin and replied, "They were stealing things, and I caught them, but they still want to admit it." Oh. Upon hearing this response, the male soul master showed surprise on his face. His gaze towards Li Xian also carried a hint of scrutiny. "You should be a student from the Soul Academy, right? What did you steal? Show me." Li Xian's expression turned slightly angry. She said, "You accuse me of stealing, and you just believe it? Is there any evidence?" Li Xian arrogantly replied, "Want evidence? Good. You let that little girl hand over the noble medal for us to see. Tell me, who in the Junior Academy of Nodding would have something like that? Look at the two of you, so poor and shabby. Where could you have possibly gotten this noble medal if you didn't steal it?" The words noble medal entered the ears of the middle-aged soul master, who quickly pondered. He glanced at Li Xian and the blonde boy beside her, noticing that their Soul Academy uniforms were embroidered with the emblem of the chrysanthemum ghost sword. They are students from the Martial Soul main hall. He then looked at Li Xian and the girl behind him, Yushi, whose clothes were the uniforms of the Junior Soul Academy. His gaze flickered slightly as the middle-aged soul master approached Yushi. "Where's the medal? Take it out quickly." He had a stern expression, and his tone sounded more like an order. Li Xian's gaze gradually turned cold. "So your attitude is to believe what she said and treat us as thieves, is that it?" Faced with Li Xian's piercing gaze, the middle-aged male soul master showed anger in his eyes. "Whether it's stolen or not, just take it out and we'll know. Why all this nonsense?" He continued, "Do you know that you two have caused a lot of trouble for the neighborhood? How long do you plan to make a scene?" With a dark expression, Li Xian held onto Yushi, took the medal from her hand, and hooked it with his index finger, dangling it in front of the middle-aged male soul master. The exquisite blue and white accessory had one end inlaid with a deep blue crystal, and its impressive appearance certainly indicated a high price. Upon seeing the medal, the middle-aged male soul master furrowed his brows after glancing at Li Xian and Yushi's attire and reached out to snatch it away. Li Xian lightly weighed the medal in his hand and said indifferently, "If you want to see it, here it is. Now, can you produce the evidence of her theft?" The middle-aged male soul master suddenly looked grim as he found his hands empty. He said in a deep voice, "I believe this does not belong to you. There is no need for evidence. Return the items to them, or come with me to the spirit hall." "You are unreasonable," Yushi retorted angrily. Her pretty face flushed. This noble medal was won back by Li Xian from an exchange student, and it was also a gift Li Xian had given her. Does wearing this medal make them guilty just because of their commoner status? The other party's claims were baseless, and they demanded the medal simply out of suspicion. The biased attitude of the spirit hall worker was clearly bullying the weak. Although she was young, she understood everything. "You dare say I am unreasonable?" The middle-aged male soul master, repeatedly challenged, was filled with rage, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he approached Yushi. "I advise you not to come any closer." Li Xian's gaze was icy, and a chilling aura flowed out from his body. This thing's origins were unknown. If you wanted to hand it over, just say so. Dragging it out like this clearly showed they were feeling guilty. Li Xian let out a cold snort from his side. She originally thought that the staff from the Martial Soul branch would handle things hastily, but now it seemed they were quite responsible. At least this attitude made her feel a bit better. The blonde boy crossed his arms, looking down at Li Xian and the other with indifference. The identity symbolized by that noble medal was something ordinary people were not qualified to wear. It's no wonder they were looked down upon by their own. "You little brat, how dare you threaten me? Just because you're wearing the Academy's uniform, do you think I won't dare to touch you?" The middle-aged soul master reached out with a large hand, completely disregarding Li Xian's warning. Buzz! The next second, a pitch-black soul ring suddenly appeared. Li Xian waved his right hand, and the 10,000-year soul ring beneath his feet emitted a dazzling light. Dense gravity rings surrounded him, and the middle-aged soul master entered the Earth control domain. Several gravity rings instantly crashed into his face, causing his brain to short-circuit, and he fell into a daze. Li Xian stepped forward and punched toward the hall. "Stop!" At that moment, a somewhat familiar and anxious voice came from behind. But Li Xian ignored it, and his fist smashed hard into the middle-aged soul master's face. The middle-aged soul master regained his senses, and a white soul ring appeared beneath his feet. However, as Li Xian's fist made contact with his cheek, his eyes widened, blood spurted out, along with a broken nasal bone, and his body was sent flying sideways. Bang! His body crashed against a nearby wall, and he covered his face while letting out a wail. On the other side, noticing the black soul ring floating under Li Xian's feet, Mi Shan and the blonde boy next to her stared wide-eyed in anger. Feeling the terrifying aura of the 10,000-year soul ring, their shock was evident on their faces. That's a 10,000-year soul ring? How is that possible? Su Yuntao rushed out from the crowd, but was a step too late. The staff member from the branch hall was sent flying by Li Xian's punch. Hesitating to speak, it was clear that without lying down for 3 months, it would be hard to heal the injuries. Su Yuntao looked towards the middle-aged Soul Master's companions and said sternly, "What's going on? Why did you turn on your own?" A short female Soul Master, nearly 30, looked pale and recounted the events. In fact, before she finished speaking, Su Yuntao waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand. You too, attacking someone without evidence, especially your own people, deserves to be hit. Go help him up and take him to the hospital." The short female Soul Master immediately responded with an "Oh." Then, Su Yuntao patted Li Xian on the shoulder without further comment and walked over to Mi Shan and Dolan. "Hello, I am Su Yuntao, a Soul Master from the Wuhuan Branch Hall in Notting City. Mi Shan, this is Dolan. I have understood the situation. Here's the deal. The matter of Li Xian stealing something needs to be discussed. You two should go back for now. Once the Wuhuan Hall has investigated the matter clearly, I will relay the results to you. But that thing isn't something he should have. Even if he didn't steal it, she shouldn't be allowed to wear it." Mi Shan pointed at Yushi, her sharp tone unmasked. Crack, crack. Li Xian was too lazy to say any more nonsense. After being slandered repeatedly, he cracked his knuckles and walked straight over. Dealing with these people was best done with fists. Mi Shan's pupils constricted as she recalled the eternal soul ring that had appeared beneath Li Xian's feet, and she instinctively took a step back in fear. Su Yuntao felt a headache coming on and immediately stood in front of the two. "Li Xian, you guys should head back first. Don't cause trouble for the big brother. They are exchange students from the provincial city. They are our own people, understand?" "Oh, what if they are our own people? Does that mean they can casually slander others for stealing?" After all this shouting, I haven't heard a single apology. Li Xian's gaze was icy. The blonde boy Dolan sneered. "Do you know what the gap in status means, kid? Although your soul ring has some merit, I warn you, a noble's identity is not something a commoner can touch. Though we are both students of the Spirit Hall, our statuses are world apart. That thing, even if it's yours, is not something you can wear, understand? Once I pin you to the ground, you'll know whether I can wear it or not." After Li Xian finished speaking, he charged out, and Su Yuntao activated his martial soul, summoning the lone wolf to pull Li Xian back from midair. Li Xian nearly stumbled forward and almost lost his grip. Su Yuntao's heart raced. In just over a month, Li Xian had grown too fast. In front of him, Dolan faced Li Xian's punch. His golden hair slicked back, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The punch was only half an inch away from his face. If it weren't for Su Yuntao, that handsome face would have been bruised. This kid, his speed had double compared to just now. He wasn't this agile when he fought Mi Shan, why? Su Yuntao picked up Li Xian and set him down on the ground, not far away. He clasped his hands together and said, "Li Xian, listen to your brother and go back first. I'll handle the trouble here. Yueshi, come here." Li Xian waved his hand lightly, and Yushi ran over excitedly. He hung the sapphire medal on her chest and smiled. "Do you like it?" Yushi nodded, her face full of admiration. "If you like it, we're all the time. From now on, if anyone dares to talk back, I'll take care of them." "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them held hands and left. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Xian glanced at Doran and the others, sneering. Mi Shan bit her red lip, her eyes wide open, trembling with anger. Beside her, Doran nervously wiped the sweat from his cheek, his throat moving as his expression darkened slightly. He wanted to say something sarcastic, but found his lips were trembling slightly. "Cough. Let's head back first, Mi Shan. Investigate where that guy came from. I can feel. He seems extraordinary. You go investigate. I need to go to the Junior Soul Academy. That blue medal should belong to Feixia." Feixia? Upon hearing this, Doran immediately pictured a proud girl in his mind. Thinking about her deeds, Doran couldn't help but shiver. In the provincial city of Fasnuo, who hasn't heard of the genius Feixia? A sensitive attack-type soul master from a martial arts background, she pressured her peers to the point of breathlessness. But, since that medal belongs to Feixia, how did that guy manage to get it? Chapter 32. Soul Guidance Device in Notting City. Within the Martial Soul Branch Hall, Su Yuntao returned and reported everything that had just happened to Meici Nuo in detail. When he learned that Li Xian had a conflict with the exchange students from the provincial city on the street, his face changed in shock. Is Li Xian okay? Su Yuntao shook his head. Mei Xinhua felt a bit relieved, but his mood hadn't calmed down yet when he suddenly thought, what about the exchange students from the provincial city? Are they okay? Su Yuntao shook his head again. With this, Mei Xinhua finally felt reassured. This kid really knows how to cause trouble. Just this morning, I heard from Director Su that Li Xian had beaten up the exchange student Feixia and snatched her noble medal. Originally, I wanted to intervene and find Li Xian to make him return the medal. It doesn't mean much to him, but it's a symbol of Feixia's noble status. But who would have thought that just as I got this information, Li Xian would get into trouble with someone else? Mei Xinhua sighed lightly. What a troublemaker. But thankfully, this time it didn't de-escalate too much. He was less worried about Li Xian getting hurt. He was more afraid that he would beat up the exchange students from the provincial city. After all, if he could handle Feixia, the exchange students from the other two academies would hardly be his match. Master Ma, because of this incident, someone coordinating the Empire's security was injured. Aren't you going to do something about it? Upon hearing this, Mei Xinua's expression turned cold. Not my problem. If they can't distinguish right from wrong, let them take responsibility for their actions. Also, notify all personnel in the Martial Soul Branch Hall that Li Xian is one of us in Nodding City. Anyone who tries to go against him can just resign and leave. Okay. Su Yuntao forced a smile and turned to leave the office. He had been involved in the previous conflict of the Soul Academy and knew about Li Xian's other identity. That background was something even the exchange students couldn't provoke. But then again, only those involved in the conflict truly understood the situation. The rest of the branch workers were not familiar with Li Xian. He needed to notify everyone about Li Xian as soon as possible. Su Yuntao didn't want to see his people get hurt again. Just as he left, Li Xian and She found their way to Mei Xinua's office and knocked on the door. Li Xian came here not to ask for Matthew's help. After entering, he said directly, Grandpa Ma, Yushi's soul power has reached level 10. If you have time, come with us to the Soul Beast Forest. Oh, so soon? Matthew stood up and glanced at Yushi, his eyes no longer showing the previous disdain. He thought of something and continued, You two received the Soul Master Subsidy at the Spirit Hall today, right? I remember your level of soul power is 19, right? If that's the case, why not wait until you break through to level 20 and then go with She to obtain a soul ring? Li Xian lightly frowned. He had thought about what Matthew said, but the increase of soul power requires a gradual and natural process. Although he was only one level away, that level could take a long time to achieve. This, in turn, would inadvertently slow down Yueshi's training pace. Although, after soul power is replenished, the excess soul power would be released with the acquisition of the first soul ring. However, practical training after absorbing the soul ring is also very important. Li Xian was naturally considering this point. Li Xian, why not wait a bit longer? Actually, I'm not in a hurry either. Yushi lightly shook Li Xian's arm. All right. If it's Yushi's insistence, then I'll say no more. Well, Grandpa Ma, we'll come back to find you after a while. We're heading back now. Wait a minute, kid. Ma Xiaonuo called Li Xian to a stop, pulled open a drawer, took out a pair of beautifully crafted watch-like decorations, and placed them on the desk. This is a gift that Director Su and I prepared for you. You're about to break through to the Great Soul Master level. So congratulations in advance. What is this? Li Xian was puzzled, but at the same time, the bracelet was already in his hands. The bracelet was made of woven metal, with a two-colored crystal connecting in the middle. By channeling his soul power, Li Xian's mind immediately fell into a small space. Suddenly realizing something, his expression brightened. This was a storage soul guide device, with a space of about 5 square meters. By channeling his internal soul power, he could store items other than living beings inside, which was sufficient for his current needs. The bracelet was purple and gold, with a smooth metallic surface, and the crystal reflected a transparent hue. It felt cool to the touch, making Li Xian overjoyed. There were 2 bracelets in total, one for him and one for Yueshi. Work hard in your cultivation. Don't let us down. Hey, thank you, Grandpa Ma. A storage soul guide device was something Li Xian had longed for. Matthew's gift excited him. As he separated the bracelets, Li Xian gave the purple pendant to Yueshi, fastening it around her wrist while explaining how to use it. Yueshi's mouth fell open in surprise. As long as you channel soul power, you can put things inside. How amazing! Li Xian also found it quite amazing. With this, he had a place to store his hidden weapons. After thanking Matthew, the two left the Spear Hall. Meanwhile, in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, a blue figure walked into the campus. After searching, the silver-haired girl Li Xian found Feixia, who was resting in the dormitory. As fellow exchange students, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and chatted for a while. Then, Li Xian got straight to the point and recounted her encounter with Li Xian today. I suspect that medal was stolen by him. He came here to ask you about it. Staring at the bruised and swollen face of Fei Shiya, she seemed to have guessed something at that moment. The smile on Fei Shiya's face froze, showing a hint of embarrassment and anger. Li Xian, thank you for your kindness. But you don't need to worry about the medal. I will get back what I lost myself. Is that so? Li Xian was taken aback. Could it be that the medal was really taken from Fei Shiya by Li Xian? But how could that be possible? As a level 20 soul master, Li Xian was skilled in soft techniques and was one of the top experts even in the capital of Fast Nuo province. Hearing her admitted in person was like a bolt from the blue, causing Li Xian's heart to skip a beat. So I said, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. Also, if you can't watch my good show, please leave. You are not welcome here. You. Li Xian bit her red lip, angrily staring at Fei Shiya. What the heck? She and Dorian wasted so much energy over a medal, and in the end, Fei Shiya didn't even say thank you. Moreover, to lose a family medal, Fei Shiya, you really are lacking. Clenching her fists, Li Xian's face alternated between green and red. Since you have no ability, I will intervene in the matter of the medal, and then you, Fei Shiya, will have to admit that you are not as good as me. Filled with anger, Li Xian slammed the door and left the Junior Soul Academy directly. At this moment, Li Xian and Yu-Shi were completely unaware of what had transpired between the two girls. With the spatial soul guide, he stored the items he had purchased today and then brought them back to the academy. Li Xian arranged the iron workshop matters for tomorrow. The events of the day had left him very exhausted, and after returning to the staff dormitory, he lay down at home, not wanting to go anywhere. In the afternoon, the female dormitory supervisor came by and handed Li Xian the supply list for the cafeteria, which included provisions for the entire semester. Dean Su, concerned about Li Xian's nutrition, granted him the privilege of a special meal. Since the uncollected food was temporarily stored in the cafeteria, Li Xian didn't rush to deal with it. Lying in bed, he fell into a deep sleep and slept until after 7 in the evening. Stretching out lazily, it felt as if he had expelled several days' worth of fatigue from his body, and he let out a soft sigh. Dinner was placed on the table. Li Xian turned his gaze away. It seemed that Yu-Shi had gone to the cafeteria and brought back his dinner as well. Where did this girl go? After scanning the room, Li Xian noticed the light was on, but Yu-Shi was not there. He didn't think much of it and started eating. After a while, the bedroom door opened, and Yu-Shi, rubbing her damp hair, quietly walked in. When she saw Li Xian eating dinner and looking at her, her little face turned red. You're awake. Just after washing up and still in her pajamas, Yu-Shi shyly ran to the bed and then burrowed under the covers. Stealing a glance at Li Xian, she found that his eyes were still on her. What's wrong? Yu-Shi asked shyly. Li Xian furrowed his brows while eating. Why do you smell so good? Yu-Shi, caught off guard, bit her lip and her cheeks turned red. She had bought some toiletries today, including a bit of perfume, but she didn't mention that. Oh. Li Xian responded with a nod. The pleasant scent made him feel more energized while eating. However, he sighed inwardly. He was still too young, and as a mature soul, it was hard for him to feel any interest. As a certain poet once said, girls should be full of charm in their attire. As for the reasons behind it, there are many intricacies, but anyway, little kids just can't grasp it. Li Xian, Yu-Shi softly called out, her little face buried in the blanket. What's wrong? Aren't you going to sleep? I just woke up. Li Xian looked speechless. He definitely had to spend the remaining time in the evening on cultivation. As a teaching assistant, he had to practice in the training room for 2 hours each week. After playing all day today, he would have to squeeze those 2 hours out of tomorrow's time. Oh, Yu-Shi nodded and fell silent, drying her hair with a towel before wrapping herself up in the blanket. She didn't know how to tell Li Xian about the fusion of martial souls. If that day ever came, she might have a way. Suddenly, at that moment, a cup was flipped open, and Li Xian, with a biscuit in his mouth, looked at her with curiosity. Yu-Shi, you're really strange. Are you sick? As he spoke, Li Xian leaned his whole face closer, his palm pressed against her forehead, but he didn't find anything unusual. Yu-Shi hurriedly sat up, her face flushed. Looking at the approaching Li Xian, her heart raced, and boldly, she leaned her forehead against his cheek, gently closing her eyes. A cool wave of soul power flowed from her fragrant forehead into Li Xian's body. Immediately, Li Xian was stunned. Chapter 33. Torment. A delicate and beautiful face came close, and Li Xian could even hear Yu-Shi's frantic heartbeat in his ears. The breath was particularly rapid, and a stream of icy soul power flowed steadily into Li Xian's brow from her soft, smooth forehead. Yu-Shi, he whispered softly, feeling a warmth in his arms, accompanied by a fragrant and soft figure. Li Xian's mind gradually calmed down as the soul power continuously merged, resembling sinking into a tranquil pool of water. Forgetting time, forgetting oneself, slowly flowing, the soul drifted away like water. The next day, a cool breeze brushed by, and Li Xian's consciousness awakened from the boundless ocean. The comfortable feeling of soul power filling his limbs and bones made him radiant. His eyes opened, almost bursting with a refreshing sensation. Li Xian felt invigorated, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Just as he was about to get up, a wave of softness brushed against him, and he felt a chill in his arms as a figure slipped away. Some images from yesterday suddenly surged into his mind. Li Xian was slightly surprised. So his initial fusion with Yueshi's martial soul had caused their consciousness to fall into a peculiar space, spending the entire night engrossed in their cultivation. What a magical feeling. In his consciousness, Li Xian felt himself falling into a golden lake, his body transforming into a liquid, flowing quietly with the lake's surface, even forgetting himself. Clenching his fists, Li Xian's strength surged from his muscles, his meridians flowing smoothly, and his soul power nearly doubled. It seemed he was just a little short of reaching level 20. With this thought, Li Xian turned his gaze to the petite figure beside him, who was rubbing her eyes and getting up. "You're awake." Li Xian chuckled softly. He hadn't expected that Yueshi had already guessed the possibility of their martial souls merging. For her, this little boy Li Xian seemed a bit hesitant. In the end, it was Yueshi who broke the ice. A wave of comfort surged within Yueshi. Her spirit lifted, and her gaze became clear and transparent. "Li Xian, you're not angry, right?" As those memories flooded her mind, Yueshi couldn't care less about her flushed face and sneakily glanced at Li Xian. Her emotions were like a roller coaster. Oh my, what she had done was so bold. At that moment, Yueshi couldn't believe she was capable of such outrageous behavior. "What are you thinking? I wouldn't be angry. In fact, I've always suspected that our soul powers could merge. But I was just worried you might overthink it and felt embarrassed to say so." Looking at Yueshi's silly expression, Li Xian placed his large hand on her head and rubbed it vigorously. "Did you forget, when we were at the Spear Hall, Master Ma said your martial soul has a dark attribute and needs top-level light attribute suppression. At that time, he also implied that I could help you stay and that my martial soul attribute could assist you in your cultivation. So naturally, a light and dark martial soul can merge." Yueshi stared with wide eyes, her heart pounding. It turned out that Li Xian already knew. He hadn't said anything to consider her feelings. "I'm going to wash up." Her face burning, Yueshi hurriedly climbed out of bed and dashed to the bathroom. Li Xian scratched his head and suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked about the feelings of Yueshi regarding their martial soul fusion. What was their martial soul fusion technique like? Last night, aside from that fluid memory, Li Xian seemed to recall that he transformed into a petal, dancing in the gentle breeze. If soul rings could grant his martial soul 2 soul skills, then could the Qing Su Xianyu Vine and the Qi Rong Tong Tianju be 2 accompanying martial souls? So, could it produce 2 soul skills? Thinking of this possibility, Li Xian's heart filled with anticipation. After finishing breakfast, Li Xian headed to the training room to report. In the spacious jade stone training ground, Wu Qian looked at Li Xian's registration information, his expression strange as he frowned. "You're level 19? "Yes." "Who tested your soul power?" "I was just tested at the Martial Soul Hall yesterday." "All right, I'll assign you to the senior assistant group. Is that okay?" Li Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Teacher Wu, what is the average soul power level of the senior students?" "Around level 10, with the highest not exceeding level 15, Wu Qian said somewhat awkwardly. Director Luo had once instructed him to take care of a first-year student named Li Xian and reminded him that this child was a bit different. Now, Wu Qian understood why Director Luo had said that. A 6-year-old child with soul power reaching level 19. If he hadn't seen the registration information at the Soul Hall with his own eyes, Wu Qian would have thought he was seeing a ghost. Even in the records of the Soul Hall, there shouldn't be anyone this powerful at such a young age. Fortunately, his professionalism prevented Wu Qian from showing a shock, and he accepted Li Xian's strength, assigning him as a teaching assistant to the senior students. Level 10. Upon hearing this answer, Li Xian was slightly taken aback. It turned out that the graduation requirements of the Soul Academy were quite strict. Reaching level 15 meant a smooth graduation. However, compared to the academy in the provincial capital, the quality of students in the Junior Soul Academy was vastly different. It should be noted that both Fei Xia and Mi Shanduolin, whom he had interacted with yesterday, possessed soul power exceeding level 20, although there was only a 5-level difference. It became increasingly difficult to level up as a soul master. This made Li Xian understand why Mi Shandulin looked at him and used she with such disdain. Perhaps they wouldn't believe that a freshman from a junior academy could qualify to spar with them. However, Li Xian didn't consider that as an exchange student in Notting City. He was also among the top students in his own school. Comparing high-quality students from the provincial capital with the overall quality of junior students was inherently flawed. After registering the information, Wu Qian provided some basic training for Li Xian. Being a teaching assistant was not an easy job. It involved supervising the training of Seoul Academy students and helping them hone their practical skills. If a student got injured, basic first aid was also required. The most basic condition for being a teaching assistant was that one's soul power must be higher than that of ordinary students. And there were also high demands for psychological quality. If someone had an unhealthy mindset or poor stress tolerance, they would not qualify to be a teaching assistant. From Wu Qian, Li Xian even received his own medical kit, which included items for artificial respiration, CPR, fracture treatment, and wound dressing. Mastering all of this in one day was unlikely. Wu Qian's training only covered a little bit each time. After all, injuries were rare events, and there was a mutual understanding between students and teaching assistants. The assistant's work began after clocking in at a designated waiting area. Li Xian's teaching assistant is focused on senior students, and his personal information is also displayed in the hall. If a student needs assistance from the teaching assistant, they can call out Li Xian's name, and he has to go out to provide guidance. The term receive is not quite right. It should be provide guidance. The teaching assistant is similar to a work-study student and can earn a fixed amount of points based on the workload. In the Seoul Academy, points are equivalent to soul coins, which are used to purchase cultivation resources and daily necessities. Li Xian finished clocking in and began the boring wait. He needed to ensure he stayed at his post for a full 4 hours before his work could end. In the assistant room, there weren't many people yet. Those who came early on a weekend morning to train usually weren't very focused. So in the assistant room, where Li Xian was, there was only one senior boy, who wasn't talkative, had a band-aid on his face, and was wrapping a bandage around one of his fists. Li Xian was not one to chat idly. Feeling bored, he took out the Xintian treasure record he carried with him and continued to study the making of hidden weapons. The atmosphere here was noisy, not suitable for practicing, and spending time here to enhance his soul power was less efficient than waiting to go home at night to find Yueshi. Ding dong. Suddenly, after not being idle in the assistant teaching room for long, the light above lit up. It was surprising that someone would come to train this early. Realizing it was himself who was selected, Li Xian was instantly speechless. Using the assistant teaching room required spending points, meaning that occupying this resource came with a fee. Random selections would not occur in the assistant teaching room. Heading to the reserved 1v1 hall, Li Xian arrived to find a girl waiting there. Upon seeing her brown wavy long hair and her snake-like waist, as he gazed at the girl's lovely face as she turned, his expression darkened. It turned out that the brainless person was you. Brainless? What brainless? Xia turned her gaze, frowning her beautiful brows. I didn't expect you to be here as an assistant. It truly is a revelation. Li Xian's teeth ground together in surprise. He never expected that on his first day at work, this Xia would come looking for him. It was impossible that she hadn't investigated him behind his back. What do you need the teaching assistant for? You're already level 23. I can't help you. Is this your attitude? I'm going to give you a bad review. Xia crossed her arms and looked at Li Xian's embarrassed expression, feeling a strange sense of glee. A bad review. Hearing such a niche term in this world was surprising. A student's bad review would deduct points from Li Xian, effectively a fine. This damned Xia really knew how to create trouble for herself. So what do you want me to do? As a teaching assistant, of course. I need to practice with you. Just stand there and don't move. Help me practice some jujitsu. Saying this, Xia rubbed her wrist and walked over with a strange smile on her face. I'll tell you, if you dare to take revenge, I can choose to cancel this assistant position. Li Xian heard the words jujitsu and immediately felt overwhelmed. He had suffered enough from this yesterday. As long as I control the strength, you won't be able to cancel it. Hurry up, get on the ground. With a bang, Li Xian was gently thrown down, and as he spat out a mouthful of air, a crosshold was already formed, making it hard for him to breathe. It seems my jujitsu has become rusty. Why can't I use any strength? He almost voiced it through his abdomen. Xia twisted one of Li Xian's arms, her long legs like water snakes, weaving around his upper body, forcefully locking his head. As her body stretched, Xia's arms tightened more and more, almost using all her strength, her toes pushing straight. Chapter 34, Dual Cultivation. Little girl, I won't let this go. Li Xian felt the pressure of not being able to vent his frustration quickly enough, and he really wanted to open his mouth and take a big bite out of Xia's soft little calf. Next, Li Xian began to endure the inhumane torment he faced as a teaching assistant. The fundamental practices of jiu-jitsu, including throws, back control, top position pressure, and submissions. Various techniques and combinations. Takedowns, sweeps, leg passes, mount, guillotine, triangle choke, kimura lock. This included Fijia's self-created techniques after her gentle soul technique, such as the 1,000 drop and shadow split bone technique. As a black belt level jiu-jitsu master, she truly deserved her exquisite grappling skills. Li Xian truly experienced what it means to be worse than dead. I call this move shrimp back. How does it feel? Not bad, right? Not bad, my head. With her forearm around Li Xian's neck and her legs wrapped around his waist, Fei Xiao twisted Li Xian's body, instantly bending his upper body into an S shape. Still dare to talk back? Glancing at his flushed cheeks, Fei Xiao smiled mischievously, twisted his head in the opposite direction with her hands, and pressed down, causing a series of cracking sounds. After a while, seeing that Li Xian was left with just one breath, she finally let go. Huh. After taking a big breath, Li Xian felt like he could kill. So this is on-site teaching, huh? Are you here to be my teaching assistant? But to be fair, through Fei Xiao's set of grappling techniques, Li Xian actually learned quite a bit. Little girl, you didn't come to me just to take revenge, did you? I tell you, my friend really likes your medal, and I won't return it to you. Shaking her head, Fei Xiao said, medals are the kind of thing my family has plenty of. Who cares to ask you for it? Oh, you see, you're also venting your anger. How about we let bygones be bygones? You wish, if I lose the medal, that girl Misha would know, and it would be so embarrassing for me, you know? So, a duel. I want to challenge you to a duel again. If you don't agree, I'll camp out in the teaching assistant's office every day. Hee. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I'm almost level 20. Once I get my second spirit ring, you definitely won't be able to beat me. So soon. Fei Xiao's little face changed. Then you should accept the duel quickly. Before you reach level 20, let's fight again. What's the point? Furrowing his brows, Li Xian said speechlessly. Your request is worse than me just admitting defeat and acknowledging I'm not your opponent. That seems to be the case. Fei Xiao sighed softly. She did lose, and there was nothing to say about it. If it weren't for that dead girl Misha, she wouldn't be so anxious. I have a way. Li Xian had a mischievous grin on his face, and upon hearing this, Fei Xiao's expression brightened. You say, hee. Come up with an idea to have that Misha challenge me to a duel. I can beat her up too, and you'll regain your face, won't you? Oof. She's not even worthy. Back in Fastno, she was no match for me. What does losing to you prove? Then you can find someone stronger and more prestigious than you. I can handle her, right? Fei Xiao blinked her eyes. Well, there is someone. My good sister can definitely take care of you. But she's already entered the Royal Academy, so you'll have to wait until you advance to meet her. Clapping her hands, Fei Xiao stood up on her bare feet and hummed. But I'm not that petty a person. Since your attitude is good today, I'll forgive you, and I won't bother you about the medal anymore. However, I remind you, Misha is not as easy to deal with as I am. To suppress me, she will definitely persist in bothering you, so be careful. With a loud thud, Li Xian laid back down, letting out a heavy sigh. You finally come to terms with it, so thank you. I'll be careful. Fei Xiao's expression turned serious. Being cautious won't harm you. Her family is different from mine. As a newly risen noble, they have a warlike reputation in the city of Fastno. If she wants to deal with you, she'll try all sorts of tricks. Is it really worth it just to defeat me? You underestimate the rivalry among nobles. As the outstanding youth of her family, Fei Xiao ranks among the top in all the primary academies in the Fastno province. Compared to her, Misha is still lacking. So, to defeat her, any unscrupulous means could be employed. Otherwise, how would that person be willing to come to this remote place as an exchange student? Relentlessly pursuing her, Fei Xiao dropped a warning and walked away. Behind her, a pair of pink cloth shoes were forcefully thrown by Li Xian. Don't want the shoes anymore? Oh. Let's start over. Fei Xiao put on her shoes and socks, dropped another warning, and then walked away. After finishing a tiring assistant teaching job, Li Xian took a break and started his lunch for the day. Yesterday, his joints were swollen after being twisted by that girl, but with the help of Yueshi, most of the injuries had healed. Now he was fine again, but had been twisted back. Li Xian asked Yueshi for help, dividing the library work in half so that he could free up time to become an apprentice at the iron shop. He wouldn't use Yueshi for nothing. The benefits would naturally be many. In the afternoon, Li Xian walked out of the Junior Soul Academy and directly went to the blacksmith shop. He hadn't even had time to take off his assistant's outfit before quickly putting on an apron and following the master blacksmith to learn the first step of blacksmithing, forging. The Xintian treasure record includes 4 types of ultimate skills, 1 for internal energy, 1 for hidden weapons, and finally an additional herbal compendium. The hidden weapons section, called the 100 Explanations of Hidden Weapons, contains various methods of production, rankings, and usage. The handwritten copy given by Tang San naturally doesn't cover everything clearly, and the content he omitted mainly concerns the diagrams of hidden weapons. Therefore, Li Xian could only rely on the textual descriptions to create the hidden weapon designs he imagined. He wondered if this approach would turn out poorly. However, Li Xian also thought that if Tang San could write an entire treasure record, then he shouldn't be so incompetent as to fail at making a hidden weapon based solely on text. Not only did he want to make one, but he also wanted to make it special. Li Xian made up his mind to study the production of soul-guiding devices, applying the use of soul power to ordinary hidden weapons. The profession of soul master is now almost extinct, in addition to the strict requirements for soul power. It also relates to one's own strength. Most soul masters focus on cultivating their soul power and honing their physical bodies. After all, if your physical body is strong, your foundation will be solid, which means that the enhancement and operation of soul power will be better than that of peers, leading to a higher potential. However, if one spends all their time pondering external objects, their own soul power will stagnate. What use is it to produce a soul-guiding device comparable to that of a soul king or soul saint if a single misstep can lead to one's demise? Therefore, the profession of soul master has been forgotten, and the soul-guiding devices remaining in the market are all products of a bygone era. Li Xian wanted to learn some basic soul guide crafting. He didn't intend to delve too deeply. Just mastering the carving of patterns that coordinate the mundane and soul power would be enough for him. Therefore, his idea wasn't problematic. Perhaps this way, the lethality of hidden weapons would greatly increase. After finishing his first day of apprenticeship, Li Xian almost dragged himself back to the Soul Academy. His hands trembled slightly, and he had developed a few blisters on his palms. The beginning is always the hardest, although the work was a bit strenuous. The fulfilling joy was beyond words. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he ate with a sense of revenge. Li Xian can't wait to eat a week's worth of food. His body is tired, but his soul is incredibly free. Thinking about returning home, that girl Yueshi is still obediently waiting for him. For some reason, all his fatigue seems to dissolve in an instant. Time to go home and cultivate. After a few days of getting along, the two gradually become accustomed to this cohabitation life. Li Xian taught the Tongmen's ultimate internal skill, the Xiantian Gong, to Yueshi. In this way, as they cultivated, their soul power techniques were in sync. During their practice, the fusion of soul power nearly reached 100%. At night, in a large bed of the bedroom, Li Xian and Yueshi sat cross-legged opposite each other, their palms interlocked. Under the operation of the Xiantian Gong, soul power floated from the air, refined into their bodies, circulated through their meridians, and then merged into their dantians, blending into the pure source of soul power within. At the same time, another set of meridians in their bodies operated, allowing the source of soul power to flow through their palms into each other's bodies, further purifying through the complementary attributes of their martial souls. The speed of soul power advancement was several times greater than that of ordinary soul masters. As they breathed, their heartbeats gradually synchronized. Their consciousness fell into the boundless lake's surface, feeling the advancement of soul power, forgetting themselves, while their bodies silently followed the refinement of soul power, moving as if polished. Li Xian's superficial scars were surprisingly visible as they healed. Meanwhile, Li Xian's body radiated the aura of a top-tier martial soul, suppressing the shadow martial soul behind Yueshi, allowing her consciousness to occupy the main body without being influenced by the evil martial soul. A hurried night passed. The next day, Li Xian woke up first. The curtain fluttered in the breeze, and the air was fresh and refreshing. Feeling the lingering coolness in his meridians, Li Xian realized that in less than a week, he would be able to raise his soul power to level 20. This speed of cultivation was truly astonishing. In front of him, Yueshi slowly woke up as well. With her smooth long hair cascading down, her rosy face was illuminated by the morning light, and her big black eyes blinked as she stared directly at Li Xian. "Why are you looking at me?" Although she enjoyed the process of cultivating with Li Xian, waking up in the morning was always a bit awkward. "I'm checking to see if you transformed. I'm afraid the demoness might possess you and eat me." Li Xian joked, "I admire you. I'm going to wash up. I'll change in my sportswear and go for a run later." All right, a new week begins, and the carefree life of an elementary school student is as simple as that. Every day, aside from attending classes and eating, it's all about sleeping and studying, occasionally visiting the assistant's office, and spending the rest of the time immersed in the metal shop and library, researching the making of hidden weapons, and soul guiding devices. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. One morning, Li Xian woke up, clenched his fists, and felt his soul power reach its peak. Level 20. That day, he found Master Ma and Dean Su early in the morning to arrange another trip to the Soul Beast Forest to obtain his second soul ring. Yueshi was also looking forward to the enhancement of her soul power. It is known that soul masters with two martial souls, aside from having a close soul power affinity, also exhibit a characteristic of complementing each other. In other words, the original soul power between the two will lean towards the one with the lower soul power, allowing them to learn from each other's strengths and make up for weaknesses. Li Xian and Yushi have been cultivating for dozens of days to reach level 20. And the reason lies here. After all, the focus of soul power fusion is on Yushi. As long as they obtain a soul ring with a decent age this time, Yushi's level will also increase dramatically. Li Xian was very excited. After breaking through to become a great soul master, he could modify the years of his soul ring for 1,000 years, and at the same time, all updates would refresh. The addition of a 10,000-year soul ring would increase the limit by another 1,000 years. If a critical hit occurred, that would be 100,000 years. A 100,000-year soul ring. Would he explode from that level of cultivation? Chapter 35, Star Do Forest. The Star Do Forest spans the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, adjacent to the Fast Nuo province. It has a vast area, almost equal to the entire area of the Barak Kingdom, as the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. The terrain in the Star Do Forest is complex, with wetlands, swamps, and lakes. The closer you get to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become, and even the legendary 100,000-year soul beasts are highly likely to exist. This time, Masino brought Li Xian and Yushi, taking 3 days to travel from Nodding City to here. Considering the importance of Li Xian's second soul ring, Masino used an order from the Martial Soul Hall of the Barak Kingdom. The target soul beasts to be hunted were no longer the common ones found in the wetland forest. The dangers within the Star Do Forest are evident. So to be safe, Masino first registered information at the local Martial Soul Subhall and, using the order, requested a Soul King from the hall to assist. Apart from Masino, the principal of the junior academy, Su, also came, along with a soul zone expert from the subhall, forming a strong team. It would be sufficient to hunt soul beasts at the outskirts of the Star Do Forest. Li Xian, Yushi, this is Zhao Feng, the Soul King of the subhall. He personally came out for you two little ones, so quickly greet the Soul King. Uncle. Zhao Feng appeared to be a tall, middle-aged man with a stiff expression. Short white hair, a clean-shaven face, and immaculate clothing. He had a cultivation level of a 54th level Soul King, and his martial soul was the weapon martial soul, white bamboo. Compared to the soul martial subhall, Masino, as the head of the branch, seemed somewhat inadequate. There was no hiding the envy reflected in his eyes. By the way, Lord Zhao Feng, we entered the outer area through the unique entrance of the Martial Soul Hall, right? Zhao Feng nodded, saying that they entered from the northwest swamp, where the outer soul beasts were guarded by personnel from the Martial Soul Hall, and the strongest soul beasts inside Wu Ti exceed 30,000 years. Actually, don't think that just because I have the strength of a Soul King, I can be careless. Even I need to be careful and only dare to operate in the outer areas. You're being humble, Lord Soul King. Smiling, Masino pulled Li Xian to follow Zhao Feng's footsteps. Ahead of them, there were 2 teams of Martial Soul Hall workers clearing the way. As the branch leader, Masino surprisingly brought the tokens of the 2 elders from the Martial Soul Hall, which they could not afford to underestimate. Of course, after bringing people into the forest, these workers would have to leave since the soul beasts in the northwest outer area had been cleared out and posed little danger. Li Xian, the priority now is to obtain your soul ring. Once you become a great soul master, Lord Zhao Feng will return, and with Principal Su and I here, it will be easy to help you find a 100-year soul beast. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Ma. After leaving Nodding City and spending 3 days on the carriage, Li Xian's gradually extinguished anticipation reignited. Is his second soul ring? Let us gamble for a critical hit and go for 100,000 years. Yushi, you can actually stay at the camp. It's dangerous to go in with us. Holding her soft little hand, Li Xian said with a smile. After accepting the fact of martial soul fusion, Li Xian's unabashed boldness had become an unspoken intimacy between the two. After all, as long as they held hands, their soul power could automatically operate, making cultivation for soul masters incredibly easy. I want to stay by your side and see. It's my first time absorbing a soul ring, and I haven't seen what it looks like. Yushi said softly. She was nervous about her first time absorbing a soul ring, and through Li Xian's demonstration, she could be more confident. I'll definitely take you with me. Stay by my side and don't wander off. Li Xian explained a few more things. This place is different from the wetland soul beast forest. In the original Star Doe forest, the competition in the food chain is brutal. If a soul beast suddenly appears, it possesses extremely strong combat power and wildness. Master Ma, have you thought about the soul beast for the two little guys? If you have a target, I can take you to the designated location. Zhao Feng and Ma Zeno walked side by side, both being the heads of the soul hall. He had no airs about him and respected Ma Zayuno's elder status. Being polite, Ma Zayuno smiled and said, I've already thought it through. Let's first find that kid a soul beast. Preferably a plant-type soul beast with an age of about 800 years. Li Xian's martial soul is somewhat special. We want to help him develop a control-type path, such as the phoenix wing curling tailgrass, water bamboo, and the 100-spotted blue fur beast. Several options are available. Of course, if Lord Zhao Feng has any ideas, he is welcome to share them. The soul beasts you chose are leaning towards control type. It seems Master Ma is quite thoughtful. If it's convenient to disclose, could you tell me what that kid's martial soul is? To be honest, before reaching level 30, I was also a control-type battle soul master with a weapon martial soul. So I have a deeper understanding in this area. Oh, that's great. Li Xian, release your martial soul for Lord Zhao Feng to see, and tell him what your martial soul is. Oh, Li Xian stepped forward, releasing the little hand of Yushi. As he stimulated the soul power within, a vine with green growth and black patterns burst forth, growing horizontally at the top and blooming many small flowers in gold and purple. The martial soul, under control, was about the size of a palm, shimmering with brilliant colors and looking exquisite. It is a weapon martial soul, a mutated cassius seed. Li Xianru said. With the release of his martial soul, a black soul ring abruptly floated around his body, its cold and heavy aura making the Soul King Zhao Feng's eyelids twitch violently. Master, is that a 10,000-year soul ring on Li Xian? Zhao Feng hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Matthew opened his mouth. As you can see, his martial soul is very special. After absorbing the first soul ring, an unknown situation occurred. And after absorbing a ghostly water purple lotus that was nearly 200 years old, it transformed into a 10,000-year soul ring. Actually, we're not too sure if it is indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. Based on the abilities displayed, the control is decent. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feng nodded. No wonder. Being noticed by the Elder Hall is no small feat. Zhao Feng's gaze couldn't help but linger on the martial soul in Li Xian's palm. Suddenly, the cassius seed released an aura that made his heart race with a sense of caution. Vaguely, it felt as if his martial soul was being suppressed, making the operation of soul power difficult. This is a top-tier plant-type martial soul. Zhao Feng's heart jumped again. As a soul king with a white bamboo instrument martial soul, Zhao Feng had seen too many outstanding martial souls and exceptionally talented juniors from Spirit Hall. The reason he could see at a glance that Li Xian's martial soul was a top-tier martial soul was because he sensed his white bamboo martial soul was actually suppressed by that cassius seed martial soul, a natural bloodline suppression. Zhao Feng reevaluated his gaze, looking solemnly at Li Xian. Fortunately, he did not neglect these guests. This kid's future achievements are limitless. Master Ma, I believe Li Xian should pursue the path of a battle soul master. He possesses a top-tier martial soul, and going for control type will be difficult for his future development. After examining Li Xian, Zhao Feng expressed his thoughts. The reason he switched to a strong attack type after level 30 was also because upgrading control type was too difficult. Although a top-tier martial soul has limitless future potential, only those who have experience and understand that when the potential within the body has not been fully developed, being stuck at a certain realm is detrimental. Setting too high a goal for oneself will ultimately harm oneself. On the path of a soul master, everyone believes their future achievements are limitless, and they will definitely become a title daw admired by thousands. The harsh reality can only be understood through experience. An upper limit of cultivation is greater than an upper limit of goals. Steadily improving strength is always better than getting stuck halfway. Sigh, Lord Zhao Feng, we understand your point, but that kid absorbed the ghostly water purple lotus as his first soul ring, and changing his development direction now would only harm him. What we can do is lead the younger generation onto the right path and believe in him as we once believed in ourselves. In this lifetime, one must take a chance, right? Dean Su smiled slightly upon hearing this, looking up at the colorful sky above. Zhao Feng also fell into deep silence. It had been too quiet for too long. That heat in his heart had already dissipated. Indeed, harboring expectations and passing that expectation onto the younger generation is what the leaders of the Spirit Hall should do. I have learned a lot, Master Ma. I dare not. Li Xian absorbed his martial soul into his body, slowed his pace, and grabbed Yushi's small hand. I'm back, looking down at his palm, which Li Xian was squeezing. Yushi's face turned slightly red. Huh, it seems like there are people nearby. Suddenly, a rustling sound came, and Zhao Feng, who was leading the group, slowed his pace. He looked at the accompanying workers and asked, Are there others coming here today? Back to you, my lord. Today, 2 groups from Nodding City have arrived. Besides Master Ma and the others, there's also the principal of the Nodding City Junior Academy. But those students are from another intermediate martial soul academy and are currently exchange students. Oh, his answer instantly attracted several gazes. Master Ma and Director Su didn't feel anything unusual. However, Li Xian immediately thought of 2 familiar names and blurted out, Mishan and Duolon. Aren't they both great soul masters? Why do they need soul rings? Right? Li Xian suddenly remembered that he sensed a cultivation aura above level 20 from Mishan that day, while Duolon, who was with her, had not revealed his abilities. Reflecting on this, Li Xian frowned slightly. What a coincidence to run into them here. However, everyone's goal this time was to hunt soul beasts, and with Soul King Zhao Feng accompanying them. Even if Mishan and her companion harbored schemes, they wouldn't dare to act here, right? Huh, it's really you. At that moment, a light exclamation from a girl reached them. Then, 5 figures emerged from the nearby bushes. The silver-haired girl leading them showed surprise in her eyes as she looked at Li Xian and Yushi. Chapter 36. Hunting. When that pair of eyes filled with intent fell on Li Xian's face, a look of joy actually flashed across Mishan's face. Beside her, Milan crossed her arms with a cold expression. The 2 were dressed in blue Martial Academy uniforms, wearing green, noble emblems on their chests, accompanied by the principal of the Nodding City Junior Academy and 2 young men in armor. However, when Mishan's gaze landed on Zhao Feng, next to Li Xian, and the martial soul sub-palace workers clearing the way for their group, the surprise on her face turned to shock, and her lips parted slightly. Before entering the Stardow Forest, they had visited the person in charge of the martial soul sub-palace, hoping to invite him to accompany them in their noble capacity. But the sub-palace staff had informed them that the Soul King was not present. Combining the situation before her, Mishan suddenly realized that the Soul King from the sub-palace was in Li Xian's group. Moreover, judging by the scale of the sub-palace workers clearing the way, it was an utmost honor. But how could this be possible? Li Xian and that girl, aren't they just ordinary people? Why do they have a right? Are they your friends? Zhao Feng glanced at the approaching group and curiously asked Matthew. Matthew looked a bit awkward, not knowing how to respond. Well, we met through a fight, so I guess that makes us friends. Li Xian smiled as he spoke. Yushi lightly frowned, and upon seeing Mishan, she clenched the blue medal on her chest, her small face filled with displeasure. Dean Su watched the scene with a calm expression, as if he were enjoying a show. Observing these expressions, Soul King Zhao Feng understood. Several friends, all from Nodding City, quite a coincidence. I hope that in the forest, we can help each other. I do not wish for any bad things to happen within my jurisdiction. In the first half of his sentence, Zhao Feng's expression was gentle, but after uttering the next words, his face turned cold. It was like a warning as he glanced lightly at the crowd opposite him, his gaze sweeping over each person's face. This is Lord Zhao Feng from the Zidian, right? On behalf of the Nodding City Junior Academy, I greet you. These 2 are exchange students from the academy. One of them has just reached level 20 in soul power. You can rest assured, we will hunt soul beasts normally and will not provoke unnecessary troubles. That's fine then. The Dean of Nodding City Junior Academy and Matthew Newall were old acquaintances and greeted each other. He was unaware of the conflict between Mishan and Li Xian. This time, the exchange students asked him for help in hunting soul beasts, fearing to offend the Provincial City Academy, so he came here as a companion. As for other matters, this elder who teaches and educates would not overstep his bounds. After being warned by his Soul King Zhao Feng, Mishan looked deflated, her expression quite unpleasant. She exchanged a glance with Doran, both sporting cold, stern faces. Why can those 2 commoners summon a Soul King? Mishan was puzzled, feeling a wave of frustration. Temporarily setting aside her grievances, she greeted Zhao Feng. It was indeed quite uncomfortable to be at a disadvantage here. A light remark floated from Li Xian's lips, his gaze teasingly fixated on Mishan and Doran, jokingly poking fun at them. Upon hearing this, Yushi secretly smiled. You. Upon hearing this, Mishan's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. Restricted by the warning from a Soul King, she dared not lose her temper. bowing before angrily leading her team away. Goodbye, Lord Soul King. Zhao Feng lightly hummed, his gaze sweeping over Li Xian, his eyes bright. But he said nothing more. Often, the path of a genius is filled with all kinds of mindless ridicule. In other words, to verify whether one is a genius, one only needs to observe whether the crowd targeting them is large enough. The louder the opposition, the more solid the proof of genius. Zhao Feng had encountered too many similar situations on his journey. After all, having reached level 50, he too had once experienced a period of brilliance. Half a day later, Zhao Feng led the team to a small lake in the forest. The lake's area was not large. Calling it a lake was a stretch, as it was only the size of 2 ponds. Zhao Feng led the team alone and said to Matthew Nua, I have discovered a nearly 1,000-year-old spotted azure beast here. It is very cunning. Originally, we were to help my disciple hunt it, but it escaped. Additionally, there is a group of autumn leaf stingfish living in this lake. These carnivorous soul beasts dominate the lake and are quite fierce. I will try to lure the spotted azure beast, so be careful. All right. Matthew Nua stepped back dozens of steps, protecting Li Xian and the others. The outer area of the forest they entered was stationed with soul masters from the martial soul hall, so dangerous soul beasts did not exist. As a soul king and the responsible person for this area, with him leading the way, the group encountered no dangers on their journey. Moreover, Zhao Feng was very familiar with the geography. As long as they provided him with information about the soul beasts, he could lead everyone to find them. As a soul king with solid strength, Matthew Nua felt that they had indeed found the right person this time. With his status, the resources he enjoyed were something ordinary people could hardly desire. Before them, the dark lake rippled with the reflection of the forest. In the central position, a giant tree grew. The old tree was dead, half submerged in the water, and the atmosphere of this lake was tranquil yet bloody. Zhao Feng released his martial soul, holding a white bamboo that was as long as he was tall, and beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings appeared. Upon closer inspection, the 3rd purple soul ring subtly shifted to a darker color, judging by its hue. The soul ring must have come from a powerful soul beast close to 10,000 years old. Zhao Feng's 1st and 3rd soul rings flickered twice in succession. With a light shout, the white bamboo transformed into 3, and with a sound of breaking air, the white bamboo intertwined to form a cage, magnifying dozens of times in front of him. Go! He pointed his hand. The white bamboo inverted towards the lake, releasing a powerful soul power that impacted the lake's surface, disturbing the internal soul beasts. Splashing sounds echoed. The lake water trembled like particles in a sieve, quickly causing ripples to spread across the entire lake. Thudash, a red-brown soul beast, half a meter long with a sharp head and long beak, leaped out of the water, creating a graceful arc before plunging back in. The soul beast was incredibly fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It acted as a signal, and soon, the soul beast fish living in the lake jumped out of the water, filling the lake's surface. Those sharp fish mouths, once they touched flesh, would surely penetrate. At this moment, if a soul master were to be in the lake, their life would be in grave danger. The white bamboo cage in Zhao Feng's hand was struck by the fish swarm, gradually losing its bright white glow. Zhao Feng frowned, and the 4th purple soul ring flickered. Behind him, 8 white bamboos lined up, carrying a sharp edge, suddenly piercing towards the fish swarm in front of him. The white bamboo spears brought down 8 autumn leaf stingfish corpses, dropping into the water, and soon the soul power dissipated, staining the lake with the blood-red fluids of the autumn leaf stingfish. On the half-meter-long fish, soul rings of white and yellow floated out. Li Xian's eyes flickered. That was a strong attack skill. The corpses floated in the water, and the blood of the autumn leaf stingray stimulated the group, causing these soul beasts to leap out of the water like mad, and there was a faint trend of rushing towards the shore. They were enraged. Let's go. Zhao Feng sensed something was wrong, retracted his martial soul, and led everyone away. The 100-spotted blue-haired beast was nowhere to be found. The blood attracted other soul beasts, and it would become dangerous here. His methods opened Li Xian's eyes. The weapon martial soul could actually be used this way. When he got his 3rd soul ring, he wanted a similar effect. Absorbing a soul skill similar to an aerial cage, combined with the 1st soul skill of earth manipulation, would leave the opponent with no way to escape. Were those all soul rings? What a pity. Yushi looked at the sizes of the soul rings floating on the lake, frowning as she spoke. Those aren't suitable for you. Let us find ones that are. Rubbing her head, Li Xian comforted her. After all, as a girl, seeing soul beasts being hunted would naturally evoke some sympathy. However, Soul beasts need to transform into humans to have human emotions. They're more brutal than ordinary beasts, and killing is in their nature. Humans hunt soul beasts, and beast tides attack cities. From their respective standpoints, neither side is wrong. Zhao Feng's first attempt was ineffective, seemingly making him lose face. Soon, he actually led a group deeper in, faintly crossing the outskirts of the Stardo forest, arriving in an ancient, tranquil forest area. We don't have much time. We need to get back before sunset. Next, we'll look for the phoenix-winged curled-tail grass. Don't worry, this type of soul beast likes to gather in groups, so they're easy to find, like he was guaranteeing it. Zhao Feng patted his chest. If he couldn't help the children obtain their second soul ring, he would be ashamed of his title as Soul King. Lord Zhao Feng, no need to rush. With the two children, let us prioritize safety. Don't worry, I'm aware of my limits. After walking for another hour, the ancient trees obscured the sky, and visibility became dim. Carrying Li Xian on his back, Li Xian held a pair of small shoes. Because they were wearing school uniforms, those shoes were tough on the feet, causing Yushi's heels to be worn raw. Li Xian, I can actually walk by myself. Yushi lay on his back, her breath warm against Li Xian's skin as she spoke. It's fine. I'll carry you. If a soul beast attacks me from behind, I'll have a shield. You so bad. Pouting. Yushi leaned her head against his back and gently bumped her forehead against him a few times. Li Xian laughed heartily. Haha, that's right. The playful banter between the two fell into Zhao Feng's ears. Glancing at the girl whose feet were sore from walking all day, he felt a wave of embarrassment on his face. As the Soul King leading the way, it would be truly shameful if he couldn't find a soul beast. Whoosh! Just as he thought of this, a red light swept through the nearby dense forest, and Zhao Feng's eyes brightened as he chased after it. It's the phoenix-winged tail grass. Follow me. After he finished speaking, 5 soul rings appeared around him, and the 5th soul ring emitted a glow. Li Xian only felt a whirlwind dissipate in front of him, and Zhao Feng's figure disappeared. Matthew and Dean Su exchanged glances, and with Matthew following closely behind, Dean Su spread his wings, activating his stone sparrow spirit to go help. With his spirit activated, Li Xian also prepared for battle. 10 minutes later, he followed Matthew to an open area. The ground was littered with broken vines, and the tree trunks bore marks of the fight. On a nearby mound, Zhao Feng gripped a white bamboo tightly with both hands, holding down a struggling 2-meter-long soul beast. Li Xian, come quickly, he shouted. Li Xian put down the mooncake and ran over. Watch carefully from the side, okay? Li Xian activated his martial soul and rushed closer. Zhao Feng had already reserved the final attack position on the soul beast. He infused his soul power into his fist, using his hand like a blade, and struck down at the weak root of the phoenix-winged spiral grass. Li Xian's palm pierced down, going straight into its brain. Immediately, he stirred up, ending the life of this phoenix-winged spiral grass. It looked like a wild chicken on the outside, with a brilliant fire-red trailing tail. However, its feathers were made up of strands of red grass, and its head was sharp and slender, hidden beneath its abdomen. Zhao Feng pulled out the head, and the 2-meter-long phoenix-winged spiral grass stretched out, resembling a fiery wild chicken. As its life came to an end, the soul power emanating from its surface flowed upward, transforming into a deep yellow soul ring that floated above the corpse. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, smearing the blood on the nearby Dean Su. Li Xian guarded his martial soul, pressing the corpse beneath him, and began to slowly draw the yellow soul ring toward his body using the cassia seed grass. Chapter 37, Spider Silk. Upon seeing this, Zhao Feng and the others immediately stood beside Li Xian, ready to prevent any potential dangers. They had crossed the defensive range of the Spirit Hall and delved deep into the Stardo forest. Even Zhao Feng, who had the cultivation of a Soul King, did not dare to be careless. He sprinkled powder around to prevent the spread of the bloody scent and quietly guarded Li Xian, with his soul power covering the forest and spreading into the deep darkness. His cautious behavior was not intentional. It should be noted that this was the most primitive gathering place for spirit beasts, where the strongest spirit beasts could reach an age of 100,000 years. Although the activity range of spirit beasts diminished as one moved away from the forest outskirts, it did not exclude some powerful spirit beasts that left their nests to hunt here. Now was the summer and autumn season, and the number of spirit beasts had surged, with large groups leaving their habitats to attack human villages and towns. It was not uncommon for nearby places to be attacked by beast tides. Therefore, Zhao Feng's caution at this moment was justified. If they encountered a spirit beast with a cultivation of 30,000 or 40,000 years, he would only be able to protect himself. Are you ready? Zhao Feng gently asked, glancing back at Li Xian, who was absorbing the soul ring. His heightened concentration also gave him the illusion that spirit beasts could burst out from the surroundings at any moment, increasing his pressure. Almost there, Lord Zhao Feng. Beside Li Xian stood Matthew, Dean Su, and Yushi, who was squatting nearby, observing seriously. At this moment, Li Xian's absorption of the soul ring was nearing its end. This was a phoenix wing curling tailgrass with a cultivation close to 1,000 years, its body covered with red grass vines on the back, vaguely resembling a pair of phoenix wings. The way to assess its cultivation was to count the crimson stripes on these wings. The deeper the color, the higher the cultivation level. In fact, for Li Xian, the maximum age of spirit beast that his body could endure was no more than 800 years. Perhaps after witnessing his top-tier martial soul and that pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring, Zhao Feng's perception of Li Xian had elevated a notch. Ignoring the risks, he hunted such a 1,000-year phoenix wing curling tailgrass. Interestingly, the other team members seemed to tacitly accept this fact and did not voice any objections. As if absorbing this 1,000-year soul ring was not a difficult task at all. After all, Li Xian's first soul ring was already 10,000 years old. How could he not handle a mere 1,000-year spirit beast? It was precisely the overly high expectations within the team that made the process of Li Xian absorbing the soul ring quite difficult. Sitting cross-legged on the phoenix wing curling tailgrass, his upper body trembled continuously, and as cold sweat dripped from his forehead, he occasionally let out a muffled groan. The energy contained in the 1,000-year soul ring was immense, even mixed with a trace of the spirit beast's violent will that had yet to dissipate, impacting Li Xian's soul and body, making the absorption obstructed and challenging. Fortunately, the most difficult stage of soul ring entry had passed, and now was nearing the end. Li Xian's adventurous action did not lead to any unexpected situations. Although for Li Xian, who was confident in his capabilities, it still felt incredible. But the soul ring had indeed been absorbed. His cultivation broke through to the great soul master level, with the age limit increased by 1,000 years. With a barrier inside his body broken by pure soul power, a massive ability surged into his limbs. As his body was cleansed beneath Li Xian's feet, a deep-colored yellow soul ring also formed. Almost instinctively, Li Xian proceeded to finalize the new soul ring. The finalization was successful, but there was no critical hit. It was just that this time, luck was a bit unfortunate. Around Li Xian's body, two soul rings, one black and one yellow, floated out. Just as the soul rings were about to fully expand, something strange happened. The color of the soul rings visibly changed. In the astonished gazes of Matthew and others, the surface quickly shifted from deep yellow to a lighter purple. A surge of frantic power spread out, as if the soul of the phoenix winged tail grass was roaring within the soul ring, generating a formidable aura. It changed. It's changed again. Look quickly. Lord Zhao Feng. This is what I mentioned to you. A mutation occurred during the soul ring absorption process, and this time it produced a purple soul ring. As Matthew tugged at his sleeve, Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned, his heart filled with shock at such an occurrence. The soul beast he personally hunted was a phoenix winged tail grass of 900 years, and now that soul ring had transformed into 1,000 years. He felt as if he had seen a ghost and rubbed his eyes. This was unprecedented in the history of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Feng exclaimed in disbelief. The strength of a soul master is measured by the soul rings they absorb. The higher the age of the soul ring, the more suitable the match, naturally making the soul master's power stronger and their future potential higher. Thus, the ideal soul ring age has become the pursuit of all soul masters. However, there are maximum age limits for soul rings based on different levels of soul masters, 400 years for soul practitioners and 800 years for soul masters. Exceeding this range, an overly dense power could cause the soul master to explode. As the saying goes, greed leads to downfall. This means that no matter how hard a soul master works or how many resources they accumulate, they cannot escape this rule. The age of soul ring absorption is fixed. And now, Li Xian's existence completely shattered Zhao Feng's perception. It's unbelievable. Li Xian, quickly tell us about the new soul skill. Is it a control skill? Dean Su asked with a smile. The absorption of the soul ring into the body takes a certain amount of time to mutate, and this time varies from person to person. Even the fastest requires half an hour. For someone like Li Xian, who had only absorbed the soul ring for less than 5 minutes, to ask about the soul skill, Dean Su clearly regarded Li Xian as an anomaly. Dean, wait a moment, I haven't sensed it yet. Li Xian pondered carefully, feeling somewhat speechless. At the same time, he clenched his fist to sense the explosive power within him. Feeling delighted, in front of him, Yushi rested her chin on her small hands, her big eyes staring blankly at him, filled with admiration. How is it? Did you learn something? He reached out his palm, which carried the blood of the phoenix winged rolling tail grass, and playfully poked Yushi's cheek. A bright red blood mark was left on her face, and Yushi nodded. Li Xian, you're amazing. Of course. As he spoke, he drew another mark on her right cheek, making them symmetrical and perfect. Don't just show off. Get up and move around to let the surging soul power within you become active, Matthew reminded from the side. All right, Master Ma. Suddenly, Li Xian jumped up from his spot, and he clearly noticed that this body had grown taller again. Looking at Yushi, who was squatting on the ground, she seemed like a little radish. So tall. Yushi also noticed this, standing up with her little hands on her hips, now needing to stretch her neck to see the top of Li Xian's head. The unique, rhythmic sound of a soul ring began to resonate. Li Xian released his martial soul, revealing 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, beneath his feet. He closed his eyes, while his eyelids moved incessantly. At a certain moment, his eyes opened, and the second soul ring beneath Li Xian's feet shone brightly. As he raised his arm, a crimson vine shot out from it. Spider-Man? After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Xian received the perception from the soul ring. The second soul skill, Qingshu Xianue Vine, launched a curling tail grass, which, upon hitting the target, transformed into leaves that curled inward to bind the enemy's movement. For enemies of equal cultivation, it caused a 2-second binding effect. For the hit enemies, it produced a paralysis effect. As he spoke, the soul skill shot from Li Xian's palm was caught by Soul King Zhao Feng. Suddenly, the crimson vine transformed into a structure resembling a pitcher plant's leaf, opening and closing, swallowing half of Soul King Zhao Feng's body. After contracting, it quickly wrapped around him, soon binding him into a human pig. Bang! With a strong grip of his arm, Zhao Feng shattered the contracting leaves, scattering the crushed leaves all over the ground. Raising an eyebrow, feeling a numbing sting on his skin, Zhao Feng nodded. Indeed, it is a control-type soul skill, and the leaves are poisonous, which can also affect my body. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Zhao Feng. Matthew was overjoyed. Their efforts were not in vain. After their research, Li Xian successfully mastered his second control-type soul skill. Moreover, it was an actively released skill, unlike his earth manipulation, and had greater combat capability. Li Xian, how do you feel? Is the soul power consumption severe? Does his soul skill have any other effects? Dean Su asked with concern. Seeing his soul skill shattered by Zhao Feng in one blow, Li Xian felt a wave of disappointment. The 2-second binding effect did not occur, and the reason was that the disparity in cultivation between him and Zhao Feng was too great. The soul power consumption was minimal with continuous use. He could probably attack 10 times. The physical consumption was even less, and if there were support-type soul masters nearby to assist him, he could keep releasing it without any problem. Li Xian expressed his feelings. 10 times. Matthew was directly shocked. Wow, that's incredible. After we go back, we'll help you test its practicality, and you can continue to make adjustments. Nodding, Li Xian sat down. He adjusted his breathing, controlling the flow of soul power within him, allowing the rapidly increased cultivation level to settle down. Over here, Matthew and Dean Su exchanged glances, both having a hint of joy in their eyes. Li Xian's first soul skill requires contact to take effect, which leads to his relatively weak performance in actual combat despite having a 10,000-year soul ring. Now, with this type of actively released skill, they no longer have to worry. When facing a genius like Fei Xia from the provincial city, Li Xian will also handle it with ease. 5 minutes later, Li Xian got up. His body adjusted almost completely. Zhao Feng withdrew his soul power perception, a wave of fatigue washing over him, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Being deep in the Stardow forest, the pressure on him as a leader was immense. Lord Zhao Feng, you must be tired too. Let's head back. We'll deal with the matters of the moon evening martial soul tomorrow, suggested Matthew. Listening to Matthew's proposal, Zhao Feng stroked his chin. I'm fine. Li Xian's soul ring absorption went smoothly, and we have plenty of time. Since we're already here, I'll help her look at it on the way back to save you another trip. All right. Then we'll trouble Lord Zhao Feng. In the midst of the crowd, Li Xian, carrying Yueshi, turned his cheek and smiled, asking, did you feel anything? Through the contact of their skin, the soul power within Li Xian flowed much more vigorously than before. Yueshi's face flushed slightly, feeling that he had become stronger. This response made Li Xian chuckle. Of course, he's not just strong in this aspect. However, at that moment, Li Xian was shocked by another matter. During their recent contact, he secretly altered a loose strand of Yueshi's hair. To his astonishment, he discovered that the hair had visibly aged, as if it had lost its youthful luster over the past 1,000 years. Chapter 38. Blushing. This discovery left Li Xian in shock. Just a few days ago, he had performed the same test on Feisha during a confrontation, but that time his alteration ability had failed. Not even the inner reminder appeared. However, this time, the alteration on Yueshi unexpectedly succeeded, which excited Li Xian. Could it be that the closeness of their soul power allowed his alteration ability to recognize Yueshi as one of his own? How interesting. Li Xian came up with this answer in his heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the different results of the same behavior. In short, being able to use more defined abilities with Yueshi made Li Xian feel like he was gaining, and he was very happy. Since Yueshi's martial soul could merge with him, as long as Yueshi was by his side and grew stronger, he would correspondingly become stronger as well. This ability was also reflected in daily training. When Yueshi's soul power increased, the efficiency of their training together naturally improved. This was a good thing. Li Xian has already planned in his heart that when Yueshi becomes a great soul master, his enhancement ability can be used by this girl. Currently, with 1,000 years of limit, Yueshi cannot bear it yet and needs to wait for her to grow up. Li Xian is very excited. After the soul spirits of him and Yueshi have been upgraded, he is looking forward to seeing how powerful their combined strength will be. He is also eager to find out what the form of their soul fusion skill will be. Of course, the answer to this question is very close. As long as he helps Yueshi obtain a soul ring later, they can test it together when they get home. Li Xian felt excited just thinking about it. Ahead, the return journey was led by Matthew Nuaw, with Soul King Zhao Feng responsible for the rearguard. Along the way, the three of them discussed matters regarding Li Xian and Yueshi. The two little ones had a great relationship. At first, we thought Yueshi could become an asset for Li Xian and develop into a strong attack type. However, we dismissed that idea yesterday, right? The best partner for control type is indeed a strong attack type. You were not wrong in your thinking. But the compatibility of martial souls is equally important. So, we asked the little one for her opinion. Li Xian wanted Yueshi to take the agility attack route, and, as elders, we couldn't force them to accept our ideas. So we decided to go along with their wishes. Lord Zhao Feng, you have no idea how close these two little ones are. They are quite affectionate. Li Xian wanted Yueshi to pursue the agility attack route, and we didn't dare to refute that. While speaking, Dean Su playfully glanced at the two of them. Yueshi's face turned bright red as she hugged Li Xian's neck and buried her face in it. Li Xian said casually, Director, you also know the importance of spirit selection. You let the phantom spirit go for the attack system. Isn't that harming Yueshi? Haha, I was just joking. Zhao Feng frowned and took over the conversation. As far as I know, the phantom seems to be a mutated spirit, different from beast spirits that possess, or weapon spirits that control. It has two forms, able to assist the main body in attack, and can also enhance its own abilities. The attack system is actually more suitable. Actually, those were just jokes. I didn't expect Director Su to know so much about Phantom. It can fight independently? That's the first time I've heard of it. As for Matthew Nuaw, he was even more shocked. He had always regarded Phantom as an evil spirit, but in Zhao Feng's words, it had become a decent mutated spirit. Zhao Feng continued to analyze, but you all need to be careful with this young girl. The spirit can assist the main body, and you understand that this is the effect of the spirit's self-awareness. Therefore, her situation is extremely special. The path of cultivation will be more difficult than for ordinary people. Every time she absorbs a soul ring, there is a possibility of being countered by the will of the spirit. It's best to find a soul master who can suppress the phantom to accompany her in her cultivation. Matthew Nuaw glanced at Li Xian and said, Lord Zhao Feng, the kind of soul master you mentioned is actually right in front of you. Zhao Feng looked down and aside from the shy girl. There was only Li Xian. Could it be? Exactly. Although Li Xian's spirit is a plant, it is a mutated celestial product, and the power contained within can just suppress the phantom spirit. Zhao Feng smiled. I see. No wonder you two have such a good relationship. Li Xian laughed it off. But there was actually another layer of reason. Yueshi is my neighbor, and we come from the same place. Zhao Feng patted Li Xian's head and suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. Oh, since you two have been together for so long, have you tried to merge your soul powers? As far as I know, the two elders of our spirit hall, with their opposite attributes, have managed to achieve fusion. Have you tried it? As soon as these words were spoken, Matthew and Dean Su exchanged shocked glances. They had never even thought of this. After all, Li Xian's martial soul was too peculiar. They only found out the name Qing Su Xian Yutang. In their eyes, how could vines and shadows merge? Regarding Elder Gui Ju's interest, they naturally thought of it as related to Li Xian, while they had paid little attention to Yu Shi. Now that Zhao Feng pointed out, both of them were stunned. So, that's how it is. No wonder the personnel from the spirit hall brought 2 tokens. So, Li Xian, have you and Yu Shi tried it? Matthew asked tentatively. Li Xian complained in his heart, Master Ma. If you don't want to ask, then don't. He had made the person feel so embarrassed that even Li Xian could sense the heat radiating from Yu Shi behind him. He had tried, and it was possible. Just give the answer directly. After all, there was no need to hide it. Once this was said, Matthew took a sharp breath, and the temperature of the air dropped significantly. He turned his gaze, and Dean Su also looked shocked. Compared to the 2 of them, Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, and he said warmly, "You are so lucky. Martial soul fusion is something all soul masters dream of. To find your partner at such a young age truly makes me feel envious. Li Xian, you must treat her well in the future." Does Lord Zhao Feng agree with this? Li Xian asked in confusion. Zhao Feng coughed and said, "Do you wish for your partner, who can merge with your martial soul, to be taken away by someone else?" Li Xian thought for a moment. That was something that happened on a night of the moon, and I couldn't stop it, but I really didn't want to. Isn't that enough? Zhao Feng exchanged a glance and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's face showed a look of shock, which quickly turned into surprise. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Ahem. You need to respect others, and also your voice is too loud," Zhao Feng said awkwardly. He realized that a clear gaze was being directed at him from that blushing face, looking at him innocently. Li Xian stroked his chin, deep in thought. It was feasible. The content of the conversation between the 2 showed no concern for being overheard by Yu Shi, who was behind Li Xian. Naturally, she heard Zhao Feng's whispers clearly. Phrases like "hit one if they come" and "what's done is done" were not lost on her. Even though Yu Shi was young and didn't fully understand, she was not foolish and could grasp the implications of their words. Her large, dark eyes were misty at this moment, the rising humidity filling the air, and the blush on her cheeks spread to her neck, making her look like a red apple. Her resentful gaze was fixed firmly on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt increasingly awkward, chuckled, and ruffled Yu Shi's hair. "Little girl, I really like your personality. If I had met a childhood friend like you back then, I wouldn't have had to marry a soul master I don't like now. If you both have time in the future, feel free to come play with me. I, Zhao Feng, wouldn't mind having more elementary school friends. Don't take what I just said to heart. It was just a joke. Later, Uncle will help you get a stronger soul beast, so don't be angry." Yu Shi nodded, actually not very angry. It was just that those words made her feel awkward. If she liked someone else, why would she be so close to Li Xian? It sounded as if she could be easily deceived. She buried her head in Li Xian's shoulder and gradually fell into silence. Li Xian turned his head and blew out a breath. "Yu Shi, we were just joking, don't take it to heart." Seeing the girl nod, Li Xian felt relieved. As for crossing the line, Li Xian was not that kind of person. In his eyes, Yu Shi was like a younger sister, and he would never stoop to those sordid thoughts. Ahead, Macy Yu and Director Su were talking nonstop, their words intense, even getting red in the neck. How can light attribute combine with dark attribute to transform? You're the director, and you've spent half your life studying theories on dogs? In my opinion, it must be a soul skill. A soul skill. The power of martial soul fusion lies in its mystery. Any 2 combinations you wouldn't expect can yield unpredictable results. I'm just saying it's possible. If the shadow phantom is the main body, why can't it transform? You might as well give it up and stop misleading people all day. Give up? You, a leader of the Martial Soul Palace, almost drove Yu Shi away. Do you know the grave mistake you nearly made? Macy's old face turned red, and he angrily shook his sleeves. Zhao Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the 2 elderly men still arguing. "Gentlemen, are you discussing martial soul fusion? I could provide some references." Lord Zhao Feng, please go ahead. I once heard from a senior that our Martial Soul Palace's 2 law enforcement elders, under Lord Chrysanthemum Ghost, have a fusion skill that can freeze time. It's said that even a titled Douluo trapped inside cannot escape. It's extremely terrifying. Maciu snorted coldly. "See? I told you it was a soul skill." Furrowing his brows, Director Su ignored him and turned to ask, "So, Lord Zhao Feng, what do you think the martial soul fusion skill of these 2 little ones will look like?" "You want me to say?" Zhao Feng was taken aback for a moment. My words don't count. However, after the combination of the darkest and the lightest, it will produce the power of yin and yang. There is an ancient book on the 8 trigrams that may have records on it. Really? I haven't read many of those books. I study the spring and autumn annals. Actually, I haven't read much either. What the martial soul fusion skill is, we'll know once the two little ones try it out. I think we'll see it soon. You're right. Listening to their exchanges, Li Xian fell into deep thought. The power of yin and yang. He suddenly thought of a perverse sealing skill, feeling a wave of unease in his heart. Could it be that kind? Chapter 39. Ghost Tiger. Just then, from a thicket not far from the few people, accompanied by rustling sounds, a soul beast with a completely black body and white mane on its back suddenly sprang out. Its agile figure leaped out of the jungle, a pair of yellow eyes slightly narrowed, sharp teeth bared, letting out a low, hoarse roar. Roar! The soul beast turned in circles on the spot, sensing the not weak aura from Zhao Feng and the others, lowered its body, and slowly crouched back down. At the same time, the team leader Matthew also noticed this soul beast. It was a ghost tiger? That's right. It looked like it was 100 years old. Director Su's eyes showed joy. Among the soul beast targets they had set for Yu Shi, the ghost tiger was indeed a good choice. This kind of large carnivorous soul beast is sensitive to territorial range, and often only one can be encountered in a large forest area. Who would have thought that the few people preparing to return would have such luck? Leave it to me. Zhao Feng noticed that the 100-year-old ghost tiger charged straight to the front of the team. 5 soul rings floated under his feet, among which the first and second rings flickered. Sensing the threat from his cultivation, the ghost tiger turned its body and swiftly dove into the jungle, disappearing from sight. Trying to run? Above Zhao Feng's head, a cage formed from the intertwined white bamboo martial soul took shape. With a flick of his finger, the cage flew toward the escaping ghost tiger. The cage was formed by combining 2 of Zhao Feng's soul skills, and as the soul power on its surface spun wildly, it expanded several times in the air in the blink of an eye. Roar! By the time Zhao Feng chased over, an unwilling roar came from behind the thicket. The sound of the ghost tiger colliding with the cage echoed, shaking the forest and startling a flock of wild birds to fly away in the distance. Let's hurry over. Protect Li Xian and Yu Shi in the middle. Matthew led the team to speed up. This 100-year soul beast was naturally meant to be captured for Yu Shi, and Li Xian hurriedly carried her over. Don't be afraid later. Just do as I taught you. Yu Shi nodded lightly, a trace of joy flashing across her pretty face. She was also looking forward to her first soul ring. The 100-year ghost tiger collided with the cage, its bright yellow vertical pupils narrowing into a line. Low growls escaping its mouth, releasing a terrifying killing intent from within. Zhao Feng tightened his hands, the 4th soul ring shining. And 8 white bamboo martial souls pierced through the cage and embedded themselves in front of the ghost tiger, pinning it firmly to the ground. Little Yu Shi, hurry up and deal with this beast. Zhao Feng called softly, glancing back. Controlling a 100-year soul beast was not difficult for him. However, as a proud creature, especially for a tiger-type soul beast, it would not allow itself to be confined and raised by humans. If this hopeless 100-year ghost tiger continued to be delayed, it would most likely choose to self-destruct. Li Xian placed down Yu Shi, and 2 soul rings, 1 black and 1 purple, floated out from beneath his feet. He tapped his hands together, and several strands of spiral grass shot out, wrapping around the body of the ghost tiger, leaving only its head exposed. After doing this, he gently blew on his wrist. With his palm resting on Yu Shi's head, he softly said, "Go quickly." Barefoot, Yu Shi tightly gripped the dagger with both hands, confidently walked up, and used her soul power to stab at the ghost tiger's head. Roar! The fierce beast's sudden counterattack managed to break free of Li Xian's bindings, and Zhao Feng's white bamboo spear showed signs of being broken. Predictably, Matthew and Director Su, who were nearby, were already prepared, each releasing their martial spirits and using their soul power to suppress the ghost tiger, forcing its just raised back down to the ground. Phew! Yu Shi, startled, sat down with a thud, her face flushed. She glanced at Li Xian and quickly picked up the dagger beside her, moving closer to the ghost tiger, stabbing at its skull as Li Xian had taught her. Zhao Feng crossed his arms, shaking his head at the scene, and whispered in Li Xian's ear, "This girl will need your care. You must protect her well in the future." Li Xian didn't mind. With me around, no one could bully her. Yu Shi's overly gentle and somewhat timid personality had been like this since she met Li Xian. Of course, for a soul master, physical and mental qualities are also measures of potential. However, Li Xian had no high expectations for Yu Shi in this regard. As long as she became stronger, would Yu Shi still be bullied? Yu Shi gripped the dagger tightly, channeling her soul power to pierce the tip into the brain of the ghost tiger. its violent struggles causing her arms to thrash. Gritting her teeth, Yushi held on tightly, the struggles causing the dagger to stir within the brain, and the ghost tiger's breath gradually weakened. The onlookers around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, there was no however. Yushi's finishing blow went smoothly, and as the ghost tiger's breath diminished, the soul power within it dissipated, transforming into a yellow soul ring. It looked like it was about 150 years old, and it would be very safe for Yushi to absorb. Director Su stroked his beard. Everyone's expectations for Yushi weren't as extreme as Li Xian's. Yushi's delicate personality left a similar impression on everyone. For a soul master's first soul ring, exceeding 100 years is considered a perfect match. Although there is still a significant gap to 400 years, absorbing and refining such a soul ring would not lead to any accidents. According to what I taught you, calm your mind, focus on the martial soul in your heart, and touch the soul ring. Your body will automatically absorb it. Just follow your feelings. Li Xian walked over and explained a few more things. Yushi gently nodded. She had heard Li Xian talk about it many times and had recently witnessed the absorption process herself. Thus, confidence began to show on her face. She released her martial soul, and her delicate figure was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black light. As she extended her small hand, the yellow soul ring flew from her wrist to the top of her head, gradually being refined into her body. With the emergence of the shadow martial soul, Yushi's impression on everyone changed dramatically. Looking at her felt like a cold sensation slicing through the eyeballs, bringing a wave of mental disorientation. Matthew, accustomed to this, helped his old buddy avert his gaze. Not simple. Meanwhile, Soul King Zhao Feng felt a heavy pressure in his heart. Yushi's martial soul was even more sinister than he had imagined. The extreme dark attribute aura indicated that the shadow within her was definitely extraordinary. If she continued to grow like this, her will would inevitably develop to a level comparable to human intelligence. At that time, this martial soul would no longer be a companion for soul masters, but a threat. It is known that every soul master, upon absorbing their seventh martial soul, generates skills that must be the true body of the martial soul. Releasing the true body of the martial soul consumes the soul power of a soul sage. From a certain perspective, the true body is equivalent to the martial soul coming to life, existing as a physical entity, no longer merely a soul power growing within the body. The thought of a conscious true body of a martial soul sent chills down Zhao Feng's spine. He couldn't help but glance at Li Xian in front of him. He could only rely on this kid. If he couldn't suppress the growth of that shadow, perhaps one day, the girl before him would no longer be herself. Her soul and consciousness would be eroded by the shadow. Come on, Yushi, take it slow. Li Xian activated his martial soul, and the rare mushroom-like chrysanthemum emitted a flow of light energy, allowing him to be completely unaffected by the phantom martial soul. He stood beside Yushi, using the power within him to suppress the attached phantom, quietly waiting for the refinement of the martial soul. This was a long process. It was the first time a soul master absorbed a martial soul, and the process was somewhat unfamiliar, with each person's speed varying. Of course, if it were a soul beast with only 10 years of cultivation, even Yushi could absorb the soul ring in the blink of an eye. Zhao Feng glanced back, moved a certain distance away, and stood guard outside the bushes. They had returned to the outskirts of the Stardo forest. However, for some reason, a haze enveloped Zhao Feng's heart, making him feel that something was off. Driven by the intuition of a soul king, he felt that bringing the two little ones to hunt soul beasts today was a bit too smooth. According to the intelligence from the sub-temple, among the dozens of soul master teams entering and exiting the Stardo Great Forest during this time, half had encountered soul beast attacks, resulting in certain casualties. Similarly, even in this area under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall, there had been a significant beast tide just a week ago. 2 great soul masters from the Spirit Hall had died in that suppression of the soul beasts. His eyelids twitched, and Zhao Feng couldn't help but pinch the corner of his eye. Could it be that he was overthinking? It was a good thing that no accidents had occurred. Was he being overly cautious? He activated the soul power within him, extending his perception to the surroundings, and Zhao Feng gave himself a mild reassurance, hoping that he was just overthinking it. 10 minutes later, the yellow soul ring above Yushi's head had already refined more than half, her delicate face with closed eyes, entering a state of meditation. Li Xian was not careless, and he maintained a steady flow of soul power to protect Yueshi. He could sense that whenever Yueshi's phantom martial soul was suppressed, her complexion would become a bit rosier. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the area. Yueshi's small face turned pale, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Furrowing his brows, Li Xian abruptly stood up and looked towards Zhao Feng. Naturally, Ma Zayuno also cast his gaze in that direction. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he felt the tremor resonate within him, and he frowned, saying, "I'll go take a look." "Be careful, Lord Zhao Feng." As Zhao Feng left, Ma Zino turned to Director Su and said, "If there are soul beasts attacking, try to divert the danger first and protect Yueshi. The absorption of the soul ring must not be disturbed." Director Su nodded. He understood this point as well. Due to the nature of soul ring creation, almost all soul ring absorption occurs during hunts, which leads to many teams that successfully hunt soul beasts ultimately dying during the soul ring absorption phase. When refining a soul ring, soul masters need to fully resist the willpower left by the soul beast within the soul ring, which naturally causes them to lose perception of the outside world. Moreover, this process absolutely cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, the soul ring will dissipate within the body, and the energy meridians that have not been refined cannot absorb it, leading to a terrible death for the soul master. Li Xian felt a wave of unease wash over him. Just at this moment, even if it meant that he might be in danger while absorbing the soul ring, he still hoped for Yushi. Come on. Now he could only choose to trust Zhao Feng and Yushi. If they could resolve the danger or absorb the soul ring faster, he would feel more at ease. "I'll hold them off for you. Don't head north, retreat to the east." Bang! Roar! At that moment, Li Xian's ears twitched slightly, and the operation of his Xiantian gong enhanced his hearing, allowing him to faintly hear Zhao Feng's voice from nearly 100 meters away. Moreover, accompanied by a roar from the soul beast, the sound was so powerful that even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying strength contained in the roar. It was a 10,000-year soul beast. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 40, Fury. The sounds of battle came from the forest in the distance. The power contained in that soul beast's roar was definitely not something a 1,000-year soul beast possessed. After a moment of analysis, Li Xian forced himself to calm down and carefully analyze the situation. Clearly, Soul King Zhao Feng had encountered a fleeing team and was helping to hold off a 10,000-year soul beast. As for the identities of those people, as far as Li Xian knew, the only soul masters who entered the jurisdiction of the Spear Hall today were this team and others like Mishan, who also came from Nodding City. Perhaps there were other small teams that entered here later, but Li Xian was not aware of them. In any case, he analyzed what Zhao Feng had said. Li Xian gradually had an idea in her mind. Letting them leave, the danger must have been caused by those people, and letting them go through the eastern forest was to avoid disturbing Yueshi. Zhao Feng was very thoughtful. Temporarily holding back a 10,000-year soul beast was to prevent it from affecting Yueshi. At the same time, the rampage of the 10,000-year soul beast would definitely disturb the weaker soul beasts living nearby. After being frightened, those soul beasts would attack soul masters mindlessly. Therefore, Zhao Feng saved that group of people and let them escape in a different direction. Frowning, a chill suddenly flashed through Li Xian's heart. Yueshi was absorbing the soul ring in a crucial moment that absolutely could not be disturbed. If those guys dare to cause trouble at this time, they would definitely not be spared. At this moment, the yellow soul ring above Yueshi's head was only half remaining. In about 5 minutes, it would completely integrate into her body. Li Xianhuan's soul power spread outwards, and his sensing range was only 7 or 8 meters, which was just within visual distance. Although he was anxious, his strength was indeed limited. He stood up and released his soul ring, preparing to fight at any moment. Even if Matthew and Dean Su had poor hearing, they could still hear the sounds of battle in the distance. It seemed that a formidable soul beast had emerged. They had to hold their ground. If other soul beasts in the vicinity became agitated, they couldn't let those beasts harm the two little ones. Just as the two were discussing this, suddenly, 2 figures fled from the jungle in a panic. Soon after, another figure, coughing up blood, fell to the ground, the young man covered in injuries, gasping out blood. They were those exchange students. Matthew frowned as he looked over. How could they be injured like this? What on earth happened? Mishan was running ahead with Duolon, while their guardian had fallen, instinctively continuing to flee without looking back. At this moment, upon entering the thicket, they discovered that there were indeed people here. Their eyes quickly scanned each person's face, and upon noticing you, she who was absorbing a soul ring, Mishan's face flashed with joy. Great, let's hurry up. Supporting the bloodied Duolon, Mishan thoughtlessly continued to run towards the outskirts. Stop. Li Xian's gaze was completely cold. Looking at the two people, a reprimand made them stop. Humph. Li Xian, I don't want to play with you today. Just fend for yourself. Mishan was momentarily stunned, and upon seeing Li Xian, her pretty face was filled with malice. She glanced back, seeing the young man lying on the ground with little breath left. Fear was written all over Li Xian's face as she hurried her pace. Didn't Zhao Feng tell you to go east? What do you mean by coming over here? Li Xian didn't show any mercy. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and fiercely threw it, causing Li Xian and her companion to halt in their tracks once again. With a whoosh, the dagger embedded itself in the tree trunk right in front of Li Xian, just a few centimeters away from her pale, delicate face. You! A chill ran down her spine. Li Xian's eyes widened in terror. Just moments ago, she had been over 100 meters away. How could Li Xian have hurt her? Although a hint of doubt flickered in her mind, Li Xian's expression remained defiant. I can't understand what you're saying. There's a soul beast riot behind us. Who can tell which way to go? If you want to live, just run away. I don't want to argue with you today. With that, she continued to flee. I said stop. Take another step, and I'll kill you. Li Xian kicked back and charged out explosively. Using the ghost shadow steps, he swiftly closed the distance to Li Xian, sidekicking both her and Doran. Caught off guard, both Li Xian and Doran were knocked down. Anger surged within her, and after feeling the pain, Li Xian abruptly got up, ready to go wild. However, she was met with Li Xian's extremely cold gaze, and upon glaring at him, the words she was about to say were swallowed back down. Li Xian exuded a genuine killing intent. In the soul fighting arena, Li Xian had seen this kind of gaze before. She stammered and sat down on the ground. What do you want to do? The soul beasts were brought here by you, right? Zhao Feng is holding off the danger for you, and you two didn't listen to the warning, still wanting to drag everyone down with you. Are you seeking death? Doran's lips turned pale. He had lost too much blood and had no strength to speak at that moment. Upon hearing this, Li Xian lowered her head. Li Xian was telling the truth. During their hunt for soul beasts, they were attacked by a dark gold terror claw bear, a terrifying soul beast. It is said that the terror claw bear has the bloodline of dragons, and a 3,000-year-old terror claw bear can even hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. Not to mention that the bear they encountered had at least 10,000 years of cultivation. The dean who accompanied them from Nodding City was still dealing with the aftermath. One of the two guards he brought was dead, and the other was injured. At that moment, they were only focused on survival. From Zhao Feng's words, Li Xian naturally heard that someone was here, so she led her team running this way. In a life-and-death situation, she could only think about herself. Moreover, Li Xian and Li Xian had grievances. She was more than happy to lure the danger over and let these people take the blame. However, she didn't expect Li Xian to overhear their conversation. Li Xian suddenly fell silent. Exchanging glances, Matthew and Dean Su felt a chill in their hearts. From Li Xian's words, they understood that these two exchange students were trying to bring the danger over to use them as shields. At their age, although they no longer had the same youthful blood, the feeling of being used still infuriated them. You two stay here, even if there's danger. You must hold your ground. No one is allowed to leave before Yushi absorbs the soul ring, said the leader of the Spirit Hall and the dean of the Junior Soul Academy. Li Xian dared not refute. Although she was of noble birth, her family would not antagonize the Spirit Hall for her sake. Biting her red lip, she turned her head away. Bang! At that moment, a blood-stained, hunched figure crashed into a nearby tree trunk. Old Xiao. Dean Su's expression changed in shock. The person who flew over was familiar to him. It was the dean of the Junior Academy in Nodding City. Cough. I'm not dead yet. Help me up. He went over to support him. Looking back, he saw a frenzied deer beast, its four hooves moving in different directions, crashing through the bushes and breaking branches to escape. This was a frightened soul beast, and it did not attack them. Supporting his old waist, Dean Xiao from Nodding City grinned. I almost lost my life here. Let's go quickly. There are still 2 waves of soul beasts behind us. We need to hurry out of this forest. Matthew's expression changed in alarm. Dean Su frowned and said solemnly, No, Old Xiao, there are children absorbing soul rings here. We must hold our position. What did you say? Dean Xiao from Nodding City looked back and indeed saw Yushi at a critical moment. The blood drained from his pale face. Sigh, I might as well die here today. The danger was brought by them. After being rescued, turning to flee, there would be no point in returning to Nodding City. Although he was heavily injured, he could still manage to walk. What happened behind? Where's Lord Zhao Feng? Dean Su asked with a frown. What kind of danger had caused their team to flee like this? Dark gold terror claw bear, and it's a 10,000-year one. By the way, Zhao Feng probably won't last much longer. I say, Old Su, we should retreat first. If that beast catches up, everyone is going to die. What? Upon hearing the name of the soul beast, everyone present was shocked. Dark gold terror claw bear? No wonder the nearby soul beasts went berserk. That kind of dangerous soul beast is not supposed to be in the outer area. It should be in the center of the Star Dove forest. Dean Su's expression fluctuated. and he glanced at Li Xian, clenching his fist. Even if Zhao Feng couldn't hold on, he could still escape. The danger was on them. If Yushi didn't hurry up, perhaps no one here would get away. Several gazes instantly turned to Yushi. Faced with life and death, human nature was revealed. Li Xian's expression darkened as he stood in front of Yushi. Dean, Master Ma, I understand if you want to leave because of the danger behind, but I will not leave. Thank you for bringing me to hunt soul beasts. Matthew remained silent for a moment, then forced a smile. What are you talking about, Li Xian? As elders, how could we abandon you in the face of danger? That would be too shameful for the head of the spirit hall. Cough. Don't get too worked up, Li Xian. The soul beast behind us should be catching up soon. You keep Yushi safe, and we'll try to hold them off for as long as we can. Feeling a poke in his lower back, Dean Xiao from Nodding City was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Of course I won't run. Who wants to run away? I've lived this long. That's enough for a lifetime. However, when we hold back the beast tide, we will likely be scattered. We'll only be able to regroup outside the forest. If you stay here to take care of that girl, you'll have to be careful. I understand. Thank you, three elders. Li Xian bent deeply and bowed. Then, with a cold gaze directed at Mishan, he pointed and said, but, you two stay here. If anything happens to Yushi today, you two won't be leaving. I'll personally send you on your way. The palpable killing intent emanating from Li Xian made Mishan, whose exposed personality prompted her to retort. Merely exchange a glance before feeling a chill in her heart, gritting her teeth and sitting back down. Beside her, the curled-up Durand nearly fainted upon hearing this. What a powerful kid. Dean Xiao of Noting City was visibly shocked by this scene. At this moment, none of these old men had the courage of a young brat, frightened out of their wits by the dark, golden, fearsome bear. Moreover, was he serious when he said that? The exchange students in the were from the provincial capital, and this kid dared to act against them? Old Xiao, old Ma, let's go over and stop those two waves of rampaging soul beasts outside. Not far from them, a series of intense crashing sounds approached as the frenzied soul beasts drew near. Exchanging glances, the three pillars of Noting City resolutely moved forward. Li Xian stood tall, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart as he lowered his gaze to glance at the moonlit evening. At this moment, the 100-year soul ring was just a step away from being integrated into his body. Chapter 41, Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Roar. Not far away, the roar of a soul beast echoed, followed by a rustling in the forest. Mishan and her companion had grim expressions, coldly staring at Li Xian. Don't look at me like that. The trouble you're facing is of your own making. If the soul beast comes here, you will have to do your part as well. Li Xian crossed his arms, standing guard beside Yushi. Of course, his peripheral vision remained on Mishan and the other person. If they attempted to run or cause trouble, Li Xian would definitely not be lenient. Li Xian, you've heard, right? That a 10,000-year-old dark gold claw bear. Do you know what that means? Mishan gritted her teeth, her face filled with terror. There's no need to say that. Worst case, we die. Li Xian was raised in fear. The dark old fearsome bear is powerful, but to survive, one can abandon their own companions. What does that count as? The two guards accompanying Mishan, one is missing, and the other lies on the ground, having already lost their breath. Is this how nobles treat human life? Seeing that Li Xian was unyielding, Mishan gritted her teeth and offered a deal. Let's go. I will cover your expenses for the next 6 years of training. What else do you need? Identity? Status? Do you want to go to the Noble Academy? Mishan, can help you with all of this. As long as you keep your mouth shut. I need you to stay here to fend off the soul beasts. If you say one more word and disturb Yushi's soul ring refinement, I will deal with both of you first. Hearing this, Mishan's eyes turned fierce. With Director Su and the others gone, do you really think you can hold us both back by yourself? Saying this, she and Doran stood up. The soul rings of both appeared beneath their feet. At this moment, Li Xian noticed Doran's second soul ring, which was white. Although it was white, a terrifying aura was circulating and releasing from within. A white soul ring? Feeling the bloody aura from within the soul ring, an ominous suspicion gradually emerged in Li Xian's heart. Why did you provoke that dark gold fearsome bear? Where have you been? Li Xian frowned and asked, do you have any right to interfere? Duolan's lips were pale, and she raised her chin, coldly mocking. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. During this time of year, soul beasts were mating and entering their growth period. Could it be that Doran killed a young dark golden terror claw bear? Although it was just a guess, Li Xian sensed something was off. The disaster involving the dark golden terror claw bear did not happen suddenly. It seemed more like Mishan's team had provoked it. Well, so many people have been implicated because of you, and now you act like nothing happened, thinking of escaping from here. No need to say more. If I don't beat you up, it will be too lenient. Cracking his fingers, Li Xian released his soul rings, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed out. 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, floated around him. Upon seeing the rushing figure, Mishan's pupils constricted. You. Second soul skill, rolling tail grass. In midair, 2 crimson vines shot out from his palms. As the soul skill made contact, huge leaves extended and quickly wrapped around Mishan and Doran, binding them like zongzi. The sudden change caught Mishan and Doran off guard. Realizing what was happening, the binding effect of the rolling tail grass activated, and amidst a wave of paralysis, the 2 lost their bodily sensation. Bang! Li Xian delivered a whip kick directly to Mishan's face, catching the girl off guard. She spat out saliva and fell backward, crashing against the tree trunk. Having dealt with this one who could walk, he suddenly turned around to look at the already free Doran. Spiral grass. 2 more soul skills were unleashed, and Doran, who was just about to resist, was tied up tightly. Li Xian's fists and feet immediately blocked the right leg in his hand, performing a shoulder throw that slammed him to the ground, then kicked fiercely at the wound. The intense pain caused Doran to let out a heart-wrenching howl. Immediately, Li Xian lowered his center of gravity and threw a punch at the open mouth, causing the lips that had just screamed to freeze, and 2 front teeth flew out. Li Xian pinched Dolan's thumb and shoved it into his mouth, violently hitting his bloodied gums. Then he pinched his jaw with 2 fingers, and his right fist rained down like raindrops on that wailing face. For a moment, Dolan couldn't care less about the pain in his legs or his teeth. Several punches landed, causing his protective soul power to dissipate, and his face quickly swelled up with bruises, turning into a pig's head. As Dolan's consciousness began to fade, Li Xian stood up and delivered a hard kick between his legs. A dull sound echoed. Dolan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. Dolan coughed. Mishan was kicked away and crashed against a tree trunk, shaking off the dizziness in her head, while Dolan had already been dealt with by Li Xian. Li Xian's cruel methods made her scalp tingle. During her time at the academy, Li Xian was naturally very gentle, considering the identity of the exchange student. But at this moment, with his life under threat, he showed no restraint against the 2 killers, resorting to underhanded tactics. Jiu-jitsu and fighting skills were ineffective. Killing techniques were the true way to go. You'd better stay there and not move. When the soul beast comes charging over, hold on for a while, and you can take your friend back, otherwise. Upon hearing this, Mishan gave up resisting and knelt on the ground. Li Xian understood what Mishan meant. If this continued, she would become the next Dorlin. The surrounding soul beasts were in turmoil and being fainted in the Stardow forest. Whether she could wake up was already a question. Gritting her teeth, Mishan lowered her resentful gaze. Bang! At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly came again, causing Li Xian's feet to shake. His ears twitched slightly, and Zhao Feng's voice echoed from 100 meters away. A loud shout spread out. Everyone here could hear it. Quickly retreat. Escape to the north. After this shout, Zhao Feng's voice disappeared, and several echoes came from the forest. The ground trembled violently, and the direction of the riot was right here. This is bad. Zhao Feng couldn't hold on, and that terror claw bear was coming over. Mishan couldn't care less about her resentful thoughts. The idea of escape was born again. It was too terrifying. Having seen that terror claw bear in action, she was left with a severe shadow in her heart. With a single strike, it had crushed their soul master guards to pieces. If it hadn't been for the family's poison powder that had stunned the terror claw bear, they would have all died there. Li Xian, I beg you, let me go. Mishan actually knelt down directly, banging her head repeatedly. Frowning deeply, Li Xian also felt uncertain in his heart about how terrifying the soul beast was. You take Dorlin and run west. That terror claw bear must be coming for you. Do not go in the northern direction. Okay. Mishan's expression brightened, and she immediately fled towards the west. She moved so quickly that Li Xian didn't even have time to react. You're abandoning your friend. He called out to her back. The footsteps in the western forest gradually faded, and Mishan ran away without looking back, running so fast. She must have realized what she had done in her heart. When Li Xian mentioned that the terror claw bear was charging towards them, Mishan immediately understood and abandoned Douluo to run away. Li Xian was even more certain in his heart. There must be a problem with the second spirit ring on Douluo. It is able to make a spirit master disregard the perfect match of spirit rings and still absorb a 10-year spirit ring. Li Xian guessed that it was most likely the cub of that terror claw bear. Moreover, it was very likely a newborn cub. Li Xian walked to the unconscious Doran, lifted his body with the tips of his toes, and jumped, placing him on a tree trunk about 10 meters off the ground. Many carnivorous soul bees could not reach this height. Life or death, he couldn't care less. Just now, Zhao Feng's shout had caused a stir among the nearby soul beasts. And Li Xian could sense that Master Ma and Dean Su had already been scattered by the soul beasts. They had drawn the soul beasts away from here. This meant that, at this moment, only he and Yueshi were in this jungle. To make matters worse, the terrifying claw bear was charging this way. With a worried expression, Li Xian approached Yueshi, crouched down, and looked at her still unconscious face. His palm reached out into the air, but then retracted. No, it was still not enough. Disturbing Yueshi at this moment could seriously harm her foundation. Sigh, I wonder if I can hold on. Li Xian gritted his teeth and walked to the front of the bush, launching 2 curling grass to block the entrance. Immediately after, he blocked several other directions. Although this wouldn't stop the attacking terror claw bear, it would buy him a second. He had seen in books that the terror claw bear contained the bloodline of dragons, making its body naturally strong, especially its paws. Even a soul sage would bleed and break bones if struck by an adult terror claw bear. A 10,000-year-old terror claw bear would definitely be an adult. He didn't know what method Zhao Feng used to hold it off for so long. It seemed that Zhao Feng had also paid a great price. With his level 54 soul power, being able to do this made Li Xian deeply admire him. At this moment, Yushi opened her eyes, and her blurry figure became clear before him. Li Xian, she called out, stood up, and confusedly wiped the dried blood from the corner of her mouth. Looking down at her feet, a yellow soul ring appeared. Yushi, you're awake. Li Xian turned around, almost shouting in excitement. This girl finally woke up. If he really had to face that terror claw bear, he would have no way to deal with it. He even considered leading the terror claw bear away while carrying Douluo on, as long as Yushi was safe. What happened? Where are the dean and the others? Yushi jumped down from the dirt mound barefoot. She absorbed the soul ring into her body, feeling full of energy, as if she had endless strength. Forget it. Let's go quickly. It's dangerous here. There was no time to explain so much. He bent down to help her put on a pair of shoes. Yushi pressed her hand on Li Xian's head, lifted her small foot, and glanced around. Suddenly, she saw a blood-red eye, a bear-like soul beast, rising up on its hind legs, panting heavily as it approached. The soul beast stood an astonishing 6 meters tall, with one eye a bloody mess, blood gushing out from its eye socket. Its neck was dark purple, with bristles like steel wire standing upright, and its chest fur exhibited a dark golden sheen. As the soul beast drew closer, the palpable murderous aura had completely locked onto the two of them. Li Xian. What happened? Did it grab you? Chapter 42. Martial soul fusion. Li Xian had been tying the shoes for the girl for a long time, but he simply decided to tie a dead knot. With one shoe in his mouth, he hurriedly grabbed Yueshi's little foot and slipped the other shoe on. No, not that. You, look. At this moment, even if he reacted slowly, Li Xian sensed something was wrong. He felt a chill down his back, through the shoe behind him, and bolted while carrying Yueshi. Run. This was the only thought in Li Xian's mind at that moment. Roar! A furious roar behind him shattered the surrounding grass, and the sound wave hit him, causing a sharp pain in his eardrums. The bloody smell from the terrifying claw bear made Li Xian feel invigorated. His body fell forward under the impact of the sound wave, goosebumps rising on his back. He took several big steps to adjust his stance and leaped out of the thicket. Behind him, the dark golden terrifying claw bear smashed a tree trunk at the edge of the bushes with its paw, its whole body stomping on the ground, using both hands and feet to chase after them. Suddenly, it twitched its nose, its exaggerated body standing upright. In an instant, its small eyes locked onto the unconscious Doran overhead, baring its teeth and breaking the tree trunk with a single paw. Instantly, Doran fell uncontrollably to the ground. Bang! He landed right in front of the terrifying claw bear. What? A terrifying spirit beast? What is that thing, Li Xian? Yueshi swallowed hard, her face filled with shock. That spirit beast was too scary. She counted on her little fingers and realized that even if 5 of her stood up, they wouldn't match the height of that giant bear. The dark golden terrifying claw bear, a top-tier carnivorous spirit beast, had been enraged by Mi Shan's 2 brainless companions. We need to get out of here quickly. Li Xian was concise at this moment. Carrying Yueshi on his back, he ran fiercely along the path they had come from. His left arm swung wildly, and his speed was so fast that it even created afterimages. If you don't let me down, I'll walk by myself. Yueshi, being carried on his back, looked at the scenery rushing past her, and this feeling of being protected warmed her heart. Li Xian glanced at the bare feet, feeling speechless. You run with your head, be honest. Oh! At this moment, Yushi also fell silent. She silently circulated her soul power to sense the soul skills produced after merging with the soul ring, pondering whether there was any way to help. Do you have a soul skills now? As Li Xian was running, he suddenly asked a question. Moments later, Yushi opened his eyes and a bright light flashed. Yes, it's a skill for acceleration. Huh, it seems to be related to my martial soul. Li Xian understood. The meaning of Yueshi refers to the fact that this soul skill requires the activation of the martial soul to be released. In other words, after the phantom possesses the body, the soul skill acts on itself, similar to a beast martial soul. It's estimated that before reaching level 50, your phantom will find it difficult to leave the body, and its release form is similar to that of a beast martial soul. Oh, is that so? Yueshi nodded. She had studied a lot of theory, and as soon as Li Xian explained it, she immediately understood. In fact, she had thought that her martial soul could be used as two martial souls. She even thought there could be two kinds of soul skills. Yueshi, has that Terraclaw bear come after us? Not yet. Really. Climbing up a small mound, Li Xian glanced back and then continued on his way. Doran is dead. It was to be expected. The Terraclaw bear didn't follow immediately. It must be dealing with the soul master who killed its cub. Such top-tier soul beasts have intelligence no lower than that of humans, and their desire for revenge is extremely strong. However, this is also Doran's own doing. It's likely that they stumbled upon the Terraclaw bear's den while its mother was out foraging. Greed got the better of them, and they dared to lay hands on the Terraclaw bear's cubs. I wonder, when bear-type soul beasts are foraging, don't they keep their cubs close? Killing the cub in front of its mother without facing retaliation would be a miracle. Oh no. Just as he thought of this, Li Xian looked at the blood on his palm. That was the blood from Doran's mouth. The sense of smell of bears is even more sensitive than that of dogs. Even if he wiped away the bloodstains after beating Doran, the Terraclaw bear would still be able to smell it. From this perspective, it seems highly likely that he would become its next target. What's wrong? Li Xian, what is so terrible? Li Xian was silent. He glanced at the bloodstains that had just smeared on the shoes he put on Yueshi, and his heart sank again. Now Yueshi has been harmed too. That damn Douluo. Why provoke the fearsome claw bear for no reason? Damn it, Li Xian cursed inwardly. A rumbling vibration interrupted his thoughts as he looked back at the collapsing tree trunks behind him. He couldn't help but quicken his pace again. Sure enough, it was chasing him. Li Xian, it's that Terraclaw bear, I saw it. Yushi exclaimed, patting Li Xian on the back. How far away is it? About 50 meters. Wow, it's so fast. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he had run over 1,000 meters. Unexpectedly, the Terraclaw bear caught up in just a few steps. Li Xian quickly identified the direction, his gaze wandering through the forest. Soon, he turned and ran toward the west. Leaving the forest was absolutely impossible. Even without Yushi, he couldn't match the speed of the Terraclaw bear. For now, he could only search for the lake he came from. That lake was not simple. Zhao Feng had previously angered the autumn leaf thorn fish soul group in the water while searching for the 100-spotted blue-haired beast, and at that time, he seemed to sense something and hurriedly took his people away. Li Xian was just guessing at the time. Later, he realized it must be a problem at the bottom of the lake. He placed his hopes on the unknown threat beneath the water. If he could use it to drag out the Terraclawed bear, he and Yueshi might have a chance to escape the forest alive. The direction was wrong. This was the way back to the lake they had come from. Turning his head back, Yueshi discerned something and whispered a reminder in Li Xian's ear. Li Xian's heart stirred. Does this girl have such a strong sense of direction? He remembered the landmarks because of his good memory. If he were to come back the next day, he wouldn't even know north from south. That's right, let's go there. Yueshi, give me more soul power. Li Xian was gasping for breath, his chest pounding from the intense running. Good. Yushi turned her delicate body to the side, her hands pressed against Li Xian's back, silently transmitting her soul power. The skin contact allowed for a seamless transfer, and the benefits of their martial souls perfectly merging were evident at this moment. This was great. Li Xian's spirit lifted. The combined strength of the two increased their speed significantly. Roar! Bang bang! The distance that was about to close widened again due to a slight gap. The furious clawed bear swatted away the trees along the way, charging recklessly. This was because Li Xian chose a rugged path. The oversized clawed bear needed to clear a path to run. The soul power intertwined. At this moment, a layer of dark light circulated around Li Xian's body. He could sense that the power of the rare mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, was rapidly increasing, dominating his entire strength. Meanwhile, Yushi felt a different kind of understanding. Her phantom spirit martial soul was manifesting, its seductive will clashing with her consciousness. However, as the soul power flowed back through Li Xian's body, her spirit was instantly invigorated. The will of the phantom was immediately suppressed. At the same time, A peculiar feeling of unity spread in her heart. It seemed that at this moment, if both were willing, their bodies would merge. And that surging emotion was pounding wildly in her heart. Yushi, did you feel it? Li Xian's eyes sparkled, his physical strength surged, and his body seemed to grow taller. Yushi's body was dissipating, taking on a spiritual form, with her pitch-black eyes opening and gently blinking. That is the fusion of martial souls. It occurred between the two of them. Hold on, we're almost there. Li Xian is currently in a state of ethereal tranquility, as if he has achieved near-perfect control over his body. Within him, the soul power of the entirety of Yueshi is merging with his body, bringing a refreshing sensation to his limbs and bones, while his five senses expand outward from his feet. A gentle breeze passes through, penetrating his body and flowing back behind him. Li Xian looked at his body. At this moment, every inch of his skin was glowing, and the internal meridians were crystal clear, visible at a glance. Wu soul fusion? What could it be? The voice of Yueshi appeared in his soul. The consciousness of the two was merging, but Li Xian was the one in control. Black patterns sprouted along his body, like the 100 treasures mark, covering his entire being. The Yueshi on his shoulder suddenly disappeared. Looking down, Li Xian's body rose to a height he could hardly believe. Is it a spiritual body? Just as he was thinking this, Li Xian noticed that his feet were disappearing, and at the same time, his arms became illusory, his body transforming into a ball of light, like two yin-yang fish. He was floating in the air solely by consciousness. I'm gone too. I'm not sure. While feeling puzzled in his heart, the voice of Yueshi rang out, and their thoughts began to merge. He initially thought it would be a spiritual state centered around himself, but unexpectedly, Li Xian felt a bit disappointed. It was just a martial soul fusion technique. Roar! Just then, they flew into the air and entered the lake where the autumn leaf stingray was located. Behind them, a roar sounded. The dark gold terror claw bear's body glowed, swelling to a height of 10 meters. With a leap, it actually jumped over Li Xian's head and smashed down in front of them. Its exaggerated body was like a small mountain, turning its body, murderous intent condensed. Locking onto the two tightly, and a huge hand came crashing down, creating a sonic boom in the air. This is outrageous. Yueshi, when are you going to complain? Li Xian instinctively reached out his arm to block, but he suddenly remembered that his body had already disappeared. Suddenly, the dark golden terror claw bear stood upright, and with a turn, its paw, carrying a whirlwind, passed through the brilliance of the yin-yang fish and smashed into the ground, digging out a pit 2 or 3 meters deep. A pair of giant hands, with claws nearly a meter long, gleamed like steel knives with a pitch-black luster. It is said that when an adult terror claw bear strikes, even a soul saint cannot withstand it, and Li Xian finally understood. It can't hit us. I'll shut up. Li Xian held back the words on his lips, shouting in his heart. The power was about to disappear. Quickly activate the soul skills. Good. Their martial soul fusion had already lasted for half a minute, and the enormous soul power consumption made Li Xian's soul feel a sharp pain. At Li Xian's signal, the two of them activated their soul skills simultaneously. In an instant, the soul skills manifested in another form through their bodies. Boom! Martial soul fusion. The surface of yin-yang glory suddenly flickered with lightning, and cracks began to form in the void. In the sky, a pitch-black sphere of light suddenly appeared from the void. In the blink of an eye, the black sphere expanded by half a foot. A terrifying gravitational force emerged. Even the surrounding light was drawn in. Chapter 43, Celestial Star. Roar. The dark golden terror claw bear looked in shock at its body, which was flying backward. Its 2 feet also lifted off the ground. With 2 clangs, its sharp claws pierced into the soil. Its mountain-like body was fixed by its 2 arms, while its uncontrolled lower body flew into the sky. From a distance, it resembled a bizarre flag, swaying behind its arms. The crimson eyes fixed on the black sphere above, a wary glint flashed in the terror claw bear's eyes. At this moment, the surface of the lake evaporated, rippling with a layer of white mist, and crackling sounds came from the bottom of the water, like boiling hot water. Under the extreme gravitational force, small tornadoes were drawn into the sky. The school of soul fish, the knife fish, restlessly darted in the water, and those soul beasts leaped out of the water, instantly flying toward the sky. Around them, the gravel rapidly rolled, flying backward into the sky. The gravitational pull of the black sphere in the air grew stronger. In the forest, trees began to uproot and fly backward. Massive rocks shook and crashed onto the face of the adult terror claw bear, causing a low growl. Keep going. In the midst of yin-yang glory, a dazzling light shone forth as Li Xian shouted. Boom! The earth trembled, and the space around the lake turned pitch black. The gravitational pull began to swirl around, devouring everything that was drawn in, gradually forming a sphere composed of trees, soil, lake water, and even a large number of knife fish. The spherical mass continued to expand. The grass on the surface disappeared, and the water level of the entire lake dropped by half. Roar! The dark golden terror claw was left with only one arm connected to the soil. Accompanied by a deep roar, its body radiated the brilliance of condensed soul power. After brewing for a moment, the mountain-like body exerted all its strength, smashing both hands onto the ground, and then pushing off with its hind hooves, bursting forth like a bullet. The speed was so fast that it even left afterimages. The earth was battered, and within a 100-meter radius, it was as dark as night. The terror claw bear charged toward the distant light, but just after a few dozen meters, it slipped and its body uncontrollably flew backward, colliding with the tree trunks along the way, spinning as it flew back. Bang! The terror claw bear crashed into the sphere in the sky, smashing several knife fish into a pulp. In a fit of rage, it exerted all its strength, shaking off its palm, but the next second, that arm stuck back tightly. The gravel continued to rain down, piling onto its body and sealing it within the round stone. Hold on. Moon evening. Don't stop. The brilliance formed by Li Xian and Yu Shi, with the flowing yin-yang fish on the surface and the shining light, has gradually dimmed. The massive consumption of soul power caused the spiritual body's strength to rapidly diminish, and faintly, the bodies of the two were manifesting, about to fall out. At that moment, a roar that shook the eardrums came, as the terror claw bear broke free from the giant sphere, letting out an angry roar at the two. Boom! The boulders kept collapsing under its escape, and its massive body was also squeezing out from the stones. This is bad. Li Xian did not expect the power of this terror claw bear to be so overwhelming. Of course, it was also related to their lack of familiarity with their martial soul fusion technique. With their soul power being too low, trying to trap a 10,000-year-old terror claw bear was akin to a fool's dream. In the lake, the water level dropped, and autumn knife fish shot out of the surface, only to be sucked onto a giant rock. At a certain moment, a yellow light suddenly erupted beneath Li Xian and the others, bursting forth with tremendous force. Bang! The soul beast's domain activated, causing the ground to sink, and the giant rocks in the sky instantly shattered. The next second, a greasy figure slid past the bottom of the lake, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, as a 4-meter-long autumn knife fish suddenly leaped out of the water. Its sharp fish mouth swiftly pierced through the giant rock in the sky. This autumn knife fish was covered in yellow patterns, with a dark fish body that faintly grew several flickering dragon scales. It pierced through the giant rock, and with a flick of its tail, the sphere continued to disintegrate under its immense power. In this world, a ray of light flowed away, and the sudden daylight flickered momentarily. Roar! The attack of the giant autumn knife fish also pierced through the terror claw bear sealed within the sphere, with its fish mouth penetrating the sphere and stabbing into the bear's abdomen, provoking a roar from the soul beast. Bang bang! 2 light sounds came from the ground. It was Li Xian and Yu Shi falling to the ground, gasping for breath while watching the stones in the collapsing sphere in the air. Gritting his teeth, he hugged the unconscious Yu Shi and ran fiercely towards the east. Behind them, in the lake, the sky brightened and stones fell, creating water waves several meters high. There, a bear-like giant beast was entangled with the giant autumn knife fish. The two stirred up the lake's surface, and the autumn knife fish wrapped around them, its sharp and long fish mouth being pried open by the terror claw bear's giant hands, angrily smashing down to the ground. Half of its body pierced through the terror claw bear's abdomen, and with each struggle, blood flowed profusely from its abdomen, causing the bear to roar in pain. Looking back for a moment, Li Xian had already taken Yu Shi away. Carrying her on his shoulder, he opened his mouth wide and ran forward desperately, swinging his arms with maximum force. Whoosh! In the dense forest, a shoeless boy dashed through quickly. The small flowers on the ground were knocked into the air, spinning as they slowly fell. That figure was like a giant ape in the jungle, agile and swift, darting through the forest before disappearing in an instant. 15 minutes later, Zhao Feng led a large number of personnel from the Spirit Hall into the western jurisdiction of the Soul Beast Forest. The group split into lines to search for the lost Li Xian and Yu Shi. At this moment, Matthew and Director Su, both injured, were walking among the crowd, calling out. Both of them were wrapped in bandages, with Matthew's head wrapped like a mummy. leaving only one eye and a mouth exposed. At the front, Zhao Feng revealed his sturdy upper body, blood from bruises oozing out along the bandages, forming 3 claw marks of blood. Li Xian, the voice echoed through the jungle, resonating in the depths before gradually fading away. The violent agitation of the soul beasts had formed a small-scale beast tide, and Zhao Feng could only dare to lead the spirit masters of the spirit hall to operate on the outskirts. Lord Zhao Feng, should we go back and take another look? Those 2 little guys might still be hiding there, Director Su said with concern. They had rushed out of the forest over half an hour ago and gathered in the stationed area. The 3 elders had drawn away only low-level soul beasts, and the frightened soul beasts did not attack actively, so they escaped quickly, almost running out smoothly. However, during the process of resisting the soul beasts, they were all injured, and the principal of Nodding City, Director Xiao, was still lying in bed due to severe injuries. Zhao Feng frowned and took a deep breath, saying, if we go, it can only be me. It's very dangerous there. We must prevent the Terror Claw Bear from breaking out again and causing innocent casualties. Just go back for now. How can that be? Matthew's exposed mouth struggled to make a sound. Li Xian and Yushi were the ones who brought the search mission imposed on Zhao Feng. And this made no sense. You going 1T have much effect. Zhao Feng turned his gaze and shook his head. His unreserved coldness silenced Matthew and Noah, leaving them unable to argue back. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered. Just thinking about the ferocious adult Terror Claw Bear sent chills down his spine. He had to use several life-saving methods just to delay it for a few minutes. If he encountered again, even Zhao Feng couldn't guarantee he would escape unscathed. Top-tier soul beasts hold grudges. After blinding one of its eyes, wouldn't it tear him apart if they met again? Zhao Feng had already decided to search from the outskirts and run immediately if he sensed something was wrong. Those 2 little guys were lost in the forest. Their chances of survival were slim. Sigh. Though he felt reluctant in his heart, he had to accept this cruel reality. The situation had been clarified. Dean Xiao revealed that 2 exchange students from Nodding City had killed a Terror Claw Bear cub, triggering this incident. This meant that the adult Terror Claw Bear was consciously attacking soul masters. Having been injured to this extent, once those 2 little guys caught the bear's attention, it was likely that something had already happened to them. In the crowd, Dean Su and Matthew exchanged glances, both with grim expressions. Their fists were turning purple from excessive force. Mishan, Doran. If it weren't for those 2 provoking the Terror Claw Bear, this wouldn't have happened. What was even more infuriating was that one of them had already escaped. Mishan, feeling guilty, had run away without waiting for the Soul Academy's investigation. They had caused trouble, leading to Li Xian and Yushi's disappearance. How infuriating. Old Ma, be optimistic. That kid Li Xian has a greater chance of survival than anyone. What if they manage to escape? Sigh. I want to be optimistic, but this time, it's hard. Even with several soul Douluos deployed, they couldn't guarantee a 100 kill against an adult dark gold Terror Claw Bear. It was a natural king among soul beasts, with a cultivation level of 30,000 years, rivaling that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. With such a terrifying existence, how could Li Xian and the others escape? Optimistic. At this moment, Dean Su could only offer consolation. Although he knew this was a lie to deceive himself, it was hard to accept in his heart. Can Li Xian and the others really escape? It's been so long since they were separated. I'm afraid it's already. Whoosh. At that moment, a nimble figure dashed into the crowd, ran a distance, and then turned to take a look. Dean Masterma. Li Xian was now in tattered clothes, his body covered in dirt and grass, carrying Yueshi on his back, looking as disheveled as a wild man. Turning around, his clear and bright eyes smiled wide, revealing his white teeth. Li Xian. Matthew almost lost his balance as he slipped. Dean Su's heart skipped a beat. Kids, are you all right? We were so worried. Huh? Up ahead, Zhao Feng, who had just brushed past Li Xian, turned around and, seeing the 2 safe and sound, his pupils constricted. They escaped. He quickly shouted, "Stop! Turn back!" Amidst the curious gazes of the Soul Hall personnel, Zhao Feng hurriedly walked over. Li Xian, did you encounter that terrifying claw bear? Li Xian fell to the ground weakly the moment he put down Yushi. If he hadn't encountered, it wouldn't have been so miserable. Huh, I almost died running. Hearing this response, Zhao Feng's expression changed. He encountered danger and still managed to escape. What tricks did this kid use? Of course, now is not the time to ask about these things. The threat of the terrifying claw bear was still present. He quickly organized the personnel to retreat, protecting Li Xian and the others in the center, and headed back to the station area on the outskirts of the forest. Chapter 44. Extreme. Half a day later. in the Stardow Forest, within the adjacent Wuhuan Hall. A specialized healing soul master from the Wuhuan Hall was helping Li Xian recover his body. Beside him, Yushi had also woken up, stretching out her little hand to catch the banana that Li Xian had peeled for her. Yushi had no visible injuries, and there was a bowl of hot soup next to her, which was traditional medicine to help recover soul power. While quietly waiting for the medicine to cool down, Yushi was listening to the adults talking. In contrast, Li Xian had many injuries from running in the woods. His legs, arms, and ribs were scraped and bleeding, and his feet were also cut. Although they were all minor injuries, they were wrapped in bandages, making him look like a seriously ill patient. Li Xian's soul power consumption was excessive, and he had the same problem as Yushi in this regard. Matthew Newall and Dean Su were sitting nearby, while Zhao Feng and accompanying medical staff stood there. Upon hearing Li Xian's response, Zhao Feng nodded, having roughly figured things out. It turned out that these two little guys had escaped with their lives thanks to their martial soul fusion technique. But this was just too incredible. It should be noted that Li Xian was only a great soul master, and as for Yushi, she wasn't even at that level. The target they were dealing with was an adult dark gold fearclaw bear. Its threat was even more dangerous than some 50,000-year-old soul beasts. Listening to Li Xian's account, they not only trapped the fearclaw bear, but also lured it into a fight with the autumn knife leaf fish in the Western Lake. Hearing such unbelievable words, Zhao Feng couldn't tell for a moment whether it was the martial soul fusion technique that was powerful or if Li Xian was just boasting. After all, no one could prove that he was lying, and it wasn't illegal. Master Ma, Uncle Zhao, you didn't see it. Our martial soul fusion technique was like a black hole, sucking the ground in. That fearclaw bear wanted to escape, but it was sucked back even after flying dozens of meters. You didn't see how it was pierced by the autumn knife ancestor fish. It cracked me up. Amidst his incessant chatter, Zhao Feng was certain of one thing. This kid was completely fine. If they had encountered it a little later, he probably would have healed up. As for whether what Li Xian said was true, they would know in a few days when the forest calmed down and they want to take a look at the Western Lake. What kind of martial soul fusion technique could destroy terrain? That was just too terrifying. Anyway, Zhao Feng didn't believe it at that moment. Dean Su listened intently, stroking his beard and chuckling. He knew that Li Xian was thick-skinned and not surprised to hear tall tales, but he also knew that Yushi had a gentle personality. Seeing her nodding constantly beside him, he directly believed it. Li Xian definitely didn't say anything, otherwise Yushi would feel embarrassed for him. In fact, even if Li Xian spoke extravagantly, he would believe it, as he had already seen too many incredible things from this little guy. Matthew nodded, his mouth moving, and said in a deep tone, Li Xian, take a breath and don't say any more. I'm actually not surprised that your martial soul fusion skill can achieve this, because in the existing research of the Martial Soul Hall, the existence of martial soul fusion itself is hard to explain. The skills that seem to be fused have nothing to do with the soul master himself, yet they actually do. The compatibility of martial souls and the emotions of the soul master can affect the power of the soul skill. More importantly, it is not a fixed skill form. In fact, the martial soul fusion skill depends on the strongest soul ring of the fused soul master to determine its attack minimum. Dean Su has also seen research in this area and took over the conversation, saying, that's right, Li Xian's first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, while Yushi's soul ring is a 100-year one. However, under Li Xian's leadership, the martial soul fusion skill is centered around him, with the 10,000-year soul ring. Only Lord Zhao Feng can withstand such cultivation. So, I think the martial soul fusion skill also releases power at no less than the minimum level of the Soul King. Hearing the two elders, Li Xian took a bite of a pear and raised an eyebrow. Is that so? No wonder you elders understand so much, he thought. And at this moment, he was also somewhat skeptical that the soul skill released in collaboration with you, she could produce such a powerful effect. After listening to the explanation, he suddenly understood. Hey, this pear is so crunchy, you should try it. With this thought, Li Xian's eyes suddenly brightened, and he casually tossed the bitten pear to Yushi. Li Xian, I can't eat anymore. The bedspread of Yushi was filled with the snacks and fruits that Li Xian had thrown over. Li Xian shook his head, unable to eat slowly. This made Yushi chuckle. She took the pear and took a bite, her eyes sparkling. It's quite sweet. Zhao Feng walked over, sat by Li Xian's bed, and reached out to touch his forehead, sensing the fluctuations of his soul power. Zhao Feng muttered to himself, if we consider the lower limit of a Soul King and release the kind of fusion skill, your total soul power is quite exaggerated. You said the fusion skill lasted at least a minute. Your meridians must be drained. Withdrawing his hand and feeling Li Xian's dried-up meridians, Zhao Feng nodded, confirming his suspicion. At a glance, It was clear he was not lying. The body was drained to such an extent that it exceeded the body's self-protection limits, meaning ordinary training could not achieve this. Well, he was indeed drained, but it also made that terrifying claw bear pay the price, huh? Li Xian excitedly hammered the bedboard, raised his gaze, and upon seeing the injuries on Master Ma and the others, his smile faded, and his expression became serious. However, Master Ma, Dean, Uncle Zhao, I appreciate your efforts this time. You have sacrificed so much for us, and I, Li Xian, will remember it. That terrifying claw bear. Once I become stronger in the future, I will skin alive. Hearing Li Xian's emotional words, Ma Xiao and the others also smiled. Zhao Feng sighed, actually, our danger has nothing to do with you. By rights, you should be considered victims as well. Ma Xiao's expression darkened as he coldly snorted. The danger was caused by those two exchange students, but they have also paid a price. I will have old Xiao keep me Shan, who ran away, and make her family give an account. Dean Su's eyes flashed with determination. Regarding this matter, Lord Zhao Feng, please provide a casualty report with evidence from the sub-palace. I believe it can silence those nobles and prevent future accusations, blaming the deaths in Dolan on those two kids. Zhao Feng nodded. I have already sent someone to do that. Don't worry, I will vouch for you on this matter. If you encounter any troublesome issues, remember to tell me, and I will come personally. Thank you so much. Zhao Feng thought for a moment and added, by the way, the station's sole masters in the Western Forest are in danger. I need to go there as well. You all focus on recovering, and I will take my leave. Lord Zhao Feng, please be careful. Li Xian also got up and followed Dean Su and the two of them to see Zhao Feng out the door. After Zhao Feng left, the medical staff also took their medical bags and left. Li Xian dropped the pear in his hand and kept trying to catch it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the dark expressions of Matthew and Nuo and couldn't help but ask curiously, Master Ma, what's wrong? Are you worried about something? Matthew took a deep breath and said, Dean Xiao has already informed us about Mi Shandulin's family background. As descendants of the emerging families in Fasnuo province, they are powerful and their family development is thriving. Therefore, this incident won't just end here. The two families won't let it go. They don't dare to target you directly. After all, you are a member of our spirit hall. However, as you advance in your studies, you will inevitably clash with the descendants of these families, and we are concerned that this could be a hidden danger. Li Xian smiled. Indifferent. Now they're no longer my opponents, and they won't be in the future either. I'll defeat whoever comes at me. After exchanging glances, Dean Su and the others shook their heads. The connections among the nobility are deeper than you think. Currently, the Royal Academy is entirely composed of nobles. Although our Wuhuan Hall's Advanced Academy is a bit better, the resources there, apart from the exceptional few, are not as good as those at the Tiando Royal Academy. Matthew continued, we hope you two will go to Tiando in the future, where the competition pressure is a bit lighter. At the same time, you can make connections with noble peers, which will benefit your future development in the Hall of Souls. Yes, the Academy is filled with talented individuals, but they are all children from commoner backgrounds. Continuing to stay here and compete with each other won't be beneficial for you too. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. So what you mean, Master Ma, is that when we go to the Heavenly Royal Academy in the future, the nobles there will unite against us. Nodding, Matthew sighed. That's right. We have already considered letting you and Yueshi graduate early, complete the 3 years of theoretical knowledge, and then send you to the Royal Academy. This incident may also affect you in the future. Li Xian suddenly smiled and said, Master Ma, Dean, do you think I can directly become a noble? Matthew and the other two were taken aback. Becoming a noble requires level 40 soul power. Li Xian wants to become a soul master within 3 years. Even for you, that would be somewhat difficult, right? Li Xian shook his head, saying, how will we know if we don't try? As he spoke, he gestured toward the side, and Yushi was momentarily stunned, then nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, let's give it a try. Saying this, he made a fist. Seeing this scene, both Matthew and Dean Su smiled at the same time. If it's this kid, it really could happen. You better work hard then. I've never seen a 9-year-old first-generation noble before. Maybe something will happen with you. Yeah, if you can achieve that, then I think those families behind me, Sean, wouldn't dare to take action against you. In that case, you might even make more connections. That's right. A newly minted noble at the age of 9. How terrifying the potential would be. All right, you two take a break. I need to lie down for a bit with old Su and the others. Thanks for your hard work, Master Ma Dean. They sent the two off. Li Xian took 3 steps and then 2 steps, jumping back onto the bed. He rested his head on his arm, lost in thought. Can he reach level 40 in 3 years? If he can find medicinal fields of the Dugu family, it might be possible. But those are things for the future. Li Xian pulled his thoughts back. The martial soul fusion skill he and Yushi released today was similar to a sealing technique, a combination of yin and yang powers, with extremely terrifying effects. Let's just call a heavenly star. In fact, when he was escaping with Yushi in the afternoon, the ability of the miraculous mushroom, Tang San, suppressed another violent soul power within him, which came from the Qingshu Xianyue vine. Li Xian can be certain that his accompanying soul ring possesses two types of power, which should be able to release two types of martial soul fusion techniques. That's outrageous. If the power of yin and yang can summon a black hole, then what would happen if it were the ultimate yin? At the same time, Li Xian frowned again. He didn't know how to suppress the Qirong Tang Tianju in order to draw the Qingshu Xianyue vine and the Yueshi Ming martial soul to produce a fusion technique. When he was with Yueshi, all the soul power in his body was also dominated by the Qirong Tang Tianju. Li Xian still couldn't figure out how to accomplish this. Thinking of this, his gaze inadvertently shifted to the side, glancing at Yushi, who was eating grapes. With her small fingers pinching a grape, she gently peeled the skin. Sensing Li Xian's gaze, Yushi was taken aback, her big watery eyes looking over. I've already been eating slowly. Are you going to give me more? Puffed. Li Xian chuckled. It's not about that. Let's not worry about the food for now. Yushi, accompany me for a little experiment. Saying this, Li Xian leaped across and landed on Yushi's hospital bed, pressing her half-reclining little body beneath him. Leaning close, Yushi's pretty face visibly turned red. What are you trying to do? Li Xian certainly did not have any sordid thoughts. He wanted to verify the idea of merging two extreme dark powers. He released his martial soul, this time controlling the power of the. Li Xian held onto Yushi's hand and allowed the soul power, led by the Qingshu Xianyue vine, to flow into her body. Gently closing her eyes, Yushi felt a cool sensation, different from the burning light soul power within Li Xian. Their skin touched, and their soul powers merged without any obstacles. A cool sensation from the bottom of their hearts spread and diffused within both of them. Chapter 45. Return as the soul powers intertwined within them. A wave of drowsiness swept over Li Xian, gradually leading him into a meditative state. The next day, amidst a warm, tickling sensation, Li Xian woke up with a frown, scratching his face with his hands. Opening his eyes, the rising morning light illuminated the room, and in his arms, Yushi's small head was snug against his cheek, her messy hair sticking to Li Xian's face. Upon closer inspection, there was drool on her delicate pink forehead. He immediately pulled his sleeve to wipe it off her face. The slight movement woke Yushi from her dreams, and she rubbed her eyes as she propped herself up. Li Xian, it's dawn. I didn't expect to sleep for an entire night. I intended to verify the martial soul fusion, but perhaps my body was too fatigued and the dry soul power fused, causing my body to enter a state of self-protection. The soul power automatically nourished my body, and my subconscious urged me to fall asleep. Yushi, did you feel anything? At this moment, Li Xian discovered that his body unconsciously took the strange mushroom and the celestial chrysanthemum as the main source, merging the soul power into the meridians of Yueshi's body, which was that extreme light attribute. He was curious whether Yueshi sensed anything last night. Feeling, with her arm propped up on the bed, most of Yueshi's body was still in Li Xian's embrace, and her face suddenly turned red. Feeling, you have something hard pressing against me. Li Xian frowned and reached into the thin quilt. Immediately, he pulled out a pear that had been bitten into twice. Who told you to put food on the bed? He even recognized the two bite marks, one big and one small. Sorry. Yueshi pulled the quilt over her head to cover herself. Li Xian pulled out the arm that was resting on Yushi, shaking it to relieve the soreness. He then got up and ripped off all the bandages on his body. With Yushi's presence like a moving spring, his external injuries could heal overnight. He changed into his own clothes. Li Xian jumped in the hospital room. Very good. He had basically recovered, but he felt a bit hollow inside and always thought he couldn't muster any strength. It seemed that the soul power consumption yesterday had been too severe, leaving his soul power drained and injuring his foundation. To recover, he would need to rest for a while. Over here, Yushi also climbed out of bed, putting on her school uniform, with her head poking out through the collar. Li Xian said without hesitation, have breakfast first, and then I'll help you test your soul power later. Okay. Nodding, Yueshi glanced at Li Xian and hurriedly changed out of her sick clothes and put on a dress. Her fair, short legs flashed by. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the ward. Li Xian, have you two gotten up? It's time to eat. All right, Master Ma. Only when he smelled the delicious aroma did Li Xian get out of bed. He was also hungry, and just thinking about the cafeteria at the Spirit Hall made him look forward to it. As the Spirit Hall adjacent to the Stardew Forest, it was quite large for a facility built in the city. There were more than 100 soul masters working inside. Most of the daily needs of the workers were taken care of within the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the cafeteria was very large. Li Xian and Yueshi followed Ma Xiao to this place, taking the familiar route to the second floor. With the elder token of the Spirit Hall, Ma Xiao and the others were naturally treated as honored guests. Breakfast was also together with Zhao Feng. Milk, corn, fried buns, ham, large portions of rolled pancakes, and a bit of tofu pudding. Li Xian held an empty plate, his hands busy. He first filled Yushi's plate and then prepared his own. He thought the food here would be great, but he was disappointed. It was just an ordinary breakfast. Of course, this kind of meal was much better than what he had in the village. In the back, Dean Matthew and Dean Xiao, among others, sat next to Zhao Feng, discussing the death of the exchange student Doran. Zhao Feng said solemnly, "I have already prepared a letter of proof. The exchange students from Notting City crossed the outskirts of the Starry Forest and provoked the young dark gold terrorclaw bear, resulting in the deaths of team members, which they must take responsibility for themselves." That's good. I was worried that Mishan would turn around and blame us for the death of our colleague. Dean Su said, glancing at Dean Xiao with a strange expression. "Old Xiao, you're an adult now. How could you allow them to provoke the young terrorclaw bears? Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, a look of shame appeared on Dean Xiao's face as he sighed. I was confused and didn't distinguish between the species. So I let them act. By the time the mother terrorclaw bear returns, it will be too late to run. 3 died, and among them, Doran had a noble status. Last night, while our Soul Academy was clearing the forest, there were also casualties. The matter with the terrorclaw bear cannot just be left at that. Seeing Zhao Feng's angry expression, Matthew asked curiously, "Does Lord Zhao mean that the Spirit Hall intends to pursue responsibility?" "That is the intention," Zhao Feng nodded, though with some hesitation. As nobles who are part of the royal family, there's always been some conflict between them and our Spirit Hall. If the Doran family doesn't take the initiative to bring this matter up, I think we should just let it go. Dean Xiao sighed and shook his head. That's right. Burning bridges benefits no one. Zhao Feng's gaze flickered, and after a moment, his expression darkened. The 3 elders had lived long lives and saw things clearly. Relying solely on their power to confront the nobles would make it difficult to control the situation if it escalated. This resentment, he could only grit his teeth and swallow. Li Xian did not participate in the conversation among a few people. After the forest riot, he heard that Dolan's body had been found this morning. With the person dead, what else was there to investigate? Dolan had brought this upon himself. To him, it was over. However, that fearsome claw bear had chased him and Yueshi quite badly. If there was a chance in the future, he would take the opportunity to confront it. After dinner, he took Yueshi to test her soul power. The result was surprising. Level 15. The enhancement was significant under the effect of the century-old soul ring, and of course, the most important reason came from Li Xian's nurturing of her soul power. Water flows downward. During their dual cultivation, the soul power tended to favor the weaker side. Yueshi could be said to have taken advantage of him. Li Xian tested his soul power again, and it was level 21, which left him somewhat speechless. Did a 1,000-year soul ring only increase it by 1 level? He always felt that it was somewhat lacking. In the morning, everyone packed their things and headed back directly. This hunt for soul beast was quite thrilling, but the outcome was very satisfying. Li Xian's cultivation ability reached 1,000 years, and he awakened a decent soul skill. The martial soul fusion technique between him and Yushi also began to take shape. Li Xian decided to spend his time in the library after returning, studying the control of martial souls. The combination of the Qi Rong Tong Tianju and the Phantom martial soul results in the soul skill called Tianxing. What would it be like if the Qing Su Xian Yutang was the main focus? At the same time, Yushi also obtained her first soul skill, and next, they could train together in the assistant classroom. Counting the first soul ring, Li Xian now possesses 4 skills. The second soul skill from the second soul ring has yet to be used. Since Yushi and he can achieve martial soul fusion, they naturally became partners. The cooperation between soul masters requires time to hone. Therefore, practical training cannot be neglected. In Notting City, at the Junior Soul Master Academy, 3 days later, a recovered Li Xian directly went to the assistant classroom to begin his skill test. Chapter 46. Fire Lotus Second Soul Skill, Curling Tail Grass. In the assistant classroom, 2 soul rings, 1 black and 1 purple, appeared beneath Li Xian's feet. Among them, the purple soul ring shone brightly, and with a twist of his wrist, a crimson vine shot out rapidly. When the curling tail grass touched the target, its large leaves spread out, gathering together to bind the dummy. Li Xian continuously launched several spiral tail grasses, testing two extreme ranges, the closest 1 meter and the maximum 10 meters. The soul power consumption is low, allowing for continuous release. As the second soul skill, it was mutated through the Qingshu Xianyue Vine's ability. The control aspect of the spiral tail grass is fully maximized. As for the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum part, Li Xian had not used it yet. At this moment, he gently closed his eyes, calling upon the information of the soul ring. Soon, the form of the skill emerged in his mind. Second soul skill, Wonder Mushroom Sky-Opening Chrysanthemum, quickly shot out 2 petal marks, causing a burning effect upon hitting the target. Opening his eyes, Li Xian looked toward another dummy in front of him. The purple soul ring at his feet flickered, and 2 beams of purple light swiftly shot out from the blooming Wonder Mushroom Sky-Opening Chrysanthemum. The dummy swayed backward, and in an instant, flames erupted on its surface. The flames exhibited a golden-purple hue, entirely composed of soul power, and gradually extinguished as the soul power in the petals was consumed. Li Xian walked over to take a look. The dummy had 2 deep wounds on its neck that were visible to the bone, and there were large areas of burns on its body, charred black with the skin curled up. Wow, this is serious. This soul skill is hard to defend against, mainly due to its burning effect, which adds extra attacks upon hitting the target. If mixed with the purple lotus, just thinking about it is exciting. Li Xian's first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, but unfortunately, both of his skills lean towards control and are too weak in terms of attack. Not to mention the earth manipulation. His purple lotus, while able to continuously deal damage, primarily focuses on reducing defense. In actual combat, opportunities are fleeting and the skills consumed are too lackluster. Unless used in a coordinated team battle, it can serve as a feint and harassment effect. However, Li Xian's second soul skill adds offensive capability to the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, and those 2 petal attacks are extremely fast. If mixed with the first soul skill, Purple Lotus, it could definitely produce unexpected results. Let's sit down and take a break for a moment. Li Xian brought out 4 or 5 dummies to start testing the consumption of soul power and the combination of 2 soul skills. To be honest, some ideas seem quite simple. However, in practice, it turns out to be very difficult. Li Xian gave his second soul skill, the extraordinary mushroom sky lotus. Named Fire Lotus, he underestimated the soul power consumption of this soul skill. After using it just twice, his soul power was nearly depleted. When he wanted to unleash the purple lotus, it became extremely difficult to activate this attack. This is because using 2 soul skills simultaneously also doubles the consumption. It's like a fuel car with the accelerator fully pressed. The body needs to endure the operation of 2 types of soul power at the same time. Furthermore, during the release of the purple lotus, attention must be focused. If the mind wavers, the skill will dissipate. In his first attempt, Li Xian could describe it as a failure. It seems that the combination of soul skills is not something that can be achieved just by thinking about it. Practice is very important. Li Xian realized this point. No matter how powerful the soul skill is, if one is not familiar with controlling their body, what use is it to unleash its power? Oh, practicing so diligently. Isn't it class time now? At this moment, a voice came from afar. Li Xian immediately turned his gaze. At the entrance, a familiar figure in white was approaching. Seeing Fei Xia come to him, Li Xian was somewhat surprised. What wind brought you here? In the 3 days since he returned, he had mostly been lying at home. It wasn't until today that he felt his soul power had mostly recovered. So he took advantage of the afternoon nap during the Moon Festival to come out and train for a while. He didn't expect Fei Xia to show up just by following the scent. Habitually taking off her shoes, she walked to Li Xian's training area and looked around, clicking her tongue. Your assistant's training environment is so good. It's almost catching up to the 1v1 training room. If you like it, go find the dean. You're an exchange student. You shouldn't need anything. Fei Xia smiled proudly. That's true. However, I didn't come to talk to you about this today, Li Xian. I heard that there was an accident during your soul beast hunt, right? Li Xian frowned and asked, who did you hear that from? Besides Dean Su and Matthew, almost no one knows he went to the Starry Forest. As for Misha, she left Noting City a long time ago, scared back to the provincial capital. Li Xian discovered that this guy, Fei Xia, had a knack for gathering intelligence. Twirling her hair around her fingers, Fei Xia looked proud and said, there's no information I can't find out. Moreover, the matter of the Misha family has spread in the provincial capital of Fasno. Their heir from the marriage alliance, Dolan, died in the Starry Forest, and that's no small matter. Li Xian suddenly became curious and asked, "What do you know about the Mi Xian and Duo families?" Phigia sat down and proudly replied, "Before you ask this question, you need to understand the status of our Fasnuo province within the Baloch Principality. Firstly, the Baloch Principality belongs to the Tiando Empire and is also the strongest gate of the Tiando Empire, with extremely powerful military strength. Our king is also the brother of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire. As the second largest province, the nobility residing in the provincial capital is closely related to the Tiando royal family. The families of Mi Xian and Duo are emerging families that have risen in recent decades, although they only hold the title of Viscount. When the two families join forces, even my family is not their match." Li Xian smiled and said, "So, your family is even more impressive, right?" Fei Xiao shot him a glance and said, "If you take away my blue noble medal, don't you understand my family status? Red, purple, blue, yellow, green. Those are noble medals that can only be worn by the families of earls and grand dukes. As for marquises, their families all possess the existence of contra. And as for dukes, only the family of King Baloch can hold such a title." Li Xian immediately understood upon hearing this. It turned out that the nobility of the Tiando Empire was so clearly defined. The noble titles also represented the strength of the family. So it seemed that the Phigia family at least had a soul sage. Meanwhile, the Mi Xian and Doran families possessed soul emperor-level soul masters. Looking at it this way, they were quite powerful, as soul emperors could establish sects and become respected figures. "Phigia, did you come to show off these things? If you have something to say, just say it." He walked to the side and sat down on the ground. He knew that his relationship with Phigia had shifted somewhat towards friendship. She must have come this time to convey something. Phigia rolled her eyes and said, "Don't overthink it. I'm not worried about you. I was just surprised to hear that Doran died and wanted to ask you for some details. What exactly happened in the forest?" Li Xian did not hide anything and immediately recounted what had happened. After a long while, Phigia, having listened to the story, widened her eyes in shock, forgetting to close her small mouth. "Hey, an adult dark golden terror claw bear, and you guys let it escape." Li Xian nodded. His achievements are verifiable, 2v1, and he dragged it out for a minute. Thought, at this moment, Phigia still found it hard to believe. Even if Li Xian and his friend possessed a spirit fusion technique, they couldn't possibly suppress a 10,000-year-old fear claw bear. However, she also understood why Misha was scared back to her family and didn't dare to come out. They had caused such a huge disaster, resulting in casualties for the spirit hall, and if held accountable, the family would be shamed. Phigia suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Xian with bright eyes. "Li Xian, do you want to become a noble?" Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Dean Su had mentioned that having a noble status was necessary to establish oneself at the Royal Academy. He instinctively nodded and thought, "Can you help me?" Phigia, full of confidence, replied, "Of course. As long as you acknowledge me as your elder sister, I can treat you like a younger brother. You can take my surname, and from now on, you'll be a member of the Fido family." Li Xian's face darkened, and he cursed under his breath. Did they think they could take advantage of him? As if he were a fool who would randomly accept someone as their sister, even for the sake of noble status. One shouldn't lose their dignity. Phigia showed hesitation. This request was indeed a bit unreasonable. She continued, "There's another way. What about your uncle? I'm not joking. If you're willing, you could marry into our Fido family as a son-in-law and become part of the family." Chapter 47. Enchanting performance. Li Xian raised an eyebrow and looked up and down at Fei Xiao. "Marry you? I'm still a man, and it would be embarrassing for me to get married." Fei Xiao rolled her eyes. "Sister, I'm 6 years older than you. You want to marry me, but I don't want to marry you. Our Theduality family has many outstanding children. I have a younger sister who has awakened a different martial spirit of the family, the Blue Serpent. She's beautiful and talented. If you're interested, I can introduce you." "No need," Li Xian said, resting his hands behind his head and lying down. "Why bring this up all of a sudden, Fei Xiao? Just a few days ago, you were threatening to beat me up." Lying down beside him, Fei Xiao pouted. Fei Xiao, don't hide or hold back when I speak. Seeing that you're not bad, as a noble daughter, I naturally want to win you over. Besides, that Misha and I don't get along anyway. If you're willing to join my family, they won't dare to touch you." "Touch me?" Li Xian grasped the key point. His heart skipped a beat. The death of Doran was a disaster that Mi Xian and the others brought upon themselves, and he hadn't thought about pursuing the matter since someone had died. From Fei Xiao's tone, would Mi Xian and the Doran family still come after him? "What do you think? You, a mere commoner, indirectly caused the death of their noble heir. It would be strange if they didn't come after you. For the sake of their reputation, the Doran and Mi Xian families would definitely do so, so you need to be careful." The competition for disciples at the Spirit Hall is about to begin, and according to my information, they should make a move against you then. Wait a minute. What do you mean by the Spirit Hall and disciples? What is that all about? Li Xian was overwhelmed by the news and couldn't react for a moment. Fei Xia explained that every 10 years, the Spirit Hall would hold a competition for the honor of teaching disciples. Anyone within the Spirit Hall could participate, as long as they were under 25 years old and a great spirit master. Aren't you part of the Spirit Hall? Wouldn't you go? Li Xian showed a hint of hesitation, wondering what would happen if he didn't go. Not going? It wouldn't really matter after all. There are no rewards or honors, like the purple record medal or soul bones. Teaching disciples is also referred to as the golden generation, which appears every 10 years. And the resources they enjoy are quite extravagant. Soul bones. His eyes flickered slightly. Li Xian understood that those are rare treasures, and his enhancement abilities could be used for soul bones. What else do you know about the competition for teaching disciples? Fijia bounced up in boredom, saying, "You're so boring. How would I know that much? Get up and let me practice with you. My hands are itching." Li Xian was about to speak when suddenly there was a knock at the door of the assistant room. "Who is it?" Fijia looked over as the door opened inward, revealing a head. Yueshi's big eyes stared back. "Li Xian, you really are here." "Yueshi." Fijia's gaze shifted back and forth between the two, her eyes flickering subtly. "Oh, Yueshi, you're here. I saw you sleeping just now, so I didn't wake you." It's okay." Standing aside, Fijia felt like a third wheel. At that moment, her gaze caught the blue noble medal with white and blue embroidery hanging prominently on Yueshi's chest. Oh, she immediately understood, and a knowing expression flashed across Fijia's face. Looking at Yueshi's delicately sculpted little face, her features weren't extraordinarily beautiful, but her pair of clear and innocent eyes suggested that her looks wouldn't be low when she grew up. Fijia teased, "Li Xian, is she the sister you mentioned? The one who can fuse with your martial soul? You've really hit the jackpot." Li Xian stood up and waved his hand, and Yueshi jogged over. Then, they introduced each other. "Yueshi, she is my defeated opponent, Fei Xia. She, as you might have guessed, is my good friend, Yueshi." Fei Xia rolled her eyes, reached out to shake Yueshi's little hand, and smiled slightly. "Hello." Yueshi nodded. "Sister, hello." "Good." He rubbed his palm on Yueshi's head, then gave Li Xian a disdainful glance, much more polite than some people. Li Xian acted as if he didn't hear anything, extending one hand towards the sky, stretching his shoulder in the opposite direction. Just then, Yueshi also arrived. "Fei Xia, come practice with us for a while. She hasn't used her first soul skill yet." Considering it's for little sister Yueshi. "I won't hold it against you, let's go." Saying this, 200-year soul rings appeared under Fei Xia's feet, with the white snake martial spirit activated. Her slender and flexible body instantly grew several centimeters taller. Strands of soul power floated at the top of her head, forming the head of a snake. White snake martial spirit, soul power level 23, agility attack type battle soul master. Yueshi felt a bit nervous, distracted for a moment, and hurriedly summoned her martial spirit. As the phantom possessed her, a material like black sand covered her body, her eyes resembling two black vortexes, and her body also grew taller. Phantom martial spirit, soul power level 16, agility attack type battle soul master. Imitating Fei Xia's tone, Yueshi softly said. Staring into those dark pupils, Fei Xia momentarily lost focus, quickly shaking her head to regain her senses. So eerie. Yueshi, try using your soul skill. Fei Xia's tough, so don't worry about her getting hurt. Upon hearing this, Fei Xia's gaze narrowed, as if she were about to bite someone. All right, wait for me a moment. 100-year soul ring appeared under her feet, and following the guidance in her heart, Yueshi gently nodded, crossing her arms in front of her body, suddenly speeding up and disappearing from her original spot. The first soul skill of the 100-year ghost tiger. Whoosh. Reappearing, Yueshi moved behind Fei Xia, spinning her body twice and stumbling slightly. Fei Xia's body shifted backward. The soul power covering her arm had already shattered, revealing 2 deep gashes on her arm. So fast, little sister Yueshi. Fei Xia was surprised. 4 agility attack type soul masters. Speed is the most important, and she didn't think about the strength of this soul skill. As long as the speed is sufficient with future level increases, the attack of the soul skill would naturally be high. Standing beside them, Li Xian observed the recent encounter closely. He noticed that Yueshi did not charge directly past Fei Xia. By using the purple extreme demon eye to slow down Yushi's movements, he discovered that she was wrapped in soul power and charged sideways toward Fei Xia. As she approached, she spun her hand like a blade, utilizing the momentum to weave her body and flashed to the back. It resembled the pouncing action of a soul beast, the ghost tiger, with a flick of her tail. She lunged at her target to bite, then twisted her body to throw the prey away. However, Yushi softened the attack. She used her elbow to strike, stopping just short before moving away. As the black sand entered her body, Yushi's clear, bright eyes emerged, sparkling as if asking, "How was that?" "A pretty good soul skill, did you name it?" Li Xian walked over with a smile and left Fei Xia's side. I call it charming walk." "That's fine. You can call it whatever you want. Even radish is okay." Looking at the almost level moonlit evening, I reached out my palm and could still touch that little head. The moonlit evening expressed slight dissatisfaction. "I'm quite tall now." Saying this, I gestured with my hand. Li Xian let out a laugh. He didn't rebut. Beside him, a symbol of anger appeared on Fei Xia's forehead. Did these two guys take her for a punching bag? "Li Xian, I haven't seen your soul skill yet. Aren't you going to let your sister practice with you?" Cracking her knuckles, Fei Xia's eyes burned with a fierce, fighting spirit. If there was anyone in the Nodding City's Junior Soul Academy worth her effort, it would be Li Xian. If you want to fight, then come on. Li Xian does not want to hold back. When he was at level 19, he had a back and forth with Figia. Not to mention he now has 2 additional soul skills. Wait. Figia felt something was off and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You know my 2 soul skills, and you've already experienced but I don't know your soul skills. Aren't you going to tell me about them?" Li Xian was speechless and said, "Why don't you reflect on why you used so much to deal with me?" As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, and the brilliant and radiant Kasha grass grew out. After absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, the surface of the Qingshu Xianyue vine showed red spots, although not as deep as the black patterns. As for that grew horizontally at the top. The flower core that stood out was also a bit darker in color. Li Xian explained that he had 2 soul skills. The first one is Control Earth, which you have seen. The second soul skill, which I call Curling Tailgrass, shoots out a vine that binds the target upon contact. You need to be careful. He still doesn't plan to reveal the secret of having a companion martial soul. Moreover, the attack power of the second soul skill, Fire Lotus, is too strong. It's too dangerous to use it just for sparring with Fei Xia. "You brat, when I came in just now, the soul skill I clearly saw was a swarm of petals. How did it turn into Curling Tailgrass now?" Fei Xia questioned, wondering if she was blind and couldn't see the skill clearly. "Stop dragging it out. Why so much nonsense?" As Li Xian spoke, he pushed off with his legs and charged directly at Fei Xia. Bang! His fist collided with her arm, and Fei Xia was knocked back. Rubbing her arm, she realized her strength had increased significantly. It seemed she was truly no match for him. First soul skill, Serpent's Dance. The saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. When strength falls short, use soul skills to clash. Her body transformed into 3 illusory figures, all rushing towards Li Xian simultaneously, making it hard to keep up with their movements in the training room. Li Xian furrowed his brow and instinctively took a few steps back. Even he couldn't tell which one of Fijia's avatars was real. Curling Tailgrass. Shoot her down. Swoosh. Li Xian flipped backward, launching 2 clusters of crimson vines from his palms. As for why he rolled, he didn't know. He had just watched too much TV. Bang. The figure on the far left transformed into a dissipating puff of air, revealing Fijia's face, which expanded in the air before vanishing. At that moment, the figure in the middle dodged the attack and charged toward Li Xian. Earth control. Kicking off the ground, Li Xian retreated close to the surface, and a pool of brown mud appeared around him. Running on the marsh, Fijia's 2 figures slowed down simultaneously. Gravity rings rained down from the sky, getting closer to Li Xian's position, and those gravity rings became denser. Skillfully avoiding the floating circular light pillars, Fijia's other 2 figures leaped up, breaking free from the deceleration imposed by the earth control technique. She had now reached Li Xian's front, and the second soul ring beneath her glowed, allowing her to step on the air and accelerate toward Li Xian. That move again. Chapter 48, The Mysterious Serpent. Li Xian immediately recalled Fijia's second soul skill, which could change the body's inertia, allowing for 3 explosive attacks in a short time, with the third attack being the most powerful. At this moment, he still couldn't distinguish Fijia's true form. However, when the soul ring flickered, the purple extreme magic eye seized the flaw, and the clone in the middle clearly dimmed in brightness. You're done for. Li Xian curled the corner of his mouth and fired 3 shots of curled grass at the figure on the far right. 3 vines shot out, blocking the left and right sides. Figia frowned and had to stop her movement, launching into the second phase of her burst, twisting her body to leap upwards. At the same time, the second figure lost control, crashed into the gravity ring, and dissipated into thin air. As her body soared high, Fijia's long ponytail followed suit. The way she propelled herself by stepping on the air truly left Li Xian in awe. However, he still had plenty of bullets left and fired 3 more attacks upwards, similarly blocking the left and right sides. You little brat. Before she could stabilize herself in mid-air, Fijia felt Li Xian's second wave of attack. It didn't hurt. Bring on. Li Xian comforted. Dream on. Rather than exhausting the third strongest attack, Fijia would do anything to escape. 4 agility-type soul masters. The biggest taboo on the battlefield is getting injured. They don't have the exaggerated physique of power-type soul masters and need to maneuver and pull away. With a whoosh, she stomped on the air. This time, Fijia leaped high, breaking free from Li Xian's control of the earth. At the same time, this height also exceeded the maximum range of Li Xian's second soul skill, the rolling tail grass. Looking up at Fijia, Li Xian furrowed his brow. What other moves does she have? Can she still perform that move, the soft technique of Thousand Gene Drop, without anything in her arms? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Fijia cast 3 clones, surprisingly embracing herself and crashing down toward the ground. Huh. Li Xian was momentarily stunned as the earth manipulation soul skill disappeared, causing him to run quickly on the ground. Fijia's serpent soul skill summoned an illusion. What was her intention in doing this? Furthermore, after releasing serpent twice in a row, her soul power should be nearly depleted. As long as he dodged this attack, she would lose. Thousand Gene Drop. In the air, 2 voices were heard simultaneously. Fijia hid within the illusions, making it impossible to tell whether she was being embraced or diving down. 3 illusory figures plus her real body unleashed 2,000 Gene Drops. Seeing Li Xian frantically running on the ground, about to escape her attack range, Fijia's expression changed. She attempted to use her second soul skill, but unfortunately, she had little soul power left. Whoosh! Her flexible waist moved like it was in water, adding a bit of speed to her descending body. In the blink of an eye, she caught up to Li Xian, closing in to less than 3 meters. At this distance, she could reach him in an instant. At this moment, Li Xian turned his body and performed a backward flip, his gaze firmly fixed on Fijia in the air. If he used earth manipulation just once, she would definitely be done for. But since it was just a friendly match, it didn't come to that. At the same time, Li Xian was curious about how Fijia would launch her attack. Thousand Gene Drop was a grappling technique that slammed opponents to the ground and did not belong to soul skills. And the avatar summoned by Serpent had no physical form. What was she planning? Watch out! As thoughts swirled in his mind, Fijia had already arrived. Li Xian raised his arms to fend off the impact, thinking that Fijia's body alone would pose a threat. However, at that moment, 2 figures diving from the sky. One group suddenly scattered, while the other group, with Fijia holding the figure in her arms, suddenly threw herself out. After doing this, the figure behind her disappeared instead. She could feel herself. Li Xian realized this point. His heart skipped a beat. This little girl really held back. The thrown Fijia, along with the downward speed, made a flip and her foot kicked Li Xian's arm. The force made Li Xian's body sink. He was at a disadvantage, but it was just like that. With a sudden push of his body, Li Xian reached forward, trying to grab Fijia's ankle. Is that so? With a cold laugh, Fijia suddenly spun in the air during her backward flight, breaking free from Li Xian's arm. It was at that moment that another group of figures, which had just dissipated, gathered again. Fijia hugged herself and suddenly threw herself out. While taking advantage of Li Xian's momentary gap, her head collided with his left rib. Unable to catch his breath, Li Xian immediately flew backward. It can be played like this. During the backward flight, Li Xian's brain worked rapidly. It turned out that the serpent summoned was not a clone, but Fijia transforming her soul power into her own appearance. She could freely manipulate the soul power shape, and her body could switch within the phantom. The so-called serpent was completely unrelated. There is something to it. Li Xian rolled a distance, grabbed the ground with his palm, and stopped his body. After catching his breath, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive, but now it's my turn. Saying this, he narrowed his eyes and sped up explosively. Wait, I concede. Seeing Li Xian's second soul skill glowing beneath his feet, Fijia directly raised both hands in surrender. Li Xian hit the brakes and leaned forward 2 steps in disbelief. Hey, calling off just because you got a bargain. Do you have no shame? Fijia panted, hands on her hips, looking proud. Sister's moves have all been seen through by you? Who's really at a disadvantage here? I've never fully displayed my first soul skill at Fastno Academy. Who cares if you see through me? Li Xian was speechless. Fijia could be considered friend. But what was the use of seeing through her first soul skill? However, it did indeed broaden Li Xian's horizons. Sister, am I beautiful? Fijia turned her head to glance at Yueshi and smiled slightly. Yueshi was taken aback for a moment, didn't say anything, and ran towards Li Xian, using her small hands to help brush off the dust. Are you hurt? Fijia's smile froze on her face. At that moment, she felt as unnecessary as a light bulb. Li Xian shook his head, reached out to rub Yushi's head, but his gaze was directed at Fei Xia. What soul beast does your first soul skill? Hunting target. With a cold snort, Fei Xia had enough. You see, this is just for your little girlfriend. I don't want to be a third wheel. I'm leaving. Just say it. As a person, one should be magnanimous. To achieve greatness, right? Taking over the last sentence, Fei Xia was both angry and amused. Li Xian pointed at the corner of his mouth with 2 fingers, drawing a smile. Haha. Well, let me tell you. There is a herbivorous spirit beast called the illusory spirit possum. At that time, I was quite bold and didn't follow the family S requirements. But this first soul skill felt quite handy when I used it myself. Illusory spirit possum. Remember the name? Li Xian nodded and said thank you. And also, thank you for the matter regarding the Mishan family. Fei Xia was sitting down, putting on her shoes, waving her hand without looking back. Yushi was confused, not knowing what the two were talking about. Li Xian, I'm not joking. If you're interested, I can introduce you to my sister. Just as she was about to leave, Fei Xia held back a belly full of mischief and turned her head with a sly smile. Go to hell. Li Xian directly exploded with anger. This nasty woman has a really small mind, deliberately trying to provoke his relationship with Yueshi. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Yueshi was taken aback, shaking Li Xian's arm. Li Xian, what sister? Is she trying to introduce a friend to you? Looking at Yueshi's clear big eyes and her face all scrunched up like she had eaten a sour lemon, Li Xian smiled speechlessly and said, don't take it seriously. Fei Xia want me to marry into the Fido family and become a member of the nobility, but that's just a joke. Is that so? Then do you want to marry over there? Yueshi continued to ask. Li Xian glanced at her and thought, as a man, what's the big deal about getting married? I will definitely marry in the future. Who will you marry? Yushi continued to ask, her eyes wide open. Raising an eyebrow, Li Xian revealed a strange smile. I want to marry someone with a good temper, a gentle personality, obedient and compliant, someone who won't argue with me, and will listen to me 100. The most important thing is that she works very hard, trains diligently, never slacks off, can handle both the battlefield and the kitchen. Li Xian rambled on for quite a while. Glancing at Yushi's serious little face, he chuckled inwardly. Is this considered BBA? Next, Li Xian tested the combination of soul skills while training with Yushi. They attempted to merge their attacks together, naturally needing to be compatible. Yushi's first soul skill was very special. It wasn't a single skill, but more like a hunting combination technique. Li Xian divided it into 3 parts. The first part is a side dash, twisting the body to explode with speed in place. The second part is a touch, which can be both an attack and a grab. By the time it reaches the 3rd step, there will be a second part of the side dash that can either create distance or throw the opponent away. This whole combination is the first soul skill of Yueshi, called Charming Walk. Not to mention, Li Xian feels the name is quite fitting. After all, soul masters understand their skills the best. It has been 3 days since returning from the Stardew Forest. Relying on dual cultivation, both of them have recovered quickly, and, after another 2 days, they can attend classes normally. Life gradually returns to a simple yet fulfilling state. Li Xian would utilize his time to go to the blacksmith shop to practice his blacksmithing skills, and he would also spend time in the library researching soul guiding devices and martial souls. Since soul guiding devices had been lost to time, Li Xian felt that learning on his own was too slow. He dedicated more time to studying martial souls and would visit the Martial Soul Hall to find Master Ma, sifting through various records of martial soul information archived by the hall. The accompanying martial soul was different from the twin martial soul, and in the vast ocean of records, Li Xian couldn't find a similar case. In contrast, twin martial souls had appeared twice before. The first instance was too distant in the past to have detailed records, and the second person died during their training. When trying to absorb a soul ring for their second martial soul, their body couldn't withstand it and exploded, resulting in death. Li Xian knew that Tang San also had twin martial souls, but unlike his own situation, Tang San could freely unleash both types of martial souls without any impact on his body. As for Li Xian himself, his martial soul was predominantly and controlling it was extremely difficult. He searched through materials and attempted some training, but the results were not significant. This left him with a headache. If he could freely control the dominant way of using both martial souls, then he could take Yushi and try to use the fusion technique of his second martial soul. Li Xian also wondered whether the strange dominance relationship might be related to the proportion of the two types of spirit herbs in his martial soul. After all, the Qing Su Xian Yu Tang, as the root system, nourishes the extraordinary Qirong Tang Tianju at the top. If he were to cultivate the Qing Su Xian Yu Tang and increase its proportion in the martial soul, would the dominance relationship change? The form of the martial soul can be altered. This brings us to the topic of cases known as martial soul awakening. Chapter 49. Competition martial soul awakening refers to special cases where individual soul masters elevate the upper limit of their martial soul through unique opportunities. Even in the existing records of the Spirit Hall, such occurrences are in the single digits. Typically, it has little to do with the effort of the soul master themselves and mostly depends on luck. For instance, an ordinary chrysanthemum, after being bathed in a divine herb, evolves into the extraordinary Qirong Tang Tianju. Similarly, two unrelated martial souls miraculously fuse together after suffering a fatal attack. These can all be termed martial soul awakening. However, the probability of occurrence is so low that martial soul awakening has become one of the top 10 goals pursued by many ordinary soul masters. Its ranking is only behind the 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones. Li Xian thought about this and closed the book in front of him, feeling a bit amused. The conditions for awakening a martial soul were extremely harsh, and it seemed too difficult to achieve dominance over the martial soul through awakening. Of course, if he could really find the medicinal fields of the Douluo family, there was a place like that, though he couldn't quite remember the name. That being said, if he could find a celestial herb like the Qingshu Xianyue vine, then the awakening of his martial soul would indeed be possible. In any case, his idea had a chance of realization, but he could only wait for an opportunity to arise before attempting it. Moreover, Li Xian felt that, even if he did nothing, once he leveled up in the future, he could still use his powerful soul power to control the dominant role of the Qirong Tangtian chrysanthemum in his martial soul. Not to mention, on the day he fell asleep holding Yueshi, he had already accomplished that. Li Xian left the library and skillfully made his way to the Spirit Hall, where he now had his own office. Various experiments related to Tang Sec's hidden weapons and soul-guiding devices were completed here. It could also be said that this was a small workshop specially provided for him by Matthew, as Li Xian was interested in these things. As an elder, he held a supportive and watchful attitude. If Li Xian could really achieve something in the combination of soul-guiding devices and hidden weapons, he would be considered a mentor who helped realize that dream. Upon entering his office, Li Xian took off his school uniform jacket, donned an apron, and began a series of clanging and hammering. Many intricate parts hung on the walls and on a simple machine tool. The first generation of the repeating crossbow had already been completed. Li Xian was installing the most crucial part of the crossbow, the bow arms. At the center of the bow arms was an embedded sapphire coil, which contained the inherent core array of the soul guide that Li Xian had already engraved. The soul guide is highly regarded in terms of manufacturing techniques and weapon uses, as the core array can convert soul power into kinetic energy, varying according to its purpose. For instance, the crossbow bolt, being a long-range soul guide, requires kinetic energy to propel the hidden weapon. In contrast, for melee weapons like the Tang knife and spear soul guides, the core array provides sharpness and piercing capability. Storage soul guides are even more intricate, requiring mastery of spatial soul patterns, with the core array representing a spatial dimension. Of course, there are other classifications of soul guides as well, such as fixed, defensive, auxiliary, and flight. Li Xian only began to realize the vastness of the field of soul-guiding devices after he started his research. At this time, the crossbow arrow he was experimenting with had the simplest core formation engraved, and the materials used were not particularly precious, consisting of the crystal cores of century-old soul beasts. Activating his martial soul, the green and golden-purple light enveloped his body. After taking some safety precautions, Li Xian picked up the assembled repeating crossbow and went to a fixed location to begin his first attempt. Experiment record, 1 time. He made a mark in the diary on the wall. Then, wearing protective goggles, he began to load the exaggeratedly large hidden weapon crossbow. It was unavoidable for the repeating crossbow to be made this big. He was not familiar with its appearance and had never seen it before. And combined with his unfamiliarity with the core formation of the soul-guiding device, he ended up assembling it into this strange shape. Come on, give it some power. He aimed at the target and took a deep breath. Li Xian's right index finger gently touched the movable handle, and then he activated his soul power to activate the internal core formation. So far, nothing unexpected had occurred. After all, the testing of the core formation had already been completed separately. With the formation in place, his rapid-fire crossbow didn't need the bow wings and springs, which also sped up the production of the rapid-fire crossbow. Prepare. Launch. The launch of the hidden weapon happens in an instant. With a soft click of the handle, a bright blue light flickered at the center of the crossbow's arms, and the soul power flowed through the core formation into the inscribed soul patterns, generating a tremendous thrust that forcefully struck the firing pin, propelling the fixed arrow out. Whoosh! No explosion. The core formation was all set, so such an accident would certainly not happen. Li Xian's eyes flickered as he set down the repeating crossbow in his arms. Looking at the wall pierced 10 meters away, then his gaze fell on the undamaged target 2 meters away. Amidst a surge of excitement, he awkwardly mocked himself. The first shot was a success, but the accuracy was a bit off. In a team battle, if an arrow is shot out, the enemy won't be taken down, but his own side might be the first to suffer. Li Xian stuck out his tongue in slight dissatisfaction. He pried open the crossbow arms of the repeating crossbow on the table, and upon opening it, he found that the core array patterns inside were smoking, and the previously engraved soul patterns had also been damaged. The materials were inadequate, making it a one-time use. The most important core array patterns on the soul guiding device needed to be crafted from high-quality materials or rare items. Li Xian's wallet was only enough for him to buy a century-old soul beast crystal core, let alone the excellent metal blanks. His skills in making hidden weapons had only reached the stage of quenching iron and shaping. Even with tons of excellent materials, it would be very difficult for Li Xian to produce such good iron. He envied the third party, as he had mastered the smelting skills in his previous life while working in this field. Li Xian first recorded the results of the experiment on the wall, then entered his martial soul and rested on a nearby bench. In his heart, he quietly activated Plan B, planning to acquire some 10-year spirit beast crystal cores and then resell them after refining. He aimed to make a significant profit, given that it would take him several years to master his refining skills. It would be better to spend money hiring a skilled blacksmith to forge an excellent piece of metal for him. Sometimes it's unnecessary to force things. Mastering the core engraving techniques and outsourcing the peripheral production to others is more efficient. This idea is excellent. Instead of wasting time, it's better to use that time to enhance his soul power. Side businesses should have their own characteristics. Wasting too much time is not acceptable. Knock, knock. 2 knocks sounded at the door, and Matthew's voice came from outside the office. Li Xian, what are you tinkering with in there? There's a big hole in the wall of the Martial Soul Hall, and the tiles outside have fallen off. Huh? Li Xian was stunned. From his perspective, there was only a small hole in the wall. Moreover, during the tuning process of the continuous crossbow, he had tested the power of the arrows. Even if they penetrated the wall, they wouldn't fly far. Was the recoil this strong? Wait a moment, Master Ma. Let me tidy up, and I'll go out quickly. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the spear hall, standing on the street, looking up at the wall of the second floor of the spear hall. They could clearly see an irregularly large and conspicuous hole. Li Xian scratched his head and said, Master Ma, how much does the repair cost? I'll cover it. You brat. Ma Xiaonua's injuries from the Starry Forest had healed, with only a bandage wrapped around his forehead. He silently supported Li Xian's tinkering with the soul guide device, but now he realized that this couldn't continue. What if one day he accidentally demolished the spirit hall? I don't want you to pay for the repairs. Just move my office outside. The spirit hall can't afford your antics. As the person in charge of the spirit hall, he only managed the spirit branch in Notting City, and the building wasn't Ma Xiaonua's private property. All right, seeing that he had caused trouble, Li Xian didn't argue back. Ma Xiaonua had been quite good to him. With his hands behind his back, Ma Xiaonua walked back, and Li Xian followed. Master Ma, is there any vacant place for me to move out? Also, give me a way to do it. After a brief silence, Ma Xiaonua reached out and tapped Li Xian's forehead, saying, go to my house. That old residential building hasn't been lived in for a long time. Someone takes care of it, so it will be cleaner. Just don't demolish it. Ma Xiaonua was a native of Notting City. When soul masters reached the end of their journeys, they would find ways to profit for themselves. He had plenty of properties, and Li Xian heard that at his age. He had a lover 20 years younger outside. So, having a few homes for extramarital affairs was quite normal and reasonable. Thank you, Master Ma. You truly are like a grandfather to me. Li Xian chuckled, thick-skinned, and brought his palms together. I'm very happy to hear you say that. If my descendants have your talent, I could wake up laughing from my dreams. Come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Sure. A few minutes later, in Matthew's office, after handling his current tasks, Matthew handed a stack of documents to Li Xian. Looking at the prominent red header, he couldn't help but read it aloud. core competition registration form for internal personnel of the Wuhuan branch in Nottingham, Fastno province. Li Xian just read to this point when he heard Matthew's voice coming. Fill this out. There are 2 more sheets. You can skip the introduction. Core competition. Mumbling to himself, Li Xian immediately thought of the reminder that Figia had given him. He said that Misha and the Dolan family wanted to take revenge on him and would definitely send someone to target him during the Soul Master Child competition. Li Xian remembered this very clearly, and he had also learned about the Soul Master Child competition. However, he was still considering whether to participate when Matthew approached him so quickly. Putting down the form, Li Xian frowned and said, "Master Ma, is it really necessary to attend this core competition?" Matthew slowly replied, "Are you worried about being too young? It's fine. The competition has no age restrictions. As long as your soul power meets the requirements, you can participate. As for danger, you don't need to worry about that either. The competition is still in the preliminary rounds, and it will take at least 2 years of selection. Old Sue and I have done a background check on you. With your abilities, you can basically walk through the Fastno province area, and the matchmaking for the competition will pair you with opponents of similar age. You don't need to worry about your soul power at all." Li Xian frowned slightly and did not refute. His concern was not about age. If Mi Shan and the Dolan family were intent on causing trouble, what would happen if they used underhanded tactics against him? After all, it is difficult to guard against petty people, and poisoning or sneak attacks could happen. He needed to ensure his own safety, and once he became a Soul King and Soul Emperor, he would no longer fear these threats. "Master Ma, I'm just worried about what to do if someone is scheming against me behind my back." Chapter 50. Critical hit in front of Matthew. Li Xian directly expressed his concerns, and there was no need to hide these from Matthew. Causing trouble? Matthew thought of something, his pupils flickering. "Oh no. Neither Old Sue nor I thought of this. You're really clever, Li Xian." Matthew immediately stood up and found the list of known personnel in the Fastno area from his shelf. How would he not have thought of this? The Dolan who died in the Stardew Forest had previously had conflicts with Li Xian. The 2 major families, having suffered setbacks and lost face, would not let it go easily. If they wanted to deal with Li Xian, they would certainly target him in the competitive matches. Matthew hurriedly flipped through the personnel information, looking for information on the Dolan and Mi Shan families, his expression shifting unpredictably. On the opposite side, seeing Matthew's reaction, Li Xian's heart sank, realizing that this matter was unavoidable. Because the carelessness of Matthew and Dean Su precisely confirmed the accuracy of Figia's information. As a noble daughter, she understood the methods of noble infighting too well and knew what means the Dolan family would employ to seek revenge. So, it seems that she specifically came that day to convey this message, but her proud and temperamental nature prevented her from expressing it clearly. Li Xian remembered that she had specifically warned him once before leaving. Figia really thinks a lot. Li Xian does not blame Matthew Nuaw and Dean Su for their carelessness. In fact, if he and Figia had no interactions, no one would notice this potential threat. Figia approached it from a noble perspective and easily thought of this point. She even inquired about the competitions that the Spirit Hall might conduct, anticipating this layer of danger from the perspective of the Dolan family's schemes. After all, Li Xian is a member of the Spirit Hall, and the Dolan family would not dare to act directly. But it is very likely that they would send someone to carry out a sneak attack. She is really good to me, Li Xian thought to himself, feeling a wave of emotion. If it weren't for Figia's reminder, there was indeed a possibility of being plotted against this time. After all, this competition was held internally by the Spirit Hall, and no one would expect that the opponents had ulterior motives and were secretly planning attacks. Matthew's expression was dark, indeed. There were personnel from the Misha and Doran families, and looking at their soul power levels, they didn't match their relatively young ages. At this point, Matthew couldn't help but clench his fists. "Master Ma, is this Spirit Hall competition really that important?" The competition isn't just a single match. It involves multiple rounds of selection in every subdivision. Just the preliminary battle arrangements will take 12 years. Each small division and large division has corresponding rewards for good rankings. It is said that the top scorer from the Fastno division will be rewarded with a unique soul beast of the best age. And the Spirit Hall will send professionals to assist in the hunting. Is that so? Li Xian's heart stirred. Matthew and Dean Su were thinking of him because the 2 old soul rings would no longer be able to help hunt. Even if he entered the Tiendo Royal Academy, without identity and status, those teachers wouldn't pay much attention to him. They let him participate in this competition for his future. Matthew sat down, threw the list of participants on the table, and said solemnly, "Every competition will produce some monsters. Although you're also a monster, you're still very young. This time, Old Sue and I just thought of letting you train a bit. After all, such practical opportunities are rare. Of course, it would be even better if you could score high enough to advance." But we forgot about the Dolan family. Let me think if they're danger. You can't go. Matthew even considered using the Elder Hall's tokens to deter this matter, but he hesitated. If the nobles were intent on revenge and sent a soul master without a proper background to target Li Xian, how could they defend against that? Underhanded tactics were the most troublesome. You know your opponent might strike, but you can't predict how. After an ambush, you might not even be able to find evidence. The competition includes a death quota, and one of the forms Li Xian had to sign was a voluntary competition form, stating that he would bear the consequences of any injuries or deaths. Looking at Matthew's dark and angry expression, Li Xian lowered his eyelids and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as he asked, Master Matthew, do you think if I forge an identity, I could participate in this competition? Matthew was taken aback. Well, that's cheating, and the penalties are severe. Come on, think away, Li Xian chuckled, rubbing his hands together. No matter what, Matthew was a branch head. All the participant lists for the sub-regional competition had to go through him. Forging an identity? How hard could that be? After hearing Li Xian's clever idea, Matthew thought for a moment, and his gloomy expression actually brightened. Giving this kid a forged identity could help him avoid danger. And if the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall blame him, he has the 2 elder tokens in his hand. With that thought, Matthew straightened his back. Let me think about it. There's been cheating in past competitions, but the consequences of getting caught are very serious. It's not as simple as you think. Li Xian nodded, understanding. Master Ma didn't say it was impossible, so it must be feasible. While saying he was considering it, Li Xian guessed he was finalizing a substitute candidate. There are plenty of applicants for the Spirit Hall, and if we exclude the internal personnel, there are a lot of students in the junior soul academies who don't want to participate. They could just forge his identity. As for identity verification, as long as he passes the registration stage, who knows what Li Xian looks like? The spirit of the Kasha herb is inherently ambiguous and mutated. Finding a soul spirit of the same category isn't a difficult task. Regarding soul power, I can say I leveled up by 20 levels in a day. Just enough to register. Whether you believe it or not, you have no evidence to prove I'm wrong. Among the Mi and Dolan families, only Li Xian has seen Li Xian's appearance. If they want to target him, they can only identify him through the names on the list. Furthermore, even if they know what he looks like, if the names don't match, would the assassins dare to act? What if they fail? That wouldn't be a small matter. Therefore, Li Xian believes that as long as Ma Xiao packages the identity well enough, he doesn't need to worry at all. Unless he encounters Mi Xian in a duel, the probability of that is too low, and Mi Xian isn't much to worry about anyway. Ma Xiao tapped on the table, suddenly looking up. No way, Li Xian, I can help you forge an identity, but what about your soul rings? Li Xian, your first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, and the second one is a 1,000-year soul ring. Searching the entire Douluo Continent, there's only your family. Once you make a move, won't that be equivalent to exposing yourself? Li Xian was taken aback for a moment. Master Ma, is there any way to hide the soul rings? He actually forgot about this matter. Matthew frowned in thought, it seems. There are some secret techniques that can mask the aura of the soul rings. However, during an actual fight, you would need to focus on activating the secret technique, which is very dangerous and not suitable for practical use. Then I could just end the fight quickly, right? Li Xian smiled, revealing his white teeth. Upon hearing this, Matthew closed his mouth. After a moment, a light chuckle escaped him. It still comes down to you, kid. He wasn't worried about Li Xian facing setbacks in battle. Having done his homework, he knew that the potential threats were all in the provincial city. Matthew suddenly felt that Li Xian's idea wasn't wrong. So this means there's a chance? Li Xian laughed. You go back first. I'll think more about the identity issue. Matthew's mind became clearer. With this kid's abilities, covering up the soul rings while instantly defeating the opponent would be quite simple. As long as he avoids the threat of being ambushed, the competition would be safe. All right, since Matthew agreed, Li Xian didn't have to worry at all. As the head of the Wuhuan subchamber, reaching this position means he's not simple in terms of intelligence and means. Li Xian temporarily set this matter aside and returned to the office to start packing his things. Matthew had given him the address of the house, and Li Xian planned to take a batch of items over to have a look first. If it wasn't far, he could move the items himself. He stuffed many parts into a box and found a carrier from the Spirit Hall who was responsible for shipping, giving him the address to help deliver the items. Not every worker at the Spirit Hall had the privilege to use internal transportation, and Li Xian was clearly among those who did not. He returned to the Spirit Hall as if he were coming home. Everyone knew about his relationship with Matthew, calling him Master Ma one after another. Now, the internal staff were secretly spreading the word that Li Xian was Matthew's beloved grandson. With this ambiguous identity, the carrier quickly took the box and set off with Li Xian. After about 10 minutes, the carriage arrived at the third ring area of Notting City. After getting off the carriage, they found a 2-story small villa with a yard. It was not far from the primary Soul Academy, something Matthew had surely considered. The house looked very new, estimated to be no more than 5 years old. Li Xian wondered which mistress Matthew had bought this house for, as he even saw a baby stroller in the yard. After thanking the carrier, Li Xian carried the box into the building. It was even cleaner than expected. The interior was cool, and the furniture, like sofas, was covered with a layer of white cloth with all the necessary living facilities. Li Xian stepped up the stairs to the second floor and soon saw 2 bedrooms, a study, and a bathroom. Matthew needed to work everywhere, and what Li Xian was looking for was an office. Excess items were moved to the vacant bedroom next door, and the office was used for making soul guide devices. After observing the working atmosphere, he noticed that the view from the south window showed an empty park and pond, while 2 pine trees were planted outside the north window. The atmosphere was quiet and comfortable. Next time, he could bring Yueshi over to stay. Compared to the Academy's dormitory, this place clearly felt more like home, and occasionally changing the environment could also cleanse the soul. Of course, these are just boring thoughts. After simple tidying up, Li Xian immediately called for a carriage and moved all his belongings from the Spear Hall over. Half a day later, upon returning, he knocked down the walls between the bedroom and the study, using one side to store tools and the other for work. Looking out the window at the distant park, he felt a surge of satisfaction. From now on, this would be his weapon workshop. When he returned to the Soul Academy, it was already dark. Li Xian brought the big bag of crystal cores he bought on the way back to the dormitory. As soon as he got home, he didn't even bother to eat and poured the crystal cores onto the table, started to set the time limits. Hearing the noise, Yushi, dressed in her pajamas, walked out and peeked at the corner of the door with her small hand. "You're back. I haven't seen you all day." "Shoo." Li Xian fell silent, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, fiddling with something. When he opened his eyes, he tossed the crystal core in his hand aside and reached for the next one. Yueshi saw a flickering light in the palm of Li Xian's hand. The crystal core he had tossed aside was shining brightly, releasing a significant aura of soul power. Quietly walking over, she crouched down beside him to watch. How amazing! What is he doing? Successful enhancement, producing a critical hit. Enhancement duration x10. Huh. Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes, staring at a soul beast crystal core in his hand that had expanded several times in size. It was a dark red oval crystal, and with the successful enhancement, a mass of blood red energy was rolling inside, causing the crystal core to become hot in his hand. The enhancement was X10, which meant 10,000 years. It had transformed from a 10-year crystal core into a 10,000-year soul beast crystal core. After enhancing several pieces, he finally achieved a critical hit, and Li Xian was extremely delighted. Crystal cores are volatile in terms of soul power inside and cannot be directly absorbed by the human body. In this era where soul masters have dwindled, not many people need crystal cores anymore. Only some pharmacies, weapon shops, or antique stores require these items, and of course, nobles also use them to create medals to showcase their special status. However, even though the market has shrunk, it doesn't mean that crystal cores are cheap. In fact, when a soul beast reaches 10,000 years of cultivation, the power inside condenses into soul rings and soul bones, making crystal cores very rare. As the saying goes, scarcity increases value. Most of the circulating cores on the market are 100-year cores, with those from 1 to 2,000 years being of lesser value. Li Xian had just refined a large number of millennium crystal cores, which could sell for a considerable amount of gold soul coins. And this piece of 10,000-year crystal core in his hand was even more valuable. What a profit. At this moment, Li Xian noticed Yushi squatting beside him, looking curious. Huh, wasn't she the one next to him when he just had the critical hit? Looking at her innocent and cute appearance, Li Xian's heart stirred. By the way, does the fusion of soul power have any impact on the refinement duration? Yushi, come here. Oh, Chapter 51. Xian Yu Stone Li Xian. What are you doing? Her small hand grasped one of Li Xian's hands, her gaze directed to the right, where the soul beast crystal core was held in his other hand. Yushi blinked her eyes. She didn't quite understand these things. As the milky white airflow enveloped and dissipated, the crystal core in Li Xian's hand became bright, and the soul power inside became much more active. No way. Li Xian felt a slight disappointment. The ability to upgrade was only related to his level and not influenced by his soul power. What's wrong, Li Xian? Just tell me, he said. Go to sleep. I need to mess around with these crystal cores to sell. All right. Early the next morning, Li Xian took a day off to sell the crystal cores at the market. He wasn't very clear about the internal prices and found a seemingly decent antique shop to go in. The shopkeeper had never seen a customer bring in so many crystal cores at once. But since Li Xian was a soul master from the Spirit Hall, the shopkeeper didn't doubt him. They exchanged contact information, and the shopkeeper gave Li Xian a gold card for storing soul coins, which had about 800 coins on it. For Li Xian, this was quite a windfall, but he also realized that soul beast crystal cores were truly not worth much. A 10,000-year crystal core was only worth 100 soul coins. Li Xian returned to the iron shop where he apprenticed and, through the boss's connections, ordered a batch of rare metals. Soul beast crystal cores can also be used for making soul guiding devices, but they are very unstable. Once the internal soul power is depleted, the soul guiding device becomes useless. Therefore, Li Xian planned to use metal carving core arrays. This world has many rare metals, which are largely used in the military and construction, leading to a monopoly by the Tiando Empire on scarce metals. Ordinary people need to use connections to purchase metals. After spending a large portion of his gold soul coins, the iron shop owner promised to provide Li Xian with half a ton of metal. Feeling pain that his wallet was getting thin so quickly, just purchasing half a ton required spending several hundred gold soul coins, which Li Xian roughly calculated to be 4 times more expensive than gold. However, it was money he earned through his abilities, so he could still accept it. Half a month later, Li Xian's rare metals arrived. This was a silver-white metal known as Xianyu stone, usually used for making armor. With a flexible texture and certain restorative properties, it is naturally good if the materials for core arrays, which are consumables, can be restored. Li Xian began to use Xianyu stone to produce a large number of parts for the repeating crossbow, and he also carved several core magic arrays, continuously improving this Tang sect hidden weapon in his private workshop. By the end of the semester, the size of the repeating crossbow had been reduced to the size of 2 palms. Li Xian's research on soul-guided devices is quite superficial. He only knows how to carve the core magic arrays used for thrust, having carved a total of 3 arrays. This has greatly increased the power of the crossbow, capable of penetrating even a soul master's body within 10 meters. The power of Tang sect's hidden weapons is already considerable, and with Li Xian's clumsy core magic arrays amplifying it, the power has increased significantly. Currently, the size of the crossbow arrows is not very suitable for wearing on the wrist, so Li Xian has no plans to use them yet, and continues to improve them in his spare time. As for the academy, Li Xian usually only attends half a day's classes, visiting the training room on weekends. The rest of the time is spent either in the library or at home practicing with Yushi. With more than half a semester gone by, his soul power has finally increased to level 22. The progress is indeed a bit slow, but it's also quite normal. As a soul master's soul power increases, it will only become more challenging to continue leveling up. In contrast, Yushi has already reached level 18. Her progress is very stable. And for a martial soul like Shadow, even without rigorous training, the initial improvements are quite rapid. Not to mention she has Li Xian, this handy helper, by her side. Li Xian is also feeling frustrated. Could it be that he has been drained by Yueshi, leaving him with a sense of imbalance? Li Xian plans to wait until he reaches level 20 on the evening of the full moon, and then participate in the regional competition of the Fasnu province together with his partner. The competition can be individual or team-based. Many support-type soul masters have martial souls that do not possess offensive capabilities and need to team up with battle soul masters to advance. Additionally, there are some unique martial souls that become more powerful when used in tandem. To discover these students with martial soul fusion capabilities, the Martial Soul Palace has established rules allowing 2 participants to compete together. Of course, the opponents matched against them in team competitions are also pairs. After 3 rounds of preliminary elimination matches, the internal students participating in the competition will officially begin the Golden Generation competition. The elimination matches are randomized, and individual matches do not affect the team competition schedule. To prevent certain battle soul masters from assisting support soul masters in the competition only to be eliminated, the number of wins required for elimination matches is set at 3 for individual matches and 3 for team matches. Li Xian didn't need to wait for the Moon Festival anymore. He could resolve the 3 competitions himself and later accompany her to participate in the doubles tournament. That day, Matthew Newall provided Li Xian with a forged identity and informed him of the time for the first elimination match. The Spirit Hall's child competition starts from the provincial cities in each region, then moves to the duchy, the country, and finally to the entire Douluo Continent. With too many participants, it often takes several years to prepare, and new contestants continuously join during this process. Just completing the first 3 rounds of selection takes a long time. Once the participating students are notified, they go to compete. with a requirement that participants must be under 25 years old, while the actual requirement for the preliminary rounds is under 22. After all, some potential Great Spirit Masters are generally around 18 or 19 years old, and the significant age gap is quite unfair to them. Gold Myers, age 19. Spirit Power level 22, Spirit, Narcissus. Li Xian discovered that Master Ma had also prepared a nationality for him from the Starfall continent. And as for the Water Lily, it was similar to his Cassius seed. Master Ma really put in a lot of effort. In the Noble Academy of the provincial capital, a typical 19-year-old student would have a soul power of about level 20, which places him in an excellent range. As for geniuses at this age, their soul power can even reach Soul Sovereign. Li Xian's actual age is only 7 years old, and he will only be 8 after the new year. It's quite strange to think that he is competing with students who are more than 10 years older than him. In Matthew's words, he is still young, and he should take it easy in this competition. He can still sign up in the next decade. Just do his best, right? In the next decade, he will only be 17 years old, so he shouldn't even think about the top 3 spots in the competition. It's more important to focus on leveling up steadily. The Martial Soul branch in Notting City has recently blocked off the square in front and set up 3 exaggerated arenas. Li Xian received the competition notice and the specific competition time. The Soul Master duels are quite unpredictable, and the scheduled time is often postponed. On that day, Li Xian was more than 10 minutes late, and when he arrived, there were still 2 matches before his. Li Xian's heart sank immediately. He wished he had come a bit later. Li Xian, come on. Beside him, Yushi, dressed in a school uniform, waved his fist. This was Li Xian's first match in the elimination round, and Yushi also wanted to witness the competition process. Those who could participate in the match had a soul power of at least level 20, and the senior students had all rushed back from the provincial capital or other places where the competition pressure would be a bit lighter in their own districts. Li Xian looked around at the crowd of heads. Those were all students from the Advanced Academy. Whether or not there was an Advanced Academy in Notting City, one could easily guess the background of these people. But don't worry, I can handle that guy. Facia. This competition is a piece of cake for me. He placed his large hand on Yueshi's little head and grinned. He thought a way to win without fighting. Chapter 52. Intimidation. Oh, really? Yueshi glanced up at Li Xian, and her little hands raised again. Go for it. She had great confidence in Li Xian. Li Xian possesses top-tier spirit rings, with 1 black and 1 purple. Yushi believes that those opponents would never expect how terrifying Li Xian's combat abilities would be. On the arena, when Li Xian stepped up, Matthew, sitting not far away at the referee's table, immediately cast a glance. As their eyes met, an unusual expression appeared on Li Xian's face. Goodness, he has connections both inside and outside. The organizers are all his people. Contestants, please come to the stage. The referee stood in the middle and shouted in the other direction. Li Xian has taken the stage. If he doesn't come on within the specified time, he will automatically lose the match. Here she comes. The sound of shoes stepping on a hollow metal ladder can be heard. And a cute girl dressed in a gothic style, looking about 16 or 17, jogs over. Contestant Miles, age 19, Martial Soul, Daffodil, level 22 Control Type, Soul Master. Contestant Kino, age 16, Martial Soul, 7-star Umbrella, level 20 Defense Type, Soul Master. In the knockout rounds, lethal attacks are prohibited, and a forfeit results in an automatic loss. Now, the match begins. Hello. The referee stands in the middle and blows the whistle. Li Xian immediately steps forward 2 paces and extends a friendly hand. Wow, you look really young. Are you really 19? On the opposite side, Kino sees Li Xian's baby face, and although his body looks a bit stocky, he is still less than 6 meters tall. Among the boys, he is considered petite, of course, just slightly taller than her. All right, let's keep it light. Let's be careful. Li Xian felt a void in his heart. The girl didn't fall for it. If she had shaken hands with him, it would have been fine. Everyone was just sparring. Hello. However, at that moment, Kino suddenly walked over, extending her slightly cold little hand, and clasped it with Li Xian's palm. Hooked. Li Xian's heart stirred, and he immediately released the aura of his 10,000-year soul ring. His soul power could not suppress soul masters of the same rank, but the aura of the 10,000-year soul ring within him could directly affect his opponent through physical contact. In front of him, the moment Kono's hand made contact, she suddenly felt a wave of panic. Her body went soft, and she knelt down before Li Xian. You! She raised her head, a layer of cold sweat appearing on her forehead, a terrifying aura pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. As if she were being targeted by a 10,000-year soul beast. The killing intent was too frightening. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Aren't you going to fight? Li revealed his white teeth, and, while speaking, His palm had not yet loosened. Kono, what's wrong? Kneeling down means you're conceding. The referee in the middle was confused. Both fighters had not released their martial souls, so why was she on her knees? This kind of display of weakness could be interpreted as surrender. I. Kono was locked in by the aura of the 10,000-year soul ring, unable to speak, staring into Li Xian's eyes, her pretty face showing deep fear. Hey, if you're not going to fight, then forget it. It's boring. Li Xian looked disappointed, and at the moment he retracted his palm, Kino's entire body softened and fell down. Strange. Did she eat something bad? Miles wins. The referee walked over, raising the stop sign in his hand. Around them, many people noticed this battle. But after just a glance, they quickly looked away. They were afraid to fight. This had happened many times today. Excessive tension led to an imbalance in soul power, and the psychological quality was too low. If the opponent didn't make a move, they couldn't act either. The referee was only responsible for determining the winner. And since Kino was kneeling on the ground with no fighting spirit, he had no choice but to declare her the loser. Hearing about his victory, Li Xian smiled at Matthew and then jumped down from the ring. Li Xian, congratulations. You won. Yueshi jogged over. Winning without a fight was the best outcome. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so easy. I can go home now. Li Xian knows best what he has done. Not far away. Matthew on the referee's bench shook his head, revealing an amused expression. He wasn't worried about Li Xian's elimination match, marking a line on the win-loss table and continuing to pay attention to other matches. Great, it feels so easy when I reach level 20. I'll give it a try too. Yushi has already heard about the competition for teaching disciples from the Spirit Hall from Li Xian, but she is only level 18 and does not meet the registration requirements. When you reach level 20, I'll join you. I'm not worried about you. But it would be unfortunate if you hurt your opponent. Li Xian held Yushi's small hand and headed back to the Soul Academy. Yushi's seductive phantom martial spirit could ensnare anyone who glanced at it, and Li Xian was worried that Yushi might be influenced by the allure during battle, which could lead to harming her opponents. His concerns were not unfounded. After all, Yushi appeared perfectly normal now, all because he was by her side. Every night, the phantom will within her was suppressed to the point where she seemed no different from any other soul master. Alright, I almost forgot about this. Once she reaches level 20, obtaining a soul ring will significantly enhance her strength. Watching the girl bounce around cutely, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. After spending more than half a semester together, Yushi had become a bit more lively in front of him. He already had a target for Yushi's second soul ring, which would be the illusory possum hunted using Feixia's first soul ring. If Yushi awakened a second soul skill similar to the serpent skill, she wouldn't be easily injured in battle. Speaking of Feixia, as a noble student, she also participated in the competitions within the Spirit Hall and has already returned to the city of Fasnuo. Achieving this is not difficult. The Spirit Hall allows for joining and exiting at any time. If one can secure the top score in the Fasnuo regional competition, earning rewards is quite worthwhile. This is also the reason why the Spirit Hall's regional competitions take so long. There are too many participants, and over 200 soul masters were eliminated in the knockout rounds alone, and that's just in the Fasnuo province. The Spirit Hall is not stingy with rewards. Anyone affiliated with the Spirit Hall or those who join temporarily can receive rewards as long as they win. Hosting competitions for training disciples is a way to promote the prestige of the Spirit Hall. Li Xian and Yushi returned to the Junior Soul Academy and headed straight home to begin their training. Since Yushi wanted to participate in the competition, Li Xian made an effort to help her quickly level up. After all, when they practiced together, the soul power that flowed into each other's bodies was the most refined, so there was no need to worry about inflated levels. 2 weeks later, Li Xian was notified that the second elimination match was about to start. That afternoon, he took Yushi to the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, waiting by the arena for his battle. Before the match, a note was passed to Li Xian. Seeing what looked like Matthew's handwriting, Li Xian silently read the words "Be careful" in his heart. He looked towards the arena, feeling a sense of curiosity. Master Ma actually warned him to be careful in the match. Could this opponent be stronger than Feixia? Chapter 53. Scorpion Sting, as Yushi leaned over to look at the contents of the note in Li Xian's hand. It seemed to be a reminder from Grandpa Ma to be cautious. It didn't matter, though. Li Xian casually crumpled the note, pressed his left arm against his right shoulder, and stretched his body in the opposite direction. A strong opponent would provide a challenge. He needed to win all 3 battles in the elimination round to advance. He wouldn't fall at the second hurdle, no matter who the opponent was. He would do his best to defeat them. Please welcome the contestants. A middle-aged referee in his 40s called out loudly from the arena. Li Xian walked toward the arena, scanning the crowd with his gaze. He noticed a tall and sturdy figure had jumped up onto the stage ahead of him. It was a young man who appeared to be in great shape, with a determined face and prominent muscles on his chest. His narrow eyes flickered with a chilling glare, making him seem rather formidable. Li Xian stepped onto the stage and locked eyes with the young man. Suddenly, he noticed that the young man's hands were dark purple, and a faint herbal scent wafted through the air. The smell was strong and stimulating. Poison? Li Xian also applies poison to the surface of the hidden weapon's arrows when making them for the Tang men. In this process, no matter how careful one is, the palms can become infected with toxins from contact, which is why Tang men disciples practice the Xianyu hand technique to avoid this situation. The young man opposite clearly lacks this internal skill. His hands have already been discolored from years of contact with reagents. Contestant, Miles. Age 19, Martial Soul, Narcissus. Level 22, Control System Soul Master. Contestant, Zhao Guang. Age 22, Martial Soul Scorpion Spike, Level 26 Attack System Soul Master. Scorpion Spike? Li Xian was taken aback for a moment. What kind of martial soul is this? There are many peculiar martial souls, and judging from Zhao Guang's proficiency with toxins, could it be the tail of a scorpion? Li Xian felt a sense of inexplicable danger mixed with interest at the mention of the martial spirit. What are you laughing at? Across from him, noticing the slight smile on the short-statured Meyer's lips, his stern face darkened a bit. As he spoke, his martial spirit was released, and 2 yellow soul rings floated above his head. At 22 years old, he was at the highest registration age for the outer elimination rounds. In Li Xian's perspective, possessing a soul power of level 26 at this age indicated a high potential for the future, even in advanced academies. This Zhao Guang would be considered a relatively strong student. Moreover, since he was skilled in using toxins, and seeing that his soul rings were a perfect match, Li Xian would not take him lightly. Sorry, you might have misunderstood with that naturally smiling lip. Let me introduce myself. I am Myers. Li Xian didn't mind clashing with a 26th level strong attack soul master, but he also didn't want to waste energy in the elimination round. So he tried to leave a good impression on Zhao Guang by using Kino's set of moves on him. It was better to take the initiative. They could fight later. No need. A little brat like you, Zhao Guang, have no interest in getting to know you. Show your martial soul, Zhao Guang exclaimed, spreading his arms to reveal his weapon, martial soul. His tough attitude made Li Xian's heart skip a beat. Why was he so aggressive in his speech? You'll find out how strong I am later. However, Li Xian was also surprised to notice that Zhao Guang actually possessed a weapon martial soul. A green leaf floated in his hand, with clusters of crystalline hairs growing on its surface. It looked like the awn of wheat with a purplish hue, releasing a faint aura of danger from above. Not a beast martial soul? Zhao Guang's martial soul was quite abstract. As if sensing his confusion, Zhao Guang was already used to seeing his opponents taken aback. As you can see, my martial soul is poisonous. It resembles the poisonous needle part of scorpion grass. Just a heads up, if you get taken down later, don't blame me for being too ruthless. With that, Zhao Guang pushed off the ground with his legs and charged forward. Even in the elimination round, everyone was still quite restrained in battle. They wouldn't directly use soul skills without understanding their opponent first. So that's how it is. Li Xian was slightly surprised. The poisonous stinger of the scorpion grass was not located at the tail of the scorpion. As he thought of this, he turned his body to dodge, during which the soul of the cassia grass was released, and 2 inconspicuous yellow soul rings floated out. He took a deep breath. At this moment, Li Xian's heart was racing, and suppressing the aura of the soul rings was not as easy as he had hoped. His attention was diminished, while his alertness inexplicably heightened, making it difficult to fully immerse himself in the battle. It seemed that to completely suppress the soul rings without affecting the fight, he would need to practice more. Bang! Just then, Zhao Guang's fist came crashing down, and Li Xian raised his forearm to block. The expected impact did not occur. Li Xian was about to take advantage of this force to organize a soul skill attack, when, as Zhao Guang approached him, his feet unexpectedly wobbled. The fist he had unleashed with all his might lost power prematurely due to inertia and did not cause much harm to Li Xian. Huh? Zhao Guang also sensed something was off. He looked down and saw the aura of soul power on the surface of his body quickly dimming, and the martial soul in his hand was shrinking inward. A nameless sense of palpitations pressed against his chest. What was happening? Realizing something was wrong, Zhao Guang immediately retreated, creating a significant distance from Li Xian. Attention contestants, crossing the red line of the arena automatically results in a loss. The middle-aged referee called out sternly. He had been guarding beside Li Xian, protecting him from accidents at the reminder of his friend Matthew. However, at this moment, He was puzzled. Zhao Guang, as a level 26 Battle Soul Master, should have been able to suppress Li Xian with both his body and age, yet in their confrontation, it seemed that he had not gained any advantage. Instead, Li Xian appeared to be handling things with ease. What was he doing? Li Xian was also taken aback. He did nothing, and Zhao Guang twisted his ankle by himself? What kind of strange trick did you use? Not far away, noticing the red line behind him, Zhao Guang turned around and pointed at Li Xian, letting out a deep shout. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Li Xian shook his head directly, saying, if you're going to hide so far away, are you still going to fight? Oof. Zhao Guang crossed his arms and shot a wary glance at Li Xian, stepping back as the oppressive feeling that had been affecting his martial soul disappeared. Daffodil? Zhao Guang suddenly realized something. Wasn't that just an ornamental plant? It was uncertain whether it had any combat capability. That kind of martial soul shouldn't be able to suppress his scorpion spike martial soul bloodline. Li Xian, go for it. Li Xian, go for it. Below the arena, Yushi clenched her fists and shouted encouragement. Her excited, bouncy demeanor caused many contestants who were afraid of social embarrassment to immediately step back, leaving only her own circle. Li Xian glanced down, looking speechless. He was now called Miles, and this girl seemed intent on getting him killed. However, he still smiled, thinking, okay, I'll win soon. You. On the opposite side, Zhao Guang was furious at this scene. This dwarf-like opponent dared to joke during their battle. This made Zhao Guang, who had never taken Li Xian seriously from the beginning, feel a great insult. Chapter 54. Farting and Seeking Death. Zhao Guang clenched his fists, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Since Miles dared to underestimate him, he would hold back. With this thought, the two soul rings beneath Zhao Guang's feet flashed simultaneously, bursting with brilliant light. First soul skill, rapid stab. With a light shout, Zhao Guang's soul power surged, and he slammed his hands onto the ground. In the next second, a continuous surge of poisonous needles grew from the surface of the arena, rapidly piercing toward the direction where Li Xian was. Earth control. Li Xian's first soul ring also lit up, and he jumped back to evade the attack. The moment Zhao Guang's poisonous needle soul skill entered the range of earth control, it immediately showed signs of fatigue. The spikes slowed down and suddenly disappeared after 2 waves. Here it comes. Zhao Guang realized this was the control-type effect of Miles' soul skill. When dealing with control-type soul masters, it is crucial to maintain distance. However, considering the peculiarities of Miles, he could only consume his opponent's skills to force them to expose their weaknesses. Second soul skill, Gate. Zhao Guang's second soul skill was hidden within the first. As Li Xian shifted backward, he didn't notice the ground behind him undulating. In the next second, 2 earth spikes emerged from the marsh covered by earth control. The surface of the spikes was coated with poison, and caught off guard, Li Xian was forced into the middle. Close in. Seeing this, a gleam flashed in Zhao Guang's eyes. The 2 spikes closed in, like the jaws of a carnivorous flower. Intertwining poisonous needles swallowed Li Xian whole. After doing all this, Zhao Guang straightened his body and let out a sigh of relief. For a control-type great soul master, being dragged into a soul skill at that moment meant certain failure. If it were a defense-type or strong attack-type soul master, they might be able to withstand it for a while. However, even if the body could endure, the poisonous needles on the leaves would pierce the skin. Zhao Guang had tested before that a level 30 battle soul master would be poisoned instantly after being stabbed. Although it wouldn't be fatal, it would cause the soul master to quickly lose strength for a short period. He won this battle. The referee quietly observed the fight. Miles was trapped in the soul skill, and it seemed he had lost. Since he promised Matthew not to let him get hurt, he had to declare a loss immediately. Li Xian, below the arena, Yueshi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Li Xian was unexpectedly swallowed by Zhao Guang's soul skill. Miles, speak up immediately if you lose combat effectiveness. Miles, can you hear me? To be safe, the middle-aged referee walked over and shouted twice. Suddenly, 2 crimson streaks of light flew out from the leaves. In the next moment, Li Xian emerged step by step, his hands glowing jade-like as he pushed apart the interlocking poisonous needle leaves. He heard me, and he asked fine. Hiss. Before the shock on Zhao Guang's face could fully show, 2 streaks of light suddenly shot towards him. The sudden situation caught Zhao Guang off guard. With a sound of friction, his left ear was grazed, and he dodged the other streak of light, causing his body to topple to the side. Although he avoided the attack, a crimson flame ignited on his left ear, and Zhao Guang rolled on the ground. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly ran over. Contestant Zhao Guang, if you can't take it, admit defeat. Li Xian's second soul skill, Fire Lotus, requires soul power as a medium to burn. If the target is a soul master, then they're lucky as long as the soul power remains outside the body. The burning effect will persist and will attack the mind. I concede. Put the fire away. Contestant Zhao Guang concedes, and Miles is the winner. Contestant Miles, come over and cancel your soul skill. You need to retract your soul power first. Li Xian walked toward Zhao Guang, who was rolling on the ground. What is the use of rolling? The burning attribute of the soul skill is not just an ordinary flame. All right. Zhao Guang felt a wave of pain and lay on the ground, retracting his soul power back into his body. However, at that moment, flames suddenly ignited on his left ear, soaring up high. Why is it still burning? Zhao Guang let out an angry sound. This. Li Xian was also confused. Just now, he only wanted to help eliminate the soul skill, but as he got closer, the flames on Zhao Guang's left cheek rose even higher. Hang in there. Li Xian knew he couldn't afford to waste time. So he dashed over to Zhao Guang's side and crouched down to absorb the flickering flames into his body. The flames were composed of his soul power. Naturally under his control, the firelight dissipated. Zhao Guang covered his painfully burned left cheek, lying on the ground in agony. Miles, don't linger after winning, go down. The middle-aged referee kindly reminded. Just now, Zhao Guang had taken a hit, and he was worried the two would continue to fight. Turning to look at Zhao Guang on the ground, the middle-aged referee sighed. Can you still walk? Go to the medical station nearby and have a look. Your skin isn't broken, so it should be a mental injury. Zhao Guang shook his head vigorously a couple of times, struggling to support himself and get up, calling out to Li Xian's departing figure, wait, Miles, what was that soul skill just now? And what exactly did you do to me? Li Xian turned his head, looking confused. You've already experienced the soul skills, yet you're still asking me. And what can I do to you? Your soul power is even higher than mine. Zhao Guang's expression darkened, silently not speaking. Isn't it the bloodline suppression among martial souls? He always felt that Meyer's martial soul was not that simple. It's inexplicable that you managed to win. So speechless. Over here, just as Li Xian jumped off the arena, a girl in gothic attire, holding an umbrella, walked over. Her small face filled with indignation as she stared at him. Li Xian recognized this girl. She was Kino, whom he had defeated in the first match not long ago. You specifically came to watch my match? Li Xian glanced at him and turned to leave in front of Kino. Oof. Raising his chin, Kino still looked proud. Last time I lost for no reason. I felt something was off with you. This time I caught you red-handed. What have you caught? Your martial soul is off. It can suppress opponents. And the closer you are, the more obvious the effect. Zhao Guang just distanced himself after fighting you. I was also too close and got ambushed. Am I right? What are you talking about? You guessed wrong. You defeated loser. Go play by yourself. Li Xian waved his hand in frustration. Bastard, you're insulting me. Behind him, Kino was stomping his feet in anger. Yushi jogged over and rushed into his arms. Are you okay, Li Xian? That Zhao Guang looks really strong. She looked him up and down with concern, furrowing her brows as she checked for any potential injuries on his skin. He's far from being a match for me. Rubbing Yushi's little head, Li Xian pulled her back to walk. Although he was trapped by Zhao Guang, relying on his Xuanyu hand and the curled grass he released, he wasn't injured. If Zhao Guang encountered an ordinary opponent, with his agile physique and the toxins in his martial soul, he might quickly achieve victory. However, this guy actually used poison on him. Doesn't he know he is half a member of the Tang sect? Chapter 55. Golden Sand Wolf King Claw. After winning the second elimination match, Li Xian continued his fulfilling life with Yu Shi at the Junior Soul Academy. 3 more weeks passed. Li Xian participated in the third elimination match and successfully advanced after winning. The next round of the Spirit Hall's child competition will have to wait until next year. With more and more participants signing up, the entrance of the Spirit Branch Hall is busier than it was at the beginning. In Matthew's office, Li Xian looked at a pile of discarded parts on the floor and curiously asked, Grandpa Ma, what are these? Stroking his beard, Matthew explained, I heard you like soul-guided devices, so these are all scrap parts one found for you. You don't need to disassemble them. Just take them and study them. Really? Grandpa Ma, you are so nice. Hee, kid, you can put effort into soul-guided devices, but the important thing is still to focus on soul power levels. By the way, I'm curious, how is the crossbow-shaped soul-guided device you're making coming along? It's already usable, but I'm not very satisfied with its power, and I'm also adjusting its size. Li Xian enhanced the core functionality of the Tongmen's continuous fire crossbow with engraved spirit guiding patterns. The continuous fire crossbow had long been successfully manufactured, but Li Xian has been continuously improving it. The current crossbow attacks can even penetrate the defenses of a Soul King. Is that so? You really have some talent. Just in time, Yueshi's soul power has reached level 20. In a few days, when you help her hunt soul beasts, bring the weapon along so that I and old Sue can have a look. What's up, Master Ma? Suddenly so interested in spirit guiding devices? It's nothing much. I just heard from a friend in the military about your situation, and he thinks that spirit guiding devices can enhance the combat effectiveness of the army. If your weapon shows promise, he wants to order a batch from you. Is that true? Matthew is not only thinking about his spirit guiding device research, but also paving the way for himself. Making connections with military leaders and imperial friends will greatly benefit him. Of course, the premise is that he must possess the spirit master talent that others do not have. Haha, we were just joking after having a few drinks. But those discarded spirit guiding devices were indeed given to me by him. That guy, as a military leader, spends all day researching these things, but unfortunately, he lacks talent. I was just saying that if it works out, selling your weapon to him wouldn't be a bad idea. The imperial military naturally has their own workshops. They only need Li Xian to provide the core spirit guiding patterns. If the price is high enough, I will consider it. I'll take these back for now. Li Xian tapped his soul guide bracelet lightly, and all the soul guide parts in front of Matthew were packed inside. Looking at the waiting Yushi, Li Xian grabbed her small hand and immediately ran off. You little brat, getting the benefits and running away without even saying goodbye. Oh dear, goodbye, Master Ma. Take care. Don't worry. You little rascal. To the west of Nodding City, Li Xian arrived at his workshop and piled all the parts on the second floor. Yushi sat on the bed, swinging her feet. She was already level 20, and today she accompanied Li Xian in the third elimination match. Li Xian promised to take her shopping in the afternoon. They were all good things, and it was hard to part with them. Li Xian scratched his head. On the ground were parts of soul-guiding devices, including guns, swords, vehicles for transportation, and even half a wing. He had been studying soul-guiding devices too slowly. After half a year, he had only learned one core magic array for thrust. However, with these parts, he could learn to carve those core magic arrays by imitation. Li Xian was unaware of how extraordinary his talent was with soul-guiding devices. Following the instructions from a book, he started by carving a pen. Now, he could simultaneously engrave 18 soul patterns on a core array. Anyway, whether he had talent or not, reaching this stage meant that having it would only be better. Yushi squatted down beside him, picked up a broken dagger, and leaned closer to the hollow part of the handle, noticing it was still glowing inside. Li Xian, this thing can still be used. Let me see. She snatched it away, and after fiddling with it for a moment, Li Xian exclaimed, "A soul-guiding dagger? Oh, it's of the dark attribute. It can be activated through the core array of a dark attribute crystal nucleus, and it can work like this." Li Xian discovered that the creation of this soul guide device was quite simple, but there was a transformation soul pattern on the core formation. By utilizing the attributes of the soul beast crystal core, it enhanced the dagger's dark attribute power. If this dagger were used by a soul master with a dark attribute martial soul, its power would be significant. Why didn't I think of this? Li Xian's heart raced. The so-called standing on the shoulders of giants turned out to be so convenient. He had refused to use beast cores as the raw material for the core formation of the crossbow for durability, only to realize that he had missed out on a lot. Soul beast crystal cores are the best material. Yueshi, once I figure out this soul guide device, I'll make a matching pair for you. Is that okay? Thank you. You must feel that it suits you well. That's right, it's cool to the touch and hand. A piece of iron, if it's not cool, can it be hot? At the moment, it's unrealistic to study all the parts of the soul guide devices. Li Xian strapped the half-dagger to his body and took Yushi out for a stroll, planning to study it slowly on the way. In a marketplace, Li Xian, like a puppet being pulled in different directions, accompanied Yushi as she sold various daily necessities. He was already quite strong, but why did he feel so mentally exhausted? Squatting in front of a street stall, Li Xian selected soul beast crystal cores from the ground and soon bought a pile. Yushi often saw Li Xian staring blankly at a bunch of stones. Curiously, she squatted beside him, asking if he was buying these again. The shopkeeper was already very familiar with Li Xian, helping him pack his items and even giving him a discount. I'll tinker with these when we get back. Yushi, who seemed to understand but not really, crossed her arms and pulled him forward. Shopping really brought out his energy. Just as Li Xian was thinking this, he caught sight of a piece of beast bone for sale at a nearby stall, its peculiar aura attracting him. He immediately stopped and pulled back the not-so-far Yushi. As if caught off guard, Yushi was yanked back. Approaching that stall, Li Xian wasted no time and directly picked up the item that resembled a beast's hand bone, weighing it in his hand. This is a piece of soul beast bone containing soul power, young man. The shopkeeper was a young man in his late 20s. After a soul beast dies, its body still has value, but for soul masters, items that do not enhance combat power are worth very little. Therefore, things like crystal cores, beast bones, fur, and blood essence, which cannot be directly absorbed by human soul masters, have become unwanted since the profession of soul instructor has vanished. They only possess collectible value. Some uniquely interesting pieces of corpses are also sold, like this soul beast hand bone in front of them. Li Xian wanted to know its uniqueness. He had already sensed that it contained soul power. Where did you get it? And is it valuable? The middle-aged youth explained. I dug this out from the body of a 1,000-year soul beast that I hunted. It was a golden sand wolf king. Because this bone can emit light. I initially thought it was a soul bone. Li Xian nodded. There are many soul beast bones containing soul power. It is said that if the soul beast continues to grow, the corresponding bones will turn into soul bones. Haven't you dealt with this piece of the golden sand wolf king's hand bone? The young man awkwardly touched his nose. After all, it is a 1,000-year-old wolf king's bone, and I wanted to sell it for 200 gold soul coins. So many people ran away when they heard it. 200 gold soul coins? Li Xian was taken aback. If it were a soul bone, then this piece of bone could be sold for 2 million gold soul coins, and someone would buy it. However, it was just an ordinary bone with soul bone potential. Even if it contains soul power, it might not necessarily become a soul bone in the future. Moreover, there were many such beast bones on the market, and compared to soul beast crystal cores that could be used for construction and soul guides, it was completely useless. I think it's overpriced too. Since you often come here to buy crystal cores, you must like to collect them. How about this, if you want it? I'll sell it to you for half the price. 100 gold soul coins? Li Xian raised an eyebrow. For an ordinary family, that's enough for 20 years of living expenses. And for a 30th level soul master, that's about the same amount they can receive as a subsidy from the spirit hall every month. When one's soul power reaches level 30, they have a bit of strength in the soul master world, and asking for a month's salary of a soul master right off the bat is indeed quite bold. However, Li Xian was not short on money. During this time, he had made tens of thousands of gold soul coins by flipping soul beast crystal cores. He even managed to lower the price of soul beast crystal cores in Nodding City by himself. Brother, 100 is not too much. Think about it. This is a beast bone dropped by a wolf king soul beast, which is considered quite powerful in the soul beast realm. Li Xian nodded. That's right. It's highly valuable for collection. I'll take it. With a swipe of his soul guiding device, 100 gold soul coins fell down with a clatter. The young vendor was overjoyed at the sight. The reason for buying this beast bone, aside from its potential value, was mainly because Li Xian sensed a hint of a bright aura from it. The Golden Sand Wolf King sounds like a light attribute soul beast. He thought to take it back and give it a try. If it turned out to be a soul bone, he would profit greatly. If not, it could still be used to practice engraving core magic arrays. From the perspective of soul power, it was comparable to a 2,000-year-old crystal core. Although it was slightly less effective than a soul beast crystal core, it wasn't a big deal. Chapter 56, Soul Bone Li Xian. Why are you buying that thing? It's a bit scary. After leaving the stall, Yushi occasionally glanced back. He just earned 100 gold soul coins, and she felt a bit sorry for Li Xian. Scary? Li Xian's heart stirred as he took out the soul bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King from a soul guide and placed it on Yueshi's head. Ah! The prank scared Yueshi, turning her face pale. In a flurry of movement, she fiercely threw the beast bone off her head and dove into Li Xian's embrace. I don't want it. Take it away quickly. Haha. Li Xian caught the fallen beast bone, feeling the soft, delicate body, and smiled proudly. Fond of being petty, it couldn't be changed. In the evening, after playing all afternoon, Yueshi was still full of energy, happily packing the piles of items she bought in the bedroom. Perfume, shampoo, hairpins, skirts. Li Xian didn't quite understand why this girl had developed such interests at her age. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Li Xian poured out the soul beast crystal cores he had bought from the soul guiding device, and finally took out the hand bone of the soul beast. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. He no longer lacked money, and this time the soul beast crystal cores would be used to engrave the core magic array. Li Xian first screened and selected the crystal nuclei with the required attributes. After so many days of ability testing, he had a certain grasp of the critical hit probability. Although it was a bit metaphysical, he believed that by arranging them in a certain way, one of the stages would definitely produce a critical hit. Li Xian placed the soul beast hand bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King in the middle, towards the back, and rubbed his hands together. He hoped for a good outcome. He could then grasp the first crystal core and begin to adjust the years. In fact, even if he didn't get a critical hit, it wouldn't matter. By the time he became a soul master, soul sect, or soul king, the years would naturally increase, and he wouldn't lack for items worth 10,000 years at that time. Oh, a critical hit. Li Xian's eyes lit up as he tossed a piece of ethereal. ancient crystal core into the air. Unfortunately, it was a core without attributes, so its power would be significantly reduced if used as the core of formation pattern. Like this, and then like this. Li Xian immediately adjusted the position of the Wolf King's handbone. To be honest, he was quite superstitious about metaphysics. Thus, as he worked on the soul beast crystal cores piece by piece, Li Xian fell into a state of concentration. Beside the bedroom door, Yushi quietly took a glance, carefully closed the door, and soon changed into a sleeveless short skirt before opening the door again. After glancing at Li Xian, she walked back in disappointment. Li Xian's ability to modify is limited to a single item, but it does not affect his ability to change each crystal core. Soon, after the sequential modification, the next item is the Wolf King's paw bone. The claws shimmer with a golden luster, and the paw bone is large, about the length of Li Xian's forearm. It emits a faint aura of soul power with a light attribute from within. Even the glaze on the outside of the bone has been stained with a layer of golden brilliance due to the influence of the soul power. Remarkable. If this Wolf King continues to grow, it might truly become a soul bone. Soul bones are rare treasures that usually only drop from 10,000-year soul beasts. They are part of the soul beast body and can exert their power while on the soul beast. Therefore, if this golden sand wolf king grows to 10,000 years and evolves this paw bone into a soul bone, its combat power would surely be extremely terrifying. However, while it has potential, not every beast bone with soul power can become a soul bone. It's just relatively speaking. Let's go for a critical hit. Li Xian grasped the hand bone of the golden sand wolf king, then closed his eyes to channel the power of stabilization. A milky white halo flowed through his elbow, enveloping the object in his palm, and soon, stabilization was successful. Li Xian opened his eyes, and a sudden joy surged in his heart. It was a true critical hit. He couldn't help but doubt it, and immediately looked at the Wolf King's bone in his hand. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The bone had shrunk several times, now only the size of his palm. However, on the surface of the golden sand Wolf King's bone, a golden luster condensed like substance, and a sacred aura of light emanated from within the bone. Had it really become a soul bone? Li Xian still couldn't quite believe how lucky he was. By activating the soul bone with soul power and placing it in the corresponding position on his body, he could absorb the soul bone. Li Xianping sat cross-legged on the sofa, placing the shrunk beast bone in his left hand, and then began to refine it. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck as the soul bone fused, causing a strong rejection reaction in his body. Li Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and urged his soul power to continue absorbing. At this moment, he had already confirmed that this piece of the golden sand wolf king's hand bone had truly become a soul bone. He was incredibly lucky. For soul masters, soul bones are the most desired items in their dreams. A 10,000-year soul bone must come with a skill, and the body can only absorb from 6 parts. Excluding the strongest torso bone, the ranking of strength is skull, right arm, left leg, and right leg. Once absorbed, it cannot be removed unless the soul master is killed. They can also sever the part that absorbed the soul bone, sacrificing 10 levels of soul power to expel the soul bone from their body. However, for Li Xian, who could increase his lifespan, he would definitely not do that. Although this was just a 10,000-year wolf king soul bone, he could continue to enhance its quality. It's worth mentioning that each soul bone skill has certain characteristics, which can be understood as additional effects of the skill, such as spirit illusion and explosive impact, etc. The most important point, the soul bone that Li Xian absorbed is different from the external soul bones of the 6 major parts. This makes it even rarer, because the parts of soul bones that soul masters can absorb are limited, who wouldn't want to add an extra soul bone overall. This is also the reason why the stall owner dared to sell it at a high price. Li Xian has truly made a fortune this time. Half an hour later, Li Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes, which were soaked in sweat. He had successfully absorbed it. He actually obtained a soul bone. For Li Xian, this was quite a pleasant surprise. What kind of ability is it? He closed his eyes again to carefully feel it, and a wave of tingling heat came from his left hand. The information about the soul bone in Li Xian's heart is revealed. 10,000 years phantom cutting light left hand bone. Emits 3 attacks of the golden sand wolf king's claw marks, stimulates light attribute release, and enhances cutting attributes. Not bad. Li Xian gave a full evaluation. What he currently lacks is offensive skills, and the power provided by this golden sand wolf king spirit bone allows him, as a control-type soul master, to possess strong offensive capabilities. The attack from the claws of a 10,000-year soul beast, and there are 3 of them. With his Qirong Tong Tian Ju martial soul unleashed, his attack might even rival the powerful strike of a soul zone. Li Xian's thoughts are somewhat conservative. After all, the attack power of a soul bone comes from its own age, and 10,000 years corresponds to a soul king. Of course, one's own level also has a significant impact on skills. At this moment, Li Xian had an impulse to test the power of his skills. But the only soul king he knew was Zhao Feng, who was far away on the other side of the Stardow Forest. So there was no way for him to come over and act as a sparring partner. Suppressing his excitement, he decided to wait until the day he accompanied Yushi to hunt soul beasts in the forest to test it out. "You girl, you scare me. What are you doing standing here?" Suddenly looking up, Li Xian's heart tightened when he saw Yushi bending over to observe him. He glanced her over and then gently tapped her little head in exasperation. Yushi was wearing a light green floral sleeveless summer dress and had paired it with a wide-brimmed white straw hat. After being taken care of for more than half a semester, her arms and neck had become fair, and her body was as tender as if it had been splashed with milk. Paired with this energetic summer outfit, Li Xian was momentarily stunned. She looked quite cute. However, at this moment, Yushi was staring at him seriously, puzzled. "Li Xian, you were acting very strange just now. What's wrong with you?" Had she been quietly observing him all this time while he absorbed the soul bone for half an hour? Li Xian tugged at the corners of his mouth. His curiosity was really strong. Rising up and clenching his hand, Li Xian noticed that the strength in his left hand had also increased. It's no wonder. The effect of the 10,000-year soul bone had enhanced his bone density, and with the attached muscles and tendons, his right hand had overall gained an increase in strength. "After taking a shower and resting, I will take you to obtain a soul ring tomorrow. I've already finished washing up." "Then why are you dressed like this? Are you still going out?" Yushi pouted, and the phrase, "addressed to show you," remained unspoken. Chapter 57. Fasnuo Province, Fengdan's Soul Beast Forest. A royal soul beast breeding ground in the northern part of Fasnuo Province. From Feixia, Li Xian obtained information about the illusion spirit possum soul beast, which is only found in the Heaven-Do Empire, with the nearest one to Nodding City being this forest. Unlike the Star-Do Great Forest and the Wetland Forest, the soul beasts inside have relatively low cultivation, with the highest not exceeding 5,000 years. Royalty and noble children enter here to hunt soul beasts when they are at the rank of soul respect and below. The soul beasts in the royal breeding garden are regularly cleared, so the chance of dying from a soul beast attack is very low. Thanks to those two tokens. Old Su. I didn't expect the guardian of the royal forest to know the limits. Only nobles can enter here, but they still have to give face to the elders of the spirit hall. Those two little guys don't even know how much leeway has been given to them from above. Well, let's not talk about it for now. If Li Xian knew that he had the backing of an elder from the spirit hall, he would probably blow the roof off Heaven-Do. In the central commercial street of Fasnuo Province, Feixia was wearing a white shirt paired with a dark vest, and over it, she had on a loose-fitting deep blue suit jacket. On the chest of the jacket, she wore a deep blue gemstone adorned with white and blue stripes. With her arms crossed, Feixia walked ahead, introducing the check-in spots of Fasnuo Province to Li Xian and Yushi. Li Xian didn't pay attention. His gaze slightly glanced at the round hard hat worn by Feixia, which had 2 feathers inserted in it. Below, she wore long boots paired with stockings and a skirt. Such a strange outfit. Li Xian noticed that all the merchants coming and going were dressed the same way. Many of those walking around here are nobles. Feixia glanced at Li Xian and smiled as she reminded him. "Oh, so what? They're still just heads on top of their arms." Yueshi chuckled upon hearing this. What an impolite guy. Feixia was halfway through her speech, but suddenly stopped. Perhaps it was precisely because of the commoner's laziness that the noble's formality stood out. After saying this, she proudly waved her hand, lifting her fair neck. "Stop talking nonsense." Li Xian kicked Feixia's heel and said, "I need your help to hunt soul beasts. We can't enter that forest. Where have you brought us?" We arrived in the Fasnuo province. Originally, the group was heading straight for the Fengdan forest. However, the guards there drove them away, stating that non-royals and non-nobles were not allowed entry, not even giving face to Matthew, the Soul Hall's responsible person. Frustrated, the group had no choice but to return. Matthew and Dean Su planned to visit the Soul Hall in the provincial capital of Fasnuo, hoping to use this as a medium to communicate with the nobles here. Li Xian and the other person took separate actions, and he naturally thought of Feixia. With her noble identity as a young lady, the guards in the Fontaine Forest had no choice but to let her pass. However, after arriving at the academy and finding Feixia, she took him and Yueshi to the center of the provincial city. As the most bustling area, the air was filled with the scent of money. Had she forgotten what their original purpose was? "You came all this way, since you found me. Let me treat you to something good." Feixia's lips, painted with red lipstick, revealed a mysterious smile. Also, I have a family member I want to introduce you to. Eating is fine, but there's no need to meet the person. After helping Yueshi obtain her soul ring, there will be plenty of time. Li Xian yawned. Sorry. Fei Xia frowned. But her face showed no anger. I didn't expect you to find the academy. Wouldn't it have been easier to find me by inquiring about the Fido family in the provincial city of Fasno? Master Ma has a friend at the Rhine Academy, and we thought if we couldn't find you, we could ask him for help. So I'm just a backup. Fei Xia turned her gaze away, hiding her distorted face from anger. After walking for a while, she led the two into a luxuriously decorated building. I won't argue with you anymore. Come on, my family should be waiting for me. Miss Fei Xia. A suited attendant respectfully bowed upon seeing Fei Xia enter. As they walked, all the service staff they encountered greeted them. Li Xian pulled Yushi along behind him, feeling a wave of disdain in his heart. This little girl, Fei Xia, was flaunting her status to establish her good image. Noble? Isn't it just that only powerful soul masters can consider themselves noble? After all, one's cultivation as a soul master is what truly matters. The complicated etiquette and these useless accolades are far less reassuring than having real skills. The hotel went up, turning a few corners before entering a private room. They had arrived. Gently knocking on the door, Fei Xia casually pushed it open. Li Xian had already thought about how to greet the elder of Figia, but upon entering, he was taken aback. Inside the private room sat a girl about 6 or 7 years old, who stood up respectfully upon seeing him and slightly nodded. Her attire was similar to Figia's, but she wore an all-white dress. Next to her stood a tall young man in his 30s, dressed in a pure black suit, resembling a guard. Hello, my name is Fido Firen, said the girl, who had a head of white silver hair and a delicate face. She took off her hat and held it against her chest, bowing gracefully. Li Xian raised his arm resting on Yushi's shoulder and waved. Hello. Fei Xia was speechless. This is my sister I mentioned to you, with the martial soul of the Azure Serpent. Let me introduce you. Is she also at Rhine Academy? Rhine Academy is a noble intermediate academy with both junior and intermediate grades. By the way, Phylan is the same age as you. Got it, let's order. We can go hunt soul beasts after we finish eating. The illusory possum soul beast isn't rare. We can go anytime. No rush. Fei Xia took off her top hat and helped Li Xian pull out a chair. Li Xian hugged Yushi and sat down, glancing at her again. Li Xian sat in the second chair, with Fei Xia sitting next to him. Fei Luan politely sat opposite him, his gaze downcast and silent. Li Xian understood that this meeting was deliberately arranged by Fei Xia. In his eyes, Fei Luan was just an obedient child. Fei Xia introduced him to her and then left. It was very common for nobles to associate with other nobles or to connect with potential soul masters. From Fei Luan's face, Li Xian could even see a hint of dullness. He was made hungry by Fei Xia's words and just wanted to order food. Li Xian, where are you going after the first semester ends? You mean during the winter vacation? Yes. I'm going to be an apprentice at the blacksmith shop, not going home. Blacksmith shop? Forging? Fei Xia seemed to find the term difficult to understand, questioning him. You, with such good talent, are going to learn forging? For them, winter vacation was of course about traveling and broadening their horizons. With an improved mindset, their subsequent level upgrades would also be quick. Yushi, are you going home? Li Xian did not pay attention to Fei Xiang, but instead glanced at the moonlit evening. I want to go home and see my mom, said Yushi obediently. Oh. Li Xian's face showed some disappointment. Without her around, his cultivation progress slowed down. Fei Xia's expression brightened, as if she had seized an opportunity. Clearing her throat, she said, Li Xian, if you have time, you can come to the provincial city. Our Theduality family can provide you with accommodation. And the iron shop business here is more professional than in Notting City. Are you interested? Chapter 58. Fei Lu and Fei Xia offered enticing conditions. The accommodation and job arrangements provided by the nobles were definitely unmatched by those in Notting City. She even planned to take Li Xian along on noble organized outings to strengthen her relationship with her sister. In the future, when he entered a higher academy, having this bond would bring him closer to the Theduality family. However, Li Xian heard this and refused outright. I'm not interested. My workshop is in Nottingham, and I don't want to waste time moving around. Why would Matthew run around when he has such a nice villa? What's so great about that thing anyway? Figia was speechless. Although everyone has their hobbies, she found the blacksmithing work, which was something only commoners would do, boring. She waved her hand, and Firen came over, sitting beside her while the young man stepped out. After a while, the waiter began to bring in the dishes one after another. Li Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Eating was the priority. All the dishes were served at once, filling the entire table covered with a white cloth. There were also candlesticks, vases, and teacups as decorations. With a clatter, the food cover was lifted, revealing a golden roasted goose. Li Xian tore off half and shared it with Yueshi, while the other half went into his mouth. After a wild and extravagant meal, he didn't forget to wipe his mouth with the tablecloth. He wiped the grease off his hands and ruffled Yueshi's hair, asking if it was good. Yueshi's face turned slightly red. Although this was a banquet hosted by Fei Xiao for the two of them, she still paid attention to some etiquette. Li Xian's way of eating is like a whirlwind. Figia and Fido hold their knives and forks, elegantly cutting food and bringing it to their mouths, while bits of food occasionally fly around them. After a while, half of the food has been eaten. It's too much. Even Li Xian's appetite can't finish it all. Compared to the dining options at the academy, it's a bit greasy. The dishes tend to be on the sweet side, but the taste is quite good. Firen occasionally sneaks a glance at Li Xian, filled with disdain. Why not use a napkin? Figia suppresses her urge to comment, puts down her knife and fork, and picks up a warm napkin from her plate, demonstrating how to gently wipe her mouth. She's used to it. Burp. Li Xian took 2 bottles of high-end enamel jars filled with juice and poured them into the soul guide device. He intended to let Master Ma and the others taste it. Would you like a whole cart? No, just a little is enough. You're quite special among the friends I know. Fei Xia signaled with her eyes, and Philin immediately put down the knife and fork in her hands. Resting her hands on her knees, her brown pupils scanned over. She wore a silver necklace around her neck, her bangs neatly styled, and her small face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, adorned with shiny makeup. Sitting next to Fei Xia, she obediently waited for interaction. Li Xian, why not chat with my sister for a while? First help Yueshi get the soul ring, then you can play however you want tomorrow. The sleeve was gently tugged, and just as Fei Xiao was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of Philin, whose hand was hidden under her skirt, gently waving as if to say no. You are a bit naive, Philin. After a soft response that only the two could hear, Fei Xiao shook her head internally. Many nobles interacted with her Fei Duo family, and having been trained in etiquette since childhood, her peers were mostly well-dressed, wealthy young men, so it was no wonder her sister had high standards. If we talk about Li Xian's strengths, at first glance, apart from being handsome, there isn't much else. You'll know when you go to the forest with me. Ignoring Philin's objections, Fei Xia pulled her up. Let's go. In front of the Fontaine Forest, Matthew and Director Su lay in the shade of a tree beside the carriage, enjoying the breeze. Old Su, what do you think those 2 little ones are doing now? It's been a while. They're probably playing. After all, they came from our small place. True. Usually Li Xian seems quite mature, but he is still a child, playful at heart. Let's wait a bit longer. We have nothing to do anyway. Just as he was thinking, a dull sound of the carriage rolling came from the forest. After Matthew and Director Su got up, they saw 4 or 5 figures approaching from a carriage not far away. Looks like we were wrong. It's Fei Xia after all, I thought so. Li Xian pulled She over first. Master Ma, sorry to keep you waiting. Are you thirsty? I brought you this. As he spoke, Li Xian took out a juice in an enamel bottle from the soul guide device. Dean Su smiled and said, we're glad you thought of this. But keep the good stuff for yourself. Hunting soul beasts is more important. Maza, and the others glanced at the bottle's exterior as elders. They naturally wouldn't covet what the children had. However, they were satisfied with this gesture. Dean Su, Master Ma. From behind, Fei Xiao walked over with Fei Luan, bowing respectfully, while the young man in a black suit behind them nodded slightly. You're here too. That's good. It will be more convenient to enter with your noble identity. Upon hearing his tone, Li Xian immediately understood. Master Ma and the others had also found a way to enter the forest. They specifically came to this place to hunt the illusion spirit possum. Otherwise, with the status of the spirit hall, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. Inside the soul beast forest, a group of people, led by Fei Xia, walked deeper into the forest. The average cultivation level of the soul beasts here is about 1,000 years, and the royal forest has raised many rare soul beasts. Yueshi, you can share your thoughts. There are many targets to choose from. Without speaking, Yueshi looked up at Li Xian and shook her head. We came here to find the illusion spirit possum. Your first soul skill is very powerful, and I think it pairs well with Yueshi. Agility-type soul masters pursue speed, and the more speed-enhancing soul skills, the better. Don't be fooled by the deceptive nature of my first soul skill. It can be a disadvantage later on. Fei Xia kindly reminded. Her family possesses 2 types of martial souls, the white snake and the azure ghost snake. But the first soul skill of both martial souls provides speed enhancement. Unfortunately, only she recklessly hunted the illusion spirit possum. In battle, of course, survival is the priority. No matter how fast you are, if you're held back by control-type soul master, it's all for naught. Li Xian was spot on. Figia, with her elusive first soul skill, could still engage with him. If it were just a speed-enhancing soul skill, She would instantly become a target the moment she entered his control range. Is that right, Phelan? Use your first soul skill to show Sister Yueshi. Fisia paused, eager to showcase her family's ultimate technique. Nearby, Matthew and director Sue stood with their hands behind their backs, smiling at the scene. Creativity comes from conflict. Phelan stepped forward, showing no concealment of her disdain for Yueshi, lifted her chin, and a yellow soul ring appeared beneath her feet, its green sheen enveloping her body. First soul skill, Wandering Snake, she exclaimed, transforming into a beam of light and rushing out, stopping again already 10 meters away. Yueshi's bangs were blown up, and a look of surprise flashed across her small face. In the air, one could even see the residual shadow left by Fei Luan. Li Xian's gaze was fixed on the ground beneath Fei Luan's feet, where the surface of the boots showed bubbles flowing. The so-called first soul skill was not only a sprint, but also had the effect of acceleration. How about it, Yushi? If you need, I can take you to hunt the rare soul beast, the white phoenix electric luho, in this forest. Yushi glanced at Li Xian and shook her head, still willing to listen to him. It's a good acceleration soul skill, but Yushi already possesses her first soul skill, so let's go hunt the soul spirit opossum. Wait, what do you mean she already has a first soul skill? At that moment, Fei Luan, who had been silent, spoke up in surprise. Fei Xia's heart also stirred. Right, half a year ago, I helped Yushi test her soul skill. At that time, she had just obtained her first soul ring. And now, knowing that the two had the advantage of martial soul fusion, the upgrade would be faster. Fei Xia had been focusing on Li Xian, and only now realized that this timid Yushi beside him was also not simple. Can't understand? We came to help you, she obtained her soul ring. She doesn't have a first soul ring? Fei Luan seemed to question with soul. A wave of shock hit her heart. Who told you that? Yushi is already level 20 and needs to obtain her second soul ring. What? Hearing this from Li Xian himself, Fei Luan looked at the quiet Yushi beside her, who blinked her big eyes shyly. Fei Xia glanced at Fei Luan, rubbed her head, and said, Don't lose your composure, Fei Luan. I'll explain about those two when we get back, and Yushi really is level 20. You must understand one thing. There are always greater heights beyond the heavens, and one should not judge by appearances. Fei Luan's body stiffened, then silently nodded. Her tightly clenched fist relaxed as she looked at Li Xian with curiosity and asked, Then, Li Xian, what level are you? Me? I'm the same as your sister, not much. Li Xian said. Fisia should be level 25 by now, right? After all, she was already at level 23 6 months ago. So, you're already level 24? Firen felt incredulous. 24? Li Xian frowned and glanced at Fisia, who proudly crossed her arms, her eyes filled with superiority, as if to say, Can I make progress? With his chin in hand, Li Xian felt speechless. Fisia's soul power was increasing too slowly. Of course, he didn't consider that because of the martial soul fusion, his and Yushi's training speed was more than 3 times that of an average soul master. Moreover, with a top-tier martial soul, Yushi's phantom martial soul was among the best in the evil martial souls, leading to a rapid increase in soul power for both sides. Recently, Li Xian also contacted Tang San to inquire about the production of hidden weapons. From him, Li Xian learned that Tang San is currently only at level 15. Li Xian wants to reach level 40 within 3 years. He believes that taking half a year to level up by 4 levels is too slow, especially since the upcoming upgrades will become increasingly difficult. The comparison between Fei Xia and Li Xian is quite close, but Fei Xia is 6 years older than Li Xian, so she does not view him through the lens of common sense, and naturally forgets this point. As for Fei Luan, he was utterly shocked. Li Xian and she are both 7 years old, but her soul power is only level 13, while the other person is already at level 24. Among her peers, Fei Luan's talent is outstanding, and those boys who want to pursue her have been overshadowed by her. However, her proud talent has been repeatedly challenged in front of Li Xian and Yushi. Her face inevitably turned pale. What is going on with them? Chapter 59. Improved sleeve arrow Fei. She looked at her sister Fei Luan, who was feeling down, and gently reached out with her delicate hand. Do you know why I brought you out? Fei Luan replied with a somber gaze, and then Fei Shi whispered. Also, Li Xian's martial soul is very special. It is a top-level light attribute martial soul. You should get closer to him, if you know what I mean. Light attribute. Fei Luan was momentarily stunned, and a flicker of light appeared in her eyes. Their family has 2 types of martial souls. The white snake martial soul, which has been passed down for generations, and a very small number of children awaken the special martial soul, the green ghost snake. The naturally dark attribute green ghost snake has historically been known to fuse with light attribute martial souls. Fei Luan was taken aback. That Li Xian possesses a light attribute martial soul? But why does Fei Shi think his martial soul has fusion potential? Not every light attribute martial soul has the possibility of fusion. This felt a bit strange for Fei Luan. Fei Shi, there's a strange movement ahead. Are there a lot of group-living soul beasts in this area? Suddenly, Dean Su walked forward and scanned the depths of the dense forest to the left. Li Xian also sensed something was off. Let me think. Fei Xia was discerning the direction, and after a moment, her brows furrowed slightly. There was indeed something unusual. This dark attribute felt like the aura of a wind demon wolf. However, those threatening pack animals should have been cleared out, and it was daytime, so those soul beasts shouldn't be out. At this time of year, soul beasts were reproducing in large numbers, so anything could happen. Matthew shook his head and released his martial soul to prevent any danger. I'll take a look. Dean Su summoned the stone sparrow martial soul, and the soul power enveloped him, forming wings made of soul energy that lifted him into the air. Li Xian, take out that thing of yours. If there really is a wolf pack, use your repeating crossbow to deal with it. Matthew patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Oh, Li Xian took out a hidden weapon about the size of 2 palms from the soul guide device. Its exterior was bright, predominantly in a dark silver tone, and its model resembled a crossbow bolt, but there were no rubber bands connecting it to the crossbow arms. Instead, 3 crystals were embedded inside the crossbow mechanism. The surfaces of those crystals were engraved with intricate patterns, and their enchanting luster flowed, releasing a scorching aura. What is this? Fei Xiao leaned in for a closer look, having never seen such a strange weapon used by a soul master before. A repeating crossbow that could be activated by soul power. That a soul guide device. Although the profession of soul master has become extinct, there are still many usable soul guide devices in today's market. However, most of them are swords and blades, making this type of long-range hidden weapon in Li Xian's hand extremely rare. It's different. Li Xian was too lazy to explain and took out a box of arrows from the soul guiding device, installing the mechanism stored in the box at the back of the crossbow. He then wore the improved multi-shot crossbow on his right wrist, channeling his soul power to energize the core magic formation. The crossbow bolts shone with a brilliant light, and a wave of frantic energy surged out, startling those around him and causing them to take a step back. Is this what you developed in the blacksmith shop? Seeing the extraordinary nature of this concealed weapon, Fei Xia's eyes were filled with surprise. What, do you want to give it a try? Li Xian aimed the crossbow at Fei Xia, adjusting the device as Fei Xia dodged. You guy, don't make such jokes. Fei Xia raised both hands. The weapons made by Li Xian are clearly no ordinary items. Moreover, she has come into contact with soul-guiding devices, and the crystals she saw inside the crossbow mechanism are clearly the core magic arrays carved from soul beast crystal cores. Although she doesn't know if that item was made by Li Xian, the hidden weapons assembled using parts from soul-guiding devices appear dangerous at first glance. Rest assured, I won't miss. Saying this, Li Xian aimed the mechanism at Fei Luan. Do you want to help your sister test its power? Curious. Fei Luan instinctively took a step forward, but Fei Xia quickly pulled her back. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry, Li Xian. Haha, just kidding. At this moment, the Principal Su, who had been flying in the air using soul power, landed. The others looked over, only to see Principal Su's expression serious. It's not a wolf pack. I see many panicked soul beasts, as if they are being chased. Are the soul beasts in revolt? Li Xian's expression darkened. He recalled the scene of being chased by the dark gold terror bear in the starry forest. Even now, thinking about it sent a shiver down his spine. Where do the illusory spirit possums live, and can we take a detour to get there? Frowning, Li Xian asked Fei Xia. It's not far ahead. We might as well wait a bit. Since the soul beasts are in turmoil, perhaps those weaker soul beasts will come out on their own. I want to help Yueshi hunt a century-old spirit possum. The age doesn't matter, just a century-old one will do. As he spoke, Li Xian took out a slightly smaller crossbow from his soul guide device and handed it to Yueshi. It was specially made by him, with a core magic array inside using a dark attribute soul beast crystal core. There was only one, so its power was a bit weak, but correspondingly, its size was reduced, making it easier to carry. This wasn't the first time Yueshi had encountered the hidden weapon made by Li Xian. Li Xian often took her to the weapon workshop in Nottingham to play, staying there for an entire afternoon or evening. During that time, engraving soul patterns was an exhausting task. As Li Xian's mobile power bank, Yueshi's contribution was not in vain, as she had a share in the soul guiding devices that were being repaired. Can I use this? Seeing Li Xian nod, Yueshi took the mini crossbow, skillfully strapped it to her right hand, and activated it by channeling her soul power. How many more of those weapons do you have? Beside her, Fei Luan's mouth was agape, and her eyes showed an envious astonishment. Li Xian smiled at her and continued to observe the soul beast right ahead. Figia crossed her arms and suddenly asked curiously, with Yueshi's high talent, are you only planning to help hunt century-old soul beasts? What about finding a 1,000-year illusionary possum? Li Xian had done his homework. The soul beast, the spirit possum, was a weak and small creature at the bottom of the soul beast food chain. It was already rare, and there were even fewer that could grow. Anyway, he had the ability to provide a more stable soul ring age, helping Yushi hunt a 100-year-old illusion spirit possum to ensure her soul ring pairing was perfect. Also, it was pure luck that I encountered that 100-year-old illusion spirit possum back then, precisely because it was scarce. Fei Xia had chosen to change the target soul beast for her first soul ring. While the two were discussing, a quick-moving, crawling soul beast suddenly jumped out from the bushes ahead. It had 6 legs, a lizard-like body, and a centipede-like head, with a 2-meter-long tail swinging as it charged towards the group. Be careful. Matthew and Director Su's expressions turned serious. Li Xian was no longer the soul master who needed their protection. His soul power was already close to that of Matthew. He raised his right hand. The ready crossbow aimed at the charging soul beast and pulled the trigger. The arrows shot out fast enough to become blurry. A buzzing sound was heard, and Li Xian stumbled back a few steps from the recoil of the crossbow. The surface of the modified crossbow shimmered, and in just a second, 6 or 7 arrows were fired. Looking ahead again, the lizard soul beast pierced through its body, hadn't even reacted yet, and crawled forward for several meters before its massive body crashed to the ground, a dark yellow soul ring condensing from its corpse. Blood trickled from the small hole made by the arrows, and in the jungle behind, the arrows embedded themselves in the soil, the impact causing the ground to upheave. Huh. Fei Xiao widened her eyes. That was a soul beast around 500 years old, and it died just like that? Fei Luan slightly opened his mouth, staring intently at the crossbow in Li Xian's hand, his face revealing a desire for it. There really is something to this. Matthew and Dean Su exchanged glances, both stunned. This kid really has researched soul-guided devices. Furthermore, that type of hidden weapon is not ordinary. If launched using elasticity, its power wouldn't be low either. It's hard to tell he has such talent. Indeed, they always thought this kid was just messing around. Creating soul-guided devices is not simple. You can't just copy what others do. It requires a high level of control over mental power. Otherwise, those intricate soul patterns, even if carved out, wouldn't be able to condense soul power at all. Matthew clenched his fist, deciding to pass this good news on to an old friend in the military. Li Xian raised his arm and glanced at the 3 restless crystal cores inside the crossbow mechanism. After a moment of agitation, they settled down, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Not bad. The 3 formations did not conflict with each other. He drew inspiration from several other soul-guiding devices that Matthew had found for him, mimicking the core formations with different functions and combining the 3 distinct formations. Although the resulting crossbow bolts had increased power, they often suffered damage. The recently improved version had finally stabilized. However, the smoke issue still hadn't been resolved. He would have to think of a solution later. Hey, Li Xian, there's a phantom opossum on the left. Don't let it get away. At that moment, a startled shout from Fei Xia caught Li Xian's attention. Without thinking, he dashed to the left, and 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, floated beneath his feet as a large area of swamp spread out from the soil. Where do you think you're running? Chapter 60, Winter Break, Earth Control Unleashed. The 3 soul beasts rushing out from the grass immediately stumbled. 1/2-meter-long creature, resembling a flying shuttle, struggled desperately to leap forward but crashed into the gravity ring and fell to the ground, curling up its body. That was the phantom opossum. Understood. Li Xian looked down at the convulsing creature on the ground, which resembled a fat rat with a long tail and a body covered in earthy yellow. Its pointed head had a white circular mark. The soul beast's surface shimmered rapidly, and seeing the situation was dire, Li Xian fired 2 curling tail grasses, binding the fleeing phantom possum tightly. Yushi, he shouted as he turned his head. Behind him, Yushi had already rushed over, using her left hand to support her wrist, channeling her soul power to shoot arrows from the crossbow, accompanied by a spray of blood. The Zongzi in front of Li Xian stopped struggling and fell limply, releasing a light yellow soul ring. Matthew and Dean Su exchanged glances and walked toward the sides. Fei Xia, on the other hand, pulled the stiff Fei Luan directly over. Just 100 years. What good luck. Is it only 100 years? Li Xian frowned slightly. He hoped that the cultivation of this soul beast could be a bit higher. Yushi approached and grabbed his arm, shaking it a bit, which was already enough for Li Xian. Looking at the shimmering light in her big eyes, Li Xian smiled too. He whispered a few words in her ear. Yushi's expression brightened upon hearing it. Really? He rubbed her head. I usually don't lie to you. What are you two talking about? Fisia, seeing the closeness between the two, couldn't help but sigh. The competitive pressure on Philin was really great. She knew her sister's personality very well. Outwardly obedient, but actually quirky, with a strong desire to win. Compared to Yushi, who listened to Li Xian, her personality was already lagging behind. Come on, Philin. Fisia took a deep breath and cheered for her sister. At this moment, Philin was stunned, her gaze fixed on the black soul ring under Li Xian's feet. Her fingers trembling as she spoke. Sister, is that a 10,000-year soul ring? Fisia slapped her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to mention this. Including the matter of Li Xian and Yushi's martial soul fusion, this visit from Li Xian was too sudden. She hadn't had time to tell her sister about these things. That's right, a genuine 10,000-year soul ring. The second one is 1,000 years. Do you remember what I told you about Misha and Doran? Together, they can't even match one of his hands. That Doran was attacked by the fearsome claw bear. Philin was already shocked enough, but didn't expect to hear something even more spine-chilling. She couldn't understand how a soul master's first soul ring could possibly be 10,000 years. Some things are so bizarre that the shock far exceeds understanding, thus lowering sensitivity to such peculiarities. On the contrary, it was Misha and the others. Those two, as the new generation competitors of the family, were compared to her sister Fisia. At least, Philin had never thought she could surpass those two. It was only through contact that she realized the gap and felt the distance. And from her sister Fisia's mouth, she learned something even more terrifying. Doran had an accident in the forest because of Li Xian. So, does that mean her sister also can't beat Li Xian? Sure. Misha and those two got into big trouble and could have escaped, but because they dragged Li Xian into the forest, they were blocked by him. So, just know it. Don't spread it around. Okay. Li Xian stopped Yushi, who was eager to absorb the soul ring, and suddenly said, don't be too hasty. Let's go ahead and take a look. The soul ring won't disappear for now. It would be best if we could encounter a high-level illusion spirit possum. Moreover, there's a riot happening up ahead, and I plan to deal with those soul beasts. I'm not comfortable just letting Yushi absorb the soul ring like this. 2/4 of an hour later, in a jungle in the center of the Fengdan forest, there were numerous dead soul beasts lying on the ground, among which were many century soul rings and even 2,000-year soul rings. These were all the result of Li Xian using his crossbow to deal with the riotous soul beasts. His hidden weapons were lethally effective, capable of inflicting damage comparable to that of a soul king. All the soul beasts were taken care of by him, and Feixia and her group were unharmed. 1,000-year ice spirit spider and 1,000-year snow pine jackal. If only there were a water attribute soul master here. Feixia crossed her arms and surveyed the battlefield. At this moment, Li Xian had already dealt with over a dozen formidable soul beasts, even scaring away the troublesome 5,000-year soul beast. Facing such a battlefield, it was difficult for her to remain calm. There might be soul bones among these soul beast corpses, and she needed to carefully observe the glowing areas. Finding even one would be a gain. What soul beast was that fleeing? Li Xian, who had put away his crossbow, frowned slightly. He had only seen a flash of red light, and hadn't had time to chase it down before it escaped. It was a netherfire monkey, judging by its size. It should be around 5,000 years old. Speaking of which, my sister could consider such a soul beast when she becomes a soul zone. Dark attribute, dark and fire. The best choice for a fast attack system. You don't need to think about it. That one belongs to Yushi. Li Xian raised his chin, as if making a promise. Just as he was about to absorb the spirit ring of a 300-year-old illusory possum, he felt his face flush upon hearing the words. You really are domineering, forgetting who brought you in. Hee hee, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Thank you this time. You're welcome. Think about what I said. Come and play during the winter break. We'll see. Unexpectedly, dealing with a group of rampaging soul beasts in front of them allowed Yueshi to encounter another illusory possum, and her cultivation also reached 300 years. Of course, the optimal age for a soul master's second spirit ring is 800 years. But that kind of illusory possum is hard to find. After 15 minutes, Yueshi successfully refined the spirit ring. She opened her bright eyes, and Li Xian urged the aura of the rare mushroom to stay by her side. How is it? Did the soul skill appear? Yes. Because it was only a 300-year-old soul beast, Yueshi's martial soul quickly gave birth to a soul skill. She sensed quietly and opened her eyes again. It's very similar to Sister Feixia's soul skill. That's good. Hearing this, Li Xian felt relieved. Since it was a skill that could transform, Yueshi essentially gained an additional means of survival, which was his initial thought. The next day, Yueshi and Li Xian returned to the provincial city. At Feixia's enthusiastic invitation, they checked in at several scenic spots. In terms of food, aside from having a bit more variety, it was no different from that in Naughty City. However, as a prosperous central city, many shops gave Li Xian a broader perspective. Through Feixia, he found a shop owner and sold all the 10,000-year crystal cores he had, making a substantial profit. Afterward, he spent a fortune to purchase a batch of rare metals, spending over 8,000 gold soul coins. Soul guide devices are too expensive, and he couldn't even afford the scraps. Li Xian didn't need them for now since he hadn't figured out the soul guide device in his hands. After returning to Nodding City, the next day, he signed up for the duo elimination tournament with Yueshi. As winter break approached, through Matthew's arrangements, 2 battles were quickly scheduled. As expected, under the combined efforts of Li Xian and Yueshi, they easily won. Since Li Xian had already advanced, he only needed to help Yueshi win one more match. That day, in the dormitory of the Nodding City Junior Soul Academy, the carriage called by Li Xian stopped in front of the staff building. He helped Yueshi with her luggage and said goodbye to her, who was heading home. After spending a semester together, it felt a bit reluctant to part suddenly. Li Xian handed a bag containing 6 or 7 soul beast crystal cores to Yueshi. Inside were 10,000-year light attribute crystal cores. He was worried that without him by her side, Yueshi might encounter issues during her training. Don't forget to train when you go back. You need to keep these with you at all times. Okay. Yueshi's eyes were red as she rubbed her head. Li Xian urged the coachman to drive away. Tang San also returned. As the academy, there had an earlier holiday. For the next month of winter vacation, Li Xian planned to focus on soul guide devices. Ever since he was able to simultaneously engrave more than a dozen soul patterns, this ability had not been able to advance further. Li Xian speculated that it might be related to soul power. In other words, there are also ranks for soul mentors. But no one has planned it out. He can only feel his way across the river. Of course, with his current abilities, he has enough to create hidden weapons. The multi-shot crossbow has been improved multiple times and has now been reduced to the size of a palm. Li Xian intends to incorporate several core formations that he has just figured out into the hidden weapons as well. The essence remains unchanged. Cutting edge, attraction, piercing, explosion. As long as it's force, it can enhance the power of the hidden weapons. Moreover, Li Xian, during his research on soul guiding devices, came to understand the principles of large soul guiding devices and is attempting to repair a flying soul guiding device. In this world, aside from flying martial souls, it is very difficult for ordinary people to fly. With both feet off the ground, the operational space becomes much larger. This is where air superiority comes into play. He has already envisioned the appearance of activating the flying soul guiding device to release the purple lotus, launching an attack from above with almost no blind spots. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Li Xian, who has been focused on his research, has hardly left Matthew's villa during this period. Progress made by a person in an undisturbed environment can be terrifying. Through his research during this time, Li Xian has mastered the principles of space arrays and flying arrays. When he can simultaneously inscribe 99 soul patterns, he'll be able to replicate these 2 types of soul guiding devices. Unfortunately, he has not made any progress in terms of soul power, which may be related to his cultivation level. After all, he is only a great soul master, and it is impossible to reach the peak in one leap. Li Xian doesn't quite understand the ways to enhance soul power. Soul masters cultivate soul power without focusing on the soul. Instead, such things are seen as accessories, and as their cultivation improves, their soul power naturally increases. When he has some free time, Li Xian will open the Xintian treasure record, which does contain substances that nurture mental strength. Alchemy. Li Xian sighed inwardly. His energy was limited, and the soul guiding device and Tang San's hidden weapons had already drained him. He had no time to learn new things. However, he could try to swallow some herbs and then stimulate his soul power to refine the medicine. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Li Xian stroked his chin, increasingly feeling that this idea was feasible. Just then, he noticed someone knocking on his front door. Unable to tell whether it was day or night, Li Xian walked upstairs to open the door. Standing at the door were Feixia, dressed in noble attire, accompanied by Philin and an unfamiliar girl with emerald green eyes. You. What happened to you? You didn't even send a letter when you came to play during the winter break. I brought my friend here in person. Aren't you going to welcome us? Li Xian looked back and saw a luxurious carriage beside, which stood 3 or 4 strikingly handsome young men. They were all dressed elegantly, exuding an air of nobility, and their appearances were radiant. Are they here in a group to find me? Li Xian was taken aback. Chapter 61. Li Xian retracted his gaze and slightly paid attention to the purple-haired girl in front of him. He noticed that the girl had a delicate figure, with a prominent chest. The green pupils of her eyes burned with desire, as if she felt a sense of joy at encountering her prey. Looking down, he saw that the girl was wearing a purple, luxurious outfit, resembling a qipao, which revealed a pair of long, fair legs. With her arms crossed, she appeared very proud. Li Xian also sensed a hint of familiarity about her. Figia, is there something you want to talk to me about? Coming back to his senses, Li Xian looked again at the noble woman Figia, who was disguised in a hardtop round hat. What do you mean by that? Can't I come to see you for no reason? Li Xian raised an eyebrow and opened the door to let the group in. Next to him, the silver-haired villain stepped forward, politely bowing. Li Xian, long time no see. Li Xian felt a bit dazed. After 20 days without seeing her, he almost forgot who this girl was. The carriage stopped by the roadside, and 3 young men approached simultaneously. The one in the lead had short black hair, a stiff expression, and a rather outstanding demeanor. He walked straight over and stood next to the purple-haired girl. The boy was quite tall and intentionally glanced at Li Xian out of the corner of his eye. Figia, is he Li Xian? The girl spoke, her voice somewhat pleasant. Yet, this sharp tone did not conceal the doubts in her heart. It seemed she had heard some interesting stories from Figia and came here with a mix of belief and skepticism. Li Xian glanced over, lightly furrowing his brows. How did this guy manage to be so annoying right from the start? That's right, he was Li Xian, but they should still go in and talk. Everyone had just met. Figia smoothed things over. The group entered the villa, but did not go upstairs. The spacious living room was furnished with many chairs, all covered in a layer of dust. Li Xian pointed to the dusty chairs, saying, "Sit, don't be polite." The crowd frowned and pulled the white cloth off the chair backs, reluctantly sitting down. Immediately, many seemed to be waiting for something, their bored gazes fixed on Li Xian. In their focused sight, Li Xian suddenly jumped back, sitting on the tea table with one leg tucked under him. Hee, no tea. Let us just chat. The black-haired boy and the purple-haired girl exchanged glances, a look of displeasure crossing their faces. Figia stepped forward again, raising her hands and quickly spinning around. Everyone. This visit was unannounced, and Li Xian might find it a bit abrupt. Ahem. Let me introduce him. This is Li Xian, with a martial soul of Kasha, a level 24 control-type soul master. Li Xian. Figia turned her gaze aside and smiled. Please don't mind them. They're all my friends who came specifically because they're interested in you. You've met Philoen, and these 2 beside me are my cousins, who are also some of the younger generation of the Fido family that I have a good relationship with. Finally, let me introduce this one, my classmate at Rhine Academy, and also my good sister, Douluo, with the martial soul of the Azure Scale Serpent, a level 26 control-type soul master. As for him, he is my good sister's boyfriend, a student from the Royal Academy of Tiando, the eldest grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng. With a martial soul you should know, a level 30 assault-type soul master. P.S. not simple, Figia quickly added in a whisper. After Figia finished her introduction, the 2 young members of the Fido family beside her immediately stood up with smiles, showing good, noble upbringing. However, Douluo and Yu Tianheng, sitting in their chairs, remained completely unmoved, the 2 cuddling with their arms crossed, disdainfully looking at Li Xian. Douluo? Yu Tianheng? Li Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing the names of these 2 people. They sounded so familiar. Who were they? He still had a clear memory of Donggu. Wasn't that the surname of the poisoned Douluo? Could it be that this girl was Donggu Bo's granddaughter? He glanced around and finally looked at Figia, raising an eyebrow. So, what do you want from me? It seems these 2 have some objections to me. Objections? You are not worthy. Donggu scratched her ear and gently blew. Yanzi, don't do that. Figia was in a difficult position. She knew that Donggu Yin wanted to stand up for her, but that wasn't her intention. Li Xian didn't speak, just frowned. How could this guy speak so aggressively? After a long silence, Yu Tianheng took a deep breath and sat up straight. His stern gaze locked onto Li Xian, releasing several powerful blue arcs of electricity. You're called Li Xian, right? Do you have something to say? Hearing this tone, Li Xian's heart stirred again. He had invited these people in to show respect to Figia. Why were they all acting like they were above him? You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Now, I need you to apologize. Are you out of your mind? Are you talking to me? Otherwise, Yu Tianheng leaned back, his eyes cold. I didn't come here because I'm interested in you. The fact that you can see me is already a favor I did for Fei Xia. I'm talking to you nicely to give you a chance. You laid hands on Fei Xia before. She's the best friend of my girlfriend, someone you shouldn't mess with. Now, I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize, and I'll let you go. Li Xian was completely speechless. Hadn't the little squabbles between Fei Xia and him long passed? Moreover, Fei Xia herself hadn't said anything, yet this Yusheng was acting all high and mighty. What, is your hearing bad? Do you need me to be more direct? Seeing that Li Xian remained silent, Yusheng intensified his tone. Fei Xia, wanting to mediate, was immediately held back by Douluo. Yan, I was just joking. I'm on good terms with Li Xian, don't be like this. There's no such thing as joking. You're a noble, and he's a commoner. You're already asking for a beating by overstepping your bounds. Douluo looked at Li Xian as if he were trash, as if she were inherently superior. You two are really interesting. I thought Fei Xia brought you here to make friends, but it turns out she wanted to fight. Li Xian's other leg was also pressed under his buttocks, and he couldn't help but chuckle while hugging his arms. You Qianheng, you finally remembered. The Blue Lightning family from the upper 3 sects, right? It was said that the family inherited a top-level martial soul for generations, and that the children of the Blue Lightning family could only hunt sub-dragon soul beasts to obtain soul rings. With each soul ring they obtained, their bodies would gradually take on dragon-like traits. Encountering such an interesting opponent, Li Xian felt intrigued. His palms were itching. Ever since he obtained his 2nd soul ring and absorbed the soul bone of the Golden Sandwolf King, his strength had increased so rapidly that he couldn't find a worthy opponent in Nodding City. He had to thank Fei Xia for bringing this opportunity right to his door. Fighting? You think you're worthy of that? I only need a finger to deal with you. Hearing this, Yu Qianheng sneered. As the first person of the new generation of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus family, did he need to discuss martial power with others? The reason he reluctantly agreed to come to this godforsaken place, Nodding City, was because of his girlfriend, Douluo. Fei Xia had suffered a considerable loss at Li Xian's hands and had long wanted to take revenge, so Yu Qianheng followed her here out of concern. Otherwise, with his status, how could a commoner like Li Xian be qualified to meet him? Thus, he didn't initially show any good face. Although, according to Fei Xia, it was supposed to be an invitation for Li Xian to join the winter outing. Yu Qianheng had no such intention. His purpose was quite simple, to establish his authority. If Li Xian was smart, he would just pretend not to see him in the winter outing team. If he was itching for trouble, he would mind teaching him a lesson. From the looks of it now, Li Xian clearly leaned towards the latter. Cough. Li Xian, don't be like this, they're all mine. Fei Xia, no need to say more. This brat caused you to suffer, right? I'm here to help you deal with him. Just as Yu Qianheng was about to stand up, he was pushed down, and the purple-haired girl, Vivian, immediately stood up. She raised an eyebrow at Li Xian, clearly provocative. Kid, being stubborn won't do you any good. Considering your relationship with Fei Xia, I initially didn't plan to argue with you, but unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you and like to show off. Oh, so what? I'll give you a chance to spar with me. With a crack, Vivian flicked her wrist, and green soul power flowed out from her body. Behind her, a green, slick figure coiled around her, revealing a snake head that climbed to the top of her head and flicked its tongue. Give me a chance? That's really funny. But don't rush. We can fight, but we need to talk first. Li Xian's demeanor remained unchanged, his face showing interest but suppressing it. He really likes to put on a show, even negotiating the price before getting beaten up. Let's see what you have to say this time. Douluo rarely held her patience. I don't fight for free. If you want to fight, then that would make me too cheap. You and your boyfriend. I only fight one person, and if I lose, I expect something in return. Are you looking to die? Yu Qianheng sneered, suddenly slamming down on the armrest of his chair, causing 3 soul rings to float out. The best combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The impressive momentum of a soul sovereign surged towards Li Xian. Be gentle. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. Li Xian's voice suddenly turned cold as he extended his hand, pointing at Douluo, and then at Yu Qianheng, his tone indifferent. They had agreed on who would fight, and before the fight began, they should lay their cards on the table. If it didn't meet his standards, he had no interest in accompanying them. Li Xian, Fei Xia was already anxious. She just wanted to introduce a few friends to Li Xian to enhance their friendship, but how did things escalate so seriously all of a sudden? Chapter 62. Who is really acting? You, do you really think you can make me take action? Yu Qianheng sneered. Given his status, age, and soul power, he believed he could subdue Li Xian with just 1 finger. This wild kid actually dared to jump in front of him? Douluo's face twisted in rage. You coward, if you don't dare to make a move, just say it. If you're afraid, kneel down and bow to Fei Xia and us, and we'll let today's matter go. Li Xian spread his hands and said, how about this? I'll give you both 1 chance each. You Douluo, right? I'll let you use one hand. You Qianheng, I'll let you use both hands. You two can take turns. The loser just has to leave their storage soul guide here. Stop using your boring provocation. If you're willing to fight, then fight. If not, just shut up. Huh, what a bold tone. I thought you were looking for death just now, but now, you seem like a madman. The storage soul guide is right here. Do you have the ability to take it? Du Guyan scoffed as she took off the silver bracelet from her wrist and shook it in her palm. Let me? 2 hands? Are you awake? No one at the Tiando Royal Academy dares to talk to me like that. Yu Qianheng also took out his storage soul guide and tossed it into Du Guyan's hand. From the looks of you, it seems like you agree, right? Of course. You make it sound like we're afraid we can't afford it. Now the soul guide is right here. Do you have the ability to take it? Huh. Being tough with words requires skill too. I'm curious to see how you can keep up the act now. Crossing her arms, Du Guyan's sneer grew even more pronounced. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Li Xian didn't care at all about the posturing of Du Guyan and Yu Qianheng, and he was even less concerned about their provocations. Excitedly jumping down from the tea table, he twisted his stiff neck. The fighting spirit within him ignited in an instant. Li Xian, keep my word, come at me with one hand. Saying this, Li Xian turned his left hand behind his back. As his martial soul was released, 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, floated out, and his entire aura suddenly turned cold. The previous nonchalance disappeared, replaced by a tangible chill, and his gaze fixed on Du Guyan, his expression rapidly calming down. 10,000 years, soul ring, with the bizarre appearance of that black soul ring. The atmosphere in the living room shifted to one of oppression. As if in disbelief, Yu Qianheng sat up straight, staring intently at the soul ring beneath Li Xian's feet, his brow furrowing. Du Guyan opened her mouth slightly, glancing at Fei Xiang. How does that kid have a 10,000-year soul ring? She really wanted to ask this question, but having already torn their relationship apart with Li Xian, they were now locked in confrontation. Fighting was inevitable. With the appearance of Li Xian's 10,000-year soul ring, she immediately withdrew her condescending attitude. This kid, how is he so strange? What exactly is his background? Yu Qianheng also became serious, ready to strike at any moment. Li Xian stood straight, his gaze stern, one hand extended forward as he calmly said, "Come on." Oof. Du Guyan stepped forward, and 2 yellow soul rings floated out. Although Li Xian was quite inappropriate, she was not the kind of coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Since a fight was inevitable, she decided to fight. She didn't believe that a 6- or 7-year-old kid could defy the odds. Du Guyan urged her soul power, dodging to one side, while simultaneously turning her body and throwing out 3 or 4 clusters of green water droplets. Li Xian saw the first soul ring under Du Guyan's feet light up, followed by the second one. Is it an increase in speed and poison? No. She's a control type. It's not that her speed has increased, but rather that my speed has slowed down. Li Xian tilted his head to dodge Du Guyan's attack, his gaze shifting forward again as the first soul ring beneath his feet suddenly flickered. Be careful. Yu Qianheng, flustered, stood up directly. Du Guyan had been paying close attention to Li Xian's movements, and when she saw the black soul ring react, she immediately retreated, creating a significant distance. However, Li Xian adjusted his soul skill and retracted his soul power, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, unexpectedly, the second purple soul ring flickered as he raised his arm and pointed into the air. Whoosh! Several tail grass projectiles shot out, and Du Guyan's body shifted as she executed a series of backflips in the living room, eventually breaking out of the villa. Li Xian's body turned into an afterimage and immediately chased after. In an instant, Fei Xia, Tianheng, and others in the living room suddenly stood up and followed suit. In the courtyard, Li Xian released his soul technique to block the retreat of Dong Guyan, seizing the opportunity to advance. As Yu Qianheng and his group walked out, Li Xian had already grabbed Dong Guyan by the arm. Go! At that moment, a green hue appeared at the wrist where Li Xian held Dong Guyan, and toxins spread, climbing up Li Xian's palm. However, before those toxins could spread further, a layer of pure white, jade-like energy enveloped Li Xian's hand, and as Dong Guyan released her soul technique, the aura of the 10,000-year soul ring intimidated her. Dong Guyan's soul power stagnated within her body, causing her to instantly become weak. Li Xian grabbed her arm with one hand, swung it over his shoulder, and slammed her to the ground. His right foot stepped forward and directly landed on her face, the tail grass ensnaring Du Guyan's unsuspecting delicate body, binding her tightly. Suddenly raising his knee, he kicked towards her head like a soccer ball. Assistant, not far away, Yu Qianheng charged in with a furious shout. As he spoke, Countless snake-like electric arcs around his body simultaneously intensified, and numerous bolts of lightning shot towards Li Xian. Li Xian kicked Du Guyan away, quickly turned around, and a round ball fell from his soul guide. Facing the charging Yu Qianheng, he touched the silver ball with his toes and kicked it towards Yu Qianheng. In midair, Yu Qianheng's 3 soul rings appeared, his body size surged, and his right hand expanded. Blue lightning intertwined, resembling flying thunder snakes, sealing off the space around Li Xian. A large hand came down diagonally from above. Buzz! At that moment, the round ball kicked by Li Xian collided with Yu Qianheng's chest. A flash of light suddenly flickered. In the next second, with a deafening explosion, a terrifying shockwave was unleashed between the two, carrying a piercing sonic boom that spread in all directions. Watch out! That's a soul guide, Figia shouted from not far away. Her voice was a beat too late. Amidst the explosion, Yu Qianheng was sent flying, like a kite with a broken string, smashing through the villa's columns, and disappeared into the wall behind. As the smoke cleared, Li Xian then jumped back, moving his body, lightly tapping his toes a few times before landing steadily. He retracted his hands from behind his back, holding 2 storage soul guide devices in his palms. Weighing them slightly, a smile appeared on his face. I told you to use your 2 hands. Just your 2 hands, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? Do you really think you're someone important? At this moment, Du Guyan broke free from the rolling tail grass, got up and shook herself a few times, covering her chest and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her left cheek was swollen, as she looked at Li Xian with cold sweat covering her forehead. Suddenly, from within the villa's walls, the wind blew away the smoke, revealing Yu Qianheng with his head lowered, his soul body covered in blood. The clothing around his chest was torn apart, with flesh rolling outward, looking extremely horrifying. Li Xian Fei Xia looked at this scene, feeling a chill in her heart. Beside her, Fei Luan and 2 young members of the Fei Duo family had their mouths agape, their eyes wide open. Chapter 63. Amity, you think you can deal with me with just a finger? Just because of you? Have you never been beaten? Do you really think everyone will be polite to you? And the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, even with your 2 hands, you still can't win against me. I'm embarrassed for you. Li Xian put away the soul guide device, a thick sneer on his face. He had completely forgotten when he was last provoked. This Yu Qianheng, clearly spoiled since childhood, wouldn't know his own surname without a good lesson. On the ground, Du Guyan spat out a mouthful of blood, her face twisted in anger, cold sweat streaming down her pale cheeks. Li Xian strode towards Yu Qianheng, who had been blasted away by his sword spirit soul guide. At this moment, Yu Qianheng looked pitiful, with his chest a bloody mess, his eyes drooping, and his breath rapidly fading. This state was still a result of Li Xian showing mercy. He had improved 3 types of sword spirit soul guides, and the one Yu Qianheng had just eaten was the lowest grade steel ball filling. If he had used a sword filling, Yu Qianheng wouldn't be lying there intact. He would have turned into multiple Yu Tianhengs. Li Xian, wait. Fei Xiang's pretty face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly stepped forward to block Li Xian's path. At that moment, fear trembled in her eyes. She was shocked by Li Xian's strength and terrified by the injury inflicted on Yu Tianheng. She had invited the two to befriend Li Xian in the name of friendship, but she never expected things to turn out this way. Du Guyan had acted impulsively, and even Yu Tianheng was being so irrational. As the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's patriarch and the leader of the younger generation, if anything happened to Yu Tianheng and angered the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Don't be afraid. I'm just worried about my pillar. Saying this, Li Xian walked to the broken pillar in front of the villa and took out a piece of unrefined soft metal from his soul guide, stuffing it into the damaged area. At this moment, behind him, Fei Duo and the 2 boys stared in shock at Li Xian's back. They felt as if they hadn't woken up from a dream. That was Yu Qianheng, possessing a top-tier martial soul, one of the strongest assault-type soul masters on the entire Douluo Continent. He had been taken down just like that. What was even more terrifying was that they had not even seen Li Xian's trump card. He had resolved the situation just by using a soul guide. What level of skill does Li Xian truly possess? They all witnessed it. Li Xian's first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. A great soul master actually possesses a black soul ring, something few would dare to imagine. Du Gufu's granddaughter, Du Guyan, was killed instantly by him. And the future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng, was severely injured by him. This guy is still acting as if nothing happened, concerned about his pillar. This left the 3 of them shocked and feeling a sense of bewilderment. Li Xian must not be mentally sound. He may not realize that the reason Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan are so arrogant is not just due to their powerful talents, but also because they are backed by huge forces that no one dares to provoke. Behind both of them is the protection of a titled Douluo. In the Tiando Royal Academy, there are indeed other geniuses who can match them, but those guys are smart. They know not to provoke these two. Li Xian has shown them what it means to be a fearless rookie. If Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin dare to act, then no one else will. Fei Xia clenched her fist, weighing the serious consequences of this situation. The more she thought about it, the more she felt a chill in her heart. What should she do now? She just wanted to gather with friends to see Li Xian, and now it's escalated to this extent. Even if she were the one injured, it wouldn't matter, as long as there was no third-party intervention. She could just prevent these two types of friends from meeting in the future. But it just so happens that these two were the ones injured. Yu Qianheng might not speak out for the sake of his face, but Dugu Yin, as her good sister, Fei Xia knows her character too well. After the incident, she would definitely go to her grandfather, Dugu Bo. The wrath of a titled Douluo is something even the Fei Duo family cannot bear. Fei Xia feels very guilty at this moment. She regrets bringing these two to see Li Xian. Not only did she implicate her family, but she also caused great harm to Li Xian. This situation is probably not going to end well. If it gets serious, Li Xian's life could be at stake. You should leave quickly. I'll take them to the hospital. Let's pretend we never came. Fei Xia gritted her teeth and walked over to push Li Xian away. Before this incident spreads, she wants Li Xian to avoid the limelight. She has investigated Li Xian's background. Even if he gets into trouble, it won't affect his family. By the time Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin are healed, perhaps no one will continue to pursue this matter. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Both of them have title Douluo backing them. Do you not want to live anymore? As Fei Xia spoke, her face was already covered in cold sweat. After all, it was she who got Li Xian into trouble. Even if this matter ultimately falls on the Fei Duo family, given her relationship with Dugu Yin, there is a high probability that nothing will happen. But Li Xian is different. He has no one backing him. And a title Douluo has 100 ways to kill him. I didn't expect you to be quite gentle, Fei Xia. Inside the villa, Li Xian scratched his head and smiled. He was actually being cared for by this little girl. However, Li Xian directly shook his head, saying, "Leave? I'm not going anywhere. Those two started the trouble. So what's wrong with teaching them a lesson? I don't believe those titled Douluo would dare to attack me, a great soul master." Fei Xia shook her head. If it were Dugu Bo, Yan's grandfather, he might really do something like that. That poisoned Douluo is unpredictable and always acts based on his preferences. You've really gotten yourself into trouble this time. Oh. Li Xian nonchalantly put away the storage soul guides of Yu Qianheng and the others into his soul guide, saying, "Then I'm not leaving. That's ridiculous. There are many important people for me in Notting City. If I leave this time, what will happen to my friends?" Of course, Li Xian also knew that his actions this time were somewhat impulsive, but before using the soul guide, he didn't expect that Yu Qianheng would be so fragile. He couldn't even withstand a steel ball sword pellet. He had already been very restrained in dealing with Dugu Yin. If he had really meant to kill, those two would have been gone long ago. Sai, you're really foolish. Your life is the most important, and you don't even understand this principle. Hearing Fei Xia say this, Li Xian laughed. Aren't you the same? This incident, if it gets serious, will implicate your family, right? You're also not letting me go. Well, that's different. Fei Xia still wanted to explain, but Li Xian's strong hand pressed on her shoulder, his face filled with an extraordinary calmness. I'm not leaving, and I've decided to go back with you. This matter was caused by me, but I'll take responsibility for it myself. If Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin's families want to retaliate, they can do so without caring about their pride. I can bear it. Chapter 64. Dokai Li Xian. Fei Xia was slightly stunned, a warm current surging in her heart. At that moment, she realized that the Li Xian she had always regarded as a younger brother, lacking in taste and manner, actually had a kind of imposing demeanor. However, the astonishment on Fei Xia's face had lingered for a few seconds before it turned into a wave of indignation. You really are quite pretentious. No wonder Yin said that about you. If a titled Douluo comes looking for trouble, what do you have to counter it? You should listen to me and leave quickly. Facing Fei Xia's pushing, Li Xian was also speechless. Don't worry about me. Just take the Yu Qianheng to the hospital. He is in such a bad state. All right, I was just saying, it's all your fault for being too heavy-handed. Who would have thought that the power of the soul guide would be so great? I thought that the sword pellet would only be strong enough to take down a soul sovereign, not seriously injure him. So it really is a soul guide. Did you make those? Of course, I made them myself. Is there a problem? Fei Xia's gaze flickered. Soul guides have very high requirements for talent. And she didn't expect him to have this kind of skill. Actually, I came here this time to invite you to the aristocratic winter gathering. I was afraid you would refuse, so I brought you a good thing." Saying this, Fei Xia traced her finger over a pendant on her chest and took out a silver breastplate. "Here, I was originally planning to give this to you. This is a complete soul guide. Is it yours?" Li Xian took the armor and immediately looked at the core formation inside, quickly confirming that it was a valuable item. From the engraved soul patterns, it was more advanced than any soul-guiding device he had in hand. Fei softly said, "The things my family gave me are naturally mine. This is a defensive soul-guiding device that my father obtained by chance from a certain relic. The ancient people referred to it as Do Kai, and there are a total of 12 pieces. Apart from weapons, this heart-protecting iron is the only one that has been preserved intact." Do Kai. Li Xian nodded, feeling surprised. He found that this soul-guiding device was unlike any he had studied before. Its texture was special, and the metal inside seemed to have been forged through countless strikes, possessing a certain spirituality. "Thank you, I'll accept this item. Moreover, I've decided to return with you." "Li Xian, why are you so stubborn?" "No, I have my own plans. In fact, I should thank you for bringing this friend over." Fei, confused by the response, was momentarily stunned. 3 days later, in the capital of Fasno province, after a few days of recuperation, Douluo's injuries had healed, and although Yu Tianheng was still wrapped in bandages, his internal injuries had also improved significantly. Soul Masters naturally possess strong bodies, and as a Battle Soul Master of the attack type, Yu Tianheng's injuries would heal completely with just a few more days of rest. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the carriage where Yu Tianheng and his companions were located was tense. Li Xian returned to the provincial city with his group, and Yu Tianheng and Douluo both knew about it. Yu Tianheng was furious about being outmaneuvered by Li Xian. He naturally believed he had been schemed against, and if they crossed paths again, he would make sure that Li Xian would regret it. However, during the days he was recovering, the carriage had already arrived in the provincial city, and if he made a move here, it would be disastrous if news of his injury got out. As the dignified heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, losing to a 7-year-old child would bring shame to the family if it was publicized by someone with ulterior motives. "Again, I can't intervene in this matter. It all depends on you now." Douluo nestled in Yu Tianheng's arms, and upon hearing this, her face turned cold with anger. "You don't have to say it. I definitely won't let him off." The group entered the provincial city and quickly parted ways. Before they left, Fei Xia specifically sought out Douluo to discuss Li Xian, but she was coldly brushed off. Fei Xia felt both wronged and frustrated at this moment. "I chose my friends poorly," she thought, jumping down from the carriage. Li Xian smiled mockingly nearby. Fei Xia sighed. "We met because of our martial souls, and I had a good relationship with Douluo at Rhine Academy, but this year of advancement, I feel like Yin has changed significantly." "She hasn't changed. It's just that when you're with her, you don't have a friend like me. Otherwise, you would have seen her true colors long ago." Fei Xia rolled her eyes. "Worry about yourself instead. Yin is petty and definitely won't let this go easily." I'm the one who's grown up being scared." Li Xian stretched and yawned. After several days of travel, he was quite tired. "Let's go back. Last time you left in a hurry and didn't have a proper welcome." Fei Xia followed Li Xian onto the carriage. No matter what, Li Xian had already gotten into trouble, so he planned to discuss it with his family and see if they could help him. In the evening, at Fei Xia's invitation, Li Xian held a dinner with some members of the Theduality family. Of course, it was a gathering for the younger generation. Li Xian also met Fijia's father, who was a middle-aged man with a stern appearance. Upon hearing that Li Xian had a talent for soul-guiding devices, the man became interested and chatted a bit longer before leaving during the dinner. This was understandable, as there was a significant age gap, and Fijia's father viewed him in a paternal manner. Among the younger generation of the Fei family, Fijia stood out the most, which gave her the highest voice during the gathering. This made Li Xian feel quite relaxed, as there were no troublesome individuals trying to pick a fight. After the banquet, Fijia pulled Fei Luan aside and took Li Xian out of the restaurant. "Li Xian, my sister wants to go to the night market. I'm not comfortable with others following me. So could you take her?" Fijia signaled, and Fei Luan shyly approached, her voice barely a whisper. "Is that okay, Li Xian? Shopping? I don't have time. Could you help me find a place that can do blacksmithing? I want to study that Douluo." Li Xian's mind was filled with that special soul guide device. Over the past few days on the road, he had been studying it, and now his hands were itching, eager to open the armor and examine its internal structure. "Then let Fei Luan take you. Our Fei Duo family has many businesses, and you can choose any blacksmith shop you like." I know where to go." Fei Luan stepped forward excitedly. On her face, there was no longer the disdain she once held towards Li Xian's identity. Instead, there was a hint of fear and admiration for his strength. All right then. Li Xian knew that Figia was determined to set him up with his sister. Of course, a kid that small wouldn't understand much. So he thought it was fine to take her out for some fun. A quarter of an hour later, in the bustling market of the southern part of the provincial city of Fasno, shops with the Fido family's banners were visible. Firen was unexpectedly honest and straightforward, leading Li Xian directly to an iron shop without any detours. Li Xian was quite satisfied. He had wanted to study that soul guide for a long time and did not want to waste any time. As a child of the Fido family, Fei Luan found the owner of the blacksmith shop, and the shop cleared out a workshop for Li Xian. Looking at the burning furnace, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and he turned to Fei Luan and said, "You can go back. I want to stay here a bit longer by myself." Fei Luan hesitated, took a few steps, and then returned to Li Xian's side. "Can I watch for a while?" "As you wish." Clang! Amid the sound of metal clashing, Li Xian took out the iron hammer, suddenly channeling all the soul power within him, striking that piece of hard armor with force. Chapter 65. 100 Forgings. The next day, in the palace where the Fido family resided, Fei Xia's father, a tall middle-aged man with golden hair, found Fei Xia early in the morning. He gently knocked on the door of her lavishly carved bedroom. Fei Xia, wearing a loose white shirt and rubbing her eyes, opened the door. "Father, is there something you need?" Regarding Li Xian, after discussion within the family, the Fido family will try to mediate the matter since he offended Du Guyin and Yu Qianhong, so you don't need to worry. Really? That's great. Fei Xia couldn't help but show joy on her face upon hearing this news right after waking up. Li Xian is someone she genuinely thinks is a good friend. Although he can be a bit eccentric, his character is definitely not a problem. More importantly, Fei Xia believes that she and Li Xian are close, and his talent is evident to all. Getting to know him would also benefit their family. Fei Xia really can't bear to see her family abandon Li Xian in his time of need. However, don't get too happy. If Du Guyan's grandfather, Du Gubo, seeks revenge on Li Xian, our family would be powerless to stop it. I understand. That poison Douluo acts according to his preferences, and there are very few people on the entire Douluo Continent who can control him. All our family can do is try to protect Li Xian as much as possible. Even if we take a step back, this incident is also because of her. One must take responsibility for their actions, and Fei Xia considers this her own matter. By the way, has Fei Luan returned? Fei Xia paused, turned to look at the adjacent bedroom. Her heart skipped a beat. No, she's been out all night. Is she with Li Xian? Fei Xia's father instinctively frowned, driven by a father's inherent protective instinct for his daughter. Although Fei Luan and Li Xian are just kids, staying out overnight together still concerns him. "Father, I will go find Fei Luan. Don't worry. Li Xian is not the kind of person you think he is." You go bring her back." Meanwhile, in the Fido family market, on both sides of the street, all the shop doors are tightly shut. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing is continuously coming from an iron shop. Inside the room, the furnace burns fiercely, and above the furnace, a piece of completely red-hot metal is being forged, shedding its internal impurities and radiating a special brilliance. Hundredfold forging. Is it really that difficult? Standing beside the furnace is Li Xian, who has been working on iron all night. At this moment, his right hand swings the hammer weakly. His body is nearing its limit. On the ground beside him, Fei Luan has pulled some straw for burning and curled up like a little cat, sleeping on it. The sound of forging echoes in the room, but Fei Luan, with two dark circles under her eyes, is completely unaffected. She is sleeping soundly. Li Xian released his martial soul and forcefully summoned a surge of spirit. He discovered the secret of the metal used to make soul guides from the heart-protecting iron known as the battle armor. This material was different from rare metals. It was a special substance that had been continuously tempered by soul masters to reach the level of 100 refinements. It already possessed a spiritual resonance within, capable of resonating with the soul power of the soul master. On the ground beside the furnace, there were 4 or 5 pieces of already discarded furnace iron. The piece of metal in Li Xian's hand is one that he has painstakingly mastered the rhythm to forge successfully. However, it is still a long way from reaching the level of 100 forges. Once the forging of 100 forges metal begins, it cannot be stopped. Li Xian gritted his teeth and was determined to forge a special metal that belonged to him with his own skills. Clang! Clang! The sound of light ringing continued to echo in the iron shop. Li Xian's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, entering a nearly paranoid state. Firen, sleeping on the ground, was drawn in his dreams, and his martial soul involuntarily released. A small dark green snake became active in the palm of his hand. In response to Li Xian's martial soul aura, the little snake became even livelier. At a certain moment, Firen's body gently floated up, the dark green martial soul merging with his body, and Firen transformed into a beam of light, drifting towards Li Xian, who was hammering away. At this moment, Li Xian was completely unaware of what was happening around him, his eyes fixed on the increasingly bright, rare metal being forged. Oh, I feel stronger. A refreshing aura suddenly surged within Li Xian, elevating his spirit significantly. In his eyes, the furnace seemed to shrink, while his own body appeared to grow much taller. Due to his intense focus on forging, he did not pay much attention to this discovery. However, if one were to look from the side at that moment, Li Xian's body had inflated to twice its size, with his skin displaying dark green snake patterns, and his black hair had also turned into a strange shade of dark green. Clang! The effect produced by the iron hammer in his hand was amplified several times over. Li Xian felt a surge of surprise. What was happening? Seizing this burst of energy, he focused all his attention on the furnace in front of him, hammering away vigorously. With each strike, the patterns on the surface of the metal became increasingly distinct. Just a bit more to reach the hundredfold forging. Li Xian and Fei Luan. At this moment, Fei Xia, who was standing outside the window, witnessed the entire process. She saw her sister Fei Luan merge with Li Xian's body, and her extensive knowledge immediately recognized that this was a fusion of martial souls. The azure serpent of Fei Luan had indeed fused with Li Xian's light martial soul. Her heart raced with excitement. For Fei Xia, who had always wanted Li Xian to join the Fei Luan family, this was incredibly thrilling. However, noticing the state of the two after their martial soul fusion, Fei Xia frowned slightly. She realized that neither of them was aware of the current changes. Moreover, the fusion was led by Li Xian, and although she could anticipate this, seeing her sister Fei Luan merely as the one who adapted left her feeling a bit dissatisfied. Martial soul fusion also required a mental connection, and depending on the level of rapport, the merging consciousness would exhibit varying degrees of change. Since Fei Luan had fused her martial soul with Li Xian while in a dream, it proved that this guy had completely facilitated Li Xian without being conscious of it. Fei Luan would probably wake up without even knowing about this, and in future battles, she would hardly feel involved. Fei Xia had hoped that Fei Luan would deepen her emotional connection with Li Xian through the martial soul fusion, but it seemed that was no longer possible. Speaking of which, what exactly was Li Xian doing? It was just a piece of iron. Was it necessary to hammer it so many times? Fei Xia retracted her thoughts and focused on the crimson metal in front of Li Xian. The surface shimmered with pure white light, revealing intricate patterns formed within the metal, continuously emerging. Was that a hundredfold forging? Suddenly, Fei Xia thought of something and was taken aback. Chapter 66, Fulfillment Clang. Accompanied by a piercing high-frequency sound from the collision between the forging hammer and the crimson metal, the furnace in the iron shop exploded, and the formed metal floated in the air, enveloping Li Xian, allowing him to evade the forming power of the spirit. At that moment, the over 2-meter-tall dark green body of Li Xian, floating in the air, slowly split apart, and Fei Luan flew out from within him. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, Fei Luan floated down to the ground, looking around with a puzzled gaze. In midair, the surface of the crimson metal shimmered with the patterns formed from the hundredfold forging, and a peculiar metallic sound reverberated through the iron shop. It was as if life had been born, letting out its first cry, feeling an innate closeness to Li Xian in front of it. Fei Luan. Fei Xia suddenly pushed open the door and walked in upon seeing this. She hurried to her sister's side, touching her forehead, anxious about the unconscious martial soul fusion and fearing any unforeseen events. After checking, she quickly felt relieved. Fei Luan showed no physical issues, and she even forgot about the martial soul fusion. Thinking of this, Fei Xia helped her sister up, her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at Li Xian beside them. This is the hundredfold forging? Where did you learn this from, Li Xian? To be able to forge such metal. Hundredfold forging? You know about it too. Li Xian was taken aback. The secret of the metal that he had studied for a long time was unexpectedly revealed by Fei Xia. In an instant, Li Xian thought of many possibilities, his gaze flickering as he stared at Fei Xia. That's right. Our family has records about the production of ancient fighting weapons, but a significant portion of the introduction to forging is missing. The elders in the family who studied this only got the names from books, and they didn't even know how those metals were made. Li Xian nodded. Can I take a look at your family's research on Dokai? If you want to know, I can go get it for you. It's not a secret anyway. But you really surprised me. Fei Xia took a deep breath. Firstly, The creation of Doukai requires a soul master to have the talent of a soul engineer. Just the engraving of soul patterns has stumped countless people. Furthermore, the soul engineer profession is almost extinct now, and soul guidance devices can't even be produced, let alone the other requirement for Doukai, which is forging metals. Doukai requires soul masters to engrave the core formation on special metals using specific methods. And forging these special metals demands very high requirements for one's soul power and mental strength, not to mention other conditions. One of the requirements for Baiduan is that the soul power must reach the 5th ring. Li Xian is just a grand soul master, and he can forge special metal with 100 temperings. How could that not astonish Fisia? Then let's head back now. Putting away the self-cooling 100-tempered metal, Li Xian is already impatient. He has discovered a brand new path. Through the process of forging the metal, he seems to realize where his inability to progress in soul pattern engraving lies. By the way, Li Xian, just now between you and Firen. Didn't you notice anything? Li Xian was taken aback, wondering what it meant. Your sister said she wanted to learn blacksmithing from me, but then she went asleep, and I didn't do anything to her. When Fei Luan heard this, her face turned red. She said that wanting to learn blacksmithing was just an excuse, and it was really about wanting to spend more time with Li Xian. But Li Xian was too focused on blacksmithing, working tirelessly until midnight without stopping, and she simply couldn't hold on any longer, so she went asleep. Fei Xia observed Fei Luan's expression with a somber gaze, sighing inwardly. Didn't both of them realize? Half a day later, after 2 hours of adjustment, Li Xian's energy returned to normal. In the reception room of the Fido family, he looked at the information on the Doukai and the notes he had organized, feeling slightly surprised. It turned out that as early as ancient times, soul masters had conducted unimaginable developments on soul-guiding devices, but for some unknown reason, this path was later cut off. Now, through the research of the Firen family, Li Xian has clarified the 4 major realms of soul masters: hundred forging, spirit forging, soul forging, and heavenly forging. The forging mentioned naturally relates to the metals used in the production of soul-guiding devices. This means that forging and the creation of soul-guiding devices are inherently linked. And Li Xian, using rare metals and soul beast cores to engrave core array patterns, can only be considered a half-baked novice. Hundred forging is a mark of advancement in soul-guiding devices, and one must reach 1,000 for the first major realm. 1,000 forging soul master can engrave 999 soul patterns simultaneously. This is also the step that Li Xian has always been unable to cross. There are many classifications of soul-guiding devices, and Doukai is a special combat equipment known as a humanoid soul-guiding device. Depending on the forging, it is divided into 14 types. Doukai requires the threshold of 100 forging, and the metal of 100 forging already possesses spirituality and a certain amount of soul power. This means that creating a fully 100 forged Doukai will enhance the soul power of the soul master, wearing it once it reaches the first tier level. If the Doukai is entirely self-crafted, it could result in a terrifying increase of 20 levels in power. Li Xian never expected that the ancient people had developed soul-guiding devices to such an extent and left behind many references for future generations. Although he did not know why the Doukai soul masters became extinct, the path that only he could walk was now laid out before him. And Li Xian had already regarded the creation of Doukai as a necessary practice for the future. In the past, he treated soul-guiding devices merely as a form of play, but now, the status of humanoid soul-guiding devices in his heart far exceeded that of Tang San's hidden weapons. Becoming a one-character Doukai master has become one of Li Xian's 2 current goals. Since I possess the ability to forge 100 times, it indicates that my soul master level has broken through and I can simultaneously engrave more than 100 soul patterns. The next step is to use the metal I forged to create the Doukai. The difficulty in making soul-guiding devices lies in the threshold, but fortunately, Li Xian has a talent for this. The challenge in creating Doukai lies in the first step of forging the metal. In this aspect, Li Xian has already reached his goal. He only needs to engrave the core formation of Doukai, summarized by the Fei Luan family, into rare metal. And he can mold different parts to create his one-character Doukai. It can be said that he has already crossed the 2 most difficult steps, and now he just needs to invest time in the production. The winter vacation has only passed halfway. Li Xian's heart was burning with excitement. He only had half a month left. The soul guide creation was quick. It only took half a day to make the first part of the Doukai. The difficult part was the 100 forgings. Using the iron shop of the Theduality family, he needed to start working hard. In fact, there was one thing Li Xian didn't quite understand. He was only level 27, So why could he forge the 100 forgings that only a soul king could achieve? Meanwhile, in a meeting room of the Theduality family, after telling her father what she had witnessed, Fei Xia's face was still filled with shock. At that moment, hearing about her soul fusion with Li Xian, Feilun was also incredibly hard to believe, because she had no recollection of it at all. Fei Xia, is what you said true? Seeing it with my own eyes. Father, unbelievable. My daughter and that kid actually have the ability to fuse their martial souls. This is shocking. Feilun scratched her head. Sister, why didn't I feel anything? Fei Xia could only shake her head helplessly. Who knows, perhaps most of the characteristics of the soul fusion came from Li Xian, making her sister Feilun merely a supporting role. Fei Xia's father didn't think much of it. As long as it was a soul fusion, the two people's consciousness would eventually connect. At that time, it would be difficult not to deepen their feelings. By the way, Fei Xia, you said Li Xian also completed the 100 forgings of Dokai, right? Yes. Because of Feilun, after the soul fusion, he relied on the suddenly increased soul power to complete the 100 forgings. Upon hearing this, Fei Xia's father's eyes brightened slightly. Good. If that's the case, Li Xian and Feilun's friendship is something he can't ignore. Feilun listened, confused. Fei Xia understood directly. Li Xian's current soul power is not enough for him to continue completing the 100 refinements. In order to forge special metals, he needs the cooperation of his sister, Feilun. The two of them spend every day together. Even if they're just forging, it can strengthen their bond. Feilun, for the time being, stay by Li Xian's side, and when he needs it, assist him in the martial soul fusion. You must understand that Li Xian is a very special child, and his future achievements are limitless. Being close to him will bring you great benefits. I understand, father, Feilun said, her big eyes wide open, nodding earnestly. In fact, she also understood that being a partner for martial soul fusion is a lifelong dream for many people. With such a person right in front of her, how could she let the opportunity slip by? Chapter 67, A Word as Light. 6 days later, in the iron shop run by the Theduality family, Li Xianshu stretched out his slightly excited palm, gazing at the piece of crimson metal floating before him. The final forged material was complete. All the materials needed for the battle armor, except for the weapon, had been forged. Next, he just needed to turn these materials into a soul guide. The battle armor would be ready. Thinking of this, Li Xianshu couldn't help but glance at Fido, who was sitting beside him, swinging her little feet. Thanks to her help, who would have thought that besides Yueshi, there would be a second soul master capable of achieving soul fusion with him? The forging of battle armor, even at the lowest level, required meeting the conditions